innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Lenny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. Happy Thursday. As we get things rolling here. Good morning, Brandon Stokley.
Good morning, Mike Evans. How you doing?
Good. You know, kind of need a little boost to get going here on a Thursday. Could use some smelling salts.
Oh, yeah?
So we went down that rabbit hole yesterday.
For like 2 segments.
And it turns out that while the NFL is banning smelling salts, you are allowed as a player to bring your own. Bring your own juice.
He was high.
So you'll still be able to use them, apparently. But they will not be team provided.
Don't worry about
and
it,
they'll come with their necessary warnings, I guess.
George Kittle was very nervous about that.
Kittle said that he would sniff on one of those things before every drive.
To each their own. He plays the tight end position.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, I mean, you got to be a little
crazy?
A little different. A little
crazy?
Different. And he plays it at a different level.
He does. So now we know why.
Now we know why.
It's
enhanced.
It's enhanced. He is using performance enhancers. Let's run with that. Let's get that one trending. If you breathe on ammonia sticks, you are no difference between you and a steroid abuser. There you go. How's that for a hot take Thursday? No, it's
So why
you can bring your own.
Why did the NFL so why do they do that? Because they don't want to be liable? You know, it's either like you ban it or you don't ban it. So you're not going to provide it, but you can still do it. I don't know.
It's PR. They're trying to make themselves look like they care.
You did listen to me yesterday.
Like, it looks like they care. Like, you know, we care about concussions. We used to hand out pain pills like Tic Tacs, but, you know, now we care. Now we care. And this is the latest example. So there you go. As the Broncos get ready for a joint practice today, speaking of, never mind. As they get ready to take on the 49ers today, I don't know how you are, Stoke. We look forward. There's different stages of training camp. We look forward to training camp all summer long, and it's like that. Those first few days, that first week, everyone's excited, and then sort of the grind of training camp kind of kicks in, and then you start looking forward to these events, the joint practices, the preseason games. And then once you get pretty much past the second preseason game, it's like, all right, I'm over that. Let's get on with the regular season. But this to me, this is phase 2. This is level 2 of training camp. Can't wait.
Yeah, no, this is the next level, the next step. You got another joint practice next week against Arizona, so those are important, obviously. You finally get to see a different defense, different scheme, all those things that, you see in a regular NFL game that you have to adjust to. You've been seeing the same stuff, a lot of the same stuff, the same guys, same technique, and it gets a little repetitive. and now it's something different. So it takes a little while to kind of get used to going up against different stuff because you've been doing the same for so long here throughout the offseason and training camp. So, can you make the adjustments? And now you got to go out there and compete against other people. So, yeah, this is the next step in training camp. And then, you got preseason games along the way. But you're right. We're ready for this. Training camp's dragging on a little bit. The players are ready for it.
Yeah.
And then now you got some games coming up. And then after a couple of these, probably 2, it's like, okay, it's time for the season.
What are you hoping to see or hear from the joint practice today?
Well, I'm not sure how they're operating this. You probably won't see much tackling, right? You're not going to think that you're going to see any. Sometimes you have one live period where you say, okay, short yardage, let's go. Our first-team offense against their first-team defense, we're at the 2-yard line, or it's 4th and 1. Sometimes you have a 5, 6, 7, 8 plays like that. Sometimes you don't. I'm probably I would expect to not see any tackling. But I offensively, this passing game, guys like Evan Ingram, I'm looking for Troy Franklin, young guys to emerge, hopefully have good days, have a good day. It's just one practice. Vele, guys like that. Continue to see Ingram and Bo and that connection. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of good storylines here. We've had the quarterback storyline for so long. No more quarterback talk. Now it's about the other things.
Yeah, and it'll be curious to see what happens because the Broncos are expected. Sean's come out and said, careful there, Stoke. I don't want you to spill on that beautiful golf shirt of yours there.
So I got an issue. Don't! See, my mug that I have, I don't know what you call this.
A coffee mug?
Yeah, but it's a closed, and it has the top where you push the button and it opens it. So It's not like just a normal coffee mug. This is almost like a thermos.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I over the last month, I just got these a couple months ago. My coffee's been spilling. And so I've been curious of why it's been spilling. So I thought I was accidentally pushing this button, pushing it in, and so it was kind of spilling out in my car and stuff. And this is odd. I spilled on my shirt the other day. You weren't. That was when you weren't at work. I had my jacket on.
Summer of Evans.
The Summer of Evans. I love it. And I spilled on that because I had to reach down and pick up a piece of trash. And so I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Well, it turns out it's faulty.
No.
It's faulty.
What's wrong with
it? I don't have to push the button in for it to open.
Uh-oh.
So that's what happened, and I was just testing it again. And
you don't trust it. You don't trust it because you immediately look down to see if you had spilled.
Right. So it's got to go. I got to get a new one.
It's got to go.
Yeah.
If you can't trust your coffee mug, we put so much trust in that coffee mug early in the morning. We're not yet fully engaged. We trust that thing. We don't want to be shocked.
And you're talking about hot liquid.
Oh.
And when I wear my golf stuff, I don't want to spill all over my golf clothes before I go to play golf. So, you got to be careful there.
Got to be careful.
Got to be careful.
Got to be careful.
That's my concern right now.
Well, let us as I was gonna finish. The Broncos are going to be going with their starters in the preseason game coming up on Saturday. It looks like the 49ers are not going to play their starters in the preseason game. So how does that impact today? You would think then if the starters in San Francisco know they're not going Saturday, maybe they bring a little bit more oomph today. So can the Broncos, their starters, who know they're also going to play on Saturday, do they match that? Do you factor that into handicapping what's going to happen today? Yeah,
no, that's a good point. That'll be interesting. We remember San Francisco coming in here a few years ago, and they brought the heat. They were getting after it. So obviously a different team now with Sean Payton leading it. And what does it look like practice wise? Because if they're not going to play their starters, you expect them to do maybe a little bit more today.
I want to let you know that we have our keyword contest going on. It's time to send the kids back to school, get you ready for football season. No matter what you need, Denver Sports here to help. Enter your keyword. contest, our keyword contest, for your chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do, listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Text it to us at 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit www.denversports.com/keyword. Coming up next, there's a lot of things to love about the NFL, but we got a reminder of what the most meaningless thing that exists in the NFL is. And let's check in on the Rockies, who are back to doing historically bad things. That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Copperhead Plumbing can give you that valuable peace of mind that you won't come home this summer to costly water damage. Copperhead Plumbing offers professional installation of the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Now, it's easy for me to say, but man, this thing is brilliant in how simple it is. Monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen. You can stop them dead in their tracks. Copperhead Plumbing water heater specialist. No need for cold showers. From repairs to replacements, they've got you covered. Copperhead Plumbing, who I use and I recommend. They've helped out Stink and Stoke, and most recently, Cecil Lammy. They're local, licensed, professional, and courteous. Been serving Colorado since 2007, so whether it's commercial or residential, emergency services or routine maintenance, now's the perfect time to take care of that plumbing work you've been putting off. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Call now. 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's. We help, you save.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is flag. FLAG. Text FLAG to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's FLAG to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Alongside a bit of a rattled Brandon Stokley this morning, who can't trust his coffee mug. Think you have a defective top.
I do. I can't. You're supposed to be able to just hold it upside down with no liquid spilling, right? But it's not sealed tightly, so I can't do that. And when you got like a white shirt on with light blue shorts, a little bit nerve-wracking.
I can see that. On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, Stoke, take the lid off. You don't have to worry about the spillage. But that defeats the purpose. You're not going to just be guzzling coffee. You want to be able to get to it periodically, but you want to keep it warm. So.
Got to keep it warm. So it's like the perfect temperature right now. It's fine because I'll, just as long as I don't.
Take a sip. I want to see how you take the sip.
Well, I'll just open it like normal. I just push the button. It's fine.
Okay.
Right? It's fine, but it's not sealed, so if I turn it.
Oh, spillage.
You see?
Yep.
See? So I just turn it over without pushing the button. So that's the scary part, but at least I know. I didn't realize what was happening forever, but now I figured it out. It took me a long time to figure it out.
Two things you got to be able to trust. You got to be able to trust your coffee mug and your farts. If you can't trust either one, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How do you live?
Well, my mug right now is not reliable. So I got to get a new one.
Got to get a new one.
Amazon, here I come.
Here we come. Here we go. I should have. Hey, I was at the Q's last weekend. I could have got you a nice Q's coffee mug.
I'm good.
While I was
I'm good.
there.
I like good, reliable ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saying they don't make reliable ones in the Q's? They do. Manny's. They make everything great. We love the NFL. Mostly everything about the NFL is awesome. But we got a reminder yesterday. Is there anything more meaningless than the release of the first depth chart? It has become a joke. And especially when you have old school coaches like Sean Payton who believe that rookies need to be seen, not heard. And so the Broncos released their first depth chart. I told you that R.J. Harvey would be buried behind all the veteran running backs. He's last on the depth chart. All the rookies are buried at the end. And there is absolutely nothing to glean from this depth chart. Completely worthless. I think some PR intern probably filled it out.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton probably put it together in 30 seconds. So, I mean, your actions are telling me where these guys are. Right, me watching practice, and certainly R.J. Harvey isn't, fifth or sixth on the depth chart. He's second, and so he goes in there second. So you can put him fifth or sixth if you want, but everyone knows right now he's the next guy. He's the backup. So what does it matter? They have to do it. NFL teams have to do it. They have to put out depth charts. So that's why
Why?
It's a good question.
Get rid of it. If nobody's going to take it seriously, get rid of it.
I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. There has to be a reason the NFL makes them do it.
Well, the NFL is all about providing content. As I've joked for years, it's a 365-day-a-year beast that needs to be fed. And so I guess this is part of throwing out more content. And people react to it. And, Shedeur Sanders is listed fourth on the depth chart. Well, of course he is. A, he's a fifth-round draft pick, and B, he's a rookie. Of course he's going to be buried. Doesn't mean anything.
We're talking about it.
Yeah, just to point out how ludicrous it is.
Right. So the NFL wins.
Really?
They did. Yeah, we're talking about it. They got us to talk about it. If they don't put one out, to your point, if they don't put one out, we're not talking about the depth chart right now.
It's like you guys making fun of me for being away last week. I mean, sure. Go ahead. As long as you're bringing me up, just get my name right.
No,
keep me in the news.
No publicity is bad publicity.
There is no such thing as bad publicity.
Right.
Is that why? Just keep my name out there.
Yeah. Is that why Zach Bye doesn't want to apologize? And is that why he kind of likes the sensitivity smear campaign?
You might be onto something.
Because it gets us talking about him.
Good point. He's guaranteed to be mentioned at least once in this show.
That's right.
Explain yourself.
Phillip, Lindsay, not so much. Cecil Lammy, Josh Dover, but hey, Zach Bye, guaranteed he will get mentioned at least once.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart move. Sly like a fox. Way to go, Zach. So,
okay. Well, yeah, I mean, will it change, do you think? I mean, does it even have to change?
I don't think they even do another one during the...
Oh, they don't? I thought they did.
I don't think they do.
Okay, this is it.
This is it.
Just one?
So it's meaningless.
Wow. Okay.
So
yeah, it really is. I thought they did more than one, but if they only do one, it's very meaningless, and it doesn't even matter. I mean, you're talking about when we look at the running back position, these guys rotate all the time anyway, right? I mean, they're rotating all the time anyway.
Exactly.
And guess what? One game it might be, who knows? I mean, could be Watson starting.
Bidet.
I mean, we saw Estime finishing the game off against the Chiefs. So, and the receivers, it doesn't matter who you have second or third or fourth. I think that position's kind of, we already know who's making the team there.
For what it's worth, Marvin Mims listed as the number 2 wide receiver ahead of Troy Franklin. So there you go. That's that. Let's check in and see what historically bad things the Rockies have been doing lately. That's what this season's been all about. They've actually been playing, 500 baseball since the All-Star break, but they went back to being the Rockies that we know and love. They got swept by Toronto over the weekend. Here come the numbers. Outscored 45-6 in the 3-game series. They gave up 63 hits in the 3 games. Do the math.
That's 21 per.
Boom.
Wow.
63 hits off the Rockies breaks baseball's all-time record for the most hits in a 3-game series. And then check this out. So you have run differential. How many runs have you scored versus how many you've given up? The Rockies have a run differential of minus 316. They are minus 316 for the season. Their 114 games are the fewest to reach a minus 300 run differential since 1900, surpassing the 1911 Boston Rustlers. The last team to reach the mark in fewer games than your 2025 Colorado Rockies, they're back, baby. The 1899 Cleveland Spiders.
Wow.
I'd kind of missed the Cleveland Spiders. We haven't had Cleveland Spider references for a couple months now, but we're back, baby. The Rockies are back to doing things that we haven't seen since the Gilded Age.
Yeah.
The Rockies with a tragic loss.
I mean, all of a sudden they started playing competent baseball for a little bit. They were competent.
I like that.
And
that's their high water mark.
And
competent.
And then now it's back to being historically bad. So, we talk about them when they're historically bad, and when they're doing things that haven't been done since the 1890s, it's really bad. So,
well, that was my goal for the season. Don't just be bad, be historically bad, and they're back to being historically bad. So, good job over there, Dick Montfort. Hey, coming up next, like everything else this offseason, the Broncos continue to pop in almost every preseason ranking. What's the latest? We'll tell you next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
what is happening, fellas? I got some great news for you. Hopefully your Thursday is off to a great start. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament. It's Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They got tons of giveaway. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, polos, breakfast burritos, range, golf balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and you get a $50 Embers gift card. 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. I got to tell you about Embers Golf. What separates them is a small family-owned boutique-style golf shop in Denver that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands. I'm talking about G4, Callaway, TaylorMade, PXG, whatever you need. They've got you covered. They also have 2 hitting bays, so make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. And don't forget about the golf tournament, Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, if you've been waiting for the right time to replace your windows, this is it. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, made in America, built to last a lifetime. They're Colorado's original Infinity dealer, family owned and trusted since 1973. In uncertain times, choose the company your neighbors count on. That's Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Call at 303-794-0490 or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com because your home deserves the best.
We're hiring at Don's Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at donsgaragedoors.com.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
The bonus Jack Combo at Jack in the Box comes with a burger, fries, and a drink starting at just $3.99. Talk about a bonus. Get so much more.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
It has been an offseason where the Broncos' national profile has just grown and grown and grown. They have been easily one of the most pumped up NFL teams of the offseason, and they have made huge strides in a lot of the rankings, Stoke, that a year ago they were buried in, whether it be roster depth. That was the famous one, right? Last year, the roster depth was like 31st in the entire NFL out of 32 teams. This year, they jumped all the way up to 6. That created some nationwide conversation. I don't think this ranking's going to create as much buzz, but it is still worthwhile to mention. The ESPN folks ranked all of the coaching staffs out there in the NFL. So coaching staffs, coordinators, top to bottom, who has the best coaching staffs. Last year, the Broncos came in ranked 23rd in the NFL when it came to all overall coaching staff.
Can I guess?
Where do you think they are ranked this year by the same people over at ESPN?
23rd last year. They got to be inside the top 10. I mean, it's a veteran coaching staff. Obviously, you saw what they were able to do last year. Make it to the playoffs, have a winning record, double-digit wins. I'm going to put them at 5th.
Close. 6th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like
job.
this group. I mean, they're really good coaching staff. A lot of veteran guys. Offensively, they've been together for a while, too. Most of them. When you look at Carmichael, you look at Lombardi, and you look at Sean Payton. Now you added Davis Webb to the mix, quarterback coach. They know each other. They know what they want to do. And then defensive side, Vance obviously is a veteran defensive coordinator.
Here's what they said about the Broncos coaching staff. Quote, "The Broncos' leap from last season is the biggest change in these rankings. I was suspicious of Payton's offense after a lackluster season with Russell Wilson, and I wondered what the ceiling was on a Joseph defense that had underwhelmed the past 2 seasons. They were both established veteran coaches, but had the game pass them by. Nope. Payton and Joseph both shredded. Payton's offensive work was some of his best. Broncos never had a good running game, and rookie quarterback Bo Nix looked overwhelmed early. By November, Payton had the team putting up 30-point performances on the back of swings, screens, sprint outs, and perfectly timed shot plays. Nobody got more out of less talent on offense last season than Payton. As Nix grows and reinforcements join the offense, the ceiling in Denver is very high. Joseph's work was familiar but still impressive. His defenses have generally paced the league in blitz rate. Last season's unit was a respectable 4th. Defensive performance is volatile year after year, and Joseph coaches a particularly volatile brand of defense. But when it works, it sure does work. A great bounce-back season all around for the staff in Denver. By the way, the top 5 coaching staffs: 5, the Rams; 4, the Ravens; 3, the 49ers; 2, Kansas City. Guess who they had at number 1? This one kind of surprised me a little bit.
At number 1, with Kansas City being 2, I would say Philadelphia, but it can't be number 1. I don't know.
Minnesota.
Wow.
So,
wow.
So I don't know how much. I mean, like, I like the list. I got the Broncos all the way up to 6, but how good of a list is this if they have Minnesota number 1?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. 6th, 4th, 8th. You like our coaching staff, Mike?
I like our coaching staff.
I do too. They've done a really good job. Really good job. So I like this group. I like this team. It's a good mix. So I don't need, who is this, ESPN?
Yeah.
I don't need ESPN to tell me we have a good coaching staff. I don't. This is why we hired Sean Payton. It's why Greg Pinner went out and hired Sean Payton to have this type of coaching staff and to do the type of job that they did last year.
Well, I know this is a subject that drives Stink crazy. The notion that, if you've been coaching in the league for more than 10 years, that your offenses are outdated. That they're dinosaur offenses and they're not state of the art and AI modern like they need to be. And I think it's just a reminder when you see Andy Reid and you see Sean there, even you see Kyle and Sean McVay, who are just flat out disciples of Mike Shanahan. You realize that what's old is still new, and what's old still works. And then you got a guy like Coach Capri Pants there in Miami, Mike McDaniel, who was supposed to revolutionize the way offensive football was played, and now he's talking about how we're one day closer to death.
Yeah, things change quickly.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, you got Pete Carroll.
Right?
Pete's back. So
Harbaugh.
You have old school football still works. Obviously, you just got to be open and receptive to evolving though at the same time. So but smash mouth football, being able to control the line of scrimmage, that never goes out of style. That's always gonna win you football games. So, but I think what I like about this group, it's a good mix. With the old school guys, with Payton and some of his guys, with some younger guys, and so just as long as you're receptive to some new things and some change, you don't want to totally forget who you are and what got you to where you are, and what you like to do, your identity. But at the same time, you need to be open and receptive to some new things and changes, and that's Sean and his staff.
Yeah, I think that Sean is, and he's talked about that during this camp, the idea that he's constantly watching what's going around the NFL, who's scoring touchdowns on Sunday, looking at those touchdowns, anything you can learn from them, constantly learning from what's coming out of the college game. But I also recognize, we talked about this yesterday, that while high school and college is all their quarterbacks play out of the gun, out of the shotgun, there's still plenty of evidence that suggests old school being able to play from under center still matters, still works. And look for that to be a big change in the way that Bo is coached, and maybe when we watch Bronco games this year, how they look on TV. Maybe we'll see them under center a lot more. I think the number we had yesterday was Bo was like, out of all the passes he threw yesterday, of all the passes he threw last year, only 17% of them came from being under center. The league leaders, Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford, Both were at 41% of their passes were from under center. Big jump there. So I think that's something to watch as Bo makes his progression probably from like 17%, where wouldn't surprise me in just a couple of years, he's up around 40%.
Yeah, and when you play a different style than some teams are used to, it takes them a while to adjust to it. Everybody's seeing shotgun and all these motions and stuff nowadays. That's what defenses are seeing. So if you do it a little bit different, a little old school approach, it takes them a little while to get used to that because they don't see it as much anymore. But to your point, Mike, it will be interesting to see Bo and how they try to use him this year. Will they try to do a little bit more under center? I think he's capable of doing it. But how do they view that next step, that next progression going into year two?
Well, I'd love to get reaction from Broncos fans out there. There has been plenty of scrutiny and critiques, some positive, some negative, of this Broncos coaching staff over the last couple of years. What do you think? Do you hear them as a almost top 5 coaching staff? Do you agree, or do you think they still have a lot left to prove? Let us know. RamosLaw.com. Text line 303-713-1043. Up next, when it comes to what the NFL just bought themselves yesterday, is it really something that matters to you as football fans? That's next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully your Thursday is off to a great start. I know that mine is, but if you're dealing with ED, you're probably not having such a great day. It's a terrible condition, right? It causes stresses in relationship, anxiety, and undue hardships on a man, and often on their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment, and it doesn't have to be that way, fellas. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Jeff and his team, they can get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. Stop procrastinating. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait, fellas. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And get this, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They have an expert staff, like I said, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey guys, boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy, Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We'll get to the text line, hear what you folks have to say over these first 45 minutes of our show today. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. By the way, we're talking about the ESPN ranking of the coaching staffs. The Broncos all the way up from number 23 last year to 6th. Somebody asked, what are the other AFC West teams? Glad you asked. Kansas City comes in at 2nd. The Chargers at 14th. This is the one that surprised me. Haven't even coached a game yet. The Raiders, 9th. 9th, up from 32nd a year ago to 9th.
What?
The power of Pete.
Petey. All right, whatever. Yeah, they haven't even coached there, so I don't know who's on his staff. But we'll see next year. Obviously, when you have some games being played, we'll be able to know a little bit more about the Raiders.
That's really high, but the days of being able to just look at the Raiders with just, pat them on the head and just dismiss them as being, inconsequential, irrelevant. I know they've had their success against the Broncos, but still, they have been a irrelevant, bad clown show for a long time. But Pete Carroll's arrival does change that. There is now some legitimacy that you got to place on the Raiders' name.
We'll see. I'm not.
You're not there.
No,
you're not.
no. Until I see
you're not
it,
a Pete believer.
I'll believe it. Till I see it, I'll believe it. Until then, I'm not.
Yeah, because screw them.
That's
okay.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to go out there and do it, or the Raiders are going to Raider.
Well, a lot of people are saying that about the Broncos too.
Not anymore.
Okay. All right. ESPN has made official what we've been talking about for a while, is they've purchased the NFL Network and the Red Zone from the NFL for equity stakes. So now this is a partnership, which immediately calls into question now just how much credibility will there be with ESPN when it comes to covering the NFL. Are they going to really cover the NFL? If there are negative stories out there, out-and-out scandals, they're going to look the other way, soft pedal it a little bit?
A little shady here.
You a little worried about that?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a done deal yet. They still need it to go through a couple government deals that you deal with these things, I guess. So it's not a completely done deal, but yeah, no, of course it is a little bit concerning. You'd rather them be separate and get good reporting and accurate reporting, but now you don't quite know what you're going to be getting. So do I love it? No, I don't love it. I don't think it's a good idea, but, you're trying to figure things out, and it's about making money and partnering up with good partners, and so I'm sure from the NFL standpoint, it's a really good deal. From ESPN standpoint, it's probably a really good deal. I think from a consumer point of view, not so much.
Yeah, and it's just it continues the trend that is going on right now more and more in our industry, with television, radio. The more that you work with a team or a league, the more you're not really covering that team. You're marketing with that team, and many times you just kind of become a mouthpiece for that team. The content is controlled by the team, and what you say and how you cover those teams, you always have to remember the partnership. You always have to remember the relationship, and that's too bad because I think it does really skew the way that the teams are covered. And the leagues are covered. And who ends up losing out? Well, you, the sports fan, because it's not always the most critical or objective or really the way that it needs to be covered. But we shall see what happens. The red zone. The red zone has gotten a lot of conversation around red zone. The idea that the red zone, which has been so great for so long, is now going to be under the umbrella of ESPN, and they're going to just ruin it. Is red zone a big deal to you? Do you at times wonder why all the hoopla that surrounds red zone?
No, I mean, I know why some people love it. My son loves it. I don't. I mean, I don't mind it, but I like to watch a game.
Really? So
yeah.
if the Broncos are not playing, you'd rather just watch one of the games that are on TV on a Sunday rather than watch red zone?
Yes.
See, I'm the exact opposite.
And I'll flip back and forth. But now you can do like two at once. You can have them so you can put multiple games on at one time also. I want to see the action of how you got down there, what happened. Not just them at the 15-yard line trying to score a touchdown. But I understand why people like it, and I'm fine with that. I have a little bit more, I guess, of an old school viewing preference when it comes to watching football. I just like to watch. I like to find one good. I mean, there's going to be a good game on, and I want to watch that game. I really don't care about if the Colts get in the red zone against Jacksonville. I don't care. But a lot of people are playing fantasy, and so obviously it matters to them. Me, I got a little bit different view.
I'd rather see what's happening around the league and being able to watch legitimate stuff that's happening. Ready to see exciting stuff, ready to see big plays, ready to see scores, rather than watching necessarily the Giants and Commanders go back and forth exchanging punts for 12 minutes.
Well, I probably wouldn't be watching the Giants-Commanders game. I'd probably be watching, I don't know, Kansas City Chargers. If the Broncos aren't on. I'm trying to watch a good football game. But I understand what you're saying. Like I said, my son loves red zone. There's a lot of people that love red zone apparently, and they don't want it touched. They don't want it messed with. So I don't know. You think that the NFL will screw it up? I mean, ESPN will screw it up.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. At some point they will. They will. We'll be seeing more and more commercials. Eventually we'll see cross-promotion with their other sports, their other sports talent. We'll see NBA people.
Kendrick Perkins?
We'll see Kendrick Perkins. We'll see Stephen A. Smith. We'll see Jessica Mendoza. We'll see baseball on there. Again, it goes back to what I was talking about. You're not exactly covering sports anymore. You're marketing the sports leagues and outlets that you work with and that you spend a lot of money in, or you have a stake in. And so what ends up happening there? The bean counters and the consultants get involved and are like, hey, we need to use this platform to get cross promotion, and that's how they think, that's how they operate, and that's why it's coming.
Yeah, well, for me, I don't watch a lot of red zone. So, but
seems like it won't affect you. It won't affect you, but it will bother me because I'm a big fan of red zone. When the Broncos are not playing, I'm tuned into that.
But they're talking about red zone going to college football and going to other sports. Now because ESPN bought the rights to that name also, and so they're going to use that for other sports. Would you like that? College football red zone.
Yes, I would.
Big Ten,
baseball red zone,
SEC.
hockey red zone, NBA red zone. Sure. Hey, listen, the fact is that increasingly people's attention span is less and less. Okay? So add in gambling, add in fantasy. I think people want to see where the action is rather than just sitting down and saying, okay, I really want to get myself immersed in this one game and be able to get all the context and all the nuance of this one game. On the RobBleSlaw.com text line, 100% on Stokes' side for once. Hey, winning.
I'll take it.
Winning.
I'll take it.
Stokes winning.
That's right.
One win at a time. Stack them together. You become a juggernaut. Coming up next, are the Chiefs worried about the Broncos? That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow & Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Mow & Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Want to get 30% stronger in just 8 weeks? Then GNC Amp Whey Bolic is your protein. From America's #1 protein powder brand for building strength, Amp Whey Bolic delivers ultra-pure, fast-digesting whey protein packed with 6.2 grams of leucine for faster gains in muscle growth and recovery. If you want more out of every workout, then settle for nothing less than a premium formula that's third-party tested for over 285 banned substances and proven to get you stronger, faster. Go to your local GNC for Whey Bolic and get ready for gains.
The new National Western Center merges agriculture, entertainment, and education all in one place. Be part of it at nationalwesterncenter.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, welcome to it here on this Thursday morning as we get set. The next bump in the training camp enthusiasm meter. It was nice to have training camp start, but after the first week or so, you're like, okay, I'm ready for something else. And we get it today in the form of a joint practice with the San Francisco 49ers, then the preseason game coming up on Saturday. So some new juice added to the very long preseason for the Denver Broncos. But as we look forward to this season of high expectations, a lot of optimism, part of the reason, Stoke, that I believe that this Broncos team is capable of winning the AFC West this year is kind of the perfect storm. Not only are they on the rise, I think the Chiefs are in the process of coming back to the pack. They've had a great run, but it can't last forever. And I think it's showing signs, cracks in the foundation, showing signs of coming back to the pack. And teams like the Broncos and the Chargers poised to take advantage of it. And apparently the Chiefs are very much aware of what's going on, very much aware of the Broncos. Matt Berry of ESPN was actually, is he still with ESPN? I think he's still with ESPN. Yeah, he's still with ESPN. Anyway, he was doing a show, and, well, he had this recent conversation that he wanted to share.
I was having a conversation with somebody at a very high-ranking organization, and it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's a great defense. Like, we think the Broncos are real, and it was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
All right, and they should, Stoke, because it's not just what happened last year. I'm not counting the end of the regular season game. That one didn't count. But the Broncos lost a game to the Chiefs at Arrowhead last year that was a 5% fluke probability win for what the Chiefs were able to pull off. 95 out of 100 times Broncos win that football game. And then even when the Chiefs were beating the Broncos, I mean, go back and look at them. 2023, it was 19-8. It was 27-24. You go back to pre-Sean when even Hackett and Vic were here. They were playing them tight. 34-28, 28-24 in 2022. In 2021, it was 22-9, 22-16. And this is when the Chiefs were really, really prolific on offense. They kept scoring, or the Broncos kept holding them to below what they were averaging against the rest of the league. So this has been something that's been building for a while now, and now it looks like the Broncos certainly feel like they're ready to make the next step, and the Chiefs are definitely looking over their shoulder, as they should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're the Chiefs, and I was a part of a really good team for a long time that kind of dominated the division, but you understand who's like close, who's making some good moves, who's, that you have to really look out for. But certainly, yeah, I mean, if you're the Chiefs, I mean, you realize now the division's a lot more difficult than what it was 3-4 years ago. You look at the Chargers and the Broncos, and you put a little bit more respect on the Raiders. But division games, you're reading off those stats. A lot of division games are close. I mean, you know the team. You play them a couple times a year. They're close football games. But now the Broncos, they believe that they can go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. And I think that's the difference from now to what it was 3-4 years ago. They're not intimidated by the Chiefs.
So when you had it rolling with the Colts, who was that team that you guys felt like, all right, there's somebody we got to pay attention to?
Well, early on it was the Titans, and then it was Jacksonville. They had a good run there. So it was mainly those two teams. Houston was not very good, but they kind of went back and forth a little bit. So the Titans had some good squads there, and so did Jacksonville.
But I would think that there would still be that element of thought for you guys then and for the Chiefs still now. Okay, yeah, we recognize that the Broncos are improving. We recognize that the Chargers are improving, but still, we know who we are. And until they actually go out and prove it, I'm going to be skeptical about them being ready to overtake us. It's one of those things like you're going to have to really prove it, Denver. You're going to have to really prove it, Chargers, because otherwise there's still that element. Stinks talked about this whenever he talks about when he went 11-1 versus the Raiders. And he was like, there was always that point in the game when we knew Raiders were going to Raider. They may have had a better team than us. They may have been kicking our butts for a good chunk of that game, but there was always ultimately that belief that at some point we're either going to make the play or they're going to cost themselves. And if I'm the Chiefs, I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, they put the fear in us last year, but when it came time, we had to block a kick. We did, and they couldn't execute. So that's still that last. I mean, the Broncos are getting close, but there's still that last hurdle, and it's a significant hurdle that they have to be able to get over, and that is, finding ways to win games rather than ultimately, giving the Chiefs that golden opportunity to steal one.
Yeah, I mean, that's, really good teams, and the Chiefs, this is what the Chiefs do. They find ways to win games different ways, and we've seen it in the playoffs, Super Bowl, and we saw it last year. So it's like until you find ways to close out games and to finish them off, there's always going to be a thought with the Chiefs that, you know what, this is going to work out for us. They're going to screw it up. And that's kind of what the Broncos have done in a majority of these games. So the Chargers also, the Raiders also. I mean, you look at the Raiders game, that was last year, into the season, when they were driving, and they screwed it up. And they couldn't even snap the ball. So that's what happens. Teams just screw it up. More games are lost in the NFL than won.
I completely agree with that, by the way. Yeah.
When you're playing a good, solid team like Kansas City, you got to be on top of your stuff for 60 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And they believe. And the pressure's always usually on the other team, not on the Chiefs, right? So they're playing with house money. So, yeah, you got to go out there and actually do it. And until you do it, the other team's always going to feel like it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, and I think as a fan base, you start to feel that way, too. I know the Chiefs fans have probably felt that way about the Broncos, but like we saw it while the Nuggets were recently dominating the Lakers. As a Nuggets fan, didn't you just kind of always feel in these games against the Lakers, no matter what was happening, at some point, either the Nuggets would establish themselves, or if the Nuggets were just patient enough, the Lakers would find a way to lose it. And that usually is what ends up happening. I think when you look at these series or these so-called rivalries where it's lopsided, you go back and you look at the games, a lot of times it's not so much the team that dominates that just went out and flat out dominated the game. A lot of times it was just like, man, so-and-so, the Lakers, or so-and-so, the Broncos, they had a shot until they shot themselves in the foot. And I think that's really ultimately what it comes down to.
So they couldn't block the guy on the field goal block unit. So, yeah, it seems like it's always something different. But you got to go out there and do it. But certainly, I think the Chiefs realize now that the division's a lot more difficult than what it used to be. And for them, they have a lot of transition going on moving forward. So it will be an interesting year in the West.
The good news is the Broncos are most certainly on the Chiefs' radar. They are aware of them. And I feel like the Chiefs' reign is ready to come to an end. ESPN Sports Center is coming to Denver on Saturday as a part of their 50 States in 50 Days campaign. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan will be joining them from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in McGregor Square before the Savannah Bananas game. We'll have station giveaways, free ESPN merch, and other on-site activations. So plan on coming by and checking that out. Up next, as the Broncos get ready to work out with the 49ers over the next couple of days, let's go down this rabbit hole. What if the Broncos had hired Kyle Shanahan all those years ago? That's next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Really, it blows my mind that men on average wait a year or more before doing something about their erectile dysfunction. Surprising because ED can really mess with a guy's confidence and self-esteem. Surprising because ED can be treated, and treated well, by the compassionate pros at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've been doing it for over a decade, successfully treating thousands and thousands of men. Erectile dysfunction is a medical condition. Like many medical conditions, it can be treated. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine, coming up with a customized treatment plan for each man's ED. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can not only cure a guy's ED, they can do so in a way that allows you to have sex the way you want, when you want, for as long as you want. The key is to not put it off any longer. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood, T, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. Got 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call today. Don't put it off any longer. 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
As a business owner with good credit and plenty of cash on hand, it should be easy to get a loan for an investment property. And with CakeHome.com, it finally is. Our business purpose DSCR loan programs use the property's rental income to get you approved and collecting those rent checks fast. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which basically means if If the rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, chances are we can get you funded without all the typical frustration and red tape. CakeHome.com was built by investors for investors just like you. So if you're a savvy, growth-minded entrepreneur who wants to use other people's rent money to grow your real estate legacy, head to CakeHome.com today for some of the sweetest deals available anywhere with a process that's, well, a piece of cake. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Again, 1-800-EAT-CAKE now.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Phillip, Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or windishrv.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is formation. Formation. Text formation to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's formation to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Well, as the Broncos get ready to scrap with the San Francisco 49ers today in a joint practice and then the preseason game on Saturday, let's go down this rabbit hole, this Broncos what-if rabbit hole, because while it appears now that the Broncos not only are in good hands with the Walton Penner Group, with Sean Payton, with Bo Nix, it feels like this thing is turning around after a lot of down years. But could this have happened a lot earlier if they'd only done this? How about this for a what if? What if John Elway had hired Kyle Shanahan? Back in 2017, you know what ended up happening? They ended up going with Vance Joseph.
We're back.
And Kyle Shanahan, basically got the token interview. John was targeted and had laser locked-in sights on Vance for a long time, even while Vance was still coaching at Miami as the defensive coordinator. Obvious. He had settled on Vance as his guy and never really gave any serious consideration to Kyle Shanahan.
He's no longer a Bronco.
Stoke. Play the hits, Ty. Play the hits. Stoke.
I'm not a doctor.
2017. If they had hired Kyle Shanahan, where are we today?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think Kyle's a great coach, and he's done a really good job with quarterbacks, finding different ones. And him and John Lynch have been a good pair. How would him and John Elway work together?
That's a great question.
Him and John Lynch, it's a perfect, I think, setup for both guys. So Kyle would have came into a much different situation here, where he's the one that kind of pushed for John Lynch to get the job, right? Here, Elway was the guy in charge. There, they're kind of running the show together. Maybe Kyle, he's the one that approved John getting that job.
Oh, no, Kyle hired John Lynch.
Yeah.
Make no mistake. This was Kyle's hire. He wanted to work with John Lynch. This was not the other way around. So you make a very good point. He would have been working for John Elway.
So it would have been a lot different when it comes to the power structure. How much say would you have had in, your groceries? Who you wanted?
And you know what else would have been
quarterbacks.
Different? Mike Shanahan has been very, very involved with everything Kyle has done over the 8 years that Kyle has been in 8 years. 8 years that Kyle's been in San Francisco, to the point where Mike is heavily involved. Mike knows everything that's going on. He's tuned in, wired into all the meetings, everything. He's involved. I hate Mike Shanahan. That is not true. That was AI generated. Ugh, AI. So would Mike have been able to have been allowed that kind of access and influence and power and consulting influence, all that, had that happened back in 2017? It's not the automatic slam dunk that you think.
No, because situations, it's just like, I think about if I would have gone to a different organization, what my career would have looked like. So if Kyle ends up in a different situation with John Elway here, how do they work together?
Yeah.
But I do think ultimately it would have worked out. I do think Kyle's a really good coach. He's done a great job there. But if you don't have as much say as you do in San Francisco, and you're just kind of being told, who we're going to bring in, how we're going to do things, then certainly it's going to be different than your situation now in San Francisco.
And so, okay, I'm going to take on the sacred cow here in 7, but big reason why the Broncos went down this path over the last decade. Really rough. Like it or not, John Elway's fingerprints all over it. And that includes this. Instead of recognizing and being willing to hire and work with and maybe cede a little power to a guy like Kyle Shanahan, maybe even welcome in the influence of somebody like Mike Shanahan, he wanted his hand-picked guy in Vance Joseph that he could bring in, tell Vance who his coaching staff was going to be, and really still maintain that power. Just one example of a move that really started the Broncos down this path that they're only now finally emerging from. I hate Elway with my heart.
Wow.
Again.
Who was that? That was you? Was that you?
That was a healthy dose of Ozzie Guillen with just a smattering of me.
Oh. Ozzie Guillen?
Ozzie Guillen.
What?
Deep pull. Hey, that went back years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's look, I mean, you look at what John was able to do here. We're going to go down this rabbit hole. There was a lot of good, and then it didn't end so well. But I think the good outweighs the bad. Wouldn't you say?
Well,
2 Super Bowl appearances, Peyton Manning 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
No. Oh, okay.
The Tebow year.
No, you're talking about the entire John Elway experience. Yes,
well, yeah.
The entire John Elway experience goes down as a win.
Of course it does.
But the first part of it, I mean, he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory as an executive.
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to be a 2-time Hall of Famer, 2 different hats. Second half was brutal.
Yeah.
But if you put it all together, the overall body of work, yes, absolutely a success.
Well, I think,
but not as big as it started out to be.
No, see, but you got to go back to Kubiak. How much did that play a part in what happened after he left? Because I don't think John expected Kubiak to be here 2 years. How long was Kubiak here for?
Yeah, was it 2, 3 at the most?
But yeah. I think John expected him to be here longer, right? And you hired him, and he took over for Fox. Obviously, won the Super Bowl, but you expected him to be around a little bit longer. And then now you had to transition. What would that have looked like with those two working together?
Yeah, he was here 2 years with the Broncos. Now, a lot of you mistakenly, sorry, I got to bring this up. A lot of you are mistakenly saying, no, that was Joe Ellis's fault. He vetoed the decision to bring Kyle in. No. He did veto the decision to bring Mike back. Now, after it hadn't worked out with Vance, John did realize maybe his mistake. He wanted to bring back Mike Shanahan. That is what Joe Ellis vetoed, not Kyle. That was all John. John wanting Vance was John. John wanted Mike. Joe Ellis said no.
Idiot.
Make sure you have that straight.
Well, we don't know behind the scenes if Joe was on board with Kyle either, though, at that point. So that might have been one also where they both agreed that it probably wasn't best for Kyle to be the coach here. But it didn't work out. Obviously, he's doing a good job in San Francisco, and now we got Sean Payton. But it is fascinating to look back, and then you go down this rabbit hole, and you think about if Kubiak didn't leave, what would it look like for those two if they continue to work together? Because obviously they were a great partnership.
Yeah.
But
that was, again, I know that it was sold as Gary stepped down because of health reasons, but
you think it was more than that?
John wanted to change Gary's coaching staff, and Gary didn't like that. I think it had more to do with that. In fact, I know it had more to do with that. So, but I get it. People want to think the best of John. John made some mistakes here. Overall, it was a tremendous run, but it started amazing, finished with a bit of a thud, bit of a dud. So
yeah. But like you said, the good outweighs the bad. When you go to a couple Super Bowls and have the run that they had early on,
absolutely,
that was a historically good run.
I love it.
Now, he did bring in Manning, but we all really know that the real reason Payton came here was Lana Stokley.
Yes.
I mean, she's the unsung hero in all this.
I thought maybe Brandon Stokley, but
she's a lady.
I don't know about
the
Lana.
famous throwing in the park doesn't happen without your wife's suggestion.
That is true.
Unsung hero.
It would have been throwing in the driveway. That's where we were throwing, in the driveway.
Right.
That's where we would have been.
Right. And
that's what it would have been. That driveway, Mount Crumpet, would have been more famous.
Who would have been the one on the downhill part of the driveway?
I was.
So if you don't catch it,
right,
that ball goes all the way down to the bottom.
That's right. We were already throwing on the driveway. We had started throwing on the driveway. So we had started on Mount Crumpet, and then the wife came out and said, "Hey, Brandon, why don't you go to the little grass field by the pool?" I'm like, great idea, Lana. And
history was made.
History was made.
Just put a plaque there.
Statue.
I like that.
Stokely and Manning.
I like that.
Stokely and Manning statue.
I love
just
it.
Right in the middle of that damn grass field.
Love it. Sounds like a great idea. All right, we'll get to what's trending coming up, and also
we got to bring up yesterday's episode after work also that I kind of want to dive into. You were very confused yesterday. You had a bad day yesterday, and it continued after work.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of curious where this is going. You will find out along with me next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what happens if you haven't filed taxes in 3 years? Can you still get a refund if you file late? Is the IRS preparing to come after you? These are just a few of the questions Todd Whalen can answer for you at the free masterclass that Advanced Tax Solutions is hosting on Wednesday, August 27th. This is an amazing opportunity to get free advice for your tax or payroll questions, concerns, and problems. How far back does the IRS require you to file? What if the IRS filed returns for you? When it comes to dealing with the IRS, Todd Whalen is the guy you want in your corner. Over 30 years of experience, tough, passionate about what he does, and that's helping people out of their jams. This free masterclass with Advanced Tax Solutions is your chance to know and understand where you stand with the IRS. To sign up for this free masterclass with Advanced Tax Solutions, visit advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan or call them at 303-753-6040. Advanced Tax Solutions right here in Denver with over a combined 50 years of experience in IRS tax resolution and tax debt relief.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, we'll get to what's trending here in just a second. But Stoke, you want to bring up something I did after the show that culminated a bad day for me?
Yeah. It was a like I don't know, cherry on top.
Huh.
Of your bad day.
I'm
it
curious.
was a bad performance in the elevator by you.
Oh,
the elevator ride.
performance.
So we're going down the elevator.
Oh, really? So you're putting this on me?
Yeah.
I
You
thought
were very confused.
I thought you were very heavy-handed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll say my part, and then you can
Okay.
say you were very confused on everything that was going on. I don't know what you did on Tuesday night, but yesterday was a confusing day for you, and it continued into as we were leaving, going in the elevator, pushed the button to go down, and we're going down. All of a sudden, a lady comes up, never seen her before, and you have to have a key card to get up to our floor. Right?
Correct.
And so it's like, okay, maybe it's a new salesperson or a salesperson I haven't seen. So she gets off. She's kind of wandering around. And I thought it was odd. You kind of thought nothing of it. But my awareness, I got awareness. So my awareness is like, okay, well, I think she might not supposed to be on this floor. And so elevator door is closing. I'm just like, I push it open again. I'm like, what is she doing, Mike? And you're kind of like, I don't know, you were just kind of confused, right? And so it was closing again. I pushed it open again. Then finally you were like, I was like, Mike, is she work here? And because I've seen it happen before where a random person gets up to our floor. And so I'm like, I don't think that she knows what she's doing. And so you said, I think you said like, "Bam, can I help you, or do you need help?"
Right.
And
you were ready to let her just kind of wander around. I was the one that said, "Can I help you?"
I hit the open elevator door 3 times.
Yeah, but then you didn't say anything.
Well, because I was to the right, you were the one looking at her. I couldn't see her, so I was kind of asking.
Yeah, but you already suspected something because you opened the door 3 times.
Right.
But you didn't say anything.
No, because
you left
you
me
were
to do the dirty work.
Yeah, you were right there. You had the view of her. I couldn't see what was going on. And so you spoke up, which was good job. And then she proceeds to say that she was looking for tickets.
Right.
And she's looking for the video button that we have that is down at the main level.
Uh-huh.
And so I said, "Oh yeah, well you need to come back down. You're not supposed to be here."
Yeah, see, this is where I thought, wow, Stokes being kind of a heavy-handed jerk here a little bit.
Really? I
Yeah,
thought I was
because-
being nice. I said, "I'll show you where it is."
No, because here is first of all, this lady was not threatening at all. Okay,
I never said
you were
that.
treating her like she
Wait,
was like
what?
female Jason Bourne, ready to come in here and do whatever they were here to do. And so you kept opening the door, and then you basically shamed the lady into going back down to the lobby and said, "Hey, you're not allowed up here. You need to go back down and push the button."
Wait.
Now what I was prepared to do was say, "Hey, okay,
I
maybe
didn't
she
finish
got up
my
here.
side
Maybe
of
she
things.
got up here in a way that she wasn't supposed to. But let's go help her out." I was prepared to go back to the promotions area.
No, that's
and
not
go
how
help
it
her.
works. No, you don't go back. No,
I was prepared to help, but you said, "No, you're not allowed here.
I didn't
go
say-
back down to the basement."
I didn't say
That's
that.
what you said.
I said I'll show you where it is, and they can help you down there. And then I proceeded to say, "Is like, well, that's weird because like you have to have a key card to get up here." And so I knew how it worked because we pushed the button to go down, and
so we brought her up.
Yes, and you were confused
That
by
part
that.
I was confused.
You were very confused by what I was trying to say.
But then once I figured out my confusion, and you were right about
After-
pointing it out, but then I wanted to help the older lady.
And I did help
and
her.
you were just like, "Nope, sorry, you can't be here. You need to go back down to the basement."
And I didn't
I'm
say
like,
it.
I'm like, wow.
I didn't,
Stoke, jeez.
Didn't say that. And
Man.
so I said, yeah, well, I'll go down there and I'll show you where you can ring the doorbell and be on the camera to ask for your tickets because that's what they're expecting. That's what she was looking for. I said, okay, I'll show you where it is. I did. Boom. Someone answered her. She was getting her tickets. You were very confused. It continued your bad day from yesterday.
Yeah, see, you gave off vibes that like made me think that if we were on a bus and you were sitting in a seat, and she got on, you would refuse to give up your seat for her. That's kind of the vibe I was getting from you.
Really?
Where I was prepared to give up my seat. And really what
That
you
doesn't
did,
make
and
sense.
what you did was the equivalent of me on the bus getting ready to get up and give my seat to the lady, and you literally putting your arm across me and saying, "No, sit there, stay there. She must stand."
Don't give your seat
That's
up.
kind of how you acted.
No, it's not.
I wanted to help the lady.
I was the
I don't
one
know.
that
You felt like, hey, this is not protocol. This is not the way the guidelines must be followed. You got to go back downstairs.
I'm the
like,
one that
wow.
helped her. Find the video.
Well, yeah,
and,
but
and
in
ring
a
the
way,
doorbell.
but in a way that said you're not allowed here. You must go back
because
down.
she wasn't.
So what?
And I wasn't going to walk around the building looking for promotion staff, and you weren't either.
You and your risk-reward type thing. I saw what
There
happened
was
right
no-
there. You did a risk assessment. You didn't like what you saw, and you sent her
What?
back down to the basement.
There was no risk, though. There was no risk with her.
Well, apparently there was because you felt like she had to go back downstairs.
I was just trying to help.
All right.
And I did. I delivered.
Did you?
Yep.
Do
she
we know
was
that
very
do we know that she got the tickets?
Yes, we do.
Did somebody
We do.
come out and help her?
Yes, we
okay.
do know that.
All right.
I stayed around and I hovered and I just peeked around the corner to make sure she didn't get back up to the fourth floor.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that female assassin. All right. Let's get to what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
Well, it is usually one of the more anticipated early parts of training camp, and it is the first release of the unofficial depth chart. But Sean Payton not playing any fun games for us, as his unofficial depth chart had every rookie buried at the bottom. According to this depth chart, R.J. Harvey is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth running back in this camp. We know that not to be true. So, Stoke, what do we make of this depth chart? Anything? Anything at all?
No.
Nothing. You might as well just...
Yeah.
I mean, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
No. Yeah. And a lot of these coaches don't put a lot of thought into this. It doesn't really matter. You'll see surprise cuts at the end of the camp, guys that are starters or guys that are backups. So it means absolutely nothing. I'm not sure why the NFL makes them do it, but they do. I guess because, you know what? We're talking about the Broncos and their depth chart today. So that's probably why they make them do it. But their actions are telling us that R.J. Harvey isn't the sixth guy. R.J. Harvey's the backup to J.K. Dobbins. We've been seeing that every day out there. So, yeah, this is just something that they have to do. So they just put a bunch of names down.
Yeah, and I'll remind everybody that last year when this first depth chart came out, Bo Nix was listed as the third-string quarterback. Again, it's just, and I get what Sean's doing. I actually have no problem with it. He looks at rookies as you shall be seen but not heard. You're rookies. You're the scum of the earth. You've done nothing. You're a rookie. I don't want to see you. I don't want to deal with you. You are going to be shown your place as a rookie for a while, and so it shows up in these depth charts. I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, you got to earn your spot, but they're, you're saying that, but like I said, their actions aren't saying that.
No, I know.
Their actions are R.J. Harvey's going second, right behind J.K. Dobbins. So their actions aren't telling us that, but this depth chart is.
Okay. Well, yesterday we had our debate about whether or not smelling salts should be allowed in the NFL after it appeared that the NFL was banning smelling salts. Guys like George Kittle, very upset about it, to the point that he was threatening retirement because he said he would use smelling salts literally before every drive. Well, now it turns out that the NFL isn't necessarily banning them. They're just not going to provide them. Players can bring their own if they want. So, BYOA, bring your own ammonia.
Who's going to be the dealer on the teteam?
Who's going to be the dealer?
How much?
Walking around the locker room.
20.
Hey, what do you need? What do you need?
20.
Brandon Stokley.
20 a hit. I mean, that's very odd. We'll see. Eventually, it's going to get banned. I think it's going to get banned eventually. NFL's doing it. PR. It doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good when you see. I mean, they just had Von Miller up there. He had two of them right under his nose. Like, that's not a good look, right? It's just not.
Why?
You tell me why.
You
think it's a good look?
As a sports fan, all these years as a sports fan, I have seen plenty of athletes do the smelling salts, and I've always thought, that's kind of cool.
Exactly.
I mean, there's also been the part of me that's like, hey, why aren't you ready to go? There's that, but at no point have I ever, and I mean, I recall watching Avalanche games last year where guys would be on the bench before the second period, taking the sniff, and here we go. And I never once thought, tisk, that's not going to help your body.
Good for you.
I think the league ought to ban that. I've never once thought that.
Mike,
So
you're a grown-ass man, okay? What about kids? What about 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds? You know that, right? 12-year-olds. I mean, so that's who are influenced a lot by this stuff. And so you see that, look, and they're saying that this stuff is not good when you're trying to if you're dealing with concussions and things like that. So the NFL is just trying to get ahead of this thing, right? And so eventually, they got to bargain this thing with the NFLPA to get it removed or whatever, and that's going to happen. And we're not going to see them anymore probably in the next 2 years.
There's just so much of what the NFL does right now that just reeks of they're trying to slam the barn door shut after the horses have bolted. Like it, for years they look the other way on concussions. Okay, well, now we're serious about concussions. Are you? For years, they would literally hand out pain pills like they were Tic Tacs to their players. Here you go. There's a bowl of greenies. What do you need? Take whatever you need. Help yourself. And now they don't allow it. Why? Well, we care.
Times have changed, too.
I mean, do you really think they care, or is this just about CYA? That's all it is.
It's all about making money, obviously, but you're trying to cover your rear end a little bit. So look, it is what it is. But I think eventually it's going to be banned. I think eventually.
Think so?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so in the next 2 years.
All right.
This year they can't provide it. Players can use it, but I think it will be collectively bargained in their next agreement with the NFLPA, and it'll be banned.
All right, then watch, because you're gonna see that happening. Then the other leagues will follow, because if the NFL does it, the other leagues will follow.
Yep.
So your hockey players, your basketball players.
Oh, you don't see basketball players do it, do you?
Yeah, I've seen basketball players do it too. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Like who?
I mean, I can't.
I want
give
receipts.
you. I can't give you a
receipts.
specific
I think
name.
you're just making that up.
No, you put it up on the big board of BS, lies, and other nonsense.
Until you show me a basketball player doing it. I think you just made it up.
All right, you gave me another assignment. I'll go to work on it.
Okay.
ESPN has officially bought NFL properties like the NFL Network and Red Zone, which has created what could be a real positive development because of the big arm of ESPN with the NFL. Let's face it, the NFL Network never really, I thought, gained any serious traction. So now that's under the ESPN umbrella. The NFL gets equity stake in ESPN, so it's a partnership. Good for both sides. Is it good, though, for us as football fans when it comes to the coverage of the NFL?
Well, probably not. Anytime you're in bed with, someone in a different business and you have to talk about them, I mean, you're going to usually say good things about them and not try to be negative. So probably not good coverage-wise. When you talk about ESPN covering the NFL, they're going to be very careful about what they put out and how they put it out, and because they don't want to make their partner mad.
Yeah.
So I would say no. That's not a positive for consumers.
A lot of times I bring up my snarky, state-sponsored media. Well, state-sponsored media is here, okay? It's here. It's here in news. It's here in sports. And oftentimes when you have a vested interest in the sport that you are, quote-unquote, air quotes, covering, well, you tend to see that sport covered in a positive light. There's a lot more propping up of that sport. There is a lot of the sport or the team being allowed to dictate and sort of shape what the coverage is that goes out. And so at the end of the day, I think things get watered down to the point where you, as a sports fan consumer, I don't think you're getting the total story as it exists. And that's too bad. But that's the way it is, and this is yet another example of where it's going.
Yep. So we'll see. It's got to clear some government hurdles moving forward, but you're probably going to see it get passed here pretty soon.
The big thing that a lot of people are concerned about is what does it mean for Red Zone? Red Zone has always been the ultimate in just a football fans. It's the best stream possible. You sit down if you're a fan of Red Zone, you can sit down for 6 hours, 7 hours of football, and you're not going to see one commercial. Now that's going to be under ESPN's control. They're insisting that at least for the first year, nothing's going to change. Okay, fine, I'll take your word on that. First year, nothing's going to change. But come on, what do you? As we know Red Zone now compared to what Red Zone looks like 5 years from now, it's going to look shockingly different.
So is it now? Is it happening? Is it going to be now this year? Like 2025, or is this going into they're trying to get it
Oh, that's
next
a good
year?
question. I think it starts this year, but as far as
But it hasn't all
changes,
got passed. They still have hurdles to go through, so...
Ty, can you look that up for me real quick?
Okay, yeah.
Just with football starting here and...
I mean, that's pretty quick to get this thing done all of a sudden.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, we'll get confirmation, but yeah, I would think that until everything's cleared, it stays status quo.
Just like it's always been.
For this year.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm expecting, but we'll see what
Changes
it looks
are
like.
coming.
Yeah, they are.
How about this? Would you love to see Sean Payton do what Patriots coach Mike Vrabel did? Vrabel still, I think, thinks of himself as a player at times because he jumped into a pile of players at Wednesday's joint practice with Washington and came out with a bloodied cheek. How about that? How do you like the idea of your coach jumping into the scrum pile?
Hell yeah!
I mean, I wouldn't do it. Would you?
You never did that when you were at Valor? Never jumped in?
No. I don't want to get hit. I don't want to get,
Soft.
I mean, you take one of those haymakers from one of those guys, you'll think twice next time about jumping into the pile. I mean, those guys got helmets on. They got gloves on.
But as a player, you kind of like the idea of your coach still, whether it's a Vrabel type or a Dan Campbell type,
Sure.
jumping in there.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, I think that's cool. The idea of Pete Carroll still running around these days throwing footballs around, that's kind of cringy.
Yeah.
There's a difference between cool and cringy. What Vrabel did is cool. What Pete does, cringy.
Yeah, that's kind of lost a lot of luster there. Pete Carroll and his energy and his chewing gum and him throwing the football around. Look how it's like Grandpa 90 years like it's not the same.
Right.
But Vrabel doing it, yeah. I mean, look at him. I mean, he's big. I mean,
dude's still yoked and everything. Sure.
So, and that's a lot different. But I wouldn't suggest that as a coach. You let them do their thing. And like, what are you doing, Mike? Next time, let's say get him in the nose one time.
Man, I guess maybe just those player instincts. You don't lose them. At least not yet. All right. He came out of it relatively unscathed. Well, let's check in on our Colorado Rockies because I said way back at the beginning of the season as the losses started to pile up, hey, look, if anything is going to really change around here, they can't just be bad. They have to be historically bad. And boy, did they deliver in the early part of the season. Now, since the All-Star break, they actually have been, what was the word you used? It was the perfect word.
They were competent.
That's right, competent. Boy, you want to talk about a backhand compliment. I mean, that's the sports equivalent of she has a nice personality. So they're back to doing historically bad things again, which now makes them interesting again. So over the course of these 3 games against Toronto, Stoke, they got outscored 45-6.
Wow.
Over the course of 3 games. They gave up 63 hits. Stoke, how many hits is that per game?
21.
Boom. Damn. 63 hits in a 3-game series set an all-time baseball record. Those are my Rockies. Back to doing historically bad things. And then
times W.
How about this? The Rockies have a run differential of minus 316 for the season. There are 114 games to reach that plateau. It's the fewest to reach a minus 300 run differential since 1900. Surpassing the 1911 Boston Rustlers.
Damn!
And they're back, folks. We were talking about this team a lot back in April and May. Now they show up in August. The last team to reach the mark in fewer games than what the Rockies have done, minus 316, the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. We're back to Cleveland Spider references. Yes!
What a disaster. When you think it can't get any worse, it kind of just does. I mean, what a terrible series. And that was at home, correct?
Yeah.
So, is this going to make things change, Mike? I mean, is this it? Is this a wake-up call, finally?
No.
No?
Nothing's going to change.
Smith's back? GM? Is he back? You think we're going to roll out the same manager? I don't even know who our manager is now after Bud Black. Bud Black's so happy right now. Bud Black
He's sitting back on the beach.
Oh, my gosh.
Collecting his money.
Oh.
W.
Got a drink in his hand.
Are they both
toes
back next year?
I would think everybody's back.
No.
Yep.
What?
Yep.
No.
Yep. What do you think?
No.
You think there'll be a new manager and new general manager next year?
I do.
Okay. We need a big breakfast bet on that one. Big breakfast bet on that one.
Big breakfast.
Big breakfast on that one.
Wow.
Okay. You ready to do that?
You got me a little nervous. You got me a little nervous now.
Coffee bet. Yeah, sure. But big breakfast.
Yeah.
You know what this morning crew can do.
Oh.
Damage with a big breakfast.
Tomorrow's Friday. Speaking of big breakfast, tomorrow's Friday. What are we thinking?
I think you might have a little something in your stocking tomorrow morning.
Friday is big Coke day.
Big Coke day.
Big breakfast day for
Big
McDonald's.
breakfast day. I might pony up for that.
I owe it. I owe it this time. So it would be my treat.
I'll tell you
this time.
what. Since the summer of Evans dragged on a little bit, I probably owe you. Let me do one more.
This man is a saint.
Wow.
Okay. Let me do one more. A couple other quick stories here to get to.
You
here.
feeling okay?
Even though the music ran out. Yeah, I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling good. I feel like I owe you. You guys did a great job while I was gone. I had some things to take care of, so I appreciate what you guys did.
Well,
I know you guys made fun of me relentlessly, but I genuinely appreciate you guys, taking care of me while I was gone. I had to take care of some stuff. It wasn't all fun and games. Trust me.
Listen, no matter what, even if it's family stuff happens, but we're gonna spin it and
have fun with
you're gonna pay the price.
Yeah, I have no
especially
problem
when
with
you
that.
take 4 days off, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No, you took it like a champ.
Yeah, no problem.
You weren't sensitive.
No, not at all. By the way, congratulations. I'm about all things now Colorado State with my son going to college there now.
Go Rams.
Looking forward to Terrell Davis taking me under his wing as a junior Ram ambassador.
Do you believe?
Still rooting for you, Dion. I'm still Team Dion. They're not playing each other this year, so
come on, dog.
Who cares? Anyway, Colorado State is beginning a Ring of Honor, which is awesome. I guess I got to ask why it's taken till now to do it, but okay. Be that as it may. For football, the inaugural group of players going in at CSU for their newfound Ring of Honor will be Al Baker, Joey Porter, Sonny Lubick, and Bradley Van Pelt.
That's good.
Oh, I can just see every CU fan out there right now. Still, the mere mention of BVP just puts they start grinding their teeth. They start to shoulders start to hunch up a little bit. Oh, BVP got under CU fans' skin.
Yeah, because screw them.
Yeah. Joel Klatt and Bradley Van Pelt, man.
Shut up.
Other athletes very deserving going into this group include men's basketball, Jason Smith and Amy Van Dyken.
Awesome.
Also going into the inaugural Colorado State Ring of Honor.
Are they going to be honoring them at a football game?
I
or
would
they
think.
just kind of
I would think they would do it at a football game this
All
fall.
right.
I'll make it a point to be there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So look forward to that. So good luck to CU and CSU. We can root for both of them. You're not playing each other this year.
That's a little bit. That's a bummer. They're not playing each other
sucks.
though.
It
Foolishness.
sucks.
That game 2 years ago was so good. Classic game, epic game. You should play each other every year. Every year.
They should.
Every year.
I know.
It's a shame.
And I don't want to hear anything coming from CU fan about, we don't gain anything by playing them. I'm sorry. I've been around Rocky Mountain Showdown since 1998, okay? And for all the games that CU plays and all the so-called rivalries they've had, still nothing other than Nebraska comes close to the juice that comes out of those Rocky Mountain Showdown weeks. So to just kind of, sniff your nose up in the air and look down at the CSU Rammies and say, there's nothing to this game that we really need or like or want. Your actions every week during the Rocky Mountain Showdown over the last quarter century tell me something different. Coming up next, we will preview Broncos, San Francisco. Joint practices coming up today. What is Stoke hoping to see and hear? That's next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction. What a week it has been. Some unbelievable auctions, but don't worry about it. Got a couple that are ending today that you still have time for. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Got a new small equipment and attachments auction that will be ending at 9 o'clock in the morning. 160 items in this auction. You still got time. All kinds of huge storage containers. You got toolboxes, workbenches, all kind of attachments, skid steer attachments, ton of really cool items in this auction. Like I said, it's ending at 9 o'clock in the morning. You still have time. Also today, ending at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with 179 items in it. A Larkspur outlet auction will be going on. It's got structured wood, fencing, decking, bathroom, kitchen, and laundry room accessories, light fixtures, contractor tools, and so much more. It's what I love about Roller Auction. They're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all. Get yourself a great deal. RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Rolling into our third hour. Only picking up steam as we go along. Stink off today as he has traveled yesterday. I think he went out, yesterday afternoon, traveled out to Alaska. He's back in Seward's Folly, and he is visiting his dad, the legendary poolside, celebrating his 84th birthday this weekend. So congratulations to Mr. Schlereth. Mark is there, and no doubt will be, and probably already, 6 o'clock? It's 6 a.m. local time in Alaska. I have no doubt Mark's already up, probably with a shovel and wheelbarrow moving dirt as we speak right now, Stoke.
6 o'clock?
I think it's 2 hours. I think they're 2 hours behind us, yeah.
What is that, like Russian time zone? I mean, what the hell is that? I mean, like,
it's not quite Pacific. It's not quite
Yeah,
like Hawaiian time. It's
where are we at?
It's the Bering Sea time zone. Yes, I can see Russia from my my back porch time zone. Yes.
All right.
Yes. So
and I got a little bit of an update on our elevator gate that we had
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah,
right, where
yeah.
a random person just got up to our floor.
A random older lady who was not very threatening.
She wasn't that old, but anyway. But you just never know these days. Anyway,
You thought she was like Lara Croft or something. Tomb Raider. Keep going.
Is that okay? I didn't know that was the how you. How'd you pronounce her name?
Lara Croft.
Yeah. So
okay.
So don't come at me like I don't know what the hell I'm.
All right, Tomb Raider.
Yeah, exactly.
Tomb Raider. You thought it was Tomb Raider coming up on the elevator.
No, I didn't. And I
kinda
was
acted
trying
that
to.
way.
I was trying because she looked confused a little bit, and no one didn't know who she was. So I kept pushing the elevator open. And I'm like, this is kind of odd. I don't think she knows what she's doing here. She's going to be stuck here, just sitting in the lobby with no help. I kept pushing it open. You finally, spoke up. Anyway, someone was listening to our show that works here. And because you're bashing me like I thought she was like, Laura Croft. But you were calling me a jerk and like you act like I was being rude to her.
Little heavy-handed.
And so the response that I got was heavy-handed jerk ? You protected a potential security threat. That's an employee of the month level move.
Wow.
Mike is getting signed up for added training.
Oh no.
Yes, that's what you get. That's what you get. So there you go.
Nice job, Stoke. Great.
So, employee of the month, here I come.
Security? She was not a security threat. I vetted her. I deemed her not threatening.
I just knew she wasn't supposed to be up here. And I proceeded to help her and show her where she needed to be. And you were very confused about how she got up. You were very confused about how she got up there. You're like, well, what do you mean? What do you mean you pushed the button? I said, well, when I pushed the button, the elevator came up, and she just happened to be in there. You were confused.
Hey, can somebody who's coming into work today bring me Richie? If you're coming in, can you bring an apple so I can polish it up nice and shiny to give it to Stoke to give to Amanda at our meeting after the show? You little brown noser, you. Look at you.
Do we have a meeting today?
We do have a meeting today.
No.
And you know what? And you know what? And you know what? And you know what? And you know what?
God, please, no!
You know what? I'm going to ask a few questions. Just to make it last a little longer. Just so I can see
you better not. You better not.
And
I got
squirming. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Yep, there you go. Two could play this game. I just want to clarify.
That actually hurt me today. I did not know that we had a meeting today. Ooh. When you're not expecting it. I got my day planned out, and I'm going. I got my
you're ready to go. Got the
my
belt.
uniform.
I love the belt.
I got my uniform on.
I love the belt.
Thank you.
That is a great belt.
Yeah, thank you. White. By the way, I picked up a new belt the other day. I added to the collection.
I don't doubt it.
I'll show that one. I'll wear that maybe tomorrow or next week for you.
Nice.
But I'm planned out. I got to get to the range. I got to, stuff to do.
I know.
And then now all of a sudden,
tight schedule. And I may just, I may jot down a couple of questions I want to ask here during this meeting during the next break here, just to want to make sure we cover all our bases. Get ready for football season.
Yeah, training camp and stuff. Lots been going on.
A lot of important ground to cover. So I might want to take up a little agenda there. A couple of texts I want to get to here, because I got to clear this up. I got to nip this in the bud right now because it's starting to gain a little momentum, and I just don't like it. So here's a text that brings it right to the forefront here. This goes back to Sean Payton's comments the other day. What are you talking about, Evans? We have absolutely bought into Coach Payton. He's been the best coach we've had at least since Kubiak, maybe even Shanahan. I'm not worried about what he said. He's trying to establish a winning culture with a team that's historically been a winning franchise. I know you and James Marilat want to run him out of town, but Stoke and the rest of us are in Team Sean. We're good. That's from Justin. Stop that. okay? Do not, okay? Those are fighting words right now. Those are fighting words. I do not want to be lumped in with James. I am not. I am putting no pressure on Sean Payton's job security. I can't make that clearer. Now, I will acknowledge this, that we're into year 3, and part of the reason why I was pushing for them to hire Sean Payton and why I was so happy when they hired Sean Payton was because I felt that this guy absolutely was the perfect guy at the right time to be the coach. And I have seen nothing in the last 2 years to change my mind. But that said, part of the reason why I loved the idea of going after Sean and I wanted Sean was because of who this guy was in New Orleans and what kind of coach he was and what kind of track record he had. And so now that we're into year 3, yes, I am expecting more of Sean because of what Sean is and has been. So that's all it is. That's the only pressure I'm putting on Sean, is just that, hey, I believe in you so much. Year 3, I really want you to continue to go to that next level when it comes to delivering the goods. But to put me, because James would love an excuse to run Sean out of town because he's already staked himself to the top of that hill that he's willing to die on about Russell Wilson. So he's willing to run Sean out of town. But let me just get this straight. I am not looking to run Sean Payton out of town at all. Could not be further from the truth there. Okay? Just want to get that established.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't let you say that.
I know you wouldn't.
You're not that crazy.
He's an idiot and a fool.
You can say it. Say it. I'm not that dumb.
Or dumb.
Yeah.
Either one. But, we got to remember Sean in New Orleans also, right? I mean, it wasn't all sunshine and lollipops. You know that, right? They had a stretch there where they had 3 straight losing seasons.
Yep.
So, they were 7-9. It wasn't like they were 4-12. They were 7-9 3 years in a row. Then all of a sudden it was 11-5, 13 wins, 12 wins. So we got to remember that. I mean, just because it's Sean Payton doesn't mean that it's going to be 10, 11, 12 wins every season. I mean, it's hard to win. Again, it's hard to win in the NFL. So I think you look at where we are, and especially because this was a year last year. It happened quicker than I think a lot of us thought. I know for me, for sure, getting to 10 wins, getting into the playoffs, you were hoping year 3 or year 4 you could eventually get to that level. Now it already happened. So that's why for me, I'm like, this year's lining up. All right, this is the extra this year because, man, you broke a lot of bad streaks last year, and I feel good about us moving forward no matter really what happens this year, unless there's a complete disaster, which I don't think anyone's expecting it to be. So that's I mean, we got to remember what it looked like there with the Saints.
Well, and yeah, it's because of what he did with the Saints after that stretch that you're talking about, because he didn't just rebuild the Saints into a championship contender and a championship team once. He did it twice. Okay, so he took over the Saints when they were the Aints, and Saints fans are at games with bags over their heads or everything like that. So he takes them over in 2006, quickly turns them into a Super Bowl winning team. Then, after he had been the coach there for 7 years, that's when he then had 3 straight 7-9 seasons. All with Drew Brees, by the way. For anybody who says, well, Sean Payton is just a byproduct of Drew Brees, they had 3 straight 7-9 years with Drew Brees. But then he built them back up again for the second time. And they quickly then went back to being an 11, 13, 13, and 12-win team. And by the time he left the Saints in 2021, I have no doubt that he would have built them back up a third time had he stayed there. But instead, he's come here, and he's in the process of doing it. So that's why I have so much faith in this guy, and it's why when he does say what he said earlier in the week, although I'm not exactly a huge fan of it, I still realize it comes from a place of, hey, this is the experience I had in New Orleans, not once but twice building this team back into a Super Bowl contender. I know what the signs look like, and I see him here. And that's what gives me the confidence to say what he says.
Question. What would it look like here if there was 3 straight 7-9 seasons? How would that feel? I mean, what would the noise be? I mean, would he be able to last?
All right, so you're telling me that, okay, he's in year 3, that over the next 5 years, he averages 12 wins a season.
No. I'm
giving you the time.
No. I'm just saying the next 3 years he goes 7-9 every year.
Oh, then see ya.
That's what happened in New Orleans.
Yeah. Well, yes, but you got to do the proper context here. 7-9. Those 3 straight 7-9 years happened after a streak of 13-11, 13-11 wins and a Super Bowl.
Right.
So if we're going to do the apples-to-apples comparison, you tell me if after these next 5 years, he has nothing but 11, 12, 13 win seasons and wins a Super Bowl, then has 3 7-9 seasons, would I probably still ride with him? Probably.
That's a W.
Probably.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Probably.
I'm saying I think times are a little bit different now. I don't and it's New Orleans, a little bit different than Denver. He delivered their first championship there, so they looked at him a little bit differently than we would after 3 7-9 seasons. So I just go back and look at that, and you got 3 losing seasons in a row. Would that fly here if that happened here? Now, obviously, a lot of success.
After 5 12-win, averaging 12-win seasons and a Super Bowl, do you think it would fly? I think it would.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I would sign up for it.
That you win a Super Bowl buys you a lot of goodwill.
It certainly does. But you look at guys like Doug Peterson and guys that have won it, and then just a few years later they're fired. So I don't things have changed now. Owners are a lot less likely to go through 3 years of that.
But you understand that under this scenario that we're discussing, if he does that, he makes NFL history, coaching history, and becomes a slam dunk Hall of Famer. All that happens. So would he be able to survive 3 7-9 seasons under this scenario? I think he'd have a pretty good chance.
Yeah. It's just interesting to see what happened, and then all of a sudden after those 3, now they win double-digit games 4 years in a row. So to your point, he's done it 2 times with New Orleans. He's doing it here. So, you got to give him a lot of credit. Yeah. He knows how to get it done.
So do not. Okay, can we just stop that right now? No more. Evans, you're morphing into Marilat.
Well,
text.
I don't want saying moron.
I don't want to hear that anymore. That's just not true.
No, it's not true. But you were slippery slope the last few days about how you were talking about this, and you were trying to go back and forth with me, and you started
I just
to
don't
kind of
really
fade over.
I didn't like it. I didn't like what he said. Okay, but I got enough belief in him that I trust that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I just Well, at one point you said you didn't like it.
You said you didn't like it.
No, I said I was fine with it. I said I wouldn't have taken that approach. Me personally, I wouldn't have done that. But this is Sean. This is what you get.
I know.
And I think he's I was the one that said it. He didn't just go into this interview and all of a sudden just start rambling stuff off. I think it was calculated. Yep. He knew what he was saying. He knew it was going to get out there. But the fact that he doesn't care and he's not scared to put himself out there, how could you not love that if you're a player? And to all of a sudden think that, oh my gosh, he said Bo Nix's going to be a top 4 or 5 quarterback. How is Bo going to live with that pressure? Oh my gosh, he's not going to be able to handle the pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bo has shown he's made up of more than that. And how can, oh my gosh, the bulletin board material is going to be all over everyone's bulletin board, and they're going to start every meeting with them. And how will the Broncos respond to everyone? The targets are going to be on their back this year, boy, because, man, Sean Payton, he's saying this should be a Super Bowl team.
Well, as your guy, Zach By, likes to say, 2 things can be true at the same time. I can love Sean Payton's confidence, cockiness, believe in it, and also understand that in this case, it's pretty big gamble he just took on, I think. So 2 things can be true. Another thing.
2 things can be true at the same time.
Yes. Explain yourself. Another thing here from Eric listening in Columbus. He asks, when will must-win Mikey make his annual appearance to talk about Week 1? I'm already there. And look, there's 2 different kinds of must-wins. Okay? There's the must-win in the standings. Is Week 1 against Tennessee at home a must-win when it comes to the standings? Absolutely not. But let's take a look at at the bigger picture here. If Sean Payton just came out and said he thinks this can be a Super Bowl team this year, if he thinks Bo Nix can be a top 5 quarterback, if all the positive vibes that have surrounded the Broncos throughout this entire offseason, if you're gonna pay off all of that, if you also have Sean coming down and saying, hey, we got to get off to a faster start this year. When you put all of that together and you get Tennessee with a rookie quarterback making his first ever NFL start at home and you don't win that game, come on. That is taking just a pin to that giant Bronco optimism balloon and just popping it right away. You got to win week 1. It is absolutely a must-win.
Mr. Must-Win.
It's a must-win if all this hoopla that's surrounding and all the good feelings surrounding this season, in order to really feel that way, you can't lose to the Tennessee Titans week 1. You just can't. So it's a must-win. Yes, it is.
Mr. Must-Win is back. He's back.
I'm back, baby.
Well, okay.
Prove me wrong on that one. Come on. In that context that I just laid out.
You did a good job. You did a good job of laying that out there, but you're gonna have to tell me a little bit more as we progress through camp and we get closer to week 1. I just need a little bit more. I can't go there yet, Mike, because I still believe in this team. We see Cincinnati first. I mean, they lost to the Patriots last year, first week of the season, and I get it. They struggled early in the season. It wasn't just against the Patriots, and they didn't make the playoffs, but they ended up being a good team. And I think the Broncos are going to be a good team. And sometimes the start of the season, it looks a lot different than week 5 or 6. Does that make sense? Week 10. And so I could see a scenario where the Broncos come out a little flat. First game. Couple turnovers.
Really? Flat?
Well, just not flat. I mean, they're going to have energy, but they're not executing at a high level is what I'm talking about. We see it all the time the first week of the season. See it with veteran quarterbacks. Again, Cincinnati Patriots in Cincy last year. Patriots won like 3 or 4 games. They were terrible. And then they get things figured out. So I can't
well,
quite
they didn't
go
get
there.
Figured out. They missed the playoffs.
I can't. No, I'm talking about the Broncos can. Okay. And Cincy did get it figured out. I mean, they ended up having a winning record. I get it that they didn't go to the playoffs, but they ended up getting better.
And had they not lost that game to New England, they probably make the playoffs.
Teams can start off slow. Have you seen teams start off slow?
Yes.
And lose games in the first week that they should have won?
Yes.
And still make the playoffs. It happens.
Yes. But
that's my point.
But not
here.
only has Sean come out and said we have to get off to a better start, okay? And you're also, well, just look at this weekend as further proof of that. Whereas a lot of teams around the NFL, including these 49ers, are apparently not going to be playing any starters in the preseason game. The Broncos are. What does that tell you? That Sean wants to do everything possible to make sure his guys are ready to go week 1. So that only even more ratchets up the idea that week 1 against Tennessee, if this is going to be the team that everybody's talking about, I just don't think you can lose week 1 and still feel that you're that kind of team. I just don't.
They lost week 1 last year, and they lost week 2, and they still made the playoffs.
Yeah, but nobody was talking about them as a potential Super Bowl team a year ago.
They have shown, I thought you told me yesterday that you didn't hear the noise, that people weren't doing that this year. So you told me yesterday. I told you that it's been out there. It's out there. People are talking about that.
It's really picked up ever since Sean made his comment.
So,
that's what I'm talking about.
So I look at this and say, okay, I saw last year how they had a slow start, and they started 0-2, and they were able to bounce back, and they beat 2 good teams. So, we play the win-loss game, and I think a lot of people last year probably had them losing week 3 and week 4, and they ended up figuring it out. So I can't quite get on board with you. I know where you're going. I think you're close, but I'm not ready to go with you and Mr. Must Win in week 1. Not yet.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, Mike, you got to stop quoting Zach. You're just coming across as part of the Doom and Gloom crew.
Is Zach Doom and Gloom?
They're known as the Doom and Gloom?
Is Zach
him and Phil?
Has he
Doom and Gloom crew?
Wow, has he taken that? James Marilat Part 2? Baby James? Really?
Say it ain't so.
Man.
Come on, you worked with him for 8 years. Maybe
I'm disappointed if that's true.
Maybe you got to go talk to your fella. What's happening here? Doom and Gloom crew. Speaking of that, by the way, we're going to have trivia coming up this morning, 9:15. And they're going to have, they asked to move, and I understand why, during the summer, they did their trivia from our questions on Friday. But with it being Football Fridays coming up, they want to do their trivia today. So we're going to do our trivia this morning from their questions, and then they'll get a chance to counter later today. The Doom and Gloom crew.
Well, maybe if I had 4 or 5 more years with Zach By, then I could have been a better mentor. Screw you, Zach. Hey, Zach and Dave, slow your roll.
Day number 229. Excuse me. That was last week. Day number 237 of the Zach By Sensitivity Smear Campaign. We need like a tote board up here or something that can keep track of this.
Just rip the numbers off. Like
yeah, exactly.
Work days, no injuries. Work days, you just rip it off. That's what we need.
Right. Exactly. Let's see what else we got here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Evans is right. If Cincinnati wins Week 1, last year they're in the playoffs. Week 1 is only a must-win if you don't want to see a Week 1 victory lap from Nick Wright. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, this guy is, talk about doom and gloom. Guy is just a flat-out, I mean, it's not even sneaky now at this point. It's just an out-and-out, he hates Denver agenda. Nick Wright from Fox Sports. Come on. He just finally, after years, grudgingly has acknowledged Nikola Jokic's greatness. And he took more shots at the Broncos, saying, I don't buy them.
I like the haters out there. That's good. You need those.
So, yes, I don't want to see him being able to take any kind of victory lap.
Well, obviously, to your point, Sean Payton has made it a priority to start faster. And they haven't done it the first couple years. And you got 2 very winnable games to start the season. It would be nice to get off to a fast start, and you are playing a rookie quarterback on a bad football team. But if I've learned anything about the NFL, anything can happen any given week. We know that any given Sunday, but especially early in the season, man, it is, and especially in 2025 where you don't have a lot of practice time, you don't have a lot of off-season time, you're not playing your starters a ton in the preseason games, so a lot of teams are a little bit off, a little bit rusty early in the season.
If this is, and this is really good, is this a little bit of a shot at Zach on the RamosLaw.com text line? Hey, Evans, if you're going to be asking all those questions in your meeting after the show, make sure somebody's recording you. Is Zach having people record him at press conferences? Is that what's happening there?
That's what, yes, someone was bringing that up last week. Like, someone records Zach. Who is that?
Who is that? Does he have somebody on the payroll?
Is that Richie?
Does he have somebody on the payroll?
He's all about his brand. He's put his social media. He's an influencer.
Yeah,
he's an influencer.
He's building his brand.
Right.
Ooh, yeah.
Juicy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you need someone.
Zach By. # legendary. Oh, sorry, that's already taken. By you know who.
Millennial Mark.
Coming up next, speaking of those Nick Wright Chiefs, it sounds like they're looking over their shoulder at the Broncos. Do they really mean it and feel that way? That's next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance, serving Colorado for over 30 years with pride and dedication to the community. Colorado's most complete appliance store. They offer an extensive range of major appliances. They've got everything, guys, and from refrigerators to ovens, they've got you covered. They're knowledgeable and friendly sales staff. They're more than just employees. They're experts, ready to assist you, providing you with a personalized experience, professional delivery and installation. I've shopped them, I've purchased, I've had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you they're second to none. And in Mountain High Appliance, they believe in honesty and transparency. They listen to you, providing you the necessary information to make an educated decision for your family, what's best. And you can shop with confidence. They boast the big box inventory, and they have the price match guarantee, making sure you're not going to get a better deal anywhere else. And you can test drive the appliances before you buy them with over 250 live appliances in their showrooms. Visit a showroom at Mountain High Appliance today in Littleton or Louisville, or their clearance center right there in Denver, Colorado. Visit them online at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is fullback. Fullback. Text fullback to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's fullback to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Mark off today. He is in Alaska celebrating his dad his birthday, 84.
It's been 84 years.
It is 84 years for Mr. Schlereth, who is a legend poolside. And so we wish him a happy birthday. We wish him continued good health. And we're glad that Mark, the dutiful son, is there celebrating with him. That's very cool. So have a good time there, Stink. And
we're trying to figure out
you back here soon.
The time zone, though. Trying to figure out the time zone.
I think it's 2 hours.
You think 2 hours?
I think it's 2 hours behind.
Okay. All right. I want to check on that.
Okay.
We're Alaska time zone.
Johnny, want to check?
Why wouldn't it just be Pacific?
Because it's still quite away from. Yeah, it's 2 hours behind.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Would you like a constitutional amendment and change it or something like that, or does that bother you that Alaska is?
No, I'm just curious.
Another hour behind?
No, I just wanted to know. I wanted to make sure.
We are in the absolute best time zone there is for sports.
You're right.
There is no doubt. Trust me, as somebody who grew up on the East Coast, we here in the Mountain Time Zone, it is by far the best sports time zone in the country, and it is not even close.
Agree. I've been everywhere.
Man.
East Coast, Central, Mountain. Pacific for a little bit, too.
Yeah. Mountain's the best. The best.
I agree.
The best. We have fun, and I think most of you have fun with it. I think most of you understand the spirit of it. But, boy, some people don't like the Zach By Sensitivity smear campaign.
Really?
This is from Cam in Highlands Ranch.
Soft.
The smear campaign is old and obnoxious. It's small-minded and the cheapest form of humor.
Pound sand, moron.
Wow.
Now, I'm up for, I'm up for allowing the Cams of the world to have their say. And I said earlier this week, I'm all for putting it to a vote.
I said
about
I'm good
whether or
with
not
it.
to continue it or not.
I'm good with it.
You want to do it tomorrow? Let's do it tomorrow. Friday?
Yeah.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have
We're
a
going to
big vote.
vote on the Zach By Sensitivity smear campaign, whether it continues beyond tomorrow.
Okay. I agree with that. I like that. I think that's fair. So we'll listen to the Cams of the world, and I guarantee you there's a large majority that loves it.
I think it'll win overwhelmingly.
What?
To continue.
I do, too.
I mean, I think it'll be a landslide. It'll be a mandate.
Right.
Okay? But, they'll be the Cam in Highlands Ranch.
I think it's a silent minority there.
He'll be providing the Mondale votes, but we shall see. We shall see. So, the Kansas City Chiefs. Are the Chiefs hearing the Bronco footsteps? Well, Matt Berry from NBC Sports was doing a show, and he had this to share about a high-ranking Chiefs official that he spoke with. I'll let him take it from there.
I was having a conversation with somebody at a very high-ranking organization, and it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's a great defense. Like, we think the Broncos are real, and it was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
You think they really feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think they realize, what the Broncos have going on here. And when you look at the roster, I mean, we've talked a lot about it. You're optimistic. I'm optimistic about this year. You're a little bit more so than I am, but I think this is going to be a good team. Not only this year coming up, but the future's bright. Right? And so that's why I say if it doesn't work out like we think or hope it does this year, I'm still good. It's a lagniappe year because the future's still going to be bright here. I know it is, okay? And sometimes things happen and it's just like, oh, that was a weird year. So I certainly believe that the Chiefs know what's going on. And the Broncos, but also the Chargers too. But you look at this Broncos team, And we're hoping that you're just kind of scratching the surface with Bo Nix. And then the defense on top of it, you add that element to it. You add the element of, we forgot Russell Wilson contract's done after this year. You're freeing up more salary cap space moving forward. You look at these draft picks, and it's a lot of optimism. But certainly, the Chiefs have taken notice. There's no doubt about it.
Well, and it has to be, and it can't be just based on just what happened last year, because if you look a little bit deeper, the Chiefs put together that long winning streak over the Broncos, but in recent years, the games were closer. The defense was holding the high-powered Chiefs below what they were scoring against everybody else. I mean, you can go back to when Vic was here, and they were
the shell defense.
No.
The shell defense. That's the model to beat the.
Make an intelligent observation.
No, it's true though. If you go back and you look at what the Broncos with Vic were able to do defensively, they more than held their own against Mahomes and the Chiefs, and the Broncos just didn't have the offense to go along with it. But, I mean, go back and look just since...
But wait, before you do it.
Sure.
But that wasn't believable, Mike. No one believed it. The Chiefs didn't believe it. No one did. Yeah, you played good against them, but we knew they weren't going to beat them most of the time. Be a closer game. The shell defense will hold them down a little bit. And then in the end, the Chiefs will win, right? I mean, that's what we all knew and thought. And that's what they thought. But now it's believable. We got a stinking quarterback. We got a head coach. We got a great defense. Like, we know. We're not hoping. We know now. Which in the past, it was all, I hope we beat the Chiefs. Man, gosh, that would be nice if we finally broke that streak. We know we can go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs.
Do you feel, and it's an important distinction, so understand where I'm coming from. Do you feel we've arrived at a point where the Broncos are catching up to the Chiefs, or are the Chiefs coming back to the Broncos and the Chargers?
Well, I think the Broncos are catching the Chiefs. I mean, you look at what has happened here and transpired here with the draft.
But that's implying that the Chiefs are still the Chiefs we've watched them over the last 5 years.
I told you that. I told you that.
So you think they are?
Until I see it,
okay.
I'm not going to doubt them.
So you think that's the same? Okay.
I'm not going to doubt it. I mean, dude, they've been to the Super Bowl 3 straight years.
Sure.
Everyone said, well, this is the year they fall down. Oh, gosh, they won all these one-score games. They're not going to be able to beat Baltimore and Buffalo on the play. Boom, boom, boom. And there they are in the Super Bowl again. 5 out of 6 years in the Super Bowl, Mike. I mean, they keep on telling me that they're falling off, and this changed, that changed, Mahomes slipping. They don't have any more weapons. The receivers are all – and they continue to win. So until I see it, I'm not going to dismiss the Chiefs. I think the Broncos are catching them, though, with their moves, the roster moves. You talk about free agency, the draft, the signings, the development of young guys, and then the addition of Bo Nix. So, I think the Broncos are catching them. And maybe the Chiefs aren't what they quite were, but until I see it, I'm not going to believe it.
See, I think there is some slide back happening with the Chiefs right now. They still know how to win, and that's formidable and that's powerful when you know how to win. And they shown that they still have that ability, but I just don't think they're as good or as great as they were a few years ago. So I think there's been some slippage there, a little bit coming back to the pack, but absolutely it's the Broncos quickly accelerating and catching up. And are they poised to overtake them this year? That is what we can't wait to see. Coming up next, we've heard that Bo Nix spent some time with Drew Brees. We've heard Bo talk a little bit about what that visit with Drew Brees was like. Now you're going to hear a lot more about what it was like coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. In today's economy, every dollar counts, especially when it comes to your home. That's why Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is making it easier than ever to invest in lasting quality. Right now, save 25% on Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, American-made and engineered to outlast every other window on the market. They're also offering 20% off James Hardie siding, so you can boost your curb appeal and energy efficiency in one shot. Family-owned since 1973. And backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton has earned a reputation for premium products and white glove service. They don't cut corners, just first-class work and peace of mind that is done right the first time. Flexible financing available, 0 down, no interest options. Call them right now at 303-794-0490. Visit windowsforyourhome.com. That's Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Check them out at windowsforyourhome.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
So by now you know that Bo Nix spent some time this offseason with Drew Brees. Sean brought it up. Bo talked a little bit about what the visit was like. A little bit more from Bo as he, along with Sean, appeared on The Scoop with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel, former Saints quarterback. And Bo had this to say about, some of the things that he picked up with his visit with Drew?
Well, he's been in this system. He knows how to handle Coach Payton. He knows how to.
Yes, he does.
He knows how to navigate the system and navigate what you can kind of, the checks and stuff that you can get with. And I mean, there's just a lot. But he played so much longer than what I've played so far, so he knows a lot. Like, there's so many layers that he learned each year. I'm just kind of get sped up, just trying to get down the road faster. But it's not really as much about scheme or system with him, because scheme and it's going to change. But it's more about how to operate, what helped him, what his routine was on a Monday through Saturday, getting ready for a Sunday game, how he took care of his body, what kind of arm care he did. He played for a long time with some injuries and he battled through it. So how can he, how do you keep his shoulder strong through a lot of those things?
Love it. I mean, anytime that you can spend some time around one of the best to ever do it, and Drew Brees, you ought to take advantage of that. And certainly Drew Brees has been with Sean. He was with Sean for a long, long time. So to Bo's point, he knows him. He knows this offense. He knows how to work with Sean Payton. And so I think that's a huge advantage for a guy like Bo Nix to be able to, after year one, having a great rookie year, being able to take advantage and use a resource like a Drew Brees.
Bo, on the most important thing he took from visiting with Drew Brees.
He was so intentional. Like, okay, a guy like that, if I go and hang out with him for a couple hours, a few days, you don't have to usually, I would understand if you didn't take time and you wanted to just get through it, get over it. I get it. You got a family, you got a lot, but he had lists of things that hey, this is what I want to do.
Notebooks, bro.
This is what I think we should do. This is let's talk about this. Let's go through this operation. Let's talk about your routine. This is what worked for me. And
that's amazing.
It was great, and just sitting down and having a few meals with him was the best part. And because you go out there and throw at some point. We all throw. It's not that's not why you go and hang out with a guy like that. It's just the mental side of the game that just you can make strides in, and that's what speeds your growth up. To me, everybody can do the physical things. It's all about what goes on in the mind and how you handle adversity, how you handle good things, bad things, how you handle a locker room, how you handle a huddle. There's just so many layers to it that I just want to get ahead of.
That's awesome. Pay it forward. And if you're looking at it from Drew Brees' side of things, hey, if this guy really is here and he is committed, enthusiastic, and he really wants to hear what I have to say, absolutely. I'm going to give him all I got. So, good job, Bo, for first of all clearly sending the message that I want to learn. I want to pick your brain.
God bless Bo Nix.
And then Drew for recognizing that, saying, "Heck yeah, let's do this, man. Let's go after this." I think that's awesome.
Yeah, but Drew, taking it seriously. Really putting a lot into it. It seems not just one of those things. Well, okay, I'll just wing it. But having a plan for Bo Nix and really investing in him and really trying to help him out as much as possible. What a great resource for a guy like Bo Nix to be able to use that. A guy that was around Sean for that long. Not only Sean, but a lot of these offensive coaches.
How much of it, if you just had to break it down, right? 60-40, 50-50, whatever. How much of it do you think was, hey, let's look at some film. And what did you see here? Why did you make this read? Or I would have done this. How much of it you think was that? Or how much of it you think was just kind of that all that peripheral stuff? How to lead a team, how to deal with some of the locker room issues, off the field issues. How do you deal with a good win? How do you come back from a bad loss? Right down to how do you deal with Sean? Because, if you go back and you study Sean's time with New Orleans, his outbursts, his temper, the stuff that, all the pearl clutchers lost their mind about when he yelled at Russell Wilson. That stuff was legendary. And as a Saints player, you were like, hey, you better have a thick skin because Sean's going to come after everybody, including Drew. And Bo gained so much respect for the way he fired back at Sean this year. But I would think how to read Sean is a huge part. What do you think the breakdown was between the real football stuff and then all the extra stuff?
59% real football, 41% the other stuff.
Okay. I asked, and you gave me a really specific answer.
I mean,
I don't think you believe that.
How do I know, Mike? I don't know.
Come on,
I mean, I can't even. I've never done it before. I mean, like percentages. I don't know. Like what?
Come on, you get together with. I mean,
no, I don't.
You
What?
never.
Who? Like what?
Like, I mean, I've
never done that before.
All your
My
time.
best friend Peyton Manning.
Well, okay.
How much time did Drew spend with Payton this offseason? We haven't heard about that.
By the way, when you may have seen PFM the other day, did he understand where I was coming from? That I do want to get him on, but I'd like to wait until a little bit later on in the before the season so we can gain some more. Is he okay with that?
I hate to bust your bubble.
Okay with my?
I hate to bust your bubble.
My
but
ground rules.
He didn't mention you and when you wanted to have him on. No, I don't. No,
that didn't come up.
No, it didn't come up in our conversation. We did win. We did partner up. We did win. So we don't always.
I got that going.
We never usually partner up on the golf course. We always because we like to battle.
Yeah.
And so, but we had another one of his former teammates in town, Anthony Gonzalez, Ohio State
very good
legend,
receiver. Yeah.
Colts first-round draft pick. He was in town visiting, so we were out on the golf course with him, another buddy. And so they paired up. The other guy and Anthony Gonzalez against Payton and I. We won. Got a nice shirt out of it.
Nice.
And got a W. So that was nice. But the conversation of you saying, like, you being picky. Here's where it was, because I'm like, Payton always – wait.
I will admit.
Payton always comes on during training camp usually. Right in training camp some point, he likes – I always ask him, and he's very gracious with his time. And all my partners throughout the years have been very appreciative of that. But I mentioned it the other day. And you said, well, let's kind of wait and push it back because I want to let him watch some of the Broncos stuff. So I'm like, dude, are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Mike.
And you're like, yeah. I'd rather just wait. And so I'm like, unbelievable, right?
He's an idiot and a fool.
Look, I eat, sleep, and breathe this show. Not during the summer of Evans, but now that the summer of Evans is over, I'm back to eating, sleeping, and breathing this show. So I'm always thinking about what's best for the show, even with legends like Peyton Manning. I can't help myself.
Yeah, but
you
don't be greedy.
Don't
be greedy.
Not being greedy. I'm just
selfish.
No, it's
because
not.
The people
not being greedy, not being selfish. I'm just looking for the most bang for my Peyton Manning buck.
Let me tell you. That's
this. All I'm looking
Let me just tell you about Peyton, okay? And let me tell you about our listeners because apparently you don't understand. You don't know it, okay? I'll help you out here.
Okay.
I know you've done radio longer than me, but you need some help here. When Peyton Manning comes on, it don't matter what time of year it is, okay? It doesn't matter. The people love it, okay? So give the people what they want.
I know they'll love it, but I want them to.
It doesn't matter.
I want them to love it a little bit more.
It can't get more. It can't overflow. It's all the way at the top. I'm just telling you.
I just want a little more Peyton Manning lanyap. By the way,
but
maybe
that
Mike
would have
Evans
been,
isn't that nice of a guy.
So when we're talking about, like, you skirted the question about how much of it was football, how much
because that was a dumb question. I'm trying to tell you it was a dumb question without telling you it was a dumb question, but you're going to keep going down this road. So,
but when it comes to
what's the percentage?
When it came to your percentage of winning with Peyton the other day versus Peyton's contribution, what was that breakdown like? How much of it was Stoke? How much it was PFM?
Probably 60-40.
Who?
Stoke.
Yeah, my man. Yeah. Give me some knuckles there. Way to go.
Oh, man.
Woo.
I made some big plays.
Yeah.
But he also made some big plays. I told you, he did too. We were a great team, just like we were on the field, right? Just like we were on the field. Great team. And, winner's wash. We got to take it was hot. We got a good wash. Good wash.
Good shower.
Oh,
winners get washed.
Yeah, Fran Brown allowed you to shower after that one was all said and done. Good thing. Other guys, they were stinky. They were real stinky. Okay, we got trivia coming up in about 20 minutes. Can't wait. What is Stoke hoping to see today with the joint practice with the Niners? That's next.
Is R.J. Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
R.J. Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs.
The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew.
Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today.
Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt, and it wasn't your fault, and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots, on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Imagine yourself in your favorite pair of pajamas. Now imagine that you put them on fresh out of the dryer. We believe that's how banking should feel. Comfortable, easy, soothing. Are we shooting too high? Maybe. But why shouldn't we? At First Bank, we want every visit, call, and tap in our app to feel like those warm PJs, with the easy solutions you deserve and real people who stand by you. You can call it warm pajama banking or hot cocoa with whipped cream banking, but we just call it feel good banking. Experience it today at efirstbank.com. First Bank, banking for good. Member FDIC.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Mark off today as he is in Alaska with his dad, poolside, celebrating Mr. Schlereth's 84th birthday. And it's 7 a.m. out there. My guess is Mark's already been up for a good hour and a half, beginning his to-do list. And I'm sure it's a pretty long one. Because when Mark goes back home,
work time.
It's work time.
Love it.
No fun time.
All right.
Work time. Work is fun at the Schlereth household.
Good for them.
I'm not joking. They are working. They are doing projects as we speak. I guarantee
we don't have a live stream.
It would be fun. Just to have a live stream of the
see what's
the Schlereth
going on
house.
over there.
He lives. Boy, his childhood home is just it's absolutely breathtaking. It's so beautiful. Like I mean, he's got Alaska all around him, just in his backyard. It's Alaska, as you picture it in your head. Pretty cool. We've got the Broncos in San Francisco, Santa Clara specifically, for the joint practice coming up today. Stoke, what are you hoping to see and hear coming out of today's joint practice?
Well, I think more for me, I'm leaning more towards the offensive side of the football. Like to see a crisp, offensive practice today. Like to see a couple wide receivers make plays. Troy Franklin, Vele, Mims, those guys. We know, and I know what I'm going to get with Cortland Sutton. I don't know what the practice structure is going to be like. Is there going to be any live drills at all? Sometimes you do some live goal line, short yardage. Will they have that in this practice? Because, you mentioned earlier, San Fran said they're not playing their starters, so maybe this is the time that they're going to try to get some short yardage stuff in, and maybe you'll have a live period doing that. And if you do, I'd like to see our running backs, do well. But I would assume that you're probably not going to see that. You're probably not going to see any live drills, any live tackling. But our passing game, I want to see our passing game do well. That's kind of where I'm at. Defensively, guess what? We're going to have a good defense. I'm not overly – if this defense is healthy, they're going to be a good group, good unit. So it's not like I need to see them, do this or do that. I feel pretty confident in our defense. Offensively, the passing game is what I would be looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the one thing that, if you look at the early part of camp, 10 days in, if you're looking at something that you could nitpick a little bit, you'd like to see a little bit more from this offense in the passing game.
Yeah.
With all the provisions that you put out there, hey, it's defense is usually ahead of the offense at this time, and this defense is really, really good, so that factors into it. I get all that, but at some point, you do want to see this offense start to flex their muscles a little bit, and what better opportunity than against this San Francisco team? Because even though San Francisco has had some issues, they had their injuries last year. They kind of underachieved, I guess, if you wanted to look at it. This is still, when healthy, this is still a formidable team. In fact, when you talk about the Super Bowl odds for this year, Baltimore has the best odds, followed by Buffalo, Philadelphia. It's all very close, by the way. There's nobody really separating. These are all jumbled together pretty well. It goes Baltimore, Buffalo, Philly, Kansas City, Detroit, Green Bay, Washington, San Francisco. So they're a top 10 Super Bowl contender with the odds. By the way, if you're wondering about the Broncos come in at, what I'm looking at here is plus 2,700. You have the favored team, Baltimore's plus 650. Buffalo's plus 700. The Broncos are plus 2,700. So, just keep that in mind as you think of Sean Payton earlier this week saying he thinks this is a potential Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
The odds makers don't agree yet.
Right.
That's nerd stuff.
I like this group. I'm thinking about, the passing game, what they have to do, throughout the rest of training camp to, I don't know, take another step forward going into the first game of the year. And certainly it starts today with San Francisco. And then next week you got Arizona for joint practice. But I really like this team, and I think if they could just stay healthy, that's my concern is, you start seeing these injuries, and we haven't even got going yet, Mike, and then now we're playing the starters, and I understand Sean's philosophy. And you
Doesn't sound like you agree with it, though.
Well, you want to start fast. And I've been, because we talk about this every year. How should you handle the starters? How should you practice? How should you handle the starters? And I've changed. I'm flexible. I'm open and receptive to what I'm watching, And I thought last year, right approach. Like, you got to play your guys. Like, you stink. You've been a bad team forever, so, like, who cares? You know, you got to get ready to go. But now I'm like, we don't stink. We're really good. We're a really good team with the potential to be a great team. The one thing that I look at that could really derail this thing is injuries. But I don't want to live in my fears. I want to get ready to go against the Titans and the Colts. I want to start off fast. But at the same time, I mean, you get a couple dudes hurt.
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it? Risk reward. And this year, I'm leaning more towards, no, it's not worth it. Where last year, I'm like, heck yeah, play these guys. Let's go. We got to get ready to go. We need to get going. We need to change this culture. I think that most of this team's been together. And if you do play them, first game, 1 series, 2 series at the most. That's it. That's it. But I'm nervous about it. I am. I'm really nervous about it this year.
Is this based on your own personal experience, time spent with the Colts and Broncos? I know it was a different time, but it wasn't that far ago. Did you guys in those two play? I'm trying to remember here with the Broncos.
I mean, we played. I mean, we played. Yeah,
you play in Indy too?
Oh yeah.
You played.
Gosh.
You played.
We played. I mean, it was.
You didn't sit out preseason games.
No, maybe the last one.
Right.
You know,
and that'll happen here too.
Right. Yeah. But we played, man. I mean, Peyton Manning's first year here in 2012, we played the first game. We played the second game. I mean, we were playing. So
I just don't think that you can think. If you're sitting there in Buffalo, you don't play the starters. If you're sitting there in Baltimore, you don't play the starters. But those teams have proven that they are at that level.
Kansas City plays their starters though.
Well,
they'll play their starters.
Andy Reid's
I know.
Yeah.
And look how it's worked out for them. So I'm living in my fears a little bit here, and I get it. You got to handle it. As a coach, you got to be cautious, but at the same time, it's football.
I mean, Sean's played his starters the last 2 years. It hasn't stopped them from starting slow.
Right.
Right. I mean, so if the idea,
but they've been pretty healthy. Also, so you look at, okay, we built up a callus. We got them ready to play football. That's one of the reasons why we've been healthy. I mean, you see Dan Campbell's approach a couple years ago on Hard Knocks. He's like, guys, I know, hey, you might not like this approach of training camp practices and how hard they were going and how much hitting and stuff that they were doing. But I'm just telling you, the data backs it up.
Yeah.
But look at them. Last year, they were more injured than any team in the NFL.
Right.
So it's
but were those injuries? I mean, they were suffering injuries all throughout the year. It wasn't like they just got crushed during preseason. They were suffering injuries all the way along.
Exactly. But does the training camp process and all your hitting and how you do the training camp, does that add to the injuries that you had throughout the course of the year?
The fact that there's a discrepancy between teams who believe that you should play your starters in the preseason and those that don't tell you that there's no real clear-cut answer, okay? For all the data freaks out there, and every team has their data freaks, there's no clear-cut consensus on what's the best way to go about it. So it then comes down to your personal belief, all of you listening, your personal belief. I ultimately believe that the best way to get ready for a season is to actually play football. And that means, you run the risk of some guys getting hurt, but I still believe the benefits outweigh the negatives. That if you play your guys a little bit in the preseason, I just think you give yourself a better chance of being ready to go at the start of the season. And I know the way that the Broncos have started the last 2 years hasn't backed that up. I still think in the long run it's the way to go. But I understand.
Okay, so here's my question.
I understand. All it takes is one, and I'm throw out all your gree here, okay? Because, but all it takes is one big-time injury to say, well, that was a stupid idea.
Right.
I get it.
Well, okay, but if you're Buffalo and Baltimore, you playing your guys? You just said you wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
But you just said that you. All
right, put it this way. Once the Broncos get to a point where they have clearly arrived, and last year's season to me was still in the category of a, wow, where did that come from season. So I don't think that they've arrived at that point where, okay, you can just count on them to start churning out 10-plus win seasons every year, that they've entered that class. I don't think they've entered that class yet. So until they do, I think they got to treat themselves as still we're out here with a lot to prove. And that means playing you guys in the preseason. I hope that they go out and win 11 or 12 games this year, and they win at least one playoff game. And if they do that, Stoke, then this time next year, I'll be like, I don't want to see anybody play in the preseason. Fair?
Yeah. Yep.
But I get it. It's so easy to say, hey, you can't worry about the risks. You can't be walking around in fear. You got to go out and get ready. Yeah? Well, it's easy to say that until your first key guy gets hurt. Now, all of a sudden,
lose 2 starters.
Do you still feel the same way?
Of course you wouldn't.
No.
So
all that tough talk before probably goes away the moment that somebody important or a couple guys very important get hurt. All right, we got trivia coming up next. Trivia against the drive. What do they have in store for us? How do we handle it? You'll find out next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
One free consultation could change your life. Sounds dramatic, but it's true when it comes to your hair loss. One free consultation with Advanced Hair Restoration, part of their once yearly summer savings event. It can change everything, and I know because it changed everything for me 20 years ago. Their simple one-day FUE treatment, my own hair started to grow in the very next day. It came in exactly as they told me it would, and it continues to grow today, 20 years later. I'm a total Advanced Hair Restoration success story, and I love sharing my story with all of you who are dealing with thinning hair, receding hair, or that ever-expanding bald spot. You can experience the same life-changing results I did, and it starts with a free consultation. Meet Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's the one that did my hair. She's a legend in this field. She has all the modern technology to go together with an all-star staff. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancehair.com. That's advancehair.com.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
When joint pain holds you back, trust the experts at Colorado Joint Replacement, part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers with 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Their team focuses solely on hip and knee replacements. You'll receive expert, compassionate care, the latest technology, and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. For peace of mind and better outcomes, visit ColoradoJoint.org. That's ColoradoJoint.org. And make sure you schedule that appointment today. ColoradoJoint.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is gridiron. GRIDIRON. Text gridiron to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's gridiron to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, everybody ready to go? We don't have the complete squad today for trivia, as Mark in Alaska right now celebrating his dad's birthday. But we still have a pretty formidable crew here. We are ready to roll. Let's see what the drive has in store for us for questions this week. Let's play some trivia. Let's do it.
All right, fellas, here is a football question. There are 2 quarterbacks ever to win a Heisman Trophy and NFL MVP. Who are they?
Cam Newton instantly comes to mind.
Yep. It's a good one.
Yeah,
Yep.
really good.
You got that one, Johnny Fever. Good
Heisman
job.
Trophy and MVP. All
Because
right.
honestly, the Heisman Trophy has been a poor indicator of NFL success.
So that makes you think that
there aren't many.
No. That makes you think that this next one's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, the Cam was a pretty easy one.
Right. You got Cam, and then after that, you think of, okay, you got to go back and think of Heisman Trophy winners.
Did Roger Staubach win a Heisman Trophy?
He did.
He
Yeah,
did.
Staubach was a Heisman winner.
All right. Well, then next question was he ever an MVP?
That's
that would give us our answer right there.
Duh. But you're the one that's supposed to tell us. I thought you knew that.
I don't
one
know
of them.
that. No,
I thought you knew one of them.
I was trying to think some of the because the list of Heisman Trophy good, never mind great quarterbacks. They're not. There's a lot of Chris Wenke's and Danny Werfels out there that.
What a Jim Plunkett. I don't know.
Ooh, Plunkett.
Did he ever win the MVP? Was he a Heisman? I don't even know. I'm just kind of
at Stanford
spitballing here.
He was a number 1 overall pick. I don't know if he was a Heisman winner. Ooh, that's a tough one. Let's just try to think. What's the best way to go at this? MVP quarterbacks or Heisman Trophy? Probably MVP quarterbacks. Let's think of some of the MVPs out there. Payton never won a Heisman. He talked about that yesterday in his Collinsworth interview. Brady never came close. Mahomes never came close. See, we're starting to get through it here. So I think we're now going back. Montana.
I don't think Montana won the
Heisman.
Right.
So Bradshaw, no. Roethlisberger, no. Eli, no. We're just trying to think of Super
that's
Bowl
why you got to go back to Staubach.
I think you got to start going
Plunkett.
back. Steve Young never won a Heisman.
No.
What do you guys think about Roger Staubach? I mean, nothing else is popping out. Unless am I missing somebody more modern? But I mean, just think back to think about Super Bowl winners over the last 20, 25 years. Anybody? There weren't that many because we've had a lot of repeat quarterbacks, right?
Didn't Lamar win one in Louisville?
Louisville. Did Lamar win a Heisman?
Yeah, he won the Heisman.
Well,
That's Lamar.
Well, it's Lamar then.
Right. So
are you sure that Lamar won a Heisman?
1,000%
All right.
sure.
Well, then that's your answer. Then.
Okay. Yeah. 1,000%.
So again, the question is: won a Heisman and won a
MVP.
MVP, not Super Bowl MVP. MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Let's listen.
Well, then it's Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
right.
What, do we want to make sure with the question? Are we good?
You want to hear the question again? Just to be sure. All right. Let's listen to the question one more time.
All right, fellas, here is a football question. There are 2 quarterbacks ever to win a Heisman Trophy and NFL MVP. Who are they?
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
So Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
You're sure Lamar won a Heisman?
100% sure.
Okay. There's your final answer.
The correct answer is Cam Newton and Lamar Jackson.
All right.
Good one. Good
Almost-
one.
We almost outthought
I know.
ourselves on that
I'm
one.
thinking about, goodness gracious, that'd have been a disaster. Good
Right,
job.
if we had
Good
gone
job,
with
Johnny.
Roger
Good
Staubach
job,
and
Johnny.
missed Lamar Jackson.
Wow. Jim Plunkett. Wow.
Yeah, you were tossing out Jim Plunkett.
Well, you did Staubach. I mean, jeez.
Bart Starr. All right, question number 2.
Who led the most recent NBA playoffs in scoring, averaging 33 points a game?
Playoffs? The recent playoffs in scoring?
No multiple choice?
Just, it could be, I mean, they could have played one series and been done. You
Well,
know that,
no,
right?
Yeah, well, no. Okay.
What do you mean, no?
Well, I would not think they would do that.
I do remember looking at the stats while the playoffs were going on in the conference finals, and it was someone
Like, it
who
could
played
be
one
Paulo
series.
Banchero.
Banchero.
or Jason Tatum could have been the guy before he got hurt. You know,
That's
I mean, you don't have to go to it. I mean, it's not a team that's
shouldn't it? Okay, so shouldn't there be a minimum of a certain amount of games played?
But they didn't say that, so now it's open to. I mean, they could have played one series. It could have got swept, and Pablo Banchero averaged 33 points.
All right, so what was the question again?
Who led the most recent NBA playoffs in scoring, averaging 33 points a game?
All right, so in these playoffs this past year,
yes,
who led the
33 points
playoffs
a game.
with 33 points per game? All right, well, did Jokic average 33?
I would say no.
Did Shea lead with 33? See, that's why I think you're onto something. It may not have been somebody that played in the NBA Finals.
Right, or so it could have been a team that got swept
early on.
One and done, yeah, where the guy only played 4 games, and he had a, you know.
You want to go with Pablo? Because I have no idea.
PD Pablo!
Jason Tatum? I mean, I don't think Shea got to 33. Do you?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then
I don't think Jokic did
and then
either.
they beat Indiana. I don't remember anybody from Indiana getting to that level. So it was. I don't think it was a team that played in the NBA Finals. Feel free to jump in, guys.
Yeah. Jalen Williams?
I don't think I don't think it was somebody. I don't think it was somebody from Chet. Was it Chet? How about Chet? Chet Holmgren. Dork. Yeah, I don't think it was anybody from OKC or Indy. So it was somebody who did not play in the NBA Finals. If we're onto
Jokic
that.
didn't do that, did he?
Did Jokic average 33? I mean, he was sick. Dude was just. But did he get to 33? I don't think he got to 33. Guys,
All right,
I don't know. I don't know.
Come
You
on.
go ahead. Ty, Johnny, you got. Because this is.
I mean,
I'm not going to say anything about the question.
My best guess would be SGA. Because didn't he put him? I just remembered, I think he was averaging close to 30 entering the series against the Nuggets. He had multiple 30-point games. But it's not like I was looking up the leading scorers the entire time.
All right. You want to go with Pablo, don't you?
No, I do.
You do want to go with
If it is Pablo.
Oh, my God.
If it is Pablo. Oh,
man,
my gosh.
you talk about Stokes mic drop moment, man. I just think SGA's too easy.
I know. Doesn't it feel like that? SGA, Jokic, that's too easy. It's like, oh, nobody would think it'd be Tatum or Pablo. Come on, Evans. You make the call, man. Go ahead. You make the call. Just make it. Just
All
say
right,
it.
We're
Just
going to
say
go
it.
SGA?
Yep, just say it.
I
Just
don't.
say
I
it.
have zero confidence in this. SGA.
The correct answer is Giannis Antetokounmpo.
See,
How many games did he play?
One of those.
How many games did he play?
One of those. I knew it.
Johnny, how many games did he play? I can't move on until I know this answer.
They probably played 4 or 5. 6. I mean, that's it. They got swept. They lost in the first round to Indy, so they played 5 or 6.
You're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. So it's probably 5.
6.
6
Indiana
yeah.
won 4-2.
I knew it was going to be one of those. I knew it. All right. Whatever.
All right. You know what? I'm not going to say it.
That is a dumb bleeping question.
All right, let
okay?
Stokes say it.
Jeez, that pisses me off. Go ahead.
Now I'll tell you what. We'll take a break.
Okay.
We're halfway through. We need a little time to.
It does make me mad though, because that's a ridiculous question. How are we going to know that? Who knows that? Tell me one person that knows that.
But you know what? You were onto something when you went with Pablo.
Yeah.
I mean, your initial thought was it was somebody that did not play that many playoff games, and you were proven to be right. I'll just point to what he said. Okay, question. Second half coming up next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternative to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One's a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And I love this, man. They're going to show you the pictures, the MRIs, show you exactly what's going on, why you're in pain, and then they're going to give you treatment options to get you out of nagging and debilitating pain. And I lived with debilitating pain for years, guys. Check me out of life. Quit playing golf, quit going to the gym, certainly couldn't sleep through the night. Couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was back on the golf course, back in the gym, doing things I hadn't done in years. And I'm telling you what a debt of gratitude, man. They changed my life. They can do it for you as well. So pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Mendota. It keeps all the air you already paid the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 86% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece, Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Mendota will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Mendota gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Mendota fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
Samantha Flanagan here. Been in a car accident? At Flanagan Law, you're not just a case number. We're a female-owned firm that puts your health and healing first. Flanagan Law, where you're heard, helped, and never alone. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Okay, all right. 1-1 so far in our trivia questions with the drive, so let us continue on. Let's jump into question number 3.
All right, fellas, when it comes to active quarterbacks and playoff wins, Pat Mahomes leads the field, followed by Aaron Rodgers. What current quarterback is third amongst active quarterbacks in playoff wins?
I would think right away. For me, do you have a guess?
I'm thinking Matthew Stafford.
I was thinking Russell.
Ooh.
Russell Wilson.
Yep.
I mean, Stafford didn't do anything in Detroit. Did they ever go to the
True.
playoffs?
Great point.
It's
Great
only
point.
the last
It's
4
only the last
years.
4
I mean,
years. Russ was on a lot of those teams, and he started early
2
on.
Super Bowl appearances.
Yep.
Who are our other choices here? Who's an older quarterback?
All right, I think Russ is the leader in the clubhouse right now. Behind, okay, again, it's Mahomes and Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
Active quarterbacks.
Like Matt Ryan.
No, he's not active.
Oh, Matt Ryan?
He's
Who's
retired.
Matt Ryan
Oh
playing
my
for?
God, I'm so dumb.
Are you gonna? Where are you taking Matt Ryan in your fantasy draft there, Simmer? I want to
Probably second round.
I want to be in your league.
Second round if
How do I get in your fantasy league?
if like Clint Portis is available, I'll take him first round and then
That's
get Matt
good. Yeah,
Ryan
that's good.
second round.
That's good. That's good.
Joe Flacco.
Flacco.
Flacco's a
Flacco
good
for
one.
Flacco. Not a lot. I mean, he had the Baltimore years. He won a few. painfully.
He only went to. I mean, he went to one Super Bowl,
One
right?
Super Bowl.
But I think Russ was in Seattle for a decade. Was Flacco in? And they were in the playoffs every year, right? Seattle?
Yeah, and they went deeper in the playoffs.
2 Super Bowls.
2 Super Bowls. So you had to win some games along the way there. I mean,
not Kirk Cousins, so.
No.
I think an older quarterback.
It's got to be an older quarterback.
Right.
I mean, Allen has had success, but not that much success. Not that much. Not yet.
Right.
Lamar, same thing. Goff. Well, wait a minute. What about Goff? Hold on. Before we jump too far ahead.
No.
Goff did go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I don't think it's Goff.
Okay. Fair enough.
I would lean more towards Russ than Goff. I mean, Goff has been there, but
Is Jalen Hurts in the conversation yet?
No. I don't. Jalen Hurts played 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years, something like that. So
unless
I don't think he's played long enough.
Unless we're missing somebody, I think it's Russ. I mean, anybody else that we're missing here. I'm gonna go with Russ.
Let's do it,
guys. Johnny, do you have a 1975 quarterback that you'd like to nominate, or?
Cutler still in the league?
Is Jay Cutler still in the league? Phillip Rivers?
Roger Staubach?
How about Roger Staubach? Jim
Jason Witten.
Jason Witten.
All right, let's go with our guy, Ross.
The correct answer is Joe Flacco.
Oh. I need the numbers on that one. Can you look that up?
Damn.
Flacco and Russ?
Guy, you said Flacco.
I'll give Flacco, I guess.
I would have thought Russ had more.
Just because of the 2 Super Bowl runs. Flacco had the 1, but I mean, I know Flacco was there in Baltimore for a while, and they had some. Wow, okay, that one surprised
Joe
me.
has 10. Russ has 9.
That one stings.
Yeah,
that one stings. That one. I don't worry about the second one there with Giannis, but that one stung. That one hurt.
That was a fair one. That was a good
fair.
question. Good job, Zach.
Yep, no
We're
problem.
seeing a pattern here, especially with Dante. He keeps it up. He's out. Just saying.
Really?
Code red. Code red's going
Suspended?
down. Code red him. So.
Okay, so we're 1 and all right. We need this one to scratch out a 500 record. Let's go. Question 4.
All right, fellas, here is your curveball question. There are 4 state capitals named after American presidents. One is Madison, Wisconsin. Another is Lincoln, Nebraska. Who are the other 2?
Wow, okay.
All right, Ty. This is where you shine, man. Oh, man.
You got the Northeast, Mike.
I know. I'm thinking about the Northeast. No. Montpelier was not a president.
I mean, you would think that you would.
Wow, that's a tough one. Capitals named after American presidents. Ty, anything? You're strangely quiet. This is making me nervous. You're our star here.
I'm thinking.
All right.
Let him think.
Madison, Lincoln, no Adams.
What we got in Michigan? What's Michigan?
No.
Not Michigan. That would be Lansing.
Yeah. No Washingtons, right? I mean, there's no capitals. No.
Yeah, no.
No.
The capital of Washington is Olympia.
McKinley, Roosevelt.
I think we're better off by thinking of capitals.
Capitals. I don't know. I think you have a better chance of thinking. There aren't that many presidents. I think you have a better chance of thinking about presidents' names rather than just trying to think of all the capitals. And we're missing. We still need 2 of them.
We need 2.
We can't even get 1.
We need 2.
Jump to mind.
Once
here.
we get 1, we'll get the second.
You
one.
think so?
Yeah, that's how
you
it
think
works.
so?
Yeah, boom, boom, yep. We just got to get close. What's up there in the Northeast, Mike? Maine?
Missouri, Jefferson City.
What?
John just got it. Missouri has 1, Jefferson City. So Jefferson.
Jefferson City. That still counts?
Yes.
I'm assuming.
All All right, we'll go with Jefferson City.
We haven't gotten one yet, Mike. So yes, we're gonna just go with that one. This is radio.
Beggars can't be choosy, right?
We'll take it.
We're gonna take
That's
we're
one
gonna,
of our
We're gonna
two.
take one of the two. Jefferson City. Okay. Now, I mean, up in New England, no. Yeah, I mean, Maine is what? Augusta? I think Maine's Augusta. There's no Augusta. Concord. Wow.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Jackson, Mississippi.
There we go.
I knew Ty eventually would come through. Nice job. All right, we'll go with Jefferson City and Jackson, Mississippi. Final answer.
The correct answer is Jackson, Mississippi, and Jefferson City, Missouri.
Boom!
All right, fellas, here is a...
All right, it's good. All right.
2-2. Good job.
That's
good
right.
Job.
That's a good... You know what?
Job. 2-1. We're 2-1. We're 2-1.
You're not even counting that question?
Not even counting Dante's. Trash question.
Does Dante need to be investigated?
Yeah.
Does Dante need to perhaps be put on probation, suspended?
Yeah, we're going to...
Maybe put on the commissioner's list? Still get paid, but he's on the list?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Played better.
Oh, wow. Wow, Ty. Really? Really? Is that how we're doing it? Wow.
I mean,
okay.
You know, I don't think that's bad. Good job, guys. Good job. All right, we'll take 2 and 2. So the Drive has asked if they can move up their trivia from Fridays to today because they want to leave their Football Friday open, which I respect. So
sure,
we will have their questions, and you'll see how they do coming up later today. When do they normally do it? Can we do a little forward tease? Is it around 4?
I think it's around 4 typically.
Around 4, yeah. So we'll put the questions together for them, and we'll see how they do. We went 2 and 2. Okay.
I got an update for you if you want.
Hold that update.
Okay. All right. You sure?
You want to do it now? Ty, what do you want us to do? Do we want to? I'll tell you what. Tell you what. Hold it. All right.
Meeting update.
Meeting update? I want to hold that thing.
I don't think you're going to be happy.
Really?
Really?
Really? Okay.
Oh, really?
Now I'm intrigued.
Yes.
First of all, let me tell you, it's time to send the kids back to school. Get ready for football season. No matter what you need, Denver Sports here to help. Enter our keyword contest for your chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit www.denversports.com/keyword. All right, we'll get the all-important meeting update. And CSU finally catching up with the times. I think it's awesome, but I got to ask you, Ram Nation, what took so long? Details next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. I got some great news for you if you love golf like I love golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They got a ton of giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. You also get free Oakleys, polos, breakfast burritos, balls, free hats. You get 2 full days of golf and a $50 Embers gift card. It's 2-man teams. It's going to be an absolute blast. You can register today at embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. And what I love about Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with a Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high-heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. It's so cool. You got to check out all the great items that my friends over at Embers Living has. And I love my outdoor cooking. And if you want a grill that's built to last, all you got to do is go to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. And don't forget, August 22nd, August 23rd, golf tournament. Go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Man. Some people love to come after us for whatever, stupid take, Evans or Stoke, you couldn't be more wrong, things like that. But I don't think anyone's ever come after us for trivia like this texter did. RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. That was the most pathetic 2-2 ever. You guys are dumb and lazy as bleep. There is no code red for your absolute laziness. You should have broken down Flacco versus Russ. You should have looked at overall runs in the playoffs. Well, we're not allowed to research here, texter. And I think we did do our best.
Tried.
We did kind of try to we did compare Flacco versus Russ. I mean, we got to do this on the fly. And what did we ultimately thought the tiebreaker was that Russ went to 2 Super Bowls and Flacco went to 1, and we thought that was the ultimate difference.
Yeah.
And we were wrong. I mean, Flacco won 10, Russ won 9.
And the other question we missed was ridiculous. Who led the NBA in playoff points per game, averaging 33 this year? Knew Dante had a terrible question, and it knew what it was going to be. It was going to be someone under the radar that played in one series, and it was Giannis.
It was. Giannis was 6 games.
So
maybe is that our fault? I'm trying to take a little responsibility here. Was this our fault because he did not put in a minimum amount of games played? That should have been our tip-off, that it was somebody that did not go deep in the playoffs?
I told you that.
Yeah, we concluded that.
Right.
But we just had no idea who it would have been.
There's still a lot of guys you could choose from.
Well, yeah, but we didn't automatically assume it was going to be just somebody who played in one series or two, because we immediately started talking about SGA and Tyrese Halliburton and Jokic.
That, Stoke said that almost immediately,
Yeah.
and then I backed him
You said
up on that.
Pablo.
Yeah, I said it's probably a team that played 4 or 5
Well,
games.
then why did you let us pick SGA?
Because we didn't know.
I said Pablo because they lost in the first. That's why I said Pablo. You don't listen to me.
No, I know. No, you did say Pablo. I would have felt better about missing that question if we had picked Pablo and it was Giannis. Then at least we were in the same, neck of the woods there. But all right, 2-2. We'll have the trivia questions for them. We'll see how they do later on this afternoon.
Okay, I got the update on the meeting that I didn't know about, and I'm dressed. I got my uniform on, right? Got golf today. And I didn't realize we had a meeting. And you just casually said it earlier in the show, and I was like, wait, what? Meeting? What meeting? Not today, right? I need to get going. But when I walked out, boss, Amanda was out there, and I said, we got a meeting today? She's like, yep. She's like, but you're dressed in golf gear. She said, you got to go. Don't worry about it.
What?
Don't worry about it. I really just need to meet with Mike one-on-one. Take them apples. How about them apples? All of them.
One-on-one?
One-on-one meeting. You and boss. Something about your teases. I need to get better. Improve. Listen to your partner maybe a little bit more when he speaks. You got a 1v1.
Mike.
So you can ask all the questions you want. So Mike started saying, I'm going to start asking all these questions. You can ask them all you want.
I think I'm going to need that apple. I need that apple. Where's that apple?
So
I got to
there you
put a
go.
little extra sheen on that. You get to leave?
I get to leave.
What about Stink? Does he have to do it?
He's in Alaska.
Yeah, but he's willing to.
He's in Alaska.
He's willing to Zoom link in if he needs to, but he doesn't even have to do it. This is just me. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah,
that's not good. Uh-oh. Well, hey, glad I got the Summer of Michael in, Summer of Evans in. At least I had that. Been a good run, everybody. Thank you very much. Tip your waiters and waitresses on the way out. I'll be seeing you down the road.
I think you're okay.
I'm not
I think you're okay.
I hope so.
You're all right.
All right.
Nothing to worry about, but
you get out of it, huh?
I get out of it. Yeah. Sorry.
All right. That's too bad because I was working on questions.
I know you are.
Designed to extend the meeting, knowing that you would just be sitting there squirming and sighing. And biting
Squirming
your lip.
Squirming is right. That's what I do.
You do squirm. You do squirm.
I squirm a lot.
You're not interested in having a nice long. You want to get in and get out.
I just can't.
Stinks the same way. The moment I ask a question, you guys, I can literally hear the teeth grinding from you two. I can hear them.
Well,
but you get out of it, huh?
I got the hall pass today. So.
All right, good for you.
Yeah,
good for you. Hey, as we get set for the practice today between the Broncos and 49ers, is it important to you at all that they win today? You know, that the unofficial scoreboard eye test says that the Broncos win today?
Would I like them to win? Yes. Is it important? No. It's really not in the grand scheme of things. Important, especially if I can't watch them with my own eyes. I'm going off of someone else, how they tell me practice went. You know, I mean, Kliss is going to be out there. Do we have Andrew Mason out there, or do we have anybody else out there? I mean, we'll get reports. I don't know.
I think Mace is out there, yeah.
Okay.
Mace will do a good job.
Yeah.
I trust Mace implicitly. If he says they win, they won. If he says they lost, they
lost.
Yeah.
But still, I really only trust myself, honestly. You follow me?
Yeah.
I trust my eyes, and not anyone else's. But he'll do a great job, obviously, and Kliss will do a great job, and we'll get some good reports. Is it important? No, it's not. Is it going to tell me any story about how they're going to play this year? Or would I like them to have a good practice? Of course. First time you're going up against another different NFL team, yeah, you'd like them to go out there and have a good practice and we get great reports back. But that's not going to all of a sudden change how I view this team. I'm not going to change how I view this team because of one practice.
I know that. I look at today, if it is accepted kind of universal opinion that they came away, they fought to a draw, I'll take that because San Francisco's a good team. And right now they're healthy. And the only thing that's held San Francisco back is injuries. I mean, that is a well-coached, very good team with a very good quarterback. They got Christian McCaffrey back. The reason why they felt they could move on from guys like Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga was because they felt they had good young players coming up behind them. So when you put that together along with the fact that San Francisco's starters are not expected to play on Saturday and the Broncos starters are expected to play, then you think that maybe San Francisco's guys might come out with a little bit, extra today because they know they're not playing on Saturday. If the Broncos can play to a draw, I'll take it.
You ready for a storyline that we haven't talked about?
Yes.
That we haven't mentioned one time. We talk about, going back and forth. You talked about their defense. You know who their defensive coordinator is, right?
Their defensive coordinator. Yeah, isn't Saleh back? Yeah, Saleh's back there.
You don't remember Sean taking shots at the Jets organization and how they were run when he was the head coach there? When he took shots at Hackett, he also took shots at Saleh.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah, you're right.
And so he's their defensive coordinator. You know who our offensive coordinator is Sean Payton.
Okay.
So...
Okay, you think they may have a little extra dialed up?
If you're Robert Saleh, you think you forget that quick? You didn't like him taking shots.
I remember when they came here several years ago. Saleh was the guy that really provided the noise. For that day. He was the guy that was out front leading.
Yeah,
that
that's 2
energy.
years ago.
Yeah.
So there will be some extra. I mean, he's a human, right? I mean, he doesn't forget that stuff. So you want to go out there, you want to dominate. and he's returning to be defensive coordinator there. So I think that's a storyline to kind of follow today if I'm out at practice, and we'll get a report on that, what it looks like, that defense against the Broncos offense, because when they were here, I mean, that's what you were talking about. Was that what you were talking about?
It was longer than 2 years ago. But
you were talking
about when he was the first time he was the defensive coordinator in San Francisco.
I thought you were talking about when he was head coach.
No, when they came roaring off the buses there several years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the leader of that ship, right?
Yeah.
And so now, how do you think they're going to come in this year and be ready to go at their place? Same type of energy and passion.
Well, I'm hoping it's the Bronco buses that pull up and they come rolling off the bus with some attitude.
Well, you got Greenlaw, you got Afunga, you got guys like that.
But will Greenlaw go?
That's true.
See, honestly, Greenlaw is one of those guys that he plays with intensity that I almost think sometimes you got to protect him from himself.
Yes.
And so with him having missed some time this week, you know what I'd do? I'd hold him out.
Farmer team.
Because he may come out with looking to try to prove too much. No, hold him out.
You're 100% right on that.
Hold out Greenlaw. I don't want to see Greenlaw.
And he's not playing in the game.
Right.
I mean, but he's not practicing, not playing in the game. I mean, you don't risk him at this time of the year to do one joint practice in a preseason game. But that to me is a kind of an interesting storyline there. Payton and Salah. What does it look like?
Yeah. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. We'll see what comes out of all that. Hey, a quick congratulations. I want to point this out for all of you CSU current CSU students, fans, alumni. They're doing something cool. Maybe I got to kind of preface it by saying what took so long, but okay, better late than never. CSU is starting out a ring of honor for great athletes that have performed at CSU over the years in all sports. And their initial class is going to include, for football, the inaugural group is Al Baker, Joey Porter, Bradley Van Pelt, and Sonny Lubick. Also included in that group will be from men's basketball, Jason Smith, and the legendary Amy Van Dyken.
Awesome.
So that's awesome.
Good job.
That's great.
Yeah, good job there. Hey, man, the party's starting today for the Broncos. And then tomorrow will be a light day, and then they play on Saturday. So preseason game right around the corner. Number one, and then next week we'll get to watch, I think, right? The joint practice.
I got to be honest, I'm not really paying attention to what you're saying right now. I'm wondering about this one-on-one versus one-on-one meeting.
Oh, nervous about it?
This could go one of two ways, okay? I could be getting the stink treatment. You know? What happened to stink?
Oh, we got to.
Or.
We need your key card.
What do you mean? Or. She might be giving me more PTO. So I could take 2 months off during the summer.
Oh. More time.
More time.
More time.
More time to extend the summer of Evans.
You might be having a training on.
Oh, you're right.
How to handle people that randomly get up to our floor.
You're right.
And you don't just start opening doors for them. A security training from Mike Evans. Security training.
This could be a security awareness seminar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're making fun of me.
Yeah, and I'm the one now going into the meeting.
Right, because I handle it properly, and you were trying to make fun of me.
Well, hey.
We shall see.
We shall see. 27 years has been a hell of a run.
Well, I think you're okay.
See you on the flip side.
She said it with a smile, so I don't think she would have been in a good mood if they were about to fire you, Mike. So you're okay.
Good. Get out of here.
All right. Well, I know where you're going. Have fun.
I am excited about the next couple weeks in Arizona next week being here. Again, we get to watch.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll be out there next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Out at well, you'll be there. I don't know where I'll be. We'll find out. I'll let you know. If I'm here tomorrow, good news. All right, we'll turn over to Dover and Cecil. They are coming your way next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brandon Stokley for Trajan Wealth. Let me ask you, do you have an old 401k from a previous job just sitting there? If so, you're not alone. A lot of guys leave these accounts untouched, not realizing they could be paying higher fees, facing limited investment options, or missing out on better growth opportunities. Don't be that person. I know I'm that person. I used to be that person, but not anymore. My friends at Trajan Wealth, they can help you out. Their fiduciary advisors specialize in helping you take control of your financial future. They'll walk you through your options, help you roll over that old 401k, and show you how to optimize those funds so your money starts working for you again. It's your future. Don't leave it on autopilot. Trajan Wealth is family-owned, veteran-led, and built on trust. Their advisors have decades of experience in the heart of a teacher, so you'll always get clear, honest guidance. Offices are conveniently located. You got them in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Or if you prefer, you can meet virtually from the comfort of your home. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey guys, you boys Stink here from a long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the perfect time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my boy Troy is offering his $5,000 guarantee. If he can't sell your house at the price that you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes the offer? Answer's nobody. He's making the offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings right now as I speak. He's got about 100 families approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason at all you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash. You can close in as little as 7 days. So if you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hello, beautiful people.
Welcome to it. Thursday edition of the program. We're so close to the weekend. You can see it right around the corner. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being a part of the show. However it is you're taking it in live right here on The Fan, streaming at DenverSports.com, watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
You can find the show on podcast platforms. All you got to do is search Dover and Cecil, wherever it is you find your podcast. Kevin does a great job getting that thing up and rolling for you guys. Always, I love it. I haven't even said it yet, and you're already on it. I love our listeners. Tribe roll call to start every show. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck today? Let us give you and your company a shout-out right here on the show. Send that information in, and we'll take a couple minutes at the end of the beginning segments here, to talk about you guys. But Cecil, we've got a ton to do today. It is finally here upon us, a little Broncos-Niners joint practice. Of course, they're in Santa Clara, and we're here in the studio. But we do have Andrew Mason out there. We do have Mike Kliss out there. It's our day. Just happens to work out that we're going to talk to Mike Kliss in the 1 o'clock hour to recap what went down today, who looked like what, and how many people threw punches at grown men wearing helmets.
Right. I am ready for that. I hope out there in Santa Clara, Mace is cracking his own Mountain Dew, getting ready for the day. And do they need to win today? Yes.
Hell, the offense needs to win today.
Yes, the offense, the ground game, the rushing attack, some deep shots need to be played in there because this Broncos offense hasn't been able to do what you want them to do against the Broncos defense. Now, does that mean disaster? No, we're not alarmists. We're only here to tell you what we're seeing with our own eyes. And what we've seen is Broncos defense that works the Broncos offense. Most days, the offense does have some fight. They haven't been a turtle on their back. But the ground game can get going against San Francisco. Robert Saleh, their defensive coordinator there.
I just heard Stokes saying.
Probably got a thing or two to say. It's funny when Stoke has golf, I don't ever see him.
He's out, huh?
He's like a ghost as soon as that microphone shuts off. So, yes, Robert Saleh's defense against this Broncos offense. Bo Nix, go out there. No picks today.
No picks today.
Picks for Bo Nix in practice don't bother me. Picks today,
it's a real scrimmage.
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. So I want to see this offense show some fight. I want to hear the reports of R.J. Harvey broke off this big one, and even Christian McCaffrey was like, wow.
Yeah.
I want to hear something like that. Broncos defense, I got no worries. It's Brock Purdy, baby. They can handle Brock Purdy.
It's going to be a long day for you, Mr. Purdy.
Yes, pretty easy for Brock Purdy in terms of the Broncos defense handling him. It's really that Broncos what kind of fight do they put up? I can't wait to hear.
I'm with you. No Knicks picks, right? We don't want to hear about that, see any of those make their way to social media. But my biggest want today is exactly what you were hinting at right there. Give me some damn running. Can I see a big play? Can I at least hear, if I can't see it with my own eyes or video of it from somebody out there? I need to know that the Broncos were able to establish some sort of running game, running attack versus these San Francisco 49ers, because to me it's the biggest question going into the regular season. Can they do it? Will they do it? And that's more of a question for Sean Payton himself, as I've told you time and time again. I have not seen it. You have not seen it. Anybody telling you they have seen it out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, are liars with their pants on fires, because they have not been able to establish any sort of run attack, run advantage against this defense. Can they do it against the Niners? That's my biggest question today, because if they can't do that in the regular season, all these hopes and dreams and in-game conversations that we're having might come to a screeching halt.
Yeah, new information comes different opinions, and I'm not going to go off of 13 if they're not great, Bob, against the 49ers in scrimmage. But, yeah, I mean,
it's just something we would like to see to keep these feelings going.
Yes, keep the good feelings going, because they're not sneaking up on anybody. I'm not learning how to speak English. They're not sneaking up on anybody this year.
Not at this point.
So you better be ready, and you better beat winning teams other than just Tampa like they did last year. And the last game against Kansas City doesn't count. So it's okay, you can beat up on some slappies. Everyone's going to be after you this year. You're talking a big talk, and while Evans will say, it's bulletin board material, Okay, yeah, maybe, but at the same time, they just know Denver's feeling themselves.
Yeah.
They're feeling themselves, and we got a lot to get into.
Material for other teams?
Yeah, like, oh, Denver said they're Super Bowl. Denver said Bo Nix is top 5. Like, yeah, okay, just go kick their ass. That's it. That's the great thing about football is you can do all this preparation, you can do all this drafting, and then when you line up, it's go time. And anything can happen. It's any given Sunday. So go out there. I know it's Thursday, but any given Thursday, go out there and beat up on these 49ers in practice, man. Have a good, spirited time. No fights, no injuries on either side.
Yeah.
And let's get it on.
Maybe a fight or two. I'm into it. As long as no one breaks a hand. As long as no Bronco breaks a hand. I don't give a damn about the Niners.
Okay.
They can break all the hands they want.
Throwing a punch at someone wearing a helmet.
Not smart.
It's an odd choice.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We've all done dumb stuff out of emotion and rage and frustration.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And most of that includes punching something you shouldn't punch. I got real good at patching holes as a teenager for my father.
The drywall, yeah.
That's what I did a lot of.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe Bart Simpson didn't get there. And I'd punch the wall, whatever.
I just had a lot of posters. I remember Dad
put it over the hole.
After you move out and they clean out your room. I remember Dad was cleaning out my room and he's like, "Found your other stash of Playboys." And then he also took down one of my Lobo posters and there was a hole in the wall. I was like, "Yeah, I was mad.
Yeah,
I'm dumb."
We were at a house party. This was like my senior year of high school, and this lady, Sabrina, her parents were out of town. You have a party, right?
Of course.
And it was like the parents had a treadmill. So the game was how fast can you get on the treadmill as it's already moving. So the treadmill's moving and you have to get on it and
drinking?
go. I mean,
I
can't
it's a party.
confirm nor deny, but
Okay, all
there's some
right.
stuff going on.
Yeah, that's not smart.
And I got onto the treadmill. It shot me backwards, and my heel just went through her parents' wall. And she wasn't down in the room, and we moved like a laundry basket.
What'd you do?
Yeah. Like, oh man, I don't know what happened right there. And now you're like a homeowner, and you're like,
Right.
these freaking kids, I'd kill you if you did something like that to my house.
Why do we do so much dumb stuff when we're young?
Especially men, we're just not smart. We don't evolve or
not at all.
mature until, I'm 41. I'm still hoping, holding out hope that it'll happen. Because I'll still laugh at fart jokes, and I'm 41 years old. All right, let's give some time to Tribe Roll Call. Before we do that, we got to give 60 seconds to the Rockies. That's what they've earned. Do you see what happened the last 3 games?
Yeah.
They gave up 63 hits to the Toronto Blue Jays. They were swept by the Blue Jays. The 63 hits in a 3-game series is the most ever in a 3-game series in Major League Baseball history. And they were outscored 45-6 in those 3 games. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And then even Mike Kliss had the tweet, says it's not just that the Rockies lost or lose a lot, they also lose by a lot. The Rocks have lost games this year by scores of 21-0, 20-1, 18-0. These are Blue Jay stuff. Oh, that was an Orioles, I think. 17-2, 15-1, 13-1, 11-1. They have allowed 10-plus runs in 22 games this year, and they've won 2 of them. They are just brutally bad, and the historic, embarrassing season continues for the Colorado Rockies. And with all that said, I can't wait to buy tickets for Bark at the Park coming up on September 17th against the Marlins. I'm bringing Bruce, dude.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, I am.
Bruce is part of the problem. Does Bruce know about Dick Mofford?
I've yelled his name and cussed about him a couple times around Bruce. I'm not sure if
Okay.
he understands.
I bet he does.
Probably.
He's like, man, he's really mad at whatever that is.
Yeah, so the Rockies, they continue to just be absolutely brutal, but we're all going. I'm going, that's for sure. All right, our guy Colton checking in. He was first. Before I even said Tribe Roll Call, Colton had already sent a text to the RamosLaw.com text line. He's checking in from down in New Mexico, waiting to hear as we break down joint practices. Can I kick it for a bit? Colton, you can kick it all day, man. You can just straight kick it. First timer. Love the show out here. Travis in Greeley. What up, Trav?
Thank you, Travis.
I can't wait to see if our run game is any good. You and me both, Travis. We are both wanting to see that. That is the big story of the day for me. We'll see if we get there when we get a chance to talk to Mike Kliss. David out in Phoenix is batching concrete trucks, waiting for Broncos to destroy the Niners. Let's go, David. Absolutely love that. It's like an out-of-town roll call coming in right now. Brett here for roll call out in dirty KC, fixing ATMs. Are you fixing them or are you stealing them? We love it. We love hearing from you guys. Keep it coming. 303-713-1043. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? All right, we mentioned Andrew Mason being out in Santa Clara. He'll have boots on the ground. He'll report back with Cecil on Orange and Blue today later, plus at DenverSports.com with some written words about what he's seen. But he also got a chance to talk with rookie wide receiver Pat Bryant out at camp. You got to find out what Pat said. I was impressed by listening to this kid. Find out what PS2 is teaching the rookie and what another new Bronco is teaching him. And it has so much more to do than just football. Details coming up next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I didn't just lose 82 pounds in 16 weeks. I lost fear. I lost shame. I lost that nagging voice in my head that told me I couldn't do it. I thought weight loss meant being hungry or miserable. Soda showed me something different. I wasn't starving. I wasn't white-knuckling it throughout the day. I was learning. I was eating real food, texting my nutritionist when I had a question or hit a wall. People asked if I do it again, and I tell them I do it twice. Because what I got back, my energy, my focus, my sense of control. This isn't about fitting into skinny jeans. It's about showing up for life. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request Your Nutritionist callback. SOTA, it stands for State of the Art. Sodaweightloss.com. You can do this. You know how I know you can do it? Man, I did it. And I like to eat. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is GUARD. GUARD. Text GUARD to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's GUARD to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, want to hear from Pat Bryant. Our buddy Andrew Mason, a little one-on-one action with Mace and Pat Bryant out at camp. Had the interview up on our YouTube. Mace writing about a bunch of Broncos stuff at DenverSports.com. And I want to go over a couple of things that we heard from Pat Bryant and things that he is now learning at practice, drinking from a fire hose like every rookie across the NFL is, but not every rookie across the NFL gets to go against the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on a daily freaking basis. So Pat Bryant's a little ahead of the curve when it comes to that. And that was one of the questions Mace asked him. Pat, rookie wide receiver, what are you learning from, the best cornerback in the league, Pat Surtain?
I mean, Pat's just one of a kind, obviously, one of the bigger cornerbacks in the league. So, just going against him ain't going to do nothing but make me better. And then just him being that size and then his ability to be a technician at that position and just, going from him to other guys, I feel like, it'll make my job a lot easier. He come out here every day, challenge all us at receivers, and we always look forward to go against, the best in the game.
You know what I thought about when I heard this? I thought about a couple things. One, you always try to, how can it be relatable?
Right.
None of us are NFL wide receivers going against PS2. Hard to relate to. But I thought about, knowing you belong. Those moments of knowing you belong. I think you probably felt that at some point in this business. I know I had a moment where I was like, hey, I'm doing this. I belong here.
Right,
I'm supposed to be doing this.
That's awesome.
And then I have another story that Robert Pack told me. Remember the old Nugget Robert Pack?
Of course, Pac-Man.
He was
throwing
awesome,
it down.
dude, right? Awesome. He came back. It was when I was still working for the team. I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
And they were doing an old Nuggets night, and he was one of the guys.
Yeah, like when Nene was back this year and you and I got to see him and say what's up.
And it was exactly like that. And Robert was telling a story, and I don't even remember who asked the question, or I'd give him some credit because it's a fun question. Like, hey, when did you know that you belonged in the NBA? Robert was drafted by the Trailblazers. They actually only played in Portland for 1 year. But Robert told us in that media setting, it was, I don't know the date, like second or third practice as a rookie. And that, you remember the team of Terry Stotts and Clyde the Glide, and the Trailblazers were, they were something in the early 90s. And Robert looked at us all and said, I had this dunk. So I poke away a ball that's coming to Clyde Drexler.
Okay, right.
I poke it away from Clyde. We're both kind of fighting for it. I get there first, dribbling down the other side. Clyde's chasing me. I go up and dunk it. And Clyde's kind of behind me trying to swat it.
And Pac-Man was little guy.
But he could get up. And remember how thick he was.
Yeah.
And he said, he's like, I always knew I could get up and I could dunk. But he's like, the moment of reading a ball, coming to Clyde Drexler, beating him to the point, and then dunking as the guy's chasing me. Robert said, I knew I belonged in that moment, and it gave me confidence for the rest of my career.
Nice.
So long story short, long story long, Pat Bryant's getting that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I have talked about that going up against PS2. A couple catches in camp against PS2. That has to be that moment of maybe not right there, maybe watching film or maybe going home and watching the iPad and you're going back and you're like, I just got a ball on PS2. All those questions of am I going to figure this out?
Mm-hmm.
And don't get it twisted. They're all doing that. The rookies.
Right.
Am I going to figure this out? How long is it going to take me? Am I going to miss my shot? That moment of I belong. That goes so far.
It goes so far. You got a great story about Robert Pack. I'm going to give you a great story about philosophy. Did you know that confidence is more important than talent?
No.
If you just believe, your brain will wire itself to be like, you can do this, even though you're not, maybe not that great. But having confidence, the confidence that you have going up against Pat Surtain has to be immense for Pat Bryant, because Pat Bryant, we've seen him go ask Surtain for advice. He'll run a route and Surtain will get him, or he'll get Surtain. He has gotten him twice now, and won the beautiful sideline one to get to 2 feet down. That's his game. He is clutch. He has moved the chains, back in the end zone, touchdown Broncos, clutch. That's who Pat Bryant is. but to be able to have the confidence of making those plays, gain the confidence, grow the confidence, and ask the guy that's way better than you, hey, how did that work? Like, how do I do that? How do you do that again? And Surtain is very willing. And some of these veterans aren't. Now, maybe not here, but I remember Big Al telling the story about Jerry Rice when he was out with the 49ers, and like JR wouldn't tell anybody anything.
Wow.
Nothing. He didn't want any of the young guys to ever like know anything or take his job, and that's the greatest receiver
He's Jerry
of all time.
Rice.
Right. But the greatest receiver of all time was paranoid. Surtain, quite opposite of that, where he's fantastic and he's willing to share the tips and the tricks with one Pat Bryant. So if he's getting open a couple of times on Pat Surtain, what's he going to do against a regular corner?
Yeah, exactly right.
And then you think, where's the coverage going to be? Sutton's going to draw your one. Let's say Pat Bryant's your number 2 receiver, right? And the drive's like, we knew it. Yay, it's Pat Bryant. Okay, the number 2 receiver. He's the number 4 in the pecking order. Guess who's covering him? Some backup corner, even a sub-package corner if he's like the 3rd receiver in some sort of nickel or dime situation. So he's going against Pat Surtain and winning a couple of times.
Yeah.
If he's up against some sub-package guy, it's
Good
game
luck.
over.
Good luck to that guy. So I just loved hearing the story. And like I said, I immediately went back to that Robert Pack story of like, knowing you belong. Like I said, radio, football, I know it's a little different. Whatever it is you do for a living, you remember those first couple days, weeks, months where you're feeling it out and not knowing exactly what your role is. And then something just clicks and you're like, I belong here. I belong amongst my peers.
Right.
And that goes a very, very long way.
Yes.
Something else I heard Pat talking to Andrew Mason about, and I just thought it was cool because you and I are very high on Trent Sherfield. This is a guy that's on his 6th team in 6 years, so there's no, not sticking with somebody, makes a decent enough impact to stay around the league, just not stay on the team. But we've seen him not just be used as a special teams player. He is going to be on the field quite a bit. And with some of that experience, I really like what Pat Bryant is telling us that Trent Sherfield is helping him with that's not just football related.
That's my guy, man. Him being from Illinois, that's the first thing he said. He knew a couple people I knew back from Illinois, but, man, just having a mentor like that, a guy that's, he's more than just the game, man. He teaches you, how to be what I'm soon to be a husband, how to be a better father, whatever it is, man. He just mentored me, whether it's in the weight room, tell me to never cut corners and just showing me what it took for him to have success and be in the league this long. So I'm just all eyes and all ears, man, and just having a guy like that in your corner, especially coming as a rookie, like, it get tough. Like, it's one of the hardest offenses, but he checking me every day just to make sure, hey, Pat, you good? We in the meeting rooms, you good? He make sure I drink my 4 bottles of water a day. He see me out there tired, so he just pushed me to the extremes. We even get extra work in the weight room. He started making, so it started with 300 abs a day, then moved to 400, 5. So just having a guy like that to be there, obviously you can push yourself, but having another person in your corner like that is just very special.
All right, so cool. They have the tie to Illinois, right?
Did we bleep him? Did we have to bleep that?
There was a bleep.
There was a bleep, right? Yeah, there was a bleep in there. I was like, way to go, Pat Bryant.
And I like the fact, like, football's football. You're like, hey, I'm about to be a husband. He's telling me about those sort of things.
Right.
Almost like a toddler when you're out. Like, you drink some water? Come over here and drink some water real quick. I know you're going to forget to drink some water because he's got so much stuff going on. Like,
okay, yeah.
I really like that relationship between the two guys.
Right. And I like the fact that Bryant shows up with humility. This isn't a guy that's like, why am I listening to you? You're a special teams guy. Yeah, Illinois, that's cute. Yeah, I remember that guy. But
Right.
you're a special teams guy. I'm going to be like the star. I'm going to be the man. And no, it's knowledge, it's wisdom that's passed down from these older players, whether it's Pat Surtain or Trent Sherfield, and high character, high intelligence players. The Broncos didn't always draft that. And no, I'm not talking about who you guys think I'm talking about. Maybe I am. I just don't want to be mean. But the Broncos used to draft dummies. And I would say it on these airwaves. I'd be like, stop drafting dummies.
Yeah.
Well, they've stopped. And they get high character players. They get high intelligence players. And they get players with the sense of humility of like, I've got to prove myself.
Mm-hmm. I love it. All right, couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call. Our buddy Dan says, cheers. He says, howdy, boys. Just cruising up and down the Vale Valley. That's probably a nice drive today, Dan.
Nice.
Dropping off medical supplies for the hospital. Thanks for keeping me entertained. No, thank you for tuning in. And then he writes, tell Stoke not to make fun of the old guys on the Broncos chain crew. Yeah, Stoke, you're not far. You might be out there on that chain crew, Mr. Stokley.
Yeah, Stoke.
Chill out, man. He was ripping on the old guys, huh?
He was?
I didn't hear that part.
I just know they want to fire Dante from trivia because they got tough questions.
The questions are too hard?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they just want a bunch of layups.
Yeah, softball lobs to the morning show. Parker from T-Town. Was that Thornton? Is that what he's talking about? Thornton? Working
Telluride?
for a wealth management company. Oh, he's in Abilene, Texas.
Ah.
Love the show, guys. We appreciate you, Parker, so keep it coming. KJ checking in. Last one right here. Lived in Parker for a couple years. He's out in Rapid City now. Listen to you guys every day, and I still do in Rapid City. KJ, you're crushing it. We appreciate you doing so. All right, we mentioned yesterday we were going to get into a Buffs preview, a little Big 12 preview. ESPN has a story about where they look, or where they're looking as to where the Buffaloes could land. Remember a year ago, they didn't give the Buffs a big chance either, and they made some noise. They still feel the same about the Buffaloes. Can the Buffs prove them wrong once again? We'll have that conversation next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's talk a little CU. We talked about Shedeur Sanders on yesterday's show, and Shedeur getting an opportunity to start tomorrow night for the Cleveland Browns, still with people doubting his ability to play at this level or even earn a roster spot with the Cleveland Browns. And we did talk about it yesterday, and I said I am rooting for them to cut him so he can get the hell out of there and go play for a real franchise. But Now moving on from Shedeur and talking about the 2025 Colorado Buffaloes. No Shedeur, no Travis, no big-name wide receiver that we're all going to know, so far at least. So ESPN has an article out. It's a Big 12 preview. They're doing it for all the conferences, but we don't care about all the conferences. A couple of things in this, Cecil, and one, they do their power rankings, tell you where the Buffs land. They do their must-see games. Interesting to see where they have the Buffaloes there.
Right.
And then they did kind of teams in the running and then teams that are long shots. So I'll tell you this, just to spoil some of it. They're not high on the Buffaloes, but they do put them as one of the 9 teams that are in the running.
And they're barely in the running.
To win the Big 12, but it's 9 teams.
Yeah.
It was like wide open. They're looking at West Virginia, UCF, Oklahoma State, Houston, Cincinnati, Arizona to not be contenders here. But must-see games. Isn't this exactly what Dion is at Colorado for? To bring Big Noon kickoff, to bring everybody
eyeballs
out and eyeballs onto it. And the first year it was multiple millions of people watching the games. The second year it grew because they were actually better at football, and Travis was not getting hurt and won the Heisman. But ESPN has 5 must-see games, none of which include the Colorado Buffaloes.
Right.
Iowa State, Kansas State, TCU, Kansas State, Texas Tech, Arizona State, Texas Tech, Kansas State, Utah. So it's a lot of Texas Tech, some Kansas State games.
Right.
No Buffalo games in here. That's weird to me.
TCU game against Kansas State on October 11th. TCU with the first furry quarterback in, I think, college football history. That came out this week. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
He was at a furry convention, and he was like putting it out there like, hey, I like dressing up like a fox, everybody, or whatever it is. So, yeah, that makes it, but no CU games in this must-watch. Now, I know everyone's not pouring over everyone else's Big 12 schedule, but if you look at this, is there such a thing as an easy game? Is there such a thing as an easy schedule? This is a conference that
just beat the
is
hell out of each
going to
other.
be wide open outside of Arizona State. Now, Arizona State's got a guy to replace Cam Scattaboo in that Kanye Udo kid from Army, who I'm not saying he could be better than Scattaboo, but he brings that same sort of power and speed. He's Army guy, of course, so he brings that power and speed to the field there as well, as the wide receiver Jordan Tyson should continue to ascend in his football career. So Arizona State's kind of the exception, and they're at the top of the conference right now, at least, these early season. But they were wrong about this conference last year, and they were wrong about CU last year. So let's hope ESPN, and the Arizona State thing is real. They will be legit. They will be the team.
They got a hell of a coach.
Everybody is aiming for. They are all, the target is the Sun Devils. Everyone in the Big 12 is going to be kind of aiming towards them. We'll just have to see. I think there's too many questions, and there's the question about the quarterback. And perhaps that's why CU is kind of overlooked or at the bottom of this in the running list.
Well, they also have 3 freshmen to watch, and 2 of them are from the Buffs.
Right.
And one of them is who you're talking about in Julian Lewis. The other is Cardi Smith, the tackle. That's a big recruit. And at 18 years old, standing 6'5", weighing 290 pounds. I also had this thought about the Buffaloes. And I don't know if I've even asked you, like, where you are with what they're going to do. Will they win 6 games? I think they can do that. Does that 6 turn into 9 and flirting with 10? I'm not so sure about that. I need to see it before I can really go out and tell you what I believe. But
and you say 6 for the bowl bound.
For the bowl
Oh,
game,
they're going to a bowl game.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. If it's just like a 6 or 7 win team, and you don't feel like, or maybe we don't, because they're not going to say that, but we don't feel like they're going to push for a Big 12 championship or try to find themselves in the college football playoff where they were pushing a year ago. If that's not going to happen and we don't think the roster can do that, sit your ass down, Caden Salter. Julian Lewis should be getting all of these reps to start this process so that by the time we're doing this next year, we're going, Julian's got a year under his belt. The team has added more players in the transfer portal and a star freshman, whatever position that Prime's going to go out there and recruit. If you're not going to compete with Caden Salter to win the Big 12 and get in the college football playoff, why would you play Caden Salter?
Right. And that's the thing, like, to begin the season, I think the question of quarterback is one thing, but I feel confident in Caden Salter if he's the starter, and then there's packages for Juju. Like, Juju is mixed in as the game goes on, certain situations. I think that'd be a great way to kind of dip his toe a little bit. And Salter's a good quarterback. He's got a big arm, and he can run. And I like that about him. To me, it's who's going to run the ball.
Yeah.
How run-heavy with Marshall Faulk there, how run-heavy are the Buffs going to be? Because I'm going to put the number at 8. My expectations for the Buffaloes this year,
wins?
it's not 6, it's 8. They can do that, but again, in this conference, there's no such thing as that easy game. So running the ball kind of settles things down. It helps out your quarterback, but Salter also himself can run. So if you can establish a ground game with Lord knows who right now, and I think that's maybe an under-the-radar question that not enough people are asking about the Buffaloes. We're all worried about the quarterback. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's Salter this year. I think it's Salter for the entire year. And then Juju mixed in packages.
Okay.
It could be wrong, but whatever. To me, it's like, do they have a stud running back that we don't know yet? Do they have a combination of backs that are stud lead together that we don't know yet? And that's going to be the emphasis for me. It's like, okay, can they run the ball, settle things down for their QB no matter who it is?
You lose Augustive. You still have Michael Welch. They added the Taylor kid, who I don't know a ton about, but you are going to. I don't even want to say you are going to because I don't know. And we don't know who Pat Shurmur is or what they want to do. I would assume you hire Marshall Faulk, you'll want to run the football.
Who's the stud running back they've got, Spivak?
Kalen Taylor, the transfer from
That's the Taylor. That's who
yeah.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
I just don't know a ton about him.
He's a senior. He put up over 1,000 yards combined last year at Incarnate Word. What he had, 9 touchdowns rushing.
Right.
97-yard touchdown run.
Oh, that's nice.
This dude can play.
That's the thing with Dion. If it's Julian, how much does Dion tell Pat, like, we're highlighting that kid? Because that's what they did a year ago.
Well, that'll be the packages, right?
No, I'm saying if you won the starting job.
Oh, you won the starting job. Sure. And Incarnate Word is in
San Antonio, Texas.
Very good. Yes. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Well, DeKalen Taylor, then go be that stud that this team needs, lead the way and be that centerpiece of the offense.
Drew, is he taking Micah's job like from the jump?
I would bet maybe a game or two in, he probably will.
Okay.
They list him at 165.
He's a little dude.
Whoa.
Think of like Rodney Stewart.
Okay.
Wow,
okay.
nice.
Right. That's a good pull.
That's a good one. But I mean, do you trust Dallin Hayden? Do you trust Michael Welch? I mean, this guy's like Welch showed flashes.
That's what I was gonna say. I could trust maybe Michael Welch in small doses.
Yeah.
Not a full-time guy for 12 games.
Dallin Hayden was a massive disappointment.
Yes, he was.
Coming from Ohio State,
right?
Kind of whatever. So give me a shot with Kalen Taylor.
I just want them to run the football. Run the football.
Right.
Make life either easy on either of the quarterbacks, whomever may win.
Well,
this
and
thing.
is the biggest problem at the end of the day Pat Shurmur? Like, seriously, they've got a quarterback in Caden Salter, and I think Juju can be a guy eventually. I'm not saying this year, but like Caden Salter's a good, solid quarterback. If they can run the ball and Shurmur has that emphasis of running the ball, again, 8 games, they can win 8 games this year.
If the next quarterback that comes out of CU is not like a top, 3rd round, 4th round in that realm quarterback, then I think people should start asking more questions about Pat Shurmur. Now, Shadora's stuff, there's way more to it than Pat Shurmur and all that, but we'll see what Caden is look like if he wins this and plays well all year. We also got the first coaches poll out a couple of days ago. The Buffs were not in it, did get 12 votes. Will they ever be a top 25 team this year? If you got them winning 8 games,
yeah, they'll approach that top 25. Yeah, towards the end of the year, people will come around. And to me, I'm not soft selling this, but if CU is constantly around the top 25, I'm happy.
Yeah.
They're not the embarrassment that they were before Dion. And, can you be in the conversation of maybe pushing for a college football playoff? Again, it just comes down to how do you perform and how does Arizona State perhaps dominate this conference.
I'm a little more hesitant to say they're going to be around that top 25. I don't know that this is a team. It's certainly not what the team was a year ago. I think this might be a down year for Dion and the Buffaloes so that they can take a big step next year. And that's why I say give Julian Lewis as many reps as you possibly can because it's about learning this year and then executing next year.
But you're saying down year compared to last year, where last year they disappointed.
Well, no, they still won, 9 games, whatever it was, 10 games?
They could have won more.
They could have.
Should have made that march through the college football
but
playoff.
I'm saying, like, if they get to 6, you should be happy.
You should be happy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we might have a little coffee bet on that.
Okay, all right.
What's their record after 4 games? You got Georgia Tech, Delaware, at Houston, and a home against Wyoming.
Okay. 4-0?
Yeah, 4-0, 3-1.
I agree. I think they're 4-0, and I think they're ranked going into the BYU
So
game.
you're really going to say
well,
you're really
when
gonna say
Big
no
12
6?
play starts, we'll see what things look like.
Okay.
And Georgia Tech's no chump.
Georgia Tech's projected
Let's
to
see
be
what
in the
happens.
top 4 in the ACC.
Yeah.
That's a really good football team.
Okay.
So they might be 0-1.
Might be 3-1.
Yeah, that's right.
All I'm saying is your 6 wins. We gotta up the expectations and then talk realistically about last year. Last year they disappointed. We're all excited. We're glad they're not an embarrassment, but Yeah, going to the Alamo Bowl and losing.
Oh, the bowl game was a huge disappointment.
I mean, when Shane Gillis is making fun of
Yeah.
you.
Almost won the
Alamo Bowl.
Buffs fans, what say you? 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Who do you think wins more games this year, the Rammies or the Buffaloes? Let us know on the text line. Put your name on it so we can give you a shout-out on the show. Let's go inside the internet. A big story surfaced yesterday thanks to Matthew Berry. He gave us a little insight as to who the Chiefs are worried about inside their own division. Hear what he said coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Discover incredible savings at the Mountain High Appliance Clearance Center in Denver. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Our clearance center offers a huge selection of ranges, refrigerators, laundry, and more. Save up to 60% on open box, scratch and dent, display models, and overstocked appliances from Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. When you're looking for great deals on appliances, our clearance center is your go-to destination for the best prices and selection.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you. Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What is happening inside the internet? Well, a big buzz on the internet yesterday, late afternoon, while the guys on the drive were doing their thing. A clip surfaced on the internet, and then we wrote about it. I shouldn't say we. I didn't do anything. Will Peterson wrote about it at DenverSports.com, and it's a clip of Matthew Berry. Now, Matthew Berry, he's like, he's fantasy guy. You guys live in the same world.
The talented Mr. Roto is what his initial name was years ago when Matthew first came on the scene. An incredible friend and a great dude.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
And he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, and he wrote Crocodile Dundee, too.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Isn't that a knife? Call that a knife?
Yeah, that's
This
the
is a
first
knife.
one. That's
Oh,
the first
okay.
one.
All
Second
right.
one, they did the same thing. It's like Happy Gilmore 2, where it's, let's just do the same thing. Except it wasn't 30 years later. Anyway, Matthew Berry, good guy.
Wasn't he like with a lady on an island and they were running from people? Wasn't that the Crocodile Dundee 2?
No, that was I think that's the first one.
Oh, is it?
The second one's in L.A.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the island and the guys are chasing him, right? He doesn't want to use a gun, all that stuff. Okay. I didn't know we go down the Crocodile Dundee wormhole today.
I know.
Well, Will wrote about this, and Matthew Berry was on the Fantasy Football Happy Hour on Wednesday talking about the league, talking about who's going to step up this year. And listen to what he had to say about the AFC West.
I was having a conversation with a very high-ranking Chiefs, somebody in the Chiefs organization, is the way I want to phrase it. And it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's a great defense. Like, we think the Broncos are real, and it was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
They have a lot of respect for the Broncos. That defense, and then the last line is beautiful. They think Bo Nix is legit.
Yeah.
Too legit to quit. We also think he is legit as well. So, Cease, now it's something else when media is doing it, right? It's something else. Fans should always be fired up this time of the year, unless you're like the Panthers. But, you should always be optimistic this time of the year. It hits a little different when it's an executive of the rival, the team you're trying to knock off the mountain.
Right. And that's where you got to listen, Linda. Listen, because that's the Chiefs. That's the, a lot of people say still top of the mountain in the AFC West. I don't say that. I think it's the Broncos' turn to take over in this division. But when the Chiefs are concerned in that manner, that's something to take note of. And to take note that you're not sneaking up on these guys. The Chiefs are going to be really prepared. They got away with one last year on the stupid block field goal and Alex Forsyth getting pushed over.
Yeah, thanks,
Alex.
Alex.
They got away with one. This time around, you're going to be in for a fight, and they're going to be better depending on when Roshy Rice suspended or whatever. But they're going to be better. At least they think so. So you're going to have a fight on your hands, and they're going to be ready for you.
Yeah. We are fired up for that comment. Just that comment that the respect is there. And it's also like, the Chargers, they're there. They're whatever.
No
but
bulletin board material.
And
yeah.
it's Bo Nix.
Yeah. It's Chargers. Like, whatever. They're going to choke. They're going to win about 10 games, and they're going to choke. So wherever that's at, whether that's playoffs or just barely missing the playoffs, that's what the Chargers do. The Broncos, their standard is back, and the Chiefs know it, and they know the clock is ticking.
Well, I can't get out of my head what Sean Payton said. Now, they got their ass kicked in the wild card game, but he was still confident afterwards and saying, like, well, we liked our chances next week. if we were able to get there. He knew, like you say, he doesn't say anything by accident.
Exactly, right. And who would have that been next week?
That would have been these Kansas City Chiefs that we're talking about.
In their house, and there's nothing better, man. I want Buffalo again. I want Buffalo. I want in their place. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Beat them down, beat you down.
Yeah.
Like on your way to a Super Bowl, go have that revenge tour.
Yeah. By the way, Buffalo's on Hard Knocks. This is the first year where I'm just like completely out of the loop on Hard Knocks.
Why are you in on Hard Knocks?
I used to love it.
Why?
I thought it was a great show. I like
It's
watching
the same every time.
I know. I like watching them cry when they get cut. I like watching the stuff on the off days. I love all that stuff. And this year, I actually heard Zach say it on the air yesterday. Oh, first episode of Hard Knocks. I'm like, oh, completely off of my radar. And I won't watch a single episode. I got Bills fatigue. I'm sick of the Bills. Did you watch, Kev?
I forgot about it.
I'm sick of Hard Knocks. Like Hard Knocks, since All or Nothing came out, which is when Bruce Arians was still coaching, by the way, so it's been a minute.
Wow.
When All or Nothing came out and it was the Cardinals and it was the entire season, I'm like, I'm never going to watch Hard Knocks again.
Well, I don't even know what that is.
It's Yahoo or Amazon. It's on Amazon, yeah. And they've done it a couple of times where it's the entire season.
Okay.
So Hard Knocks, that's cute, but it's like, it's why we talk about old stuff. It's the same thing, and this guy's cut, and here's his family, and he's watching Netflix, right? Craig Netflix Reynolds, like, okay, yeah, God, awesome. Great.
Like I said, I'm about sick. We talk about the Bills like they've won 15 Super Bowls, and they're the 4th place team for the last 3 straight years. I'm like, we just going to keep doing this with this team? Let's stop talking about it till they do something.
Yeah. I appreciate Josh Allen, but if he had a ring, then maybe those commercials would hit a little differently.
Speaking of furries, right? Josh,
you gonna put his business out there like that?
I just heard. I don't know.
Oh,
I could be wrong.
Ask Neon Dawkins.
I don't know anything.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah, they can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, now, Cease, you don't know about this. This isn't even on the rundown.
Whoa. And you're tricking me?
Well, I'm just getting hip to the information. I don't know, Kev. What about 10 minutes ago we found this out, right?
Yeah.
We found something out that was a staple of this show a year ago, and I honestly had wondered if we would bring it back, if it would be there for us to consume, and it is. Preseason is here. That means we have new music to play. Set the flow. Hit it, Kev!
All right, guys, I'm back in this preseason. Let's do it! Woo! This is our cult. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our cult. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Ravens. Let's give them Edgar Allan woes. This is our team. Go Colts! Yay!
Oh, Cecil, that was for you, man. That was for you.
Why, thank you. You gave me a turd sandwich today.
He painted his face this time.
Yeah, the last time I talked about Set the Flow in the way that I really want to talk about Set the Flow, I got in trouble. I got called into the office, so you guys are setting me up to get me in trouble. Listen, Mike Evans had a one-on-one meeting today, and we haven't seen Mike since.
Oh, crap.
So we don't know.
Crap.
I'm just saying, we don't know. I don't want a one-on-one meeting because of Set the Flow, so I plead the fifth.
Did he say we're going to give them all the Edgar Allan woes?
We're going to give him Edgar Allan woes.
And he did this, too. He waved his hand up.
This guy is incredible. I thought he might change the song a little bit.
Incredible.
But I guess not.
No, I mean...
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, huh?
It's completely broken. It's completely the worst thing of all time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, that guy went to the Super Bowl last year.
You can be fan of the year too.
For free.
Just have a same song, rip off he ripped off the Christian song. This is our God.
Our God, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what's next? We're gonna rip off Stryper, To Hell with the Devil, right? What are we gonna do here? We're gonna that's not my Christian rock music. That's
you're done. Now
as far as it goes, it's just
gone.
Stryper. And then Rebecca Grant, who's the one lady?
I don't know. It's not my wheelhouse. I don't
That's
know
not your
anything about
wheelhouse.
Christian
Kev,
rock.
Christian rock, nothing.
No, we could call Bo Nix. I mean, I know he's a big gospel
down
guy.
to it.
Well,
Yeah.
you could call Bo Nix.
That's his pregame warm-up music.
There you go. Hey, rock on, man.
Yeah. So Now you have something to look forward to. Well, it's only Thursday, but every Friday you'll have something to look forward to.
I can't say what I want to say, so I will choose to say nothing.
I'm actually really enjoying watching you want to say so many things and not say any of them.
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
But set the flow. He upped his game this year. He's got a chain.
He upped his
He's got a
game.
chain.
He's got the
Upped
chain.
his game.
Yeah.
He has game.
He's got a little dance move.
He has game.
He's got a towel, a rally towel.
You love guys with chains.
What if I get one of those chains?
Yeah, see?
Kev, you need, if he has game.
See, you're about to say that stuff. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I won't dump it.
All right, let's get into hour number 2, quarter number 2. We saw what a joke that first depth chart was yesterday for the Broncos, but when it comes to players that are going to be on the back end of that final depth chart, if it ever gets here, what's the best course of action, Cease? You keep them for emergency, right? Break glass in case of emergency, or before final cut down day gets here, do you see if there's any interested parties in these players? Let's answer that next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym. But don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to gnc.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. We appreciate you doing so.
Can I kick it?
You want to join the show? Be a part of the conversation? Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line. We'd love to hear from you. 303-713-1043. Always put your name on the end of your text so we can give you a shout out right here on the show.
We got a hater on YouTube. He says, what does Cecil know about game? Go read a comic book and stop trying to be cool.
Yes.
If you knew anything about me, you know I would not try. I don't like being like everyone else, and if that makes me uncool, then so be it.
Yeah.
Like, I just, that sort of sentence, like, you're trying to be cool, like, I don't even think about that.
You know what? I really love like our crew, our people,
Right,
the
right.
folks in the tribe. Love them. I think I might equally love a hater as much.
Yeah, it's fine. It's haterade.
Yeah.
It's whatever it is. Yeah.
I love to know that you're thinking about me the way you think about me. And Cecil, for this guy.
I thought he'd bag on my pink shirt.
Is it pink?
Yeah. Oh God, I forgot you're colorblind. Yeah, I don't think not every guy can pull off a pink shirt.
No.
But I can pull off a pink shirt. You just
100%
can't.
white to me.
You just can't tell because you're colorblind.
It looks good though. Yeah.
How would you know? You don't even know what pink is.
True. That's
Wait.
very true. Hey,
Move on.
Hey,
move
dude.
on. Move on. Move on. Move on. Bail.
I may
Bail.
not be a smart man, but no, never mind. All right, C's, let's have sports. We got to do sports.
Please.
Let's get back to the Denver Broncos. So you and I have talked a ton about final cut down day, and heck, we did it yesterday with our depth charts, and we were both at 50-plus players. I had 52 guys already on this team. There's room for one guy to come and steal a roster spot. But I saw something on the Broncos wire. It's like the Broncos version of USA Today, right? They highlight each team. And they have, what do we got here? 5 names, I believe, that might not make this team.
Okay.
And the idea here is, should they be making a phone call? Would there be any interest from other teams if the Broncos were going to cut them? Knowing you were going to cut them, make a call before. Now, every team's going to do this. And honestly, the names on the list, I really think there's one, maybe 2 that teams may be interested in.
I'm interested, but you know what happens today is they'll get cut, and then someone will call.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we didn't cut him. We actually traded him for a 7th-round pick.
Exactly. You look at that.
Who's
6th
on the
pick.
list then?
So the first name I could certainly see. And in fact, I think you said it yesterday that a change of scenery might help this guy.
Okay.
It's cornerback Damari Mathis.
Yeah.
Because I think that he's got some NFL talent.
Oh, yeah.
I just think the ship has sailed here in Denver, and they've drafted cornerbacks every year he's been on the team looking for a better player.
Yeah, Damari Mathis is smart and he's physical. He lost his confidence. I think he might have gained it back. Now, he lost his confidence a few years ago.
Yeah.
I think he might have gained it back. I hope he gained it back. But he has the capability of playing in this league. He just really doesn't have a shot of making the 53-man roster here. And do you really want to stick around the practice squad when you're a guy that has maybe not starter ability, but sub-package ability, but you're not going to get in on the sub-package because they're stacked at the corner position? So I like Damari Mathis. And yeah, maybe someone throws you a 7th rounder, something like that.
Right, and that's what it kind of looking at. Well, the next name is not a 7th rounder, but kind of looking at for all these guys. Just stack a couple 6th and 7th rounders. You
Yeah.
have 3 or 4 6th rounders. You turn that into a 4th in next year's draft.
George
or whatever
Payton
the case
loves
may
that.
be. Exactly. So the next name, like I said, he's not getting cut, but the name that was thrown out there was Jaleel McLaughlin. And he's not going to get cut, but of the names, he might be able to be the one that brings you back something. Now, not a 3rd-round pick or anything like that, but 4th might be too steep, but a 5th-round pick, you're probably getting that for a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin right now.
Yeah. Jaleel McLaughlin, which teams would be calling for, and you'd be saying no.
Unless it was like a 4th or a 3rd.
3rd, it'd be a little nuts, but yeah, I mean, there's a price tag for everybody.
Yeah, 3rd, I'm going. I'm going quick.
3rd would be, okay, now let's really discuss this, because Tyler Bidet and what he can do as your 3rd back. But Jaleel McLaughlin is a Sean Payton guy. He's an SP guy. And what happens to SP guys?
They stick around.
Yeah,
They're
and
good for
did you
life.
see, we didn't even talk about it on the whatever Chase Daniels podcast is? Scoop City, yeah. Darren Sproles is going to come back as like an intern here.
But next year, right?
Yeah, I believe so,
Next
yes.
year,
Yeah. So, like, that's going to the setup, like, okay, well, Jaleel McLaughlin is like a Sproles-ish guy, and he's Sean's guy, so he's going to be here. Unless you blow the socks off of the Denver Broncos, you're not going to be able to get Jaleel McLaughlin away from this team.
So he's on the team this year and next year?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how.
Well, I'd have to look at his contract situation because his contract as an undrafted guy is going to be up after 3. So, yeah, I think he's a free agent next year.
Well,
top of my head.
Don't think he's going to break the bank. So I think they can find a way.
Somewhere James Cook is like, can I break the bank, please?
He's still trying. Why does he show up every day just to leave? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm here. Like,
Just
take attendance.
Stay your ass at home, you know?
Right.
Sleep in a little bit. Have breakfast in bed. The 3rd name on the list, which again, Young has actually shown a little something at training camp, at least to me, and I was not impressed with the kid a year ago in Devon Key. That's a name they say might not make it here. PJ Locke is kind of the guy that's going to be the backup safety. Let's see what happens with guys like J.L. Skinner. But Key is a name that you thought maybe you get. I'm looking again like a 6th-round pick. And at safety, would you rather have the depth than the pick?
Well, and what would you get for PJ Locke?
I mean, that's probably like a 4th.
PJ Locke, you get a savings of approximately $5 million. If you move on from him, and if you trade him away, you're going to open up that spot anyway. It's a very affordable price, what PJ Locke is making this year from the Broncos. So I think the Devon Key conversation is interesting, but I'm not giving up on him when Locke is in front of him, and Locke has more skins on the wall, to steal a John Fox term, in terms of he's got starting experience, real-world starting experience. Yeah. Key does a little bit, but it wasn't great, Bob. So with PJ Locke, you can say, hey, if that guy's healthy, it's a starting caliber safety that you could get for a 4th rounder. So I like the Key conversation, but I think PJ Locke would be better in that spot.
Okay. And the money that you're talking about, that's not even in consideration here with this. You talk about what you could get back.
Right. Why do you want to give up on a cheap good guy?
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. The last 2 names are names I certainly could see being cut. Then the question just becomes, are you really going to get anything from these 2 dudes that you wouldn't just want to keep around? And Jordan Jackson is the first name. That dude played a lot last year. Like, he was on the field, right? You might not have noticed him or read his name in the box score, but he was on the field quite a bit. As they write on USA Today, you're fighting with Zach Allen's on the team and a starter, John Franklin team starter, DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, Savion Jones now. Might be one extra spot. Jordan Jackson has to fight with Uwazurike for that spot.
Yeah.
And not going to put both of those dudes on the practice squad.
Well, and if I'm with another team, I'm calling up about Uwazurike, I'm calling up about Jordan Jackson, I'm calling on Malcolm Roach. Like, what would it take? You got a year left on his deal. Like, okay, this defensive line is incredibly talented. It's incredibly deep. Like, if Uwazurike was your primary backup on the defensive line, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I mean, that's, standard. He's good, solid guy. Not going to be a huge drop-off if he has to get in. And Uwazurike has 10% chance of making this roster.
Wow.
I mean, it's really low.
Damn.
It's really low based on the talent that's there. And the pick of Savion Jones, not this year. And, it's defensive line, so I don't know how many people are going to be chanting his name or buying a jersey.
Yeah.
But Savion Jones will be an impactful Broncos player for years to come. When he gets his opportunity, that guy's going to show up and show out like he's a starter, future starter in the making right now.
Love that.
He's a big-time player.
By the way, our guy Joe G texts in, tough guys wear pink. Tough guys wear pink. I thought, I don't know if I told you this before. I had a pair of pink Vans once.
Okay.
Did not know they were pink.
Okay.
Found out when I showed up at work today when I was running the board for Matt McChesney. And he let me know real quick, that they were pink.
Yeah, I don't think McChesney has anything that's pink.
No, definitely not.
Get out of here, you part-timer. I hate you. Like, yeah, all right. Matt, calm down, Matt.
Yeah.
I love you.
That is definitely not the case.
I always want to be on Matt's good side.
Yes. And if he's mad at you, go to his left side. He can't see over there. Sorry, big fella.
Put his business in the streets.
Our buddy James out in Florida streaming the show. Thank you, James. Says, I don't understand why everyone likes Jaleel. He's not that good. He can't break a tackle or run through tackles. He should be traded. James, did we just become best friends? I feel the same way. Now with what the running, well, I don't know. Tyler Bidet, you said his name earlier. I think Tyler Bidet could do what Jaleel McLaughlin has not done over the last couple of years.
Yeah. And Jaleel, again, fans may love him. Fans may think they need to move on because he can't break a tackle. He's added 12 pounds to his upper body. I want to see it.
I
want to see it.
That's fair. It's a good point.
He is noticeably larger in the upper body. His legs are still, not Mark Schlereth scrawny, but his legs are still kind of scrawny.
Yeah.
But that upper body is noticeable with Jaleel, and I want to see it. Does it help him break a tackle? We'll see.
Why do big meatheads always skip leg day?
Because it's glamour muscles.
It looks so weird.
Yeah, just wear pants.
I guess so.
You're fine.
But on the beach, you're like, dang, that guy is, whoa, what happened to his legs? You know what I mean?
Right. Mark Schlereth looks like a caricature of like a superhero.
He's got the barrel chest. Yeah.
Right. Big barrel chest, big arms, tiny legs.
Have you ever like put a piece of wood up sideways and you just kick right through it?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what you could do to Schlereth's legs.
And then have another surgery.
Yeah.
You'd be fine.
Now, I'm not going to try, but I feel like somebody out there could.
You could just outrun him. You'd be fine. By the way, YouTube Broncos Maniac says Josh and Cecil need to both embrace the Jerry curl. Stepbrothers. Somebody asked, when did Bradley Cooper start hosting the show with Cecil?
Oh, nice. Thank you. And I'm definitely in on Jerry curl if you are.
Let's do it.
I am down.
Let's get Kevin.
Best friends. Yep.
Somebody at basketball the other day asked me too, like, dude, has anybody told you ever look like Bradley Cooper? And then I tell them the story. I'm like, yeah, my friends say I'm the skeleton of Bradley Cooper if he never worked out a day in his life. This is what he'd look like right here. And I'm okay with that. All right, let's continue this Broncos conversation. I want to hear a little bit from defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. Let's check in and hear from VJ coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, The homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Haven't filed taxes in years? The IRS may have filed for you, and you might not even know it. Join Todd's free masterclass August 27th at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan. Get answers, get back on track.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is Gunner. Gunner. Text Gunner to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's Gunner to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's check in and hear a little bit from defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. We talked a little bit about VJ's pressure and the things that he is going to feel, and we haven't talked about. Now, we talked about what this defense needs to do to remain in the top 5, top 3, heck, maybe even the best defense in the NFL.
Yes.
We haven't really talked about like how they take the next step, what it would look like for them to take the next step. Well, that's something that Vance was asked about this week. Here's what he said.
I think the next step is avoiding the awkward big plays, the awkward series. If you're going to be a top defense in this league, man, just consistency. I think building depth to do that, over a long season is important for us. But that's every defense's, goal is to always be consistent and be, if you're going to be dominant, that's every down, every game, every quarter. That's our goal.
That's our goal, says Vance. Now, he's talking about giving up the big play. When he said that earlier in this week, I started to think to myself, all right, big plays. How many of those can I remember? The stupid Brock Bowers play popped into my head. Hated that.
Yeah.
But you know what I honestly remembered more was big rushing plays versus passing plays.
Yeah.
They got diced up a little bit in the running game a couple times. You bring up the Jonathan Taylor game. Had he not dropped the ball, that would have been a terrible memory of a game. When I think about that, the next step, avoiding the big play, I go running game. You have to stop giving up those 20-plus yard rushes that they gave up too frequently a year ago.
Yeah, and you're going to get some challenges along the way, including, there's Jonathan Taylor right there in week 2.
Yeah.
The Chargers situation with Omarion Hampton, that's one to watch. Cincinnati is more worried about the passing game. And then Saquon Barkley. So in your first 5 games, you're going to get 3 because I think Omarion Hampton's going to be a top-tier back. You're going to get 3 top-tier backs. Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Omarion Hampton.
Dude.
In that order
Wow.
in terms of ranking them.
Yeah.
But that's huge challenges along the way. Now, not as much with the games after that, especially when you get Dallas in week 8 against Javonte. How's that going to work? But you have early tests, and then you have some later tests. There's Josh Jacobs in week 15.
Who crushes the Broncos.
Always a problem for the Denver Broncos. So, you've got some tests along the way, but really early on, we're going to know if this Broncos defense has improved that rushing attack early, and even, honestly, against Cam Ward. Because a rushing quarterback with both Tyjae Spears and Tony Pollard, they're going to try.
Yeah.
They give us that old college try.
Oh, he'll be running for his life.
Yes, exactly.
Cam,
So
yeah.
Cam Ward might actually get some rushing yards as he's scrambling for his life against this Broncos team. But face those early tests, specifically Saquon. That's the real test. When you take on the best running back in the league, how do you stand up? And this will be a couple of weeks after when you're tested against Jonathan Taylor again. And maybe, I know it's week 2, Anthony Richardson going to be healthy in week 2? Who knows?
Doubt it.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe Daniel Jones.
And then the other thing, I know they're not going to play the starters on Saturday, Kyle Shanahan, but be nice to find out what we hear about what guys like Mike Kliss and Andrew Mason are seeing today, that first-team defense against that first-team offense out in San Francisco.
Yeah, and against Christian.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a little insight as to what it is.
Well, and as we know with Christian McCaffrey, it's just stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
We know he's still top-tier talent, so just stay healthy. And what kind of challenge is that? How much will you really see in a joint practice? You're going to see more than the game, one, because Christian's not going to play.
Yeah.
But two, like joint practice, this is what we should be monitoring this entire time. There's interesting storylines from almost every day of camp, although that last day was pretty bad.
Yes, it
like
was.
almost every day, there's some interesting storyline. This is the day. This is the day. The Cardinals won as well, but today we're going to learn a lot about this team.
And man, think about what the next step. If they are a team that figures out how to shut down the run and stop giving up, not going to be 100%, but stop giving up big plays consistently, what is the weakness of the Denver Broncos? That's it right now, right? The rushing attack. You've said it, and you've turned me on to it. 15. You can run at 15. That's the weakness on this defense. Inside linebacker was a year ago. They've addressed it. Now, with health, you think that's going to be okay as well.
Right.
But if they figure out how to stop big-name running backs like you just listed off, how do you win against VJ's defense?
You hope your defense can contain the Broncos offense enough so that you don't go into pass happy mode, because once you're one-dimensional, it's over. Against this Broncos defense, when you have no threat of running the ball because you're down by 14, because you can't stop Bo Nix, that's a recipe for massive success for the Broncos.
And they were playing in closer games. They won some closer games a year ago.
Yeah.
If they can play with the lead, that will change.
Well, and this
time.
is where the backfield for the Broncos, as weird as it may sound, plays into the defense. Because if you can run the ball and take more time of possession, your defense is over there sipping Gatorade, staying fresh, and then they're ready to kill you when they get on the field.
Yep.
If you can't run the ball and you're going 3 and outs, I had the number yesterday, what was like 400 3 and outs, whatever the number was, remember?
Yeah, something like that.
I was like, the Broncos had all these 3 and outs. No wonder, because your defense is out there sweating, getting worn down because your offense can't do a thing, and can't keep drives sustained. You need to lower that number. And the Broncos will do that this year because they can run the ball. We're hoping, and we think they will, and that means the defense is going to be fresher.
VJ was also asked about, now nobody's rooting for anybody to get hurt at all, and certainly not in training camp, but what comes with training camp injuries are younger guys getting an opportunity to play and step into a role that you really didn't see before. He talked about that yesterday.
It's always, it's not good when veterans get injured during training camp, but it's good for a young guy to go improve himself. So again, it's a long season and things do happen. So, to find depth during training camp, that's part of training camp. So to watch LB get better from last year, to play the Mike backer, control the huddle, and make his plays has been fun to see. And not just there at corner, at safety. It's a deep roster. So we're trying to find depth, not just guys who can start for us, but guys who can play 4 or 5 games as a starter for us and with no drop-off. That's important.
I think that's huge. So he's asked about Lavelle Bailey early on. I think Andrew actually asked that question. And saying, hey, this is what you're going to see. You and I are both curious to see what Stranada and Bailey look like on Saturday after the starters get in there and play, depending on how much they are going to play. But what he said at the end there, isn't that just the Riley Moss effect? We need somebody that's available to come in and play at 4 or 5 weeks when someone goes down and there's no drop-off in production.
Right.
Because we certainly saw that a year ago.
Yeah, that's what was the Achilles for this Broncos defense is when Riley Moss was hurt, they weren't the same. So keep that as steady as possible by having quality reserves at all positions, and they've got good depth. Inside linebackers getting thin, though. It's getting real thin. So let's hope everybody stays healthy out there in Santa Clara, and then get Singleton back full strength, get Dre Greenlaw out there full strength, and then we'll see as the year goes on. But Lavelle Bailey's shown some flashes, but also shown some flaws, and Justin Strnad coming off some really good performances as well. And with that veteran experience, I feel a little bit better about Sternod based on his performance the other day.
Yeah, me too.
With that interception and a couple of batted passes against RJ and JK.
Staying with running backs and not running. That was very impressive.
Mm-hmm. And Bailey just getting smoked out there in one-on-ones.
Looked like I was trying to cover Jaleel McLaughlin. Not good. Last one from Vance here. He was asked about these Super Bowl expectations. Really, it's Sean bringing them upon the team, but asked about the pressure that may or may not bring.
Every team in the league has one goal, guys. It's one winner each year, and if you finish second, you have to do it over again. So I feel no pressure with that. My whole goal is to improve every single day, to find our play style, and to be the best we can be every single game. And once it's over, we'll look up and see where we are. But that's every team's goal, so that's not strange for me.
So yes, it is every team's goal, and then as Sean said, there are 20 teams that say that, and they're not real about that. I thought that answer was interesting based off the things Sean has been saying. So it's VJ really almost poo-pooing it of like, what are you talking about? Everybody's talking about the Super Bowl right now. And then Sean telling anybody that will listen that they have Super Bowl aspirations. Interesting difference between the two coaches.
Yeah, difference between the two coaches, and we are very high on the Denver Broncos, and apparently some of our guys on YouTube are getting high because this guy, Bronco Maniac, is like, it's 420, guys, puff, puff.
It's 11:25.
I mean, it's 420 somewhere.
Oh, I guess so.
Right? Kev, when's that country song coming out? Since they got 5 o'clock somewhere?
How did Willie Nelson not do that?
Exactly. It's 420 somewhere.
Him and Snoop Dogg did a song together, too, and they didn't
And it
call
wasn't that?
420.
Wow.
They did a song together?
Yeah.
Country style?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I would assume it's pretty bad.
It's bad.
When's the last good Snoop Dogg song that came out? It's been a pretty long time.
Didn't he do one with X to the Z? I think there was a recent one that was like, okay.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's,
Drop It Like It's Hot, and that wasn't even that good either.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I like Pharrell, but
yeah,
Snoop Dogg, he's missing some hits. All right, so those are the things that VJ is talking about. By the way, I'm seeing some of your guys' texts. I'm sure YouTube's asking about it too. What's happening out at joint practice? Well, they're just getting started. They were getting started at 11 Mountain Time, so I'm sure there's still stretching and individual stuff happening, but nothing crazy just yet. When we know, you will know. All right, let's keep the Broncos conversation going. We know Sean Payton tends to open up a little more when the national media is in town, especially if you're an ex-player or a lady. So, what did he tell Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel? Find out coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Injured in an accident?
Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market. And if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Wendy's has breakfast biscuits for just $1, including the Honey Buddy. Start your day off right. Gotta be Wendy's. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Ain't shady, baby, I'm hot, like the prodigal son. Pick up Bartolini, meeny, money, mo, and flower, you're the chosen one.
All right, we're going back to that Scoop City podcast.
Scoop City!
Diana Rossini, Chase Daniel. They are back for, I think it's just their second season working together. So they're going to be back for a second season. They've been bouncing around a bunch of training camps. If you're interested in other teams, I'm sure they'll be there. We are not. We are interested in what they learned about their time here in Denver when they came to watch the Broncos practice about a week or so ago. So the first question up for Sean Payton, what were your biggest takeaways from last year, your first year with Bo?
I think the number one thing would be we played a lot of young players. And when you do that, obviously there's going to be a learning curve, but there's something dangerous about a young team in that sometimes like there's certain things you might take for granted or understand in our league. And if you get the right group, which we found last year, and we began to hit stride, it's fun coaching them. And this offseason, then adding a few veteran pieces, another young draft. Look, the offseason's been great, and the start of this training camp has been really good. And when you have a quarterback in place and you feel like you've seen what you need to see, obviously not only the improvement, but the poise from last year, that gives everyone on the team hope.
That should give everyone on the team hope because of what they were. And what was it last year? Young and dangerous? Is that what the term he was using? We're young and dangerous.
Yep.
And it's almost the I'm not trying to take shots at some of the younger guys on the team, but it's ignorance is kind of bliss in that situation. They don't know what they don't know. Sean gets to literally mold these guys, and now I'm thinking about Bo specifically, but you literally get to mold this player into what you want them to be because they don't know what it is to be an NFL player. They don't know what day-to-day looks like or coach-player relationship looks like. You get to establish that from the jump.
Well, and the main thing is they're looking to you for that guidance. So you could tell them anything.
Yeah, you're right.
You could tell them you got to be here at 4 a.m. If you don't beat Jaleel McLaughlin in, you're cut. You know, like that's the thing you can tell them because they're looking up to you for that guidance and for that direction. And also, again, this team is together. I haven't felt this since Peyton Manning was here. And that's the vibe that you get. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's heat stroke or whatever. I don't know. But, like, for me, the way that they're all in it for each other and no one's, like, too big for their britches. No one thinks that they got to get out of here. No one thinks they're here and they want to be here and they want to play for each other and they want to play together and they want to listen to coach and they want to follow Bo and they want to listen to PS2. Like, they all have the same goal and they have the same goal together.
Yeah.
And maybe that sounds odd to some, but as someone who's been around this team since the Shanahan days, it hasn't felt like this in a minute.
We said it. Was it our first Friday there?
I think so.
It feels like Broncos again.
Yeah. They're back.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. So love hearing that part of Sean and the young player. It's still, they kind of have a healthy split of like young and veteran type of players. There's some young, unknown, proven players on the offensive side, but then it's kind of littered with the right amount of vets and proven players on the defensive side for that little yin and yang they got going on over there.
Yeah, no, you love to see it, and you want to see this thing grow. Go out there and win these games, and then start to build that strength together because no one really believes in you. Kansas City may be concerned with you, according to Matthew Berry, but, like, you believe in you.
Yep.
So go win it.
They also asked, of course, about Bo Nix.
It's a hard position to evaluate, so there's a lot more that goes into that. Like, what are you valuing? You know, there was a lot of criticism about the offense he was in, and understandably so. He can't control that. But all of them that we evaluated, you know, we had to eliminate the now screens and bubbles and really focus in on the things that we value. And he's hard to sack. He's got exceptional feet. He's got exceptional arm strength. When you see the off-schedule throws, and I think last week I answered a question to this narrative of, well, he found the right fit, and that's explaining why he's having success. And my comment was, I don't know a team in the league that doesn't want what I'm seeing.
Well, he's right about that. They do want what they're seeing. Would they have been able to get the same thing out of Bo? It's just more of what he loves about Bo Nix. We said it yesterday. We found what his formula was, and he's kind of explaining that right there. I want a quarterback that protects the football, doesn't make a mistake, and doesn't look at it as I'm the hero here. Check, 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 Bo Nix.
Yeah, we got it all with Bo Nix, and that's what you want going forward if you're Sean Payton, to continue to grow this thing. Again, you haven't seen the real Bo Nix. You haven't seen everything that this guy can do at the pro level, and honestly, we're not even going to see it this year. We're going to start to see the development, the progress, the star that's shining that is Bo Nix. And then next year, probably, I mean, you're going to see a lot. You're going to see it all. And that's when they're really going to hit their stride. It doesn't mean you have to wait for a championship, though, especially with this defense, especially with the way playoff football is, and especially with Bo Nix. Who was more pissed off about that Buffalo game, the wild card game? Bo Nix or Sean Payton?
Oh, that's a great question.
I bet Bo was.
I'm sure Bo was.
I bet Bo was. Because Sean, you know, hey, we'll get him back. We'll be there. And
well, I think Sean can, I don't know how quickly it would have happened, but I think there's a moment of Sean after that game where you step back and you're kind of looking at the big view rather than what was right in front of you.
Right.
And you go, we got something here.
And look what we did with a rookie quarterback.
Right. But for Bo, it's like, I just got my ass kicked in my first playoff game.
Exactly. I just got embarrassed by Josh Allen. And he hasn't won anything.
Exactly. Yeah.
And by the way, Josh Allen didn't even have to do anything because James Cook was unstoppable.
He's great at handing the ball off that day. Really good. One more from Peyton right here, and we got a bunch to get through today with some of the Scoop City stuff. We heard VJ talk about what the next step is for his defense. Well, Sean Payton was asked that same question about Bo. What would be the next step for Bo Nix?
The first thing I look at is, all right, how do we help that player? And I think the two greatest allies are good defense and a running game. And so we played good defense a year ago. We didn't run the ball as effectively as we had hoped. So focusing on that people will say, get him a weapon. Well, the running game is a weapon for that position. You know that.
Yep.
And so we've signed some running backs this offseason. We spent a ton of time on our run install scheme. And meanwhile, he's working on all the cut-ups and looking back at the season, the third downs, getting more comfortable at the line of scrimmage.
All right, so the things he wants him to get better at are things I think Sean, especially the comfortable at line of scrimmage, you have to be a part of that equation, Sean. You have to, as we said yesterday, give him time to go out there and evaluate in real time while he's not trying to remember 50 different things that you were rambling off in his head.
Yeah, and that's Sean kind of having to control himself.
Exactly right, dude.
Because Bo can spit it out. Bo knows what you're talking about. Bo can reiterate it to his teammates. You have to give him time to do that. And then go to the line with 15, 16 seconds left and really take a look at what they're doing and then know where he's going with the ball before he even gets the ball snapped.
We'll hear more from Sean with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel a little later on in the show. Do got to tell you, this is going to be fun this weekend. See, ESPN's Sports Center is coming to Denver on Saturday. It's a part of their 50 States in 50 Days campaign. You've been seeing it when you're watching Sports Center every night. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan will be joining them from 11 to 2 in McGregor Square before the Savannah Banana Game. Easy for me to say. We're going to have some station giveaways, free ESPN merch, and other on-site activations. So if you're looking for something to do, if you're going down to the Bananas game, make sure you're kicking it, coming through McGregor Square, and see the team, see the squad, get you some swag over there. That's going to be fun. It's been fun watching some of these. It'd be cool to see how what's unique to them about Denver, you know?
Right.
It's been fun watching that on Sports Center. So make some plans to be over there Saturday between 11 and 2. All right, we need to check our X. We know Travis Hunter wants to play both sides of the ball. We know that Liam Cohen there in Jacksonville is going to give him the opportunity. Well, one NFL superstar does not believe it's going to work. You'll hear what Davante Adams had to say about Travis Hunter coming up next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt, and it wasn't your fault, and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Getza.
What is on our timeline that we need to talk about? We do this every day at 11:45, and I love this segment. We always tell you, if you got something on Twitter that caught your eye, throw it at us. And if your story makes the show, we'll give your handle a shout out. He's at Cecil Lammy. I'm at Joshua Dover. I want to talk about a clip going around Twitter yesterday from the Pivot podcast where Davante Adams was on there. And the Pivot podcast, I know it gets a lot of run. I think Ryan Clark's the worst, so I never want to watch it because he's a part of it.
There's a RC on his chest.
Yeah. He's like, actually, I'm not going to say that. I don't like Ryan Clark is the bottom line. Well, they had Davante Adams on, and they were talking about Travis Hunter. Can a guy, as a rookie, he did it in college, now you're going to the big leagues in the NFL, can he do that the same way? Can he play both sides to the level that he did it in college? Davante Adams has his doubts.
I don't even think it's possible to do for real, not at a high level, and then go in there. It's hard enough to go cover a punt and then be on one side, and I haven't done it. I'm not acting like I'm on kickoff or punt, but I see the dudes, and I know you got your guys, and you see the yardage of my yardage over the game versus somebody that starts on offense and then plays special teams as well. Like, that's just a lot of mileage, man. And I don't know how long. I'm not even concerned so much if he can do it over the course of a game or a season. It's more like, how long is his career going to be if he's playing that many snaps? Because all you're doing is doubling your risk for injury, one. Right. And I don't wish any of that on him. I hope that he can play an injury-free season and go ball out. But, I mean, that's just the reality. The more you're on the field, it's already 100% injury guarantee. Yeah. Once you get out there playing both sides, and now you got to tackle. Yep. You got to tackle Derrick Henry with that frame. Like, I mean, he's athletic as hell, but the athleticism, he better do some ninja if he want to use that to get him down. It's a lot of football to play.
Hey, they got the ninja school we talked about.
Yeah, it's the 2 days in a row. We've got ninja
TH12
references.
can get some of that, yeah.
Now, look, a lot of people have a hard time tackling Derrick Henry. So
right.
To highlight, Travis probably struggled a little bit tackling Derrick Henry, like every cornerback in the league would struggle tackling Derrick Henry. Now, I understand what he's saying about the injury rate. That's a good point. As he said, and I believe, it's 100% injury rate. It's not if you're going to get hurt in the NFL. Or not if, but when. You know what I meant there. Now, that part I think he has some, valid points on. You're doubling up your opportunities to be injured. But as we said earlier in the week, he's wide receiver 1, so he's a starting wide receiver, and he's CB2. Some packages, third down stuff, third and long. You're throwing the football. Bring Travis Hunter out there to be one of your top defenders. I'm not going to write the kid off.
No.
A couple of years ago, how many guys, even in Major League Baseball, were saying that same stuff about Shohei Ohtani? And he made them all shut up real quick. I think Travis Hunter's here to do the same thing on the football field.
Yeah, Travis Hunter can, and, career-wise, how long could it... Yeah, okay, right. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, because he's got to do it first, and if he can do it, then he's got to continue to do it, and maybe there's a time where Travis himself goes, you know what, this is too much. I got to dial back on that. I got to take something out. Now I'm just a dime package player on defense or whatever, and then really concentrate on exploding as an offensive weapon. That's all yet to be seen, but I'm not going to doubt him right now. Nobody's ever done it. That doesn't mean it can't be done.
Nobody had ever done it at that level that he did it for the last 2 years.
Exactly,
also.
right. And he's the guy that was changing everybody's mind about just that at college football. So can he do it in the pros? I mean, I'm not going to say he can't. Not right now. There may be a point where all of us, including Travis, say, okay, he's got to dial this part of his game back.
Well, see, and that's what I'm very intrigued about. Like, week 1, you play a bunch of wide receiver snaps. You play a handful of cornerback snaps. What's that body feel like? And then week 1, all right, Travis has done that before. We talk about rookie walls. Oh, what's this? Does this dude meet the rookie wall halfway before the rest of the rookies because he's playing double up the snaps? And how does his body respond and bounce back from that?
Does his rookie wall even exist? Because the rookie wall exists because in college you're playing 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
In the NFL you're playing 17.
Right.
And Jacksonville ain't going to the playoffs. So it is a solid 17. You will play 17, not 18. You will play 17. Okay, but because he's played double the snaps, hasn't he played like 20 games a year?
Oh, that's a great
basically?
point. That's a good
You know
point,
what I mean?
yeah.
So does the rookie wall even exist? We are fixing to find out.
I can't wait to watch Travis Hunter. Now, I'm not going to make it go out of my way to watch Jags games, but I do want to see what Travis Hunter looks like at the NFL level and playing on both sides of the ball. All right, last one for me, then I want to give you some time, and we're going to break this down much more at noon, but want to keep people in the loop. Joint practices are off and rolling there in San Francisco. They did start a little bit late. Remember, they're an hour ahead of us, behind us. So what is a normal 10 a.m. is actually an 11 a.m. kickoff, and they're just getting things underway. Greenlaw, Singleton, not in pads. Not in pads over there in Santa Clara. I don't know if that's a huge surprise or par for the course, but they're not doing anything today.
No, that's not a surprise that they wouldn't be doing anything. And Dre Greenlaw probably disappointed he doesn't get to show off against his former team, but all right, go show off by winning the Lombardi.
Yep.
Go show off by doing what San Francisco couldn't do for multiple reasons. That's the way to show off. So
he can win a Super Bowl in front of his former hometown fans.
Yeah, right there.
Pretty cool.
Right there in Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm.
So get used to the surroundings. You're already used to the surroundings if you're Dre Greenlaw. If you're the Denver Broncos, make a plan on being back.
Yep.
And we'll be there with you.
And I lied. One more. I'm seeing this from Zevens. I guess we can call him Zevens.
Zevens.
Zach Stevens of DNVR. Brandon Jones not at practice today either, according to the eyeballs of Zevens.
Okay. Right on. Well, be healthy, be cautious, do what's right for the team. It is a joint practice. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to learn a lot today. No need to go overboard.
Exactly. Agree 100%. Cease, what's on the timeline?
Yeah, what's on my timeline is, it's the TCU quarterback, Josh Hoover, first ever collegiate athlete to come out as a furry per sources. Pictures were shown of him.
Wasn't it him?
Yeah, it was him.
The source?
It was him, and I think the hashtag was furry life or whatever. Have you ever had a buddy that you kind of knew, and then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, I've got a python or something where you're like, ooh.
Oh, like a weird
And listen, this isn't anything to do with furries. Don't at me, bro.
Okay. I was kind of like, where are you going with this?
My whole thing on it is are you hurting anybody? If the answer's no, I don't care. Right?
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't care. So don't at me. This has nothing to do with him being a furry and dressing up as a fox or whatever and doing whatever. It doesn't matter. Is he hurting anybody?
He's got consent.
Everyone's consenting. Everyone's of age.
Yeah.
I do not care. I don't care. But have you ever had a buddy who was like, yeah, I collect moths or whatever. You know what I mean?
Wow.
That has the weird side hobby.
I will say,
some would say, I got the buddy who's skateboarder. Or I got the buddy who's comic books. Maybe that's us.
Well, skateboarding's cool. Take it easy for a sec.
Comic books are not cool, but again,
they're
that doesn't
still
matter.
Cool, just the different groups.
Different cool, right?
And I'm sure there's some preppies. Are there still preppies? Preppies are out there,
Preppies are out there,
skateboarders who
right.
Probably smell bad. You're smoking that.
They got
weed.
their Greek shirt on.
Yeah.
It's rich kids.
Yeah,
You and I both. No, if you're a rich kid that listens, we love you.
We do love
you. But rich kids, we have.
We'd like more money. That's where you come in.
We're just jealous because you have money and we don't.
I don't know that a pet. I do remember, and he's still one of my best friends to this day. My brother David. I talk about Dave Egloff. What's up, Dave? All the time. But his older brother played weird video games. And so when
wait, what do you mean weird video? Aren't video games just video games?
No, like computer games.
Oh,
that's what
okay.
it was. I should say computer games.
I was gonna say like Manhunt.
And we all played video games.
Console.
Right, console.
Yeah.
And,
God, so he was PC gamer.
And he was PC guy, and this is like before PC guy was something.
So he was playing like Half-Life and stuff like that.
Yes, exactly, exactly that. And
Yeah.
like you go over, and he's a little bit older, and I'm like, oh, he's got stuff in the fridge that I like that I can't get in my house. But then you have to watch him play those games. Is all that worth a Bud Light Ice? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Bud Light Ice. You went there. Is all that worth a Red Dog?
Exactly, dude. Yeah. And Chris is a great guy, great father, husband now, and all that.
Yeah.
It was just I wasn't computer guy, and he was.
Yeah, it's like and everyone has their own hobbies. Again, get down how you get down, baby. You're not hurting anybody. I don't care. But it's like when someone's like super, super into it, I can tell your eyes gloss over if I'm telling you about like, I got an Incredible Hulk 181. It's a 7.0. It's worth $3,000. And you're just like, huh?
Right.
I'm like, it's the first appearance of Wolverine. How do you not know that? So, yeah, I mean, everyone has their own hobbies. I guess Josh Hoover, the TCU quarterback, his hobby is
nothing wrong with that.
being a furry, man.
See, you get those same eyes when I'm like, I actually just went from 7.75 to 8.25 because I'm getting a little bit older. I want a wider board. I need it to be under my feet more, like that kind of stuff.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? I have no idea. And your skate shoes that you talked about, what were the skate shoes names?
Well, I have the Yeah Rights.
No, the skate shoes that you said, and you don't remember those shoes?
Oh, wheelies.
Heelys. Yeah.
I can't believe, and soap shoes were the other
Soap shoes. That's what it was. Soap shoes. Yeah.
I cannot believe you guys don't know about soap shoes around here. I'm going to try to find 4 pairs for Christmas. We're all getting some, and we're soaping the hell out of this building.
You got size 15s in there?
I'll find one.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
I'll
the problem
find one.
with Kev's feet is that, and you know what they say about guys with big feet?
Huge socks.
Big shoes.
Yeah.
That's right. But like, getting Kev a pair of Jordans, it'd be
that's
pretty
ridiculous.
difficult. It'd be pretty difficult. Same with Spivak. You guys with these mutant feet, like, I can't help you. I can't help you at all.
Kevin.
You and I are size 12.
Yeah.
I think size 12. I think size 12 makes a statement.
Sure.
You ever run into a guy that's like size 8 or something? You're like, what's going on down there? Like, I'm sorry. The Lord did not bless you. But you guys, Spivak with the mutant feet and Kistner with these mutant feet. Like, come on, guys. I can't help you, Bigfoot. Can't get you any Jordans, Bigfoot.
Have you guys ever owned Jordans?
I own like 3 pairs now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why don't you wear them?
Because I don't want to scuff them up.
Good answer.
And also, it's summertime, and I wear flip-flops in the summer.
Yeah, you see his feet.
Yeah.
I did go to bat for us flip-flop guys. James Palmer was taking shots at us on this station, and I let him know you and I are big flip-flop guys.
Which is also funny because I remember a year ago you were not a flip-flop guy.
You converted me.
I did convert you, and now you've joined the movement, and you're all on board, and you should thank me now.
I will thank you because if I could wear flip-flops every day of the year, I would.
I know. I
It's
feel the same way.
incredible.
I love it.
Kevin, Jordans?
No, never owned a pair, never will.
What?
Never will?
Yes, you will.
Never will? I'm not talking about LeBron shoes.
What if we bought
Jordan
them for you?
I don't think I'd wear them.
What? Wow. What if the ladies loved you in a pair of Jordans?
We're putting some Jordans on. No.
He became a good Jordan guy real quick.
Yes.
To be honest, I've never even tried a pair on.
Really?
Wow.
Interesting.
And I'm a Duke guy, so I don't feel like I could wear a North Carolina Tar Heel apparel.
Oh, please.
I think
please.
you can.
Yeah. Duke guy.
Yeah.
I'm
How
a
many
Duke
Duke guys wear Jordans right now?
None.
I don't believe that. All right, that's what's on our timeline as we check our X at 11:45 every day. Time to get into our lunch hour. It's hour number 3. It's quarter number 3. Well, the Rockies went full Rockies again. We'll tell you what we mean about that with 35 seconds of Rockies talk. What we're learning about today with the Broncos and Niners. They're just getting started, so not a ton just yet, but we will hear from Pat Bryant, who talked with our Broncos senior writer Andrew Mason. We're doing all that coming up next with 25 minutes of commercial-free sports talk.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Not every victory has fireworks. Sometimes it's a quiet win, like tying your shoes without gasping, walking upstairs without pausing, or being able to sit cross-legged on the floor and play with your kids. That's what soda gave me. I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. And with it, went the weight, the aches, the excuses. But what I gained, confidence, energy, time, and a version of myself I thought was long gone. Soda didn't overwhelm me with rules or leave me starving. I ate real food. I learned what my body needed. And the personal nutritionist, game changer. They were there with answers, encouragement, and real solutions. If you're looking for your own quiet win, this is your moment. If it worked for me, it will work for you. Go to sodaweightloss.com, click the request a nutritionist callback. It's time, you can do it. sodaweightloss.com. SOTA, sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help. Demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can, and we're grateful that you are. Dover and Cecil, getting into our third quarter, our third hour right now, and the Broncos are underway out in Santa Clara. Joint practices with the San Francisco 49ers. I actually shouldn't say practices. I should say practice, because today will be the only day, and then they will go do individual drills tomorrow. A couple of updates of things that we are seeing. We did tell you no Brandon Jones, no Dre Greenlaw, no Alex Singleton. Not sure what the Brandon Jones issue is, but we know that the two inside linebackers are dealing with something. And honestly, Cecil, You know what they can be if they're right. I'm intrigued to see and hear, really, because we're only going to hear how LaVelle Bailey looked today.
Yeah.
Did Justin Strnad. Now, you're asked to follow around Christian McCaffrey, which is an uphill battle over Jaleel McLaughlin, but can he look good, serviceable in some of the route defending that we saw, a couple of days ago at this point? And did they hold their own at the second level when Christian McCaffrey got there as a runner?
Well, and we know who is not practicing for the Denver Broncos. I want to know who's not practicing for the 49ers, because are you facing Christian McCaffrey in a one-on-one? Are you facing George Kittle in a team? Because this Broncos defense has two weak spots historically, and I'm not sure if they're weak spots today, if everybody's healthy. The one weak spot is stuffing the run. How are you attacking the run? How are you stuffing the run? Christian McCaffrey going to be very dangerous, very difficult to contain as a runner. Are you doing that today? As a receiver out of the backfield, doesn't matter if it's a screen, a wheel, a Texas, no matter the route, you know that Christian McCaffrey is going to be very dangerous. How is LaVelle Bailey handling that? But then also for the inside linebackers, a lot of inside linebacker talk because it's a concern for this team.
Yes, it is.
And it's a concern with Singleton and Greenlaw both a little bit banged up. How are you against those tight ends? This team has historically been weak against the tight end, except when Danny Trevathan was here, and that was 10 years ago. So are you still weak against the tight end? You have one of the best in the league and George Kittle out there. So if Kittle is participating in practice, and I imagine that he is, with Christian, I'm not sure, just because he's, coming off injury again and has been a little bit injury prone. So we'll see how that goes. But based on your competition, you've got the best tight end in the game, arguably, who you're tasked with covering. And if you're LaVelle Bailey, I want to see that. Maybe I don't want to see it.
Well, it might not work out well for
But
Bailey.
I want to see it to see how it works out. How close is he to being able to kind of stick and hang with that guy? Is he not close at all? Is that a huge concern? Because we talked about the running backs you'll be facing early on in the season. There are some tight ends along the way that you will be facing as well. I'm stuck on Philadelphia. It's not just Saquon Barkley, but you got Dallas Goedert there. With Cincinnati, you have Mike Gesicki there. So you're going to look at this situation and go, all right, the Chigi Okonkwo in week 1 could be somewhat of a problem. It's Cam Ward, rookie quarterback, but still, you've got to prove.
You got Brock Bowers and Travis Kelce twice.
There you go. And you've got to prove that you can slow down tight ends. LaVelle Bailey, you're up, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what we hear out of it. A couple of things we're seeing on the internet from folks that are out there. Looks like Troy Franklin getting a nice catch, creating some separation. Riley Moss with the diving pass breakup. And apparently J.L. Skinner had an interception working in 7-on-7s. I'm assuming that's not against Brock Purdy, but an interception nonetheless.
Yeah, you would think with Skinner out there, it'd be second or third team reps with that team. So you go, all right, what's that? Mac Jones, right? Because he's finally in San Francisco.
Forgot about that, yeah.
Because Kyle wanted Mac Jones and John Lynch wanted Trey Lance. We know who won. Mm-hmm. And
Trey Lance is now on his third team.
As Dr. Phil would say, how'd that work out? Mm-hmm. How's that working out there? But Mac Jones is the direct backup to Brock Purdy. We'll see how that goes. And J.L. Skinner out there showing some plays on defense, which is good because he really hasn't done that here.
No, he's really been on special teams. That's all we've seen.
And he's a really good special teams player. And my goodness, is he huge. He's tall. He's a little skinny, right?
Yeah.
But he's a tall player, definitely strikes a pose out there at the safety position because of that size, the height. And you go, okay, what can he do on defense? Hasn't been much. He hasn't developed the way as planned, but he's really honed his skill set as a special teamer.
And by the way, it wasn't even Mac. It was Carter Bradley that JL picked off. So thirds versus thirds going on right there. Again, as we learn more and find more out, we will certainly be sharing that with you guys. George Kittle looking like he got a catch over PS2. And by the way, I know we talked about some of the names, but I think we went over the names that you have to worry about at tight end. It's been a deficiency for the Broncos, specifically that linebacker spot. But you have 4 games total, Brock and Travis. You talk about you're going to see a little bit of George Kittle now. Cincinnati, Philadelphia, there's going to be something there, but it's not littered with these all-pro tight ends throughout the season.
Yeah, not as much as you'd think. The Green Bay game against Tucker Kraft is going to be interesting there as well, further down the list. So you've got some concern. You don't want it to be a headache for you along the way. Let's say you get back to the postseason. Let's say you're facing Buffalo.
There we go. Yep.
And they can trot out a Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox combination. And Baltimore, Mark Andrews when he's not dropping passes, and Isaiah Likely, who could be an all-pro. So for me, my eyes are on the playoffs. Okay, regular season, make sure it's not a sieve defensively against the tight end. But postseason, why? Who in the AFC, Travis Kelce, who in the AFC could be in your way of the Super Bowl that has a really good tight end? All of them.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. So every team that potentially could be in your way, again, even Cincinnati with Mike Gesicki, they've got tight ends. You have to prove it, even though the regular season you only get a smattering. I like that word. You're getting a smattering. Yeah. Is that even a word of tight ends throughout the season? Come playoff time, Baltimore's got 2 guys. Buffalo's got 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what you think about Noah Fant, Cincinnati's got 2 guys.
They'll go 1.25 out there in Cincy.
Okay, Gesicki and a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of Noah Fant.
Yeah.
By the way, more updates. This Broncos defense is doing exactly what you and I saw them do for the 9-10 days that we were out there. Another tweet from, there's a bunch of guys just going, and I'm just reading the timeline here. But Jaquan McMillan picked off Brock Purdy. Now 1v1s in 7-on-7. Apparently the ball hung up in the air. Jaquan tipped it up again to keep it to himself, and another interception right there. So that's a couple of interceptions already for the Broncos defense. This is why we've been telling you we need to see the Broncos offense versus somebody that's not the Broncos defense, because it's really, really hard to gauge what they can do against a top, maybe the best, but certainly a top 2-3 defense in the NFL.
Yeah, and that's good to hear that Jaquan is doing that, and good to hear that it's against the first team. You know, we'll say they had to pay Brock Purdy, but they're also, in a way, overpaying Brock Purdy. He's not the best quarterback in the league. He's not the worst. Certainly a great story, Mr. Irrelevant. And I remember talking to him at the Shrine Bowl in Vegas, thinking I'd buy insurance from him when he was done, because he thought he was done. He thought that was his last hurrah of football. It wasn't. So good for you. And Jaquan, good for you picking off the guy. In the first team, these are the reps that we want to see the most. It's good for confidence for J.L. Skinner to pick off anybody that's throwing the ball. Carter Bradley, who was it?
Yeah, Carter Bradley.
So that's awesome for Skinner. It's better for McMillan to pick off Brock Purdy.
We also are now learning about a rolled ankle from Matt Henningsen. That's just a depth piece at the inside line, the defensive line.
Right.
But all of this stuff's about the defense. We have to hear something about the offense today. You and I both said to start the show, we want it to be about the running game.
Right.
Because they had 0 success. Literally 3 runs popped in the 10 days that we were out there. 3 runs, Cecil. And that's it. They had limited success in the middle of the field, some success in the red area, and then very, very limited success rushing the football. I know they just started. We need to get some good information about the Broncos offense today, too.
Well, and you also have a defense that's got some playmakers, but both of their corners, Renardo Green and Diomardo Lenoir, are a little bit banged up. Now, I don't know if they're practicing. I'll assume they are, and do not even try to smell Diomodar Lenoir. So they've got a couple of top corners that are banged up. Maybe they're out there practicing, maybe not. But if they're not, and you're going against their third and fourth corners, yeah, Court, you better eat. Pat Bryant, you better eat. So I'm anxiously awaiting, like pins and needles. I'll take anything. I need a big Evan Ingram play. You know, all the stuff that is new stuff, like RJ Harvey, like Evan Ingram, like Pat Bryant, like a lot of the new guys, like go out there and show, oh, this is the right thing. They're on the right track. And we want to hear this Broncos offense, you know, was able to get some plays, some big plays against this 49ers defense.
Well, look, I know they're not new guys, but I want to throw Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims into that part of the conversation you're talking about.
Is Troy kind of new just because he's so different now?
Yeah, he's a completely different player.
Yeah.
And his what did Lombardi say? Like, he mastered the role. Now we're kind of throwing some slot stuff at him. Like, I want to see him do some other things that's not just fastest guy on the field and outruns a cornerback on the far side.
Right. So I want to see that from this team. And, again, going up at the 49ers defense is good. I wouldn't say they're great. They're not as strong as the Broncos defense, that is for sure. But you've got talent at all 3 levels, so make sure that you have a run play, you have a tight end play, and you have some big plays from your wide receivers, whether that's Sutton, Bryant, Mims, Franklin, whoever.
Yep, I want to see it from both of those guys. Vele, I don't know exactly how much is going to go on. We've been talking about his injury and the sleeve
banged up,
he's wearing, so I don't know how much participation he's going to have today.
And then I'm wondering, what's the media policy
Well, they're going crazy.
Because if they're going crazy reporting the plays, we can't do that when they're here.
They're not in
They're not in Denver?
They're not under Denver's watch right now.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just did a quick Google search to see if the 49ers were broadcasting this like the Dallas Cowboys did. Zach asked an interesting question yesterday on the drive about, like, hey, if it was $1.99, would you pay to watch it? A lot of people said yeah.
The joint practice?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for $2, heck yeah, I would.
Yeah. And even, then some people are like, well, I'm at work, and okay, I get that, but if it's sitting there waiting for you at home, you know what I would love tonight? To go home and watch YouTube and watch the joint practice, the complete joint practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're missing the boat on that. Missing the boat on that 100%.
Yeah, it's just because Sean's all secretive. Sean, people know what you're going to do. They just haven't seen you do it with these guys yet.
Yeah. All right, as we get new information, you guys will be the first to get it as it comes in our way, but they are underway there. We're doing some 7-on-7s, 11-on-11 team stuff. That will be coming sooner rather than later. Real quick, is this a 2.5-hour joint practice? How do you think this lines up?
I think this lines up to be a pretty, they started late.
Yeah, true.
So local time, they'll probably wrap up about the time we're done.
Okay, that's a good practice then.
Yeah, that's a real healthy practice. It's the only one you've got in. So the fact that there's the only one you've got in, make the most of it. And yeah, everyone drink your water, stay hydrated, and go out there and get in the work. So I want to know these team drills. And I'll get a little bit ahead. If we don't hear anything about the offense,
I'm going to be worried.
Let's put a pin in that. I don't want to say worried, but it's not what you want. You want to hear about some big plays from this offense, so let's make it happen.
Yeah. Broncos Syndicate on YouTube said, I'll pay $10 to watch it. Well, pay
What's
for
up,
us
Gage?
then.
That's Gage. What's up, Gage?
All right, I want to hear a little bit from Pat Bryant again. As information comes in, we'll pass it along and share it with you. Both of us want to hear something about this offense. Let me tell you about our fan golf tournament coming up later on this month. It benefits the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado, going down on Monday, August 25th. Start time's 1:30, playing at the club at Inverness. You do not want to miss this 4-person scramble, followed by a little dinner, awards, and a live auction. All the proceeds from the auction and the tournament are going to benefit the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado. So get in on it. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. That is DenverSports.com/club. All right, Cease, let's hear a couple of things here from Pat Bryant. So we talked about Pat Bryant feeling like he belongs a little bit earlier, going up against PS2 and having some success against PS2. He was also asked about what he's learning from Pat Surtain.
Yeah, he always tell, especially us young bucks, he tell us what indicators he pick up on from us and other receivers. One thing he always told, especially us big receivers, try to keep your shoulder pads low, because, that's the first indicator, the DBs when you're about to break or you're about to make a move. So, I'm saying, I do that with any of the DBs, especially second-year guys. Whatever it is, I always ask them, what made you break on that route fast, what I'm saying? How could I block you better? Whatever it is, man, I'm always all ears and looking to get better.
All right, again, I love what I'm hearing out of Pat Bryant. He sounds like a vet. He doesn't sound like a rookie, but you can tell by the questioning. They're like, yeah, I'm always asking the guys, how'd you break on the ball so fast?
Right.
The shoulder pad level stuff. You've talked about that for a couple of years now of, wasn't it Franklin that was kind of tipping off what he's doing via his shoulder pads?
Yep.
And now here's a guy, not even a game into his rookie year, getting ahead of that curve of tipping with your shoulder pads.
You want to make everything look the same until you make your break. Until you get to the stem and make your cut, you want everything to look the same. And with Troy Franklin, it's like he would lean. He'd I'm over here, guys. So you knew where he was going to go. With Pat Bryant, he's a grinder. You hear that in that answer, but you see it out on the practice field because he never stops. And not just stop practice and whatever, but he's always talking to Surtain. He's talking to KAD. He's talking to defender. He's talking to Cortland Sutton. Sutton's done a really good job taking Joaquin Davis under his wing and Pat Bryant as well.
Yeah.
So
I saw somebody posted about that yesterday.
Did ZB? I think
it
ZB.
was Zach.
Yeah, ZB said that. Yeah. So it's he's doing a great job of being a mentor to these young guys. But most importantly, Joaquin, yes. But Pat Bryant, who we're talking about now, he's the one that's absorbing it and wanting that knowledge. Hey, I don't know what I'm doing yet. Tell me what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. Tell me what works. Tell me what you did. And that type of stuff, he's just putting in the mental register, and it's going to be able to pull it up. Again, he's clutch. The one word for Pat Bryant, if you're not familiar with this game, is he's absolutely clutch. So when the chips are down, he's going to make a play.
We're both very high on Pat Bryant. We both really like Pat Bryant. I still don't know, and especially because I'm higher on Troy Franklin right now than I am Pat Bryant, and that doesn't say anything about Pat. It says a lot about Troy, where they are, and Vele's. It's gonna get late quick for Devon Vele, so he's losing some stuff here with that injury and not fully participating in stuff. Obviously, Cortland Mims are gonna be out there. Man, I'm looking at Troy Franklin having a really, really healthy role here. And then now you're looking at if Devon Vele can't get right and continues to miss some stuff, can Pat Bryant even leapfrog a guy like Devon Vele within the first few weeks of the regular season?
Yeah, it's not out of the question, right? And that's why the number 2 receiver conversation, it's going to change. Don't think it's not love. It's not forever, girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's just right now. Right now, it may not be Pat Bryant. It may be Vele or whoever, name buddy, and Troy Franklin, whatever. Pat Bryant's coming.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming to take your job. So just get ready.
Sometimes love lasts forever. Sometimes it lasts 90 seconds. You don't know, dude. Different for everybody, I think. That's what I learned in health anyway.
Okay.
All right, one more from Pat Bryant here. Now, he's a rookie. He's also coming from the University of Illinois. And I guess this is all due disrespect to the University of Illinois. They're never going to win anything in college football. So you're coming from a program that doesn't talk about college football
Now,
playoffs.
ZB thinks they're going to win 9 games this year.
Well,
he put out a final warning to
Really?
everybody, and I think it's for investment. Kev's already on the investment app. Kev, put the investment app down.
He's calling Zach right
Zach
now.
Bai
What's the
said,
number?
Spivak, correct me if I'm wrong, he said they're winning a 9. They're
All right.
winning 9 for Illinois football.
Fighting Illini?
At least 9.
Okay.
At
Yeah.
least 9.
So I don't know what your investments apps say, and I'm kind of curious, honestly.
Oh, really?
And you know I don't get
Look
down
at
that
you,
way.
yeah.
I don't get down that way, but if it's some free ducats,
Sure.
some easy money.
They're also in the Big Ten, correct?
Yes.
So, I don't know. Zach may know a little bit more than me, but I don't know that I'm going to bet that they win 9.
Drew, do you feel comfortable about Illinois winning 9?
100%.
Okay.
Their schedule
Okay.
is
Drew
very,
knows all
very
the college
favorable.
football.
He's the college football guy.
Yeah, it's very favorable for Illinois.
So they're not making the college football playoff, though.
Yes.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. They'll probably be the third team out of the Big Ten.
Holy
Look
cow.
at Kev do his research. I've never seen Kev's fingers work that fast. If a lady saw you do that, Kev, I mean, they're calling you.
Yeah.
You're getting all their fuel points.
You're not going to the Grizzly Rose with Kyle Barry anymore.
Just getting my reps in right now.
Maybe you can ask if they got a friend for KB, right?
What up, KB? Last one from Pat. Again, it's the Super Bowl expectations, how they are hearing the coach and others talk about their Super Bowl hopes.
I mean, he preaches it, man. At the end of the day, it's up to us. You know what I'm saying? We play the game. They just put us in position to make the play. So at the end of the day, we got to come out here, put this work in, and that's kind of the mindset we keep, whether it's in the meeting rooms, whether it's here, whether it's in the weight room, whether it's getting recovered. We just got to have that championship mindset. And the vets do a great job preaching it. Like, before practice started, they always tell us championship practice. And when you slacking, you don't have those guys pick you up. The one thing the vets do a good job is pushing us, you know what I'm saying, us rookies, because, you know what I'm saying, they were in our same shoes, and they want us to understand where we want to go, you know what I'm saying, and what it takes to get there. And there's a lot of players on this team that been in the playoffs, been to the Super Bowl, so they understand it. So they just trying to push everybody, and every day just, you know what I'm saying, learn and just get better. And I feel like as we gradually go through camp, it's been nothing but great.
And again, I think that gives you a little bit of insight as to the culture that we've talked about a bunch during this offseason and really training camp because of these Super Bowl conversations. That's, talk about it. As Sean said, don't be afraid to talk about it. And then as Pat has said now a couple different times in these answers, like there seems to be a really good pecking order of communication from vets on down, then Bo as the leader of the full team communicating with the offense. I heard that a lot in Pat Bryant's answers to Andrew Mason.
Yeah, a lot of communication, and that's the best part of this thing because they're all on the same page. They know what they want. They know how to go get it. Now you just have to do it. I'm going to go do it.
That's it. Yeah, just go do it. Just go be perfect at everything you do out on the football field.
So if you love Adam Sandler,
yeah,
and if you happen to have nuptials again, are you going to ride away with your beautiful bride on a lawn tractor?
Maybe.
Like Waterboy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to go do it.
Am I sponsored by said lawn tractor company?
John Deere?
Then yes, I will.
Are you going to wear like a green tux?
I'm down to do whatever, dude. Now, Kelsey may have some other plans.
Right,
but...
right. Wait, would you get a John Deere tattoo? You do love weird logo tattoos, and it is it's a deer, and it's green and
but
gold.
all the weird logos mean something to me.
John Deere doesn't mean anything to you?
Not that much.
Okay. Even if they sponsored your wedding?
They'd mean a lot to me at that point. Yeah.
I love John Deere.
Yeah. I'd invite Mr. Deere.
Riding lawnmower, pro or against?
Depends on how much you got to cover.
Okay.
Like I
got a lot to cover, but I do not have a riding lawnmower, and I'm kind of against it.
I'm kind of against it too.
Yeah, because I'm like, I can push.
Like if you got acres, sure.
I don't have a self-driving one either. I have a push. I'm an old school like push. Like I got to push. So
see, I do. I think I've told this before about lawn mowing and grocery stores. I try to beat my personal record every single time. How fast can I get in and out of King Soopers with the stuff that I need?
Mm-hmm.
And can I beat my personal record from the week before? Last week, I mowed the backyard in 9 minutes. And so I want to try to beat that again today.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I was literally running. I was like, I'm going fast, dude. I just want to beat my personal record.
Oh, no. It's bad for your grass. Go slow. Let it have an even cut. You're just like folding it over. You're not even cutting it. You're just like running. You're matting down your grass. When it stands up, it's like way longer.
I literally stopped. I'm like, Kelsey, 9. I got 9 today. See if I can get 8.
Why are ladies not impressed by that stuff?
Not at
We're
all.
like impressed by it.
I told her, like, can you just give me, like, hey, the yard looks nice once? Just give me some confidence, you know? Like,
I guarantee you,
if it didn't busting my ass.
If it didn't look nice, she'd say something.
Yeah, I guess
you ever gonna water that out there?
Josh,
Things looking a little dry.
I have a new challenge for you. Instead of trying to go as fast as you can, try to do like a design. You know how the Red Sox have the 2 socks? Try to do that.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Draw like a shark or something?
Well, I was thinking the Red Sox, but if you want to do a shark.
Yeah, I'm definitely not doing the Red. I do not support Boston anything.
Okay.
Like a shark. Maybe just start with my initials to keep it simple.
Or maybe a horseshoe.
Oh.
Can you do a horseshoe for the Colts?
Yeah.
At least try to do that.
I just write in Seth, send it to Cecil.
Okay, Parker Gabriel, we got some news.
Oh.
Thank you, Drew Spivak. Broncos first team features a good run from J.K. Dobbins and Bo Nix finding Troy Franklin on a deep in.
Let's go.
After moving up and to his left through pressure. One of Bo Nix's underrated aspects is his ability to throw off platform. So thank you, Parker Gabriel. We're going to keep everybody updated, but it sounds like the offense is getting some.
That drill, it was our last day out there, whatever day that was, the throwing into the net. Every quarterback, and then Cortland started to try to do it too. They're running away from the line of scrimmage as they try to throw the ball into the net. So working on it a lot. Nice to hear that there's some running action going down there in San Francisco. Let's continue to monitor these. We didn't get to the Rockies thing. We might do that a little bit later. They got their butts kicked. Spoiler. They suck.
Shocker.
We'll get to that a little bit later on. I do want to have a Buffs conversation while we wait for some new Broncos information to come our way. We'll do that with a little preview of the Big 12 coming up next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, gonna cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. They gave me a partner, a personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Revive Organic Soil Treatment is the only product that takes water deep down to the roots. In the summer drought, this means a lush green lawn. Save water, save money, spread it or spray it. Apply Revive and your lawn will thrive.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is hike. H-I-K-E. Text HIKE to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's HIKE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
When it comes to the Colorado Buffaloes, what are your expectations this year? Buffs fans, let us know. 303-713-1043, Ramoslaw.com text line. Of course, the team is going to look different. The star power, at least that we know of, is no longer there. Doesn't mean they can't win some games, but will they take a step back? Tell us and put your name on the end of your text on the Ramoslaw.com text line, and we'll get caught up with a few of those texts. So the reason we're asking is because ESPN put out their big Big 12 preview for the season, and it sounds to me, Cecil, after reading this, it was honestly hard to gauge how people viewed the Big 12 a year ago. There were some folks, and we had conversations with guys like Drew Spivak, who's plugged in, of like, no, it's a good conference. They're just beating the crap out of one another inside the conference.
Right.
And then some of the national heads are like, it's not that good of a conference. They're kind of mediocre teams beating up on other mediocre teams. Well, we saw what Arizona State was able to do once they got into college football playoff and, made a tiny little bit of noise. After reading ESPN's article, I feel like it's the same perception. They don't know exactly what the Big 12 is going to be. Their first little subplot of the article here is teams that are in the running. And, dude, there's 10 of them. It's Texas Tech, it's Kansas State, it's Iowa State, it's Utah, it's Baylor, it's Kansas, it's BYU, it's TCU, it's CU, all in this, 9 or 10 of them. And as they write, the Big 12 media poll ended up going combined 26-35 overall and 13-32 in conference play. So that's why you think they're just beating the crap out of one another. Well, the bottom 5 teams in the poll were combined 39-25. That's 26-19 in the division there. So it's a solid case for those 9 teams to still be in the running for the Big 12.
Right.
But when it comes to CU, you and I kind of see it a little differently. I actually think they're going to take a step back this year. Now, what does that mean as far as getting to a bowl game? I still think they can do that. Is the Alamo Bowl that big of a bowl game? I know we tried to convince ourselves that it was a year ago. I don't know that it really is.
What, Dion call it, like a fancy bowl?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah.
We got to get Miss Peggy to a fancy bowl, something like that. I don't know that they did that. And then
San Antonio's not too fancy.
They got their butts kicked in it as well.
Right.
I actually look at the Buffs this year to take a bit of a step backward.
Why? I know, no Heisman Trophy winner, no Shedeur Sanders.
No Shedeur, no Travis. You lost 3 wide receivers that are now trying to make it into the NFL. I know they still have, a little mini Debo that we were talking about, but that's about it. They do have a transfer coming over at the running back position that I know
Kalen Taylor.
Some people are high on. Michael Welch is going to return there. But I still need to figure out what Pat Shurmur is without Shedeur Sanders, because I know who he was without him at the NFL level, and it was not good. I really have a lot of belief in Robert Livingston. I also believe this is Robert Livingston's last year up in Boulder, because somebody's going to come a knocking, and they're going to have a dollar amount that he cannot say no to. So I have doubts about them actually running the football because of Pat Shurmur and Dion. I have doubts about the defense being as good as it was a year ago, specifically in the secondary because of Travis Hunter and quarterback. They don't even know who the quarterback is.
Right.
So why would I know who the quarterback is? And one of them might be an 18-year-old kid that's never seen anything at this level. And the other one is from Liberty that maybe not have seen the same sort of talent.
I know it was a quarter. Don't at me, bro, Oregon Trey. But, when he played against Bo Nix, Oregon and Liberty, that first quarter, he was able to move the ball for a drive.
Yeah.
And then Oregon ran away with it. But still, I think Caden Salter is you're selling him a little bit short, in my opinion. Because Salter is the type of guy where he's the runner, he's got the arm to make the big plays, his accuracy needs some work there, but he's got that veteran experience from his Liberty days and from playing in big-time games, including that bowl game against Oregon where, they got worked, but that's Liberty against Oregon. They should get worked. But Salter, standing tall, standing up to that defense, that's exactly what he's going to do for the Buffaloes, and I believe that this year it will be Caden Salter's team, and it will be packages for Juju. So, that sort of working. And here's the thing. I know what you're saying, with the ground game and Dion, but that was daddy ball with Shedeur. Let's get him in the NFL. Let's throw it a bunch of times. Now you have to have balance. You have to have a ground game. And if it is the new guy, the transfer from Incarnate Word to Kalen Taylor, if it's him ripping off big plays, go look at his highlights. They're big play after big play, and he actually does keep his feet for a 165-pound guy. He's also 5'9", so he's a little bit more compact, but he can keep his feet upon contact, and that means big plays because he's got speed.
Yeah.
He's got quickness. Is he that guy there? You mentioned Michael Welch. Can he bring a little more strength to the ground game there as well? I think they're almost forced to have more balance this year, and that's why getting to a bowl at 6, whatever. My number is 8. They have 8 wins on this schedule. They have 8 wins with this team, and that's with Salter. I'm not even talking about Juju taking over. I'm talking about Juju packages the entire year. And it's Salter that can kind of lead the way while Juju gets his feet under him and learns the college football game.
And that's his whole role the year.
Yes,
He's not a starter. He's a role player.
Yeah, he's not a starter. He's a package quarterback. And then maybe in the bowl game you get cute and you throw him out there as a starter.
Sure.
I'm not sure. But I know that with Salter and that ground game, making an assumption about the ground game, but just looking at the players that they have on hand and the fact that they have to have balance, they have to run the ball. They have no choice. So in this conference, they're going to beat up on each other big time outside Arizona State. That's the one everyone's looking up to with Arizona State there. But this conference, I believe CU can win 8 games.
Drew asked us about the schedule and how it starts, and they got some winnable games to start this thing. Georgia Tech, I'm not going to call that a winnable game. They'll be favored, but not by a lot. But Georgia Tech can come in and win. They'll beat up on Delaware. They have a football team. They'll beat up on Houston. They'll beat up on Wyoming. So you could look at it 4-0 to start. Maybe 3-1 if you do get got by Georgia Tech in week 1. You know what comes after? Hosting BYU, on the road at TCU, hosting Iowa State, on the road at Utah. Even if they do start 4-0, that could quickly turn to 4-4. And then what are you looking at? A 500 team right in the middle of Big 12 play? You might lose some of that confidence for some of these guys.
Yeah.
And maybe Dion starts to grasp at things, and who knows what happens between him and Pat Shurmur. I don't look at this team. I was confident about the team a year ago, really confident. I do not have any of that confidence this year because of quarterback, because of the defenders that left, because of the wide receivers that left, and because Pat Shurmur's there now without Shedeur Sanders.
I can settle you down with a running game. Now it's making the assumption that they do
if
run
it's
the
there,
ball.
I'll change my tune.
Okay.
But I got to see it first.
All right, you got to see it too. What if Juju just takes over as the starter? I believe Salter is the guy this year. I think he should be. But what if Juju's just such a great passer? And the one pass he had, there's been some practice highlights that come out. And the pass he had a week ago, it was a thing of beauty.
Now, look, this I think is where the schedule up front can favor Julian Lewis. If you're going to roll with Julian, throw him out in the first 4 weeks. Let him build some confidence. Let him kick the freaking crap out of Delaware. Let them beat the brakes off of the Cougs down there in Houston. Let them embarrass the Pokes there of Wyoming. And then it gets real. But maybe there's enough confidence built from the young man after the first month of football that you're really starting to cook with Julian Lewis.
Yeah, and maybe Juju is the step that they take. If he takes that gigantic step in this first year, that can get them over the top. And maybe Big 12 championship. Well, Did you know that there have been 5 different teams to win the Big 12 over the past 5 years?
Wow. I did not realize
Why not
that.
us?
Yeah.
Why not Juju?
Even after Utah, you get Arizona and then West Virginia back-to-back. You should beat those teams. So that gets us to like 6, but then you end hosting Arizona State, certainly not a gimme, and then you end on the road against Kansas State, which is certainly not a gimme. So you could start hot, hit a giant roadblock, and then kind of go back and forth after that with 2 cupcakes in Arizona and West Virginia and 2 really big challenges in Arizona State and Colorado. Kansas State. I said 6 to get you to the bowl game. You said 8. If it's somewhere in the middle at 7, is that good enough for the CU Buffs and Deion Sanders?
I think it's good enough this year. I mean, you look at the power rankings on ESPN, they have him 10th. They have him 10th.
Yeah.
Now, you're not the big story that you were with Shedeur, with Travis. They got a Heisman Trophy. They got 2 Heisman Trophy finalists. What's CU going to do? So, are you going to catch people sleeping a little bit more than you were a year ago? A year ago, you were getting everybody's best shot because you're CU and you're kind of the loud mouse on the block and everyone hates you because of that, unless you're here and then we love you. Please continue to be the loud mouse. And I'm just happy I live in the state where Shedeur Sanders once lived, so that makes me special. So if you look at it now, people aren't going to be looking at this team the same way. Got him. And with Deion Sanders and the health concerns, I don't want to tie too much into this, but if you're a kid on that team, how do you not work your ass off for that guy? He does not need to do this at all whatsoever. He could retire in Texas and go fishing and ride a 4-wheeler and go shoot guns and all that. Like, Deion does not have to do this at all whatsoever. Now with the health concerns, he really doesn't have to do this. So if you're a 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old kid and you're not going to go to work for this guy, what are you doing? Right? So there's going to be some of that inspiration there as well. So I think it's a different look this year where they're more of a team more than Daddy Ball, and it's all about TH12, and it's all about Shedeur.
Look, I'm a Buffs fan. I'm rooting for the Buffaloes to be good and give us some. We went 2 decades without even talking about the Buffaloes on a radio show.
But you don't think 8 games?
No, I don't.
I'm going to go 8.
I actually think 6. I'm willing to settle at 7.
Are you barely at 6? Because 6,
I'm right at 6. I'm at 6.
I laugh in your face at 6.
I'm at 6.
Okay.
I think it's a step back this year, maybe to take a big step forward in 2026-7, but I do think they take a bit of a step back this year. And you keep Julian around and you continue to build and develop guys around him, it won't be that big of a deal if they take that giant leap. But we'll see. We'll see where it is. So Cecil and I disagree. Where are you guys at? Those of you out in the tribe, 303-713-1043. I say I'm closer to 6. Cecil says he's closer to 8. Where are you with these Buffaloes? 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text so we can give you a shout out. All right, we need to get caught up as to what's going on over in San Francisco with the Broncos and Niners joint practices. We'll give you the latest coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. paid for by AARP.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Phillip Lindsay here with Williams Jewelers. If you're like me, well, diamonds and fine jewelry were never on my radar before I met the love of my life. But gentlemen, there comes a time when it's time for you to step up, when it's time for you to get out that comfort zone and tell her exactly how you feel. And guys, nothing says I love you like diamonds from Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. From one humble little store in Inglewood, they've grown into 2 locations and have become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. Fellas, come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver of every size, shape, and price range. And the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever seen. They'll share with you all the secrets of the business, then give you the best price in Colorado. Guaranteed. It's time for you to step up, fellas. It's time for you to shine. Go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers. Williams Jewelers, Denver's first family of fine jewelers in Tree Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Broadway and Beverly. And let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, a couple updates, things that we're seeing on our socials, and folks that we got out there reporting, giving some feedback about what's going down at joint practices. Well, some good news is that that dominant Denver Bronco defense that we watched with our own eyes, they travel well. They're out there in San Francisco reportedly dominating the Niners offense as well. Reports from DNVR and Zach Stevens says outside of C-Mac catching a couple passes out of the backfield, the Broncos defense has shut down the 49ers offense so far. Pass rush has been all over Brock Purdy and the quarterbacks. Run defense has been incredibly stout, which we certainly saw firsthand, not allowing anything easy, including TFLs, that's tackles for loss, and coverage has been sticky. So, Cecil, that actually makes me feel good that the Broncos offense could pretty much do nothing against the Denver defense, and it looks like that translates to the side of San Francisco as well.
Yeah, and that San Francisco offense definitely has some weapons now. Guys like Brandon Ayuk missing time, of course, banged up. Obviously, we need to know the status of George Kittle because that's also a concern. Like Ross Dwelly behind him or whatever. But like if Christian McCaffrey's getting you and nobody else is, you can go, oh, okay, well, it's Christian McCaffrey catching passes out of the backfield, which then tells me, oh, Lavelle Bailey. and maybe Sternod. Sternod had some good plays and certainly an interception. So we're going to praise Justin Sternod for his most recent practice performance.
But nobody on this side is Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, making a play against Jaleel McLaughlin is not making a play against Christian McCaffrey. There's differences. So we'll put a pin in that. But yeah, okay, coverage linebackers continues to be an issue where we're watching with great interest. And that's probably the best thing we can say right now, not knowing who was covering or tasked with covering Christian McCaffrey.
So those are a few of the things that we're learning about out there. Pat Bryant apparently caught a pass that he could not see, but somehow came down with it. And this was a pass coming off the arm of Sam Ehlinger. And also seeing several people write that Mike Shanahan is out there just completely locked in and watching the Broncos offense.
Yeah, of course. That's what Mike does. To this day, Mike Shanahan's breaking down film and watching football as if he's coaching.
Is he just consulting for Kyle? He's just helping his son?
Yes. Okay. But, I mean, I'm sure if somebody called him, he'd talk football nonstop and get him a gold jacket. What are we doing? Hall of Fame committee, you're all fired.
It's the worst
Mike
Hall
Shanahan,
of Fame
gold
committee
jacket
in the history of Hall of Fame committees.
Period. Mike Shanahan, gold jacket.
Bunch of old dudes up there arguing for their favorite player. Do your freaking job and shut up. That's what
Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame.
Also, more Troy Franklin news. Bo to Troy for 20 on the right sideline. Troy slicing him up, according to Zach Stevens. That's about the fifth tweet we've talked about with Troy Franklin today in joint practice. They've been going for an hour.
Yeah, and it's good that he's doing it against someone else, right? You're not going to know his tricks. And his tricks now are becoming greater. I'm not going to say he's running the full route tree. I've seen Marvin do that. But with Troy Franklin, we know that leverage, understanding of leverage is better. Understanding where they are trying to make you go and then making them flip their hips, basically. That's a wide receiver's job. Franklin is doing that. And then, obviously, that speed and length. Those are his natural assets that he's never going to lose. So speed and length, if he's got better hands and he understands leverage as a route runner, good things happening for Troy Franklin. We're watching it.
And by the way, it's not a full fight, but Mike Kliss literally just tweeted, a couple 49ers gunners got into a little scrap on the Broncos sideline, quickly turned into 25-on-2.
Yeah, don't mess with our side.
Field awareness if you're going to pick a fight.
Yeah, that's right.
Now working in the red zone, so as we get information as to what's coming out of that work, we will let you know. But we both saw it. Was it Saturday they were doing it? Or it was Friday and Saturday. Some of the red zone stuff is where they had the minimal success that they have had. Goal line and red zone.
Yeah, the offense was doing some good things in the red zone and goal line situation, and this means a fight is coming. Because it's red zone. Yeah, everything's tight. It's cramped in there. Things are heated. You don't have a lot of time. There's something coming, which is good. It's what you want, and hopefully you got in enough work so that after the fight you can be like, all right, we're done. We're so mad at you.
Sending people to the locker room.
Yeah, go run some laps, whatever.
All right, real quick, I got to tell you that it's time to send the kids back to school. You got to get ready for football season. Bunch of stuff going on, and no matter what you need, Denver Sports is here to help. You can enter our keyword contest for a chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour. Text it to this number. You ready? 303-713-1043, and you have until the hour ends to text that keyword. Make sure you spell it right, please. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. We want gift cards to be given out daily right here on this show, so make sure you're tuned in, locked in, and texting in those keywords. For complete rules, hit our website. It's www.denversports.com/keywords. www.denversports.com/keywords. So those are the few things that we're learning about right now in real time when it comes to the Denver Broncos and their joint practice out there in Santa Clara. Quick AFC West note. Do you see Keenan Allen's back?
Yeah.
Keenan Allen back in L.A., an $8.5 million deal.
Well, and hey, Los Angeles Chargers, first off, your social media team is really, really good.
They are good.
And the Broncos, they're
not as good.
That's very true. And they have Sean Payton Sean Payton doesn't want him to do anything. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So for their digital department, and there are people over there that I really respect, the Broncos digital department is hamstrung by the coach that doesn't want him to do anything, basically. But get Nikola Jokic out of your damn tweets, Chargers. Because they did that when he's crying with the horses and stuff.
Oh, I didn't see that.
They did the Keenan Allen thing. Look at the Chargers timeline. So Keenan Allen's back. Over Keenan Allen.
I don't even follow the Chargers.
And you stole Nikola Jokic, and then you superimpose the Chargers logo over Nikola's chest. Don't put that sort of bad energy on the greatest player on the planet. You saw that, Kev, didn't you?
I saw it, and then it got me thinking, do you guys know who your basketball team is? They lose to the Nuggets all the time.
Yeah.
Both of your teams?
Yeah. Well, why are they using Joker? Like, why are they doing that? Why did the Chargers media team use Joker and then put the logo on him?
Oh, I do not like this at all.
They're not smart, and that's me being nice. And not personal.
They're a good social media department. Usually, like, schedule release. Chargers, like, crush it. Again, Broncos, their digital department doesn't.
Yeah.
They don't. It's not great, Bob. But, like, they also have a coach that doesn't want them to do anything. The Chargers, usually they're crushing it. But using Nicola? Like, why? They're not making fun of Joker, right? I mean, they're like, hey, Keenan's back, so they're emotional.
Like embracing in the same way.
Yeah. So it's like they're not making fun of Joker, but it's Keenan Allen.
You can't find a James Harden happy video when he gets a bag full of honey buns or something like that? Like, use your own guys. This is our guy.
Yeah.
You keep your dirty hands off of Nikola Jokic, Los Angeles Chargers social media account. Unbelievable.
Did you see them posting videos? They mic'd up Justin Herbert, and he's like out at practice.
He doesn't say anything.
Weird guy.
He just doesn't talk.
Well, that was pre-draft process. I'll go back to like the people that were against Herbert, and Kev, I'll tell you off air some of them, and you'll laugh because they're laughable.
I think I know one of them.
They're very laughable, very fake, and just awful. But the people that tried to bag on Herbert is like because he's a homebody, and his best friend's like his brother. So he doesn't go out. He's not in a club. You're not going to see him at Grizzly Rose, right? He's not going to be out there trying to steal girls from KB. Like Justin Herbert's like a homebody, and he is. I won't call him weird. My experience with Justin have been positive.
What's wrong with being a homebody?
But I can see how some people would be like, "Wow, he doesn't act like a quarterback."
Let me rephrase it. It was just a boring video.
Okay,
that's what I kind of got from it. It's like. There's nothing here that's exciting for me.
Right. And that's a part of the new athlete. I understand some are trying to call Bo Nix a phony. Yeah, that happens about his social media presence. And I thought, okay, Bo, I don't need to see all that, but I'm certainly not going to call him a phony. I mean, that's just stupid.
I'd introduce to that person pot, meat, kettle. Some phoniness going around on both sides of that equation.
If that person was on the Bo Nix bandwagon, they're off.
Yeah,
kicking them off.
No, they never were.
Never were.
We got all these fake accounts out there trying to pretend like they love Bo Nix now. That you didn't love Bo Nix. We know if you love Bo Nix because we were the ones leading the charge.
Good news here. Parker Gabriel Sharon, offense first red zone period ended. Oh, not good news, I guess. Knicks miss R.J. Harvey on a wide open swing for a touchdown. That's one of the rare misses from
Gosh, R.J.,
right
catch the ball.
Hell yeah,
dang rookie.
God.
You always need a guy like Kevin in the corner. He's going to defend you no matter what is going on.
You should have seen me at training camp. Little swing pass, I'm like, what a throw.
He said, was that the greatest throw we've ever seen by a quarterback? That's what Kevin asked me. All right, let's get into our fourth quarter. Again, we'll continue to update you on things we're learning about as the Broncos and Niners joint practice is underway. Probably still looking at another 45 minutes to an hour of them getting some work in. So when we know new things, you will know new things. Let's talk about these Broncos players that are out there fighting for a roster spot. Are any of them worth making a phone call to see if any other teams are interested in their services before the Broncos might just have to free release cut them? Let's kick that around and tell you the names coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens and free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. You can't beat it. It's 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs. They're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt, and it wasn't your fault, and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person, free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour number 4. Quarter number 4. Dover and Cecil hanging out with you guys until 2 o'clock. The Drive getting in here at 2. Those guys will take you home. They'll certainly be reacting to everything going down in San Francisco today as we're trying to keep up on the timeline. Looks like the defense continues to shine. Cecil, I'm seeing a Devon Key interception, but we did talk about the Bo Nix miss there to R.J. Harvey.
Right.
Now seeing that Bo Nix is avoiding sacks. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Threw it up to Cortland Sutton. Somehow he came down with it. Bo to Cortland for a touchdown there in San Francisco against the #1 defense for the Niners. That's not a worry for me. I'm not worried about Bo and Cortland. I don't even know that I'm... And I want to see it because it was a smaller sample size based on the 2 years that he's been around, but I don't have a ton of worries about Bo and Marvin. I think Marvin's going to do so many different things that we're not going to, be diving deep into his receiving stats play by play and box score by box score. I'm worried about the running game. It's something that we've been talking about a bunch. We did get some news that they're having some success running the football against that Niners defense, which is a pleasant thing to hear. That's the biggest question for me going into this season is the running game. Will they utilize it? Will Sean actually stick to it? He said it earlier when we were going over some of the stuff with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. He keeps saying it. He said it a bunch last year. You know what the best thing for a quarterback is? The running game and the defense.
It's his best friend.
Well, the defense, you don't have to do anything. Vance has got that thing humming. Running game is all on you, Sean, and you didn't do it enough last year. I know the players were worse, but there's still this commitment factor that I need to see from Sean.
Yeah, and it's a commitment factor that's rewarded when those better players have success. I really think Sean's the type of guy, and I could be totally wrong, but if you trot it out there and it doesn't work, he'll just abandon it.
Yeah.
And I think that
and that's not good.
And I've said this before, and again, Sean Payton knows way more about football than me, but I believe it to be true. It's the intent of running. The success matters. Don't at me, bro. I'm not saying that you could just have 2 yards of carry. It doesn't matter. But it's the intent. We're going to run it down your throat. You can't stop us. We're kicking your ass. We're going to keep doing it. And you cannot stop us. We're going to do the same damn thing. I'll tell you where the play is going, right? Have you heard the Joe Burrow when somebody's like, you running it here, Joe? And Joe goes, F no. And he throws a touchdown. You see that clip?
No.
Yeah, so Joe Burrow's got some personality.
Right,
Justin
like
Herbert,
that.
maybe not the personality, but Joe Burrow's got that personality. Yeah, I'd love Bo Nix to do the same thing. Like, I'm just going to hand it off. You're not going to stop it. But that comes down to Sean. And if there's a couple of carries where J.K. Dobbins gets stuffed, Sean, you got to go back. Go back to it. If there's a toss play with R.J. Harvey and it just doesn't work and guys get to the corner, go back to it. So we're hearing some good stuff, fun stuff, from all of our reporter friends out there. May saying Nick sacked a couple of times, but looking good, avoiding pressure at other times. Talking about him getting into a rhythm. A deep crosser to Marvin Mims. Parker Gabriel reported that.
There
a
we
deep
go.
crosser. So there's some of those longer plays that we wanted to see coming from the passing game. And again, no live tackling, but the nice run thing has only been Blake Watson. That's the only one I've seen.
And we're not even sure he makes the team.
Right, exactly. But the only person that has been suggested to have a nice run was Blake Watson, which means another day. Like, Estime's been good with pads on. Blake Watson has been better than him.
I don't know. Do you want to say good? He's been all right.
He's not been awful, which he was without pads. So, like, anytime Audric Estime just hangs on to the ball, he could do a Javonte thing, 3 yards of carry. But as long as he doesn't fumble, I'm like, good job, Audric. You got it.
The expectations are so low for Audric Estime now.
Incredibly low. Yes.
All right, so yeah, we're seeing a couple of things, and again, as we know, you'll know. Cecil, I got 5 names I want to throw at you.
Okay.
You tell me if any of these guys are in a spot where they're probably not going to make the team, but also at the same time, you're not going to make the Broncos, but George Payton might be able to make a phone call and grab a 6th, 7th round pick, maybe 5th if it's one of these bigger names. Damari Mathis is the first one. I don't know that he's making this team. I think it might be time to turn the page on a guy like Damari Mathis. You know how or why I think that? Because George Payton is looking for his replacement in the last couple of drafts. Damari Mathis, I don't know that he's on the team. I'm not sure you're getting a ton for him in a trade conversation.
Yeah, probably not. It's one of those things where maybe it's just a best case for both sides to move on and get a fresh start for Damari. I like his physicality. I like his football intelligence. I don't like the fact that he lost his confidence years ago and he's never really regained it, and the team just keeps adding corners. So I think the writing on the wall is there for Damari. Not only the fact that he wears 27, the same number of J.K. Dobbins. Pretty sure Dobbins is going to make the team. I don't believe Damari Mathis does. So if you can get something for him, good.
Yeah, I guess even if it is a 7th round pick. Now, the next name on the list, I do think you can get something for. Is it enough for you to actually do a deal? And it is running back Jaleel McLaughlin. So you just said Blake Watson's name. We know JK is going to make the team. RJ was in a spot to catch a touchdown, and Bo just missed him today. Both of those guys are safe. I told you I was unsure about Jaleel. I need to see it. You said it's pretty much in pen. We got out to camp. It looked like you were right. But what if I were to tell you George could get on the phone and get let's start at 4th. I can get you a 4th round pick for Jaleel McLaughlin. You down to do a deal?
I might not laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you, but I'd rather have it be a 3rd. They're not trading Jaleel because no one's going to offer you a 3rd for him.
No.
And here's the reason why. It doesn't have anything to do with Jaleel. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that he can't break a tackle, at least up to this point. Mm-hmm. He's added 12 pounds to his upper body. Maybe we're going to see a different Jaleel McLaughlin this year. I'm excited. So that
tells me he's just wider for guys to grab him and bring him to the ground.
Me, that says he'll have a little bit more balance because he's so low to the ground, you're not really going to take out his legs.
No.
Like when guys would reach for him, they'd slap his feet and then he'd fall down. But, if you try to take him on, he's so low to the ground, you're only got shoulders to grab. And if it's larger up there with 12 pounds added to the upper body, let's put a pin in it. You're not trading Jaleel McLaughlin. No one is giving you enough. And it's not really have to do with him. It has to do with the fact that this running back class was the best in NFL history, and you've got 7th rounders out there that are getting first-team reps. You got guys like perhaps Austin Eckler that get cut. I mean, what's a team going to do? Give you a 3rd for Jaleel McLaughlin, or just go get Austin Eckler for free?
Mm-hmm. Well, they'll be 8 running backs on the street in 3
Yeah.
weeks from now that
Yeah.
are serviceable guys.
Yeah, that are really good, have got a lot of starting experience, and quite frankly are better than Jaleel.
I'm just trying to trade Jaleel. That's what this whole exercise is.
I know. That's why I gotta strike you down with great vengeance and furious anger.
The other couple names are I'm not sure you're going to get a ton for, and a guy like Devon Key. Made some bad plays a year ago. Has actually looked okay at camp this time around. Defensive lineman Jordan Jackson, and then safety who's third, fourth on the depth chart right now in J.L. Skinner. Those are names, and what Vance said earlier, we played some of the quotes, like they're looking for depth at some of these pieces. Can J.L. Skinner come in and be a starter for 3 or 4 games and not have a dip in production? I don't know about the latter part, but I don't know that it would be a huge dip in production.
Yeah, we look at all of these situations across the Broncos depth chart. Inside linebacker, that's the one that screams to me. There's a dip in production if you don't have Greenlaw All-Pro and Singleton Pro Bowl, like level of play. So there's a dip in production there, and a massive one, a noticeable one. Defensive line, Zach Allen's special. There's a dip, but it's not this fall off. I think ILB, there is a fall off. And that's a concern. I don't feel that way about corner anymore based on what this team has done. I don't feel that way about safety, provided that PJ Locke makes the team or Devon Key makes the team. So there's really one spot, and I guess, I wouldn't say wide receiver 1 takes a hit. If Sutton has to miss time, and it's like now Franklin's your wide receiver 1, there's a step back, but I think there's a massive fall off at ILB. Dre Greenlaw's an All-Pro.
I agree 100%.
And if it's Lavelle Bailey, he ain't an All-Pro.
Lavelle Bailey's not even Justin Strnad, and we have problems with Justin Strnad.
Exactly. So I think there's a massive fall off there, and the rest of the positions you could get by.
Okay. Yeah, the wide receiver, that's an interesting question, because you said Troy Franklin, and I was like, well, when does he get hurt? Is it like week 8? Then I not that I'm feeling okay, but I feel better about it.
Right.
Week 2, I'm like, I'm not sure Troy's quite ready for that kind of responsibility right then and there.
Yes. So we'll put a pin in that conversation, but the depth here is
Just
really
knock
good.
on wood for no injuries.
Exactly, especially a guy like
that
Ford.
guy.
Yeah.
Exactly right. All right, I want to get back to a conversation about where these Broncos are now. We know they're the flavor of the week, right? They're so hot right now, the Denver Broncos. Everybody's just picking them to go to the Super Bowl or make some noise in the AFC to push the Chiefs for the division title, which the Kansas City Chiefs have won 9 consecutive years. Well, maybe it's not noise, and maybe it's not just a flavor of the week, because there's somebody inside of that Chiefs building that feels the exact same way. You got to hear what's coming out of Chiefs camp about our Broncos, and that's next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments?
That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is SNAP. SNAP. Text SNAP to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's SNAP to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
It's the liquor in my cup, it's the tag on my truck, and the tag on the buck that I dropped Thanksgiving last season.
The jam right there, Kev.
It's the letters on my
The Broncos are going to kick the living crap out of the TN Titans coming up week 1.
Oh, I love it.
You think Morgan's a Titans fan?
No.
He's smarter than
They
that,
don't know
right?
they don't know they have an NFL team out in Tennessee. It's the Bulls.
I saw those Broadway videos. They don't know much about football over there.
Oh, the stadium's across the river. They don't even worry about it.
Yeah, that's right.
They think that's a concert venue.
I guess technically it is, too.
I mean,
wow.
I don't think I'm saying anything outrageous out there. It's not Tennessee Volunteers, then it's nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. All right, we're hanging out until 2 o'clock. That's when the drive will come in here. We're trying to give you the latest on things we are learning about the Broncos and the joint practice going down right now with the San Francisco 49ers. Cecil, I'm seeing a few things. I know you're seeing a few things. Looks like Kliss is talking about Bo rolling right, throwing to Sutton. Sutton with the toe drag for the touchdown. And then Luka Evans is the new guy in town, new guy in the corner, puking his guts out. He's tweeting that Bo Nix with one of the plays of the day so far. Chase to the right sideline, falling out of bounds, flings the ball cross body with lower arm slot to Devon Vele, who was going across the middle. Nasty stuff. says Luca. So we are learning that the offense is having some success against this Niners defense.
And I will say this. I love that Bo can do that. I don't want him to do that all the time.
I agree.
Yeah, I want his footwork to be true, and
That's
he's
how you
talked
get
about
hurt.
that. Right. I want his footwork to stay true. He doesn't think about that as much anymore, which is good, but I also don't want him doing off-platform just because. So it sounds like the pressure was there. By the way, our guy Andrew Mason saying the Broncos D looked a bit mortal in red zone.
Oh, wow.
Mostly strong reps, including sacks from Ellis, of course, Farmer and Tillman, of course, but also back-to-back touchdowns allowed by the first-team defense. Offense red zone field highlighted by Mims and Sutton TDs.
Okay, Mims getting in on it too.
Mimsy.
Love hearing that about it. And look, we know that the Broncos defense is good. Are they going to stop every team from scoring touchdowns in the red zone? No. This team also has Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle on it. So a little bit different there. But for the most part, the things that we've seen literally up until this point, it's 117, 118. It's been about how dominant the defense has been out there against San Francisco and how much some of the offense has struggled. If we're getting some reports that go the other way, offense looking a little bit better and the defense hitting a little bit of a wall, like I said, they're not going to bat 1,000. They're not going to shut everybody out. Other guys get paid to do this too.
Right. Other guys are out there competing against you as they're trying to get good film for their own team. Roster decisions need to be made. You also, if you're the Broncos, we haven't brought this up, but if you're Jordan Dizon, you're like, what you got over there? You may go against someone in a joint practice that they cut, and you go, you know what? We really like what we saw against him. Remember that play, and he like shut down Joaquin Davis or whatever? Like, that may be the level. And yeah, it's a practice squad guy, whatever, but those guys can turn into starters.
No doubt.
So this joint practice is good for all these players to showcase their skill for their teams, but also for the other team, just in case.
All right, I want to talk about, as we wait for more information to come our way, what we learned yesterday about the Broncos. Now, I said it, they're the flavor of the week. They're just so hot right now. Everybody's picking them to be a legit threat in the NFL. Bo has arrived. Sean is here. The team and the Broncos, they are back. And Matthew Berry, he's a fantasy guy, but he was on the Fantasy Football Hour podcast and the Happy Hour podcast, whatever it's called, and talking about teams in the AFC. And you'll hear him talk about the usual suspects, but then he gives us a little insight as to what an executive, maybe we speculate wildly about what executive it is, an executive there in Kansas City had to say about the Broncos.
I was having a conversation with a very high-ranking Chiefs, somebody in the Chiefs organization, is the way I want to phrase it. And it was a conversation with a group of us where I was asked, somebody else in this group asked me, like, hey, who's my Super Bowl pick? I said, well, listen, it's all the obvious teams, right? It's like, and the AFC, it's the Chiefs and the Bills, and if the Bengals can figure out a defense, I think the Chargers are interesting this year. And then somebody else in the group turned to this person that's with the Chiefs organization and said, what do you guys think? And they said, honestly, we're worried about the Broncos. He's like, and they were like, Bo Nix is for real, and that defense is amazing. It's a great defense. Like, we think the Broncos are real, and it was no disrespect to the Chargers. I don't want no bulletin board material. He wasn't saying anything bad about anyone else. He just merely said that in their division, like, they have a lot of respect for the Broncos in terms of that defense, and they think Bo Nix is legit.
Everybody respects the defense. Mm-hmm. They think Bo Nix is legit. Now, obviously, there's still some folks that don't think that, and we like to laugh at them, poke fun at them, and then judge them, really to their face, but behind their back mostly.
Oh, all the time.
The league starting to realize that Bo Nix is legit. I want to ask you this, and I'll answer it too.
Okay.
Is that realization because of the Sean connection or Bo's performance and play through the 18 games last year?
Yeah, Sean can have great connection, but Sean's also had some, what does Deion say, bull junk quarterbacks? Yeah, so he's had some dog trash quarterbacks. So you can have Sean Payton's direction, and you can still stink. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Need I count the Saints quarterbacks?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, what, Ian Book, right?
Oh,
like it's not. It didn't work out. It didn't work out. So it's working out with Bo because of Bo. It's Sean's direction, but it's Bo's fit, and it's Bo learning, and it's Bo growing, and it's Bo's performance that has the Chiefs worried. I like hearing that word, worried. They're worried about the Broncos. Okay. Good. You should be.
Mm-hmm.
You all should be worried about the Broncos. Be very afraid.
I mean, if you're Kansas City, and I mean, we're kind of just going to take shots at even Denver, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas. if you're Kansas City, it's been unimpeded right to the top of the line, right to the front of the line.
Right.
There is no competition.
Right.
There is no contest. It was, you start training camp in July, you're going to win the division in January.
Yeah, and
you're going to be in the AFC Championship game at the end of January.
Well,
that's not the case for those Chiefs anymore.
Have we lied about how tough the AFC West was? Man, the Chiefs are winning the AFC West, and it's so tough. You just said it. They've had
It's been a no contest.
They were like ushered right to the front of the line.
For 9 straight years.
Yeah. So I know we talk about this division's tough now. It hasn't always been tough over the last 10 years. And then Chargers suck. Okay, sorry, stink. Stink's rolling around in Alaska. He's celebrating poolside's 84 years, 84th birthday for his pops.
That's awesome.
Yeah, poolside, and poolside had kicked the crap out of every single one of us.
Happy birthday, Mr. Schlereth. That's cool as hell.
Yes, that is cool. So Stink, he can love him some Chargers, but at the end of the day, they're choke artists. Until that changes, I'm not going to believe they're anything but choke artists.
Has Stink's dad lived in Alaska his whole life?
I believe so, yeah.
That's freaking crazy. I got neighbors that have their cars in the driveway both have Alaska plates. I'm like, you just moved to Aurora, Colorado from Alaska?
From Alaska.
Must be some sort of outdoor guy. You know what
Something.
I mean? I've never been to Alaska. I'd like to go.
Fishing.
Yeah.
Let's go fishing.
We were going to do an Alaskan cruise not that long ago and then got to the checkout aisle and decided against it. Well,
pretty pricey?
Our bank account decided against it.
Okay.
Also seeing from Cliff Stidham getting out to make a play and hitting Kyrese Rowan. Now, don't really care about Jared Stidham, but Kyrese Rowan, a guy that you and I have talked a ton about. I've said it, man. Every day that we were out there, I wrote his name down. Now, is he going to find himself in the field a lot during the regular season? Absolutely not. The wide receiver room is freaking stacked, but he's making it almost impossible for the Broncos to cut him completely.
Right.
He's going to stay around on the practice squad
No,
if he's
you
not
love to see
poached.
it. You love to see it. And that's the type of plays you want to continue to make, especially against another team, because you've been doing it against your team.
Yeah.
But you know their tricks. What about a new team? Rowan's showing up again. So let's put a pin in that.
All right, let's keep this Broncos conversation going again. As we get new information as to what's going down out there in Santa Clara, we'll share it with you. In the meantime, we'll check in and hear what Sean Payton told Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel about the next step for Bo Nix and why that meeting with Drew Brees was so important for the second-year quarterback. Let's hear what Sean said about that coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here. Talk to you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the summer been? You got all this extra energy and time for the kids and pool parties and vacations and barbecues. How about beach days? Maybe long nights on the patio. That's what I like. Well, if you're dealing with low T, you're not getting through any of that. You're probably hitting bed by 9 o'clock. That's not fun for summer. And if you're dealing with low testosterone, it's not just because you're old and there's nothing that you can do about it. I thought that too. About 2 years ago. And then I got introduced to my team. I got Jeff over there at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I set up my first appointment. I went in, they drew my blood. They told me what my T and PSA levels were. My T levels were low. And I had no idea. They gave me a quick education about what my options were, why I needed my testosterone levels to be back up to a normal rate. And then they said, hey, you sign up for testosterone treatment right here. Not only are we going to give you your first booster, you're going to start to feel it in about 2 weeks. We're going to waive your appointment fee. So I did exactly that. I left without spending $1. I had my first testosterone boost in my body, and then I started to sign up for them to send it to my house. Now I don't even have to make the trip. It's not even that far if you have to, but they send everything to my home, take the pain-free shot in the comfort of my own home, and now I'm feeling like a brand new man. So if you're feeling tired, your sex drive is gone, you don't have any energy after work to play with the kids, it's probably your T levels, and you got to deal with it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Man, it is hot out there. Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner or full HVAC system? Throw the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air does free second opinions. Don't forget about the insane heat pump rebates. Up to $12,000 off a new heating and cooling system only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
I used to get overwhelmed at the grocery store. That's when Soda stepped in. When I started the program, I didn't just get a food plan, I got a lifeline. I lost 82 pounds in 16 weeks. But more than that, I learned how to eat smart, shop smart, stay on track even when life gets messy. I could text my Soda nutritionist from aisle 5 and get instant help. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA. It stands for State of the Art. Get to it. SodaWeightLoss.com.
1-877 for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
We're going to hear from Sean Payton. A couple things that Coach said to Diana Rossini and Chase Daniels. They were here, when the Broncos were here, they were in town going over a few things with Coach as their Scoop City podcast is back for a second season. They were making their rounds to a few different training camps, but one of the early stops was here in Denver over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Again, the Niners and the Broncos, they're doing their thing out there in Santa Clara. Denver's defense dominant, starting to get picked apart a little bit there at the end of practice. Broncos offense starting to have some success. A touchdown pass from Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton to Marvin Mims. Another one that was right there, but just a missed throw by Bo to R.J. Harvey. So those are the things that we've learned here today. You aren't getting guys like Greenlaw and Singleton out there. I don't know that anybody expected them to be out there, but dealing with injuries, so not going to participate fully in practice. Cecil, I want to continue hearing a bit from Sean Payton. So earlier in the show, we heard Vance tell us what the next step for the defense is. Payton was asked by Diana and Chase what the next step for Bo would look like, and then gets into how important that meeting or that time spent with Drew Brees was.
You know, a lot was talked about when he went to visit Drew, and more of that was schedule.
And how did you handle your work week in season? What was Monday like? What was Tuesdays like? You've been in those.
Yeah,
and,
exact room.
And so to actually look at that schedule and understand how much time was in there. And he's both someone that spends a ton of time.
Has he talked to you about that? Does he want to incorporate
Just
that?
how to organize the time and how to challenge himself with all of the offensive formations by the week's end.
Yeah.
So that the plays coming in now are coming in a little bit cleaner and easier. And you can just see it when when he steps into the huddle and out of the huddle.
No doubt.
So that part is what you'd expect in the second year.
Yeah.
Man, Chase Daniel from that K. Adams School of Journalism there. Shut up, man. Let the other guy talk. But talking about next steps there for Bo, and you and I have talked about projected stats. You know, you can talk about that being the next step.
Right.
I think it's a little bit of what Sean's kind of hinting at and what he goes to learn from Drew Brees, the mental side of it. Bo talked about that. We're going to get deeper into that tomorrow, Bo's side of the Drew Brees stuff. But it's a little bit of that. The physical stuff is the physical stuff.
Yeah.
There's no cheating or shortcuts to that.
Right.
Like, the mental side of it, how you deal with Sean, that's something you and I, one of our big takeaways with the meeting between Bo and Drew. I think that's what they're talking about. The next step for Bo is upstairs. It's nothing to do with his arm strength or his footwork. That's already been done.
Yeah.
Now it's about the mental side.
Well, and if you're noticing Bo's physical stuff now, you're way late to the party.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Well, he can run, guys. Yeah. Auburn Bo. You not remember Auburn Bo? Auburn Bo was a runner. That play against LSU, that's one of the best plays in college football. He's running around all over the place, throws it up for a touchdown. Like, Auburn Bo was a runner. Bo's arm strength is stronger than some people think. Oh, he's got his arm is stronger than you think. Maybe it's not Joe Milton throwing it 85 yards with a flick of the wrist, but it's a strong arm. It's strong enough. Plenty strong. That's not even and by the way, it's velocity more than distance.
Yeah.
It's how tightly you spin the ball. It rises and falls. I'm a nerd. But yes, the geometry is much better when you can spin it tighter, and Bo can certainly do that. Off-platform throws. He's been doing this. If you were talking about the physical traits of Bo Nix, you're way behind. And it's the mental side. It's the mental part of his game that he is sharpening now, and that comes from the experience, working with Sean, and then just knowing what defenses are trying to do to him.
How many moments do you think there were? What did they spend together? 3 days, Drew and Bo?
Yeah.
3 or 4 days, something like that? How many moments where they're just like laughing at how Sean handles himself?
Multiple.
You know, like
a day.
No, you're gonna listen. Sean's crazy, right? He's gonna do this, and then Bo's like, "Oh, dude, he did that last year." You know,
right.
Sort of.
He did the same thing, and then Chase could be like, "I did that too. I was there too. I was in the room too."
Chase just pops up in the background.
Is he losing his hair, or does he just like backwards hat all the time? And I'm not against backward hat. Like I'll rock it. I might wear a backwards hat tomorrow. I got a sweet Beavis and Butthead Broncos shirt.
No way.
I'm wearing tomorrow. Official,
What?
not a bootleg tee.
Dude,
I'll show it
awesome.
tomorrow. Mike Judge artwork. I might wear a backwards hat tomorrow, like a Shelby hat or something.
Yeah.
But like Chase, I mean that's your look, okay, and that's fine, whatever. But like, is he losing his hair? Is he doing the Bret Michaels thing where like I'm just gonna wear a bandana?
Oh yeah,
so that you can't see a big old bald spot? Like,
but then ultimately you have to take the hat off, and the lady's gonna see what you look like.
Have you seen Chase Daniel without a hat? I haven't. Not recently.
I guess I haven't.
Yeah, so I'm like, let Sean speak. Don't interrupt him, and we know you played for Sean. You don't need to interject. I was there too. That was my room. I was in the room.
The only reason you're the co-host of the podcast is because you played for Sean.
Yeah, and you played a long time.
Yeah.
Right? A little mini Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
Although he was mean to me at the Shrine Bowl. Maybe that's why I have a...
Chase was or Ben was?
Chase.
Oh.
Chase, yeah. Because I asked him about 7-step drops. Like, we don't do 7-step... Oh, God. Okay, buddy. Yeah, got it. Roger that.
Yeah. Like, well, you do quite a bit, and that's why I'm asking.
I saw him on film at Mizzou, and I was like, hey, what about your 7-step drops? I don't do a 7-step drop. Oh, okay.
I know the offensive line go the other way because they're big, gross, fat people throughout their whole career, and then they cut it down, and they're strong, and they're jacked, and they're taking steroids and all this stuff.
If you know, you know.
If I were any professional athlete, the second I'm done playing, I'm eating all the desserts, I'm never lifting weights again, and I'm having the time of my life. So I don't want to knock Chase too much because I'd probably look that way too.
No, I'm just guessing. Like, what's the backward hat look for?
Yeah.
Like, he's too old to wear a backward hat all the time, but he's not. I mean, I think all of us can wear backward hats.
I think he's younger than I am. Isn't he?
I don't know. He's him and Tyler were in the same Shrine game. And Josh Johnson, by the way, who's still playing.
He's 38.
Yeah, and Josh Johnson's still in the league. He's with the Commanders.
You got some unflattering pictures of Chase Daniel on the internet. You got money, Chase. Get that stuff scrubbed, dude. What are you doing here?
Is there an age where you can't wear the backwards
nice.
hat?
Kevin's got his on.
No, I said I was wearing one tomorrow. I'm the oldest one on this show.
No, I'm just asking, is there an age where you have to stop?
No, I don't think so.
Like we can't.
I don't think so.
Like we're past the age of 30. We can't say mid or fire or anything like that, right?
Right. 1,000%.
Okay.
Keep it 100, Kev.
Can I say rips? I always say rips. Like that rips.
That's old stuff, though.
Oh, it is?
I feel like that's skateboarding slang.
Exactly.
Yeah. You might be able to get away with it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's an age. It's the person. Like, do you have swag? Are you cool? Can you pull it off or not? I don't think there's an age limit on backwards hats.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely not an age limit. I was just curious. I'm like, every thumbnail on the podcast is like, with the backwards hat.
Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, a couple more from Sean here. Sean Payton, this is a fun one here. See, you and I have talked about this and wondered about it multiple times. Has he officially opened up his entire playbook for Bo Nix?
Well, it's ours. And when I say that, it evolves. So part of the playbook evolves with the quarterback who's playing. We have more RPOs, things that he's done really well. At one point last year, we asked all three quarterbacks, I said, I want your most favorite play you've ever run. And then I'm going to evaluate, we're going to put all three of them in. And then I'm going to evaluate how successful these plays are. So all three contributed, and sure enough, all three are plays that are in our staple install now. And each one had a conviction why this was a good play. And so that doesn't change. And there is a little custom fitting here.
Yeah.
Relative to
For sure.
what these guys have done since high school and in college, maybe that I'm not as familiar with, or we're not as familiar with, but we're gonna figure it out. And it existed when we signed Drew back in 2006. Fortunately we hadn't installed any offense, so we quickly grabbed a lot of the terminology he was familiar with. And so I would say, look, he's got a lot of it, and he's comfortable with it. And I think the number one thing is it begins to slow down for him a little bit. The defensive looks.
All right, so first of all, he says it's ours. I mean, that's a big step for Sean Payton.
That's married stuff.
Right. It's not mine anymore.
Right.
It's ours.
It's ours.
Yes. They just joined. They have a joint Facebook page together.
Right.
That's what that means.
They have a joint checking account.
Oh, yeah. By the way, am I the only one that thinks when I see a couple with a joint Facebook page, I'm like, somebody cheated? Right?
That's all it is.
Exactly.
You cannot share a Facebook page with your wife unless you were up and
Yeah. You cheated. She doesn't trust you anymore, and now she has to monitor everything you're doing.
There's guts involved, and you were there. Okay? I'm just
so
saying.
Glad we're on the same
I'm just
page.
saying if it's. And I know some friends right now
I do too.
that are cussing me out. But I know. And at least it was an accusation. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
But
maybe.
it was at least like, we're having the same Facebook page.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it's that.
And there's one guy I'm thinking of, he's definitely going to text me, but I'm like, I know who you are, so I know why that's like that.
Yes.
I'm so glad we're on the same page of that.
By the way, that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work at all.
And then he doesn't get access to the page.
Well, no, he does, but she also has access to the DMs that are on the page.
Oh, I just don't think she gives him the password.
Oh, that might be.
Maybe.
It's like, yeah, look at us.
Like, look at us.
Look at us.
Here's my fake account.
That's another thing too, because social networking isn't real, because it's everyone's highlights.
Yeah.
And if you know a couple and they're like, look at us, and they're like, you guys were just yelling at each other at my barbecue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad I'm not the only one. Every time I see a joint one, I'm like, oh, who was it? What happened? I want to know.
No, who was it? It's the guy. It's the guy.
Some women are shady too.
All women.
There we go.
Don't get it twisted, man. She's true blue. Oh, that's what you think.
All right, it's time to speaking of great relationships, let's send the kids back to school. We got to get ready for football season, too. No matter what you need, Denver Sports is here to help. For real, we are trying to hook you up with a $50 gift card to Amazon every day. And $50 today, that'd be pretty sweet. I'd be down to come up on $50. That's what's on the line. And if you get one of those $50 Amazon gift cards, your name goes in the hat for the grand prize of $1,000. All you got to do is listen. You're doing it right now. Just listen for the keyword. We're giving out a new keyword every hour. Big fancy voice guy is going to tell you what the word is, tell you how to spell it sometimes, and then all you have to do is send that word to this number, 303-713-1043. You have to do it before the hour ends, but you can send in multiple keywords. The more keywords you enter, well, the more chances you have to win. Pretty simple, right? So make sure you're locked in, listening, and sending your keywords in. For complete rules, make sure you hit our website. That's DenverSports.com/keyword. DenverSports.com/keyword. All right, I'm seeing some new things about what was going down in Santa Clara between the Broncos and the Niners. Good news for the defense again. Bad news for special teams. Kevin, you're going to want to hear about this. And an update on Tyler Bidet. Maybe there is a RB3 competition going down. We'll have that conversation next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health.
I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Thing. There we go. You know what Brett Michaels does? He does what I was telling you to do, Kev.
Oh my gosh. That's the funnest I've had in a radio studio without microphones on forever.
Yeah. Well, if it was certain producers, they'd be recording us and going to HR. But that's those people no longer work here.
The funny thing is, you ask one person for dating advice. Josh is, on side one, and then Cecil's on this completely different side.
We're on the same side. I'm ahead.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different approach.
Right.
End result, we're both looking for the same thing.
I'm asking Josh, 0 to 1. Cecil's at 99 already.
Oh, my gosh. That was incredible. I want you to listen to both of us as well. Don't just take one of our advices.
Have you met Kevin?
What an incredible break that was. That was awesome. All right, we're going to wrap this thing up. We're going to put a big bow on it and talk about sports and try not to think about what we were just talking about. I have 3 tweets in front of me that I want to talk about. From guys that are out there, Zach Stevens, DNVR, Chris Tomlinson, Gazette, Mike Kliss, 9 News, and 104.3 The Fan. Stevens, Pat Surtain, a touchdown-saving pass breakup in the end zone off of Purdy. That's ones versus ones. That's PS2. Got to have a stop here or the team gets 6, and PS2 does exactly that. That's what you would expect out of a guy like PS2. Second tweet, Chris Tomlinson, the Gazette. Tough day. Here we go, Kev. Tough day kicking for Broncos' Will Lutz. Missed about 3 wide left.
Whoa.
Chris Tomlinson with the report there. That is not good.
Aye.
Not good at all. Now, we've talked about Crawshaw and the rookie punter and what's going to go on there. And
right.
The punter's not a topic of conversation until it is, and your dog cussing his name. Same thing could be said for field goal kickers. I thought Will Lutz was pretty damn good a year ago. This is not a good start to joint practice.
No, not the start that you want. And they're on the side practice field, most likely. They're not in Levi Stadium, because if they're in Levi Stadium, I'd be even more worried.
Yeah.
You get to a Super Bowl and Lutz is out there shanking kicks.
Oh, dude.
No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to talk about kickers or think about kickers or look at kickers or even admit that kickers exist. Okay? I want you to do your job, and I want to forget about you. I want you to be automatic. And... wow, Will Lutz. And it's something like during camp, have you even really noticed him?
Not at all.
Because he's doing his job.
Yeah.
And he's making the kicks.
I don't know that I've seen him miss a kick. Now, again, I don't have my eyeballs following around Will Lutz all day, but I've watched him a few times work, and I don't know that I've seen him miss one.
It hasn't been noticeable if he has. So, yeah, it's not what you wanted. Maybe he was at the Garden of Eden in San Francisco. He's out there a little bit too late.
Yeah.
So, you got some stories. So,
okay.
I'm just guessing.
Could be.
I'm just guessing. Why does Will Lutz go to San Francisco and then miss 3 kicks when he hasn't missed 3 combined in all of training camp?
And again, it's like you said, it's not like there's pressure coming down the pipe for a guy like Will Lutz.
Right.
Yeah, not good news.
And
Kev, how do you feel about it?
Well, do I need to cancel my trip to Maine to go out to San Fran and
right,
help this guy out? I helped McManus here.
You did.
I improved him by 3 field goals that first year, but he only missed 3 field goals last year.
Will Lutz?
Will Lutz did.
Wow.
But one of them was blocked in that Chiefs game.
Kansas City game,
so
yeah.
he really missed 2 true ones. I mean, this is kind of concerning.
And what were the length of those? I bet they were like 50 plus, right?
They were 50 plus.
Yeah.
5 of 7 from 50 plus.
Hey, I'll take that. I'll take
pretty
that all
damn
day. But this. Well, let's get back to not talking about you. That's how we know you're doing good.
Yeah. Best thing a kicker can do is not be talked about on sports talk radio shows like this one. All right, and then the last of the 3 tweets that I'm looking at in front of me, Cease, and I think this is worth some time here, a conversation to be had. Mike Kliss says depth chart withstanding, and we know that was just a sham and kind of laughing at the face of it yesterday. But Mike writes, Tyler Bidet has a real shot at the number 3 back. I think that's very interesting. You know where I'm at with Jaleel McLaughlin. Now, as I said, you and I were in different lanes of Jaleel going into camp. Then I quickly, to put my blinker on and join your lane because I saw what Estime and Watson were, and Jaleel has had one of the 3 runs that pop is because of number 38. But that's an interesting statement, and it's also interesting that it's coming from Mike Kliss because Mike's more plugged in than anybody else down there. I don't think this is just a black and white, cut and dry kind of conversation that Jaleel's the 3 and then Bidet and Estime and Watson are fighting after that. I kind of look at this as an Estime and Watson fighting each other for I don't know, the first practice squad spot, whatever you want to call that. And then I still think there could be a battle here. Preseason will certainly determine a lot of this between Bidet and Jaleel. Not that either is fighting for, the other gets cut, but who is that legitimate third back that gets, I even think 10's too much, 6 to 8 carries a game.
Let's go 7 touches.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Touches, not
like
carries.
I
Not
like that
carries
a
at all. But, I just think this is bad news for Audric Estime. Jaleel McLaughlin's making this team. This is not a Jaleel-Tyler thing. It's a Tyler and everybody else because Tyler can do everything. Tyler Bidet could be your starter, and he'd be fine. Maybe not as great as J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey, but if Tyler Bidet, chips are down, Tyler Bidet is getting everything. Okay, all right, let's go, boys. Let's fight. Jaleel McLaughlin can't do that. But Jaleel McLaughlin also can do things that Tyler Bidet isn't as good at. Bidet can do everything, but Jaleel's really good at kind of like one thing.
Yeah.
Get inside the 10 and run to the pylon. Or as a receiver out of the backfield, right? That's what you're hoping that Jaleel can continue to improve on. So for me, when Kliss tweets this out, I go, okay, it's coming from Mike.
That means a little more.
He usually doesn't go out on that sort of limb to be like, wow. So this is something to note. And just know, Sean Payton has some guys, right? Adam Troutman, that's one of his guys. I think Tyler Bidet's kind of secretly one of his guys as well.
When he spoke of, it was Jaleel he was speaking of. But Tyler, he's actually talking to the media right now.
Well, and he's brought up Tyler without anyone even asking him.
Remember last year, too, talking about Tyler? And he's saying we're going to give this guy an opportunity and see what he can do with it.
Right.
Sean Payton said that running back Tyler Bidet, quote, does a lot of things really well, and he's still in the thick of the competition to make the roster. They're not talking about the running back room specifically, but that's what he's boiling it down to, the roster. Saying he does a lot of things well, and that goes to being a little bit more versatile than some of these other guys.
Yeah, if one of your top 2 backs go down, Tyler Bidet's filling in, not Jaleel. Jaleel's role is Jaleel's role. It does not change.
So you could go you could go J.K. Tyler, R.J. Tyler. That could be a 1-2 punch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And it's never going to be Jaleel. It's never going to be R.J. and Jaleel. Jaleel's role is that third down specialist. That's it. That's him. Nothing more. And that's just the truth. I mean, I know people like Jaleel a lot, but that's what his role is. That's what it's going to continue to be. Tyler Bidet can do a runner. He can do a receiver. He can be trusted in pass protection. He can do it all. And he must be impressing for Mike Kliss to be reporting that. Yeah. So we can never forget in this conversation about Tyler Bidet, that does not mean Jaleel McLaughlin will not make this team. I'm almost 100% positive Jaleel McLaughlin, it's like 99%. He's going to make this team as a specialist.
1 through 53, not practice squad.
Yes.
On the team, okay.
Tyler Bidet might be pushing to make this team, which is bad for Audric Estime, and it's bad for Blake Watson, because Watson would be that guy like Bidet where he can do everything. Estime can only do one thing. He's the power guy. Now, he's the only power guy you really have. Dobbins is not necessarily a power guy, although there's power to his game. So I think this is very interesting that Mike is tweeting this at this moment.
Going to be something to see how it plays out on Saturday night. When they're going to get plenty of opportunities. Jalil's going to play. Tyler's going to play. Audric's going to play.
Okay. And we haven't heard anything about any sort of injuries, knock on wood, nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Nobody's officially reported that. And then Sean Payton has not said anything about that. Because sometimes Broncos reporters are afraid of Sean. And by sometimes, I mean all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So if there was an injury, they wouldn't be able to say anything until Sean said something. So none of that's been reported.
We got a little birdie in our ear to tell us about one, but I haven't seen it official.
Okay.
And
All right.
let's wait until that
Yeah,
happens.
we got to wait and see if anything official out there.
Yeah.
So
yeah. We will certainly wait for that. All right. As far as tonight goes, there is football. Are you into preseason games that feature Indy at Baltimore, Cincy at Philly? Oh, a little AFC West action. The Raiders at Seattle, the Geno Smith revenge game for the drive that he'll play. 2 of them are on NFL Network, Indy at Baltimore, and then Vegas at Seattle will be on NFL Network. You into this tonight?
what's my name?
You're into it.
I saw Ashton Genty take his towel to the locker room. Yeah.
Yeah, you would watch just for Genty.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And I'm watching for fantasy purposes. And by the way, we get your fantasy questions on the RamosLaw.com text line. We're going to
start diving deeper.
We're going to dive deep into that. And every day, like Vic Fangio, at certain points in the show, we'll give him some fantasy nuggets. So make sure to stay tuned in all the time. Tell a friend. The tribe is growing.
Yes, it is.
The tribe is growing, and the tribe is strong because we're out there, and we're excited about this Broncos team. I mean, I'm hearing tell that others are saying, like, the Broncos aren't even going to make the playoffs. They don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me speak directly. If you are saying the Broncos aren't making the playoffs, you don't know what you're talking about. Point blank, period. Okay?
Agree 100%.
So we're here to support this team and to talk realistically about this team. And the realistic talk is 11. You better be talking 11. I'm going to laugh you out of this building because this team has the capability of winning a whole lot of games. They've got some big tests coming up, but do not think that this is a team that's going to take a step back. Sophomore slump for Bo Nix. None of that crap.
No. We do sophomore jumps around here.
Yes.
I also don't. How could you see what the team did a year ago? Look at the additions that were made, specifically on the defensive side, inside linebacker, and not think that they're going in the right direction. What would give anybody with a functioning brain the idea that they're going to go backwards rather than forward? I'm not even trying to poke fun. I'm down to do that too. But
yeah,
literally just a functioning brain would tell you they're going in the right direction.
It's why being controversial for the sake of controversial is being dumb. Just talk about ball. You know what I mean? Yep. We're going to tell you the truth about the Nuggets. We're going to tell you the truth about the Avs. We're excited about both of those teams. Like, really excited about the Nuggets and what they can do. And especially early on. Early season basketball is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And you and I are going to be there at Ball Arena. But we're not going to give you that fake, like, clickbait type of stuff because it's disingenuous to you. And especially in Broncos country, y'all are some smart football fans.
Yes, they are.
You run around saying this team is going to make the playoffs, I immediately know you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's KKFN, HD1, Longmont, Denver. So, Cecil, you're going to be all over some preseason football.
Yeah, I assume you are not.
I might take in a couple seconds of the Colts game. Starts at 5. I'm going to do the worst thing you could do, which is mow the yard in 98-degree weather when I get home because I have basketball this evening.
Is it the same league as the other one?
No, this is just pickup.
Oh, just pickup.
Just pickup.
Wait, the other one was a league?
Yeah.
You serious about that?
Yeah. Like
wow.
Referees and stats and everything.
Whoa, stats?
I think they keep stats.
Whoa.
Most of them do, but I'm not the guy that goes over and like, can you tell me what my numbers were for today?
Okay, because I don't want to. Because our guy BK, like, he knows his softball stats going back the last 10 years. Well, I'm actually hitting 333 this year. I'm pretty good. Like, so I'm just going to say, like, I didn't, BK's on a certain level. I didn't know if you were going to that level.
No.
Keeping stats
I won't
in
keep
your
stats.
rec game.
I mean, I didn't check the box score, but I did only miss one shot.
Wait, why is Richie Carney in here?
Richie Carney sitting in on the drive. Zach By rolling in here. Oh, look at Zach's backwards hat guy, too. We're all crewing up his back. There we go. Richie's got it.
There you go. Yeah.
We were wondering if there's an age where you cut off backwards hats.
Which is no. The answer is no. But I was the reason I brought it up because every thumbnail of Chase Daniel, he has this deer in the headlights look, and he's got the backwards hat. So I was like, is he going bald, or is that just his look all the time? Because all of us wear backwards hat, me included, and I'm the oldest one here. But I'm not against backwards hat, but I'm just like, when that's it's like Bret Michaels from Poison, always wearing the bandana because he's bald.
Yeah.
We know it, Brett.
Yeah.
We know it.
Hulk Hogan was in that category too.
Right.
Kenny
Chesney.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
Kenny Chesney wears
so
a cowboy
why,
hat.
That's a good one.
why is
Yeah.
our guy Chase Daniel?
Oh yeah,
I didn't know
he's all the way
It's
bald.
jarring. I love
Really?
Kenny Chesney, but seeing him without a hat on, you're like, whoa.
So I was like, why is Chase Daniel always doing the backwards hat thing? Like, I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know.
I don't think there's an age limit. It's the swag that you have. You know what I mean? Like,
As long as you can rock it.
Yeah.
For me, there's no. I came up with the phrase a handful of years ago. Don't tell a fan how to fan, but it's rooted in the same thing. Don't tell another like weighing in on another grown man's life. That's got nothing to do with you.
I get it about the hair all the time.
It's like
all the time.
But it's like it's got nothing to do with you. The phrase "live and let live" exists for a reason.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with you.
Right.
Live your life. Let that. And one time, true story. I was wearing a backwards hat, and this is like, so I'm 38. This is like maybe 4 years ago. So maybe I'm like 30.
So you're here.
I'm 30. Oh yeah. So I'm like maybe 33, 34. My guy Mike Evans in the morning. He goes, I saw Zach By wearing a backwards hat.
Whoa.
Isn't he a little bit old to be wearing a
that's
backwards
old guy
hat?
radio.
Hey, no.
That's old guy radio.
No joke. Within the year, I saw Mike Evans wearing a backwards hat. I'm like, what the hell?
Because he said, that looked good on Zach. I'm going to do it.
Hell? True story.
All
True
right.
story.
Yeah, I'm always get down how you get down. We talked about the furry TCU quarterback, and he tweeted from a furry convention like he's a straight up furry. And I said, hey, if you're of age and it's consensual, like I don't care. But we were talking about weird hobbies that your friends have. I might be the comic book guy. You guys don't know anybody else that's really comic book guy. How many skateboarders at 40 do you know? Like, so we all have those different things.
Yeah.
And for some, it's just backwards hat. I'm fine with the backwards hat.
It's not that serious. You know what I mean? I am someone like, especially in terms of like your own personal decision making, literally whatever makes you happy.
Don't hurt anybody.
Don't hurt anyone. Don't push it on my kids. Right? I do think it's strange to see the drag stuff in front of 5 and 6 year olds. I think that's strange. You want to be a drag? Fine, go be a drag. But I think that stuff's strange. Or introducing concepts like that. But as long as you're not doing any of that stuff, dude, get down however the hell you want to get down. It's your life. It's not my life.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Everybody has different things in their own four walls, right?
Yeah. And there's no you. Because I'm thinking of like our level of our category or our compartment of nerd stuff. like
he's pointing the finger.
Like aggressively.
No. But I'm convinced because, and this is why a part of the reason that I love you, Cease, is that like you're just like, yeah, this is what I do. Like this, yeah, I like comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Star Wars. Yeah, I like that stuff, and it's not age restrictive. Me, I can't possibly think about sitting down and doing the stuff that you do, but then there I am at 11:30 on a Saturday night watching mostly naked men pretend to fight one another. Like literally pretend to fight one another.
Wrestling guy.
While potentially wearing a replica championship belt, maybe,
the belt's on the wall. The belt's on the wall.
But like, so it's like, and then for someone else, it might be they want to be a furry or whatever. Like,
right.
We all saw Space Jam, Lola Bunny.
Well, and during the pandemic, how many people were watching like overseas baseball so they could gamble on it?
Oh, sure.
I did
know
marble racing.
Russian
Marble
ping
racing
pong.
was huge.
You did what?
Marble racing.
Marble?
You know the little balls?
He thought you said Marvel, and he freaked out just now.
I thought he said
was like, you did
Marlboro.
what?
No, marble racing. And they dropped
Spider-Man?
six marbles down a track, and you'd pick your color.
That is hilarious.
Wow.
So Colorado,
I did a lot of that.
during the pandemic, Colorado was the nation's leader in for any state of people betting on overseas table tennis. The state of Colorado. Number one.
How much you fund that bad boy?
I'm the base of the pyramid holding everyone else up. I'm at the base.
Just call me Atlas.
Wow.
No, I never got into any of that stuff. But yeah, it's exciting. I mean, from a sports gambling point, like earlier today, I spent like 90 minutes just taking a dive into college football, man.
I told him about Illinois.
Oh my god!
Because you gave the
Illinois
last warning yesterday, and he didn't know about Illinois. I said, because he's like, Illinois is not going to win anything. I said, no. ZB said 9.
It
No.
broke my ears.
No.
You said 11.
I'll go 10 or 11.
What?
And in the college football playoff.
In the college football playoff,
Dude.
have them 10-2.
Wow.
I think they're going to be that good.
You've got me thinking about investing.
They are returning 16 starters. Their quarterback might be the most experienced in the country. Started at Ole Miss. He's been there for a couple of years. Senior QB, 16 starters, proven coach in Brett Bielema. I watched him play last year. I'm like, yo.
Drew gave us the schedule. It's pretty favorable for them.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
very favorable.
It is because they played Penn State last year. They played Oregon last year. Lost both of them. I think they won 9 last year. I think they were like 9-3 last year, I want to say. But they don't have those guys on the schedule. They have the Buckeyes, but it's in Champaign. So, like, it does line up in a way that Indiana's did a year ago. Indiana's schedule a year ago was favorable that way. They had Ohio State at the end. But that's part of it. But it's still Big Ten football. Like, you can get got any Saturday if you don't have your you-know-what together.
So maybe they win a bunch of games, but I can't look at, and you know more about them. This is just my perception because they're Illinois. Like, winning a national championship?
No.
Okay.
No. But being a part of the college football playoff would be a groundbreaking moment for Illinois football.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I think that it will be.
And I actually think Indiana takes a step backwards.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. They lost their quarterback, Curtis Rourke. Actually, you know who drafted him is Kyle Shanahan in the 7th round.
Yep.
He played the whole season with a torn ACL last year. Curtis Rourke did for Indiana.
I think that's why he's on NFI right now.
Yes, correct, because he got it repaired. But we didn't know that he had the torn ACL because he transferred in from Ohio and the Bobcats in the MAC there, and he transferred in, but no one knew he had a torn ACL. And they're like, why isn't he running around like he used to? Literally playing on a busted wheel. So, but Shanahan thought enough of him to draft him in the 7th round. But that dude, Kurt Cignetti there, he is a recruiter and he's a winner. He's won at every single school he's been to. Division II, Pennsylvania, Elon, James Madison, Indiana. So they'll take a little step back, but keep tabs on that program.
Staying in college football, we disagreed today on CU's win out.
I said 8. I want the line at 8. He's the one at 6.
I said 6.
And he doesn't even think they'll get to 6.
Okay, but you saying that's what it should be, or that's what you think it will be?
That's what I think it will be.
It should be higher than 6. Just because it might not be doesn't mean that's where it should be.
Well,
set.
isn't it at 6? I think it's at
That's
6.
the Vegas number.
Yeah, Vegas.
No, I'm
wise.
saying my number. I got the Buffs going 6-6.
Yeah. I would have a tendency to maybe agree more with Dover than Cease on that, as opposed to 8-4.
We looked at their schedule. First 4 are winnable outside of Georgia Tech. That's a tough game. The next 4 are tough. And then there's Arizona and I think West Virginia, some cupcakes. But then you have a couple of tough ones to finish. So I'm looking at good start, rough middle, split the back end of
Comes
that
down to BYU in the
6.
5th game.
Yeah,
where are
that's
you
what it
at in
was.
that? Are you
That's what it
4-0 and then BYU waxes you? Or are you 5-0 because you beat BYU?
Georgia Tech could get them, man.
Oh, yeah. Georgia Tech's a 4-point favorite.
Yeah.
Or open at 4.5. I think it's down to 3
Does
or
this
whatever it
come
is.
down to what you guys think of Salter or Juju? Because I think it's going to be Salter to start the season, and then Juju's going to get packages in games.
I have a weird feel. I think it should be Caden Salter. He obviously has more experience, but I just have a weird feeling that it could end up just being Juju right out of the gate if they feel like he's ready to go and it's even close. If it's kind of like the Paxton and Trevor, right? If it's even close between somebody who clearly should be the guy and the younger guy, you go with the younger guy.
My point, too, was to the quarterback thing. If they think they're going to win 8, 9, 10 games, go with Caden. But if you are going to win 6 games and it's kind of a slow build to the future, why wouldn't you just give Julian as many reps as possible?
So I'll say it like this. If it were me, I would like to think that I would go with Juju and just go through the hardship. He's such a talent, and just let's go. Because you also risk, you're going to have to go through those lumps anyway, regardless when he gets out there. So I'd get it out of the way ASAP. But also you risk him transferring if you don't go with him, which it's all good now, but if he's not playing and he's trying to balance 6 corporations at the same time and he's on the sideline, those corporations aren't as sexy. But I'll say this, if they can't figure out a way to run the football, it's irrelevant who's back there playing quarterback. They were the worst rushing team in the country a year ago. And how about this stat? 1 single game of 150 yards rushing for the Buffs in 2 years. Worst in Division I football. 1 game. Now that doesn't count quarterback scrambles. That intent to run plays. 1 150-yard game in 2 years. On average, 74 yards a game, not just the worst mark in Division I, it's the worst mark in the country by a lot.
That's why Marshall Volk's here.
Yeah, and they say, we're going to run it. Well, I want to see it because it's been 2 years and you haven't ran it.
They also didn't do anything of major measure to help improve that either. There was no big addition to the running back room. They had departures and all that, so they haven't given you a ton of reasoning or rope to say things are going to be better.
He's 165, but the incarnate word kid, what's his last name? Walker?
Taylor. Isn't it Taylor?
Taylor.
I forget.
But let's watch for him. Maybe at 165, he could be electric in that backfield.
Yeah, once upon a time, Cam Ward's transferring from Incarnate Word, to Washington State, then, eventually. All right, great stuff, fellas. Appreciate you guys hanging around. Joint practice today. Let's take a dive right into it. Coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today, or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
I used to get overwhelmed at the grocery store. One minute I'm reading a label that says healthy. Next thing I know, it's packed with sugar and stuff I can't pronounce. That's when Soda stepped in. When I started the program, I didn't just get a food plan, I got a lifeline. I lost 82 pounds in 16 weeks. But more than that, I learned how to eat smart, shop smart, stay on track even when life gets messy. I could text my Soda nutritionist from aisle 5 and get instant help. That's support you don't get from a label. This isn't about being perfect, it's about being prepared. And with Soda, I finally felt in control of my health and my habit. Go to SODAweightloss.com. SODAweightloss.com. SOTA. It stands for State of the Art. Click the Request Nutritionist callback. Get to it. You can do it. You know how I know you can do it? Because I did it. SODAweightloss.com. SODAweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is Juke. Juke. Text Juke to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's Juke. to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Thursday, August 7th, 2025. Phillip Lindsay out today and filling in. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Richie Carney.
Come on now.
Now, Richie and I, before we dive into the joint practice stuff, and we're going to be joined live on location in 1 hour, less than 1 hour from now, by our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, who has boots on the ground. You are not going to want to miss that. All right, we'll start going over some of the details that we have gathered from practice. Sean has just spoke from Santa Clara following practice. All right, so we'll start combing through those details here momentarily. But first, we have all afternoon to get to it. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. Richie and I were hired at the same time.
Basically.
Like you came a month after?
Right around that, yeah, something. 6 weeks, whatever it was.
Okay, so I got hired in March of 2017.
May.
Okay, so just a couple months after, and you were cutting your teeth here behind the scenes. You were not in the business, right?
No, I was. I mean, I went to college.
You went to Michigan
did
State
that,
and
but
did some stuff.
No, I was bartending and waiting tables at Perry's Steakhouse.
Yes, and you get looped in here at the station. They hire you 2 months after me. I would see Richie behind the scenes, and I mean, were you running games and stuff? I mean,
weekends and night games and building coverage from like midnight to 7 a.m. You know, all the grunt work, odd jobs. For
yes,
sure.
And you did it for a couple of years, and then you got the producer job. And I don't know if something came in between there, but you got the producer job for Stokley and Zach, and we had someone initially, maybe even two. Were you after Stephen Priest?
I was right after.
Okay, so we had two producers, and we loved Stephen Priest, and he took another job, a full-time job in banking, and the job became available. You became Stokley and Zach's producer, and we had. How long did you do that job?
It felt like a couple of years because I had my first kind of getting involved in things was I started producing The Drive, and then when Stephen left, our former boss asked me to just produce both shows back to back, and that's when you and I first linked up. And I think we had a good, at least.
I thought it was a couple years.
At least a couple years there, for sure.
And so, to watch you sort of organically, come up with no real. See, I sympathize with it because I had no help.
Yep.
Right. No big alumni network or no big, no uncle in the business, no tie-in, and just sort of had to do it and just, no advantages, basically what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And you just had to just keep on chipping away. And then, 4 years turns into 6 years and 6 years. And then you start doing management stuff. And then you come back on the air, which you were initially wanted to do.
Yep.
And there was a certain point in time, and I don't know if you've ever shared this, but like Richie was such a good producer that you were the runner-up to be Jim Rome's producer.
Correct.
At a certain point in time.
I was.
And I grew up listening to Jim Rome.
As did I.
And to hear you now back on the air, and I was listening to you, I don't know, 7 to 8 months ago or whatever it was, and I think I was out. And you were filling in for Phil, or you were filling in with Phil, and I remember telling you, hey, dude, you can do this. Like, you're good at this, and you're creative and hardworking, so it's cool to see you be sitting across from me doing this show. 8 years after we first met each other. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a full circle moment when Amanda asked me if I could sit in for Phil today. I remember thinking to myself, like, man, this is one of the only boxes I guess I haven't checked. I've filled in the last couple of months across the board. We've had a lot of vacations. It's summertime. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
But when she asked me, I thought to myself, man, that's that might be the one thing I haven't done is sit across from Zach. And I started thinking back to, being your producer and suddenly wishing that there was a way I could convince you that today's show was going to be at a brother's barbecue.
Yes.
And then,
Yes.
all that good stuff. So, no, I'm fired up to be here, man. I'm excited to sit across from you and get into it.
It's great. It's great. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We have joint practice out at Santa Clara. And so we'll start like passing along these details from what we have gathered. But initially, just right off the bat, you're hearing about the Broncos defense.
Yep.
You're hearing about the push that they're getting. It's syncing up with what our eyes have told us for 2 straight weeks. You're out there nearly every day like I am.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's so, I use this analogy from time to time. Like you have a book and you turn the page, but then, kids have some of these pop-up books where you turn the page and the page just comes right out at your face. It's unavoidable. It's right there for you to see. And that's what this Broncos defense has been for about 2 weeks. Unavoidable, right in your face, and it sounds like it immediately translated against a Niners team who's got better Super Bowl odds than the Denver Broncos do.
And this is kind of the joint practice period every offseason and every training camp kind of feels like the first real litmus test for each side of the ball. Because you're going up against your own guys and you're banging and popping a little bit, but you're not going to beat up on your own team the way you're going to go up against other NFL teams and people who you're maybe playing in that upcoming week or later in that upcoming season. And so that was the question was, we've seen the Broncos defense rough up the Broncos offense a little bit for most of training camp.
Totally.
And to the point where we start to wonder, like, gosh, okay, how does the Broncos offense have to win a day here soon before we get concerned? And now they turn around with the 49ers, who are no slouch offensively themselves, and show that they're for real, at least in the next opportunity to do so.
So we'd love to hear it. Again, we'll check in with Mike Kliss in less than an hour from now. You'll love to hear it. We're hearing they're getting after Brock Purdy. We're hearing they're getting after Mac Jones. It's Dondre Tillman. It's John Franklin Myers. I mean, this defense is absolutely loaded. And one of the things that I really like what I'm hearing, and we'll confirm it with Kliss, but we are hearing that they're not just getting after the quarterback in the pass game. Christian McCaffrey has no room to breathe. Outside of catching passes out of the backfield, it sounds like the run defense for an elite running back has been smothering. Pretty encouraging.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, we've talked all offseason thus far about Nick Bonito and coming off of the season that he had, kind of his coming out party, and leading into a 2025 season where I think he's going to ride the wave that started to form this past season in 2024. But that interior defensive line led by Zach Allen and DJ Jones, another former 49er, and those guys, they're no slouch. And Jonathan Cooper is having a baller offseason as well that we're just not talking about because of all the attention around Nick Bonito and Allen and the contract guys. So from a front four and a pass rusher perspective, this Broncos defense is equipped, in my opinion, to hang with just about anybody.
Yeah. So super exciting details emerging. We're hearing that Bo Nix has looked mostly sharp. Okay, we're hearing that the Broncos defense, of the likes of Devon Key and others, intercepting the Broncos, even in the red zone. All right, now there may have been a defensive penalty that brought that back. We'll confirm with Kliss here in just a couple minutes. But there's been a Devon Vele sighting, 20 yards, a 20-yard reception in a team period. Cortland Sutton thriving in a team period, also thriving in 7-on-7s, was allegedly the best wide receiver, in that 7-on-7 period. So, we'll see. It's not, the 49ers are going to have their moments too. Apparently, Ricky Pearsall beat Jahdae Barron for a 25-yard touchdown. It's not that it's perfect, but and we'll confirm with Kliss, but it feels like, and it sounds like it's one of these things where if we are out there saying, hey, who won this practice, the answer might be the Denver Broncos.
And we haven't had that for a good amount of joint practices. If you look at the last 5-6 years. I mean, the 49ers, what was that, 2019 or whatever, where they just whooped Denver's ass.
Yeah.
And it really just set a bad tone for that season. They had the joint practice in Minnesota where they were out there.
Correct.
And it was kind of wishy-washy. And it turned out to be kind of a good indicator of that season where it was kind of like they were stuck in that purgatory. And so we felt good about this Broncos team last season going into 2024 with all the questions that they had, and they looked pretty good against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
So the fact that they look good against the 49ers, to me, again, a team in the NFC that's perennially in that playoff conversation, I feel good about it.
Yeah, me too. Okay, sounds like the defense dominated. Sounds like the first half of practice was really all Broncos. 49ers started to figure it out a little bit and was more competitive in the second half of practice. But that is some of the details that have been emerging from Santa Clara. And again, we will check in with Mike Kliss here in about, call it 35, 40 minutes or so, live from Santa Clara to pass along those specifics and details. Okay, when Sean Payton started talking Super Bowl, did he also draw a line for what's no longer acceptable in 2025? I want to take a dive into that conversation coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 28 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Zach here. This August, revamp your home with free gutters when you replace your siding with premium James Hardie products. No payments and no interest for 24 months or 0% interest for 5 years. 5280 Exteriors, a President's Club elite contractor. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
The new National Western Center merges agriculture, entertainment, and education all in one place. Be part of it at nationalwesterncenter.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, still combing through details of practice, joint practice, the first of its kind out in Santa Clara. Troy Franklin, we're hearing, also a bright spot out there, so that trend continues.
Stacking days.
I want to circle back to that. Oregon Trey on the RamosLaw.com text line, convinced that there's a conspiracy going on, that Zach draws attention to Vele, but not Troy. No, Troy had we are combing through this stuff in real time. We are combing through like live tweeting and putting this all together with a voice to sync up with it here in Mike Kliss in just a couple minutes. But we'll get back to that. I want to have a conversation here. It's a bigger picture conversation. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. When Sean Payton started talking Super Bowl, did he also draw a line for what's no longer acceptable in 2025? Okay, so I had been of the mindset, and I've gone back and forth with Phil on this, who will tell you that I'm either lowering the bar or maybe have a loser's mentality. But I thought the Broncos a year ago were way ahead of schedule, okay? And no one really was talking about the Broncos going 10-7 and being in the playoffs. Not really. There was one out there. I remember Adam Rank maybe was super bullish on the Broncos.
He's been the Broncos champion in years recent.
For a few years, right? But I didn't, that's not how we were really talking. So when they went and did what they did, all right, now we recalibrate expectations. I was of the mindset that the Broncos could actually have the same record at 10-7 and just be a little bit more believable, even if it included a first-round exit from the playoffs. But instead of 10-7 and losing 31-7 in the playoffs, there is a scenario. Now, this is a little bit of a gray area, I understand that, but there was a scenario, in my humble opinion, that the Broncos could be 10-7, but instead of 1-8 against winning teams, maybe they're 5-4 against winning teams. Maybe they beat someone that they truly were not supposed to beat. Maybe it's Philly. Maybe fill in the blank. Maybe it's going to Houston and winning. Whatever the case. And then when you get to that stage of the playoffs, maybe you're losing to the Ravens 24-27, something like that. And it just feels different, even though on paper the results are the same. And I'm wondering if after what Sean did this past week in wholesale fashion with 4 separate interviews that have caused all this noise, if the Broncos go 10-7, maybe don't win the division and maybe once again lose in the first round of the playoffs, this would maybe for me feel a little bit different based on his comments and basically those comments alone.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're going to go out and say this is one of 7 total teams in my multi-decade-long coaching career that I think has the capability to win a Super Bowl, and then take a sip of a double latte and follow up with my sophomore quarterback before he reaches his senior season in the NFL is going to be a top 4 or 5, not top 5, top 4 maybe, or 5 guy in the NFL, that's going to lend people to raise and elevate their bar. So does it change things? Maybe to the eye of the different beholder, but I actually personally lean more toward kind of what you were laying out, the notion that there's levels to this, right? Meek Mill, that they can be 10-7, but have a winning record against winning teams. And again, if they meet Buffalo in the wild card round again, and it's a shootout that's 35-33, and it comes down to, the Broncos are on the wrong side of the situations that Josh Allen has found himself in. And we're walking away going that, man, Bo Nix did everything he could, man. It was just a great quarterback, made a great play on the other side. That's what it is. Of course that should feel
It should feel different, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's nuance. It's nuance. And some people, it's going to get lost. Well, you're 10-7, you lose in the playoffs, then you're 10-7, lose a failure. But there's context. The AFC is loaded right now. And I do wonder, would things be different if this team played in the NFC? And you weren't in the same conference as Josh Allen and the Bills, Lamar and the Ravens, Mahomes and the Chiefs, Burrow and the Bengals. Like, it's a different landscape. But Sean knows the damn landscape. Mm-hmm. He knows the landscape. And he's calling a shot. And I will say this. And some folks won't want to hear this, and that's okay. But since Sean has really, and I love the source of where it's coming from, the optimism, the bullish nature, the confidence, maybe a little bit of arrogance sprinkled on top of all that stuff. I like the source of where it's coming from. But if you actually have the same on-paper results, no matter how it looks, toss out the nuance, toss out the context, even if you're 10-7 and you get beat in the first round of the playoffs, when you said, my gut tells me this is a Super Bowl team for the 7th time in my career, for Sean personally, that's, I'm not going to say embarrassing, but there's a little bit of egg on your face when unprompted you stick your neck out there, and if you have the same results and you're looking up at the Chiefs or the Chargers in the division and not getting out of the first round, this time last week, I don't know if there would have been any hint of embarrassing because the Broncos' arrow's still pointing up. But because of this, it's like, there's a new chapter to this story.
It certainly is going to add fuel and fodder to the fire of people who want to talk down on Sean, who maybe are going to overly correct on the other direction and be critical of the Broncos the way so many people are overly correcting in the hype train department, locally and nationally, given what we saw in 2024. But there's a part of me that really believes that if the scenario that you've laid out happened and they go 10-7, but it looks better than it was in 2024, even though it's the same result, I think Sean would vocally express that he was displeased. He walked in the door and said, I'm going to be pissed if this isn't a playoff team.
Yeah. And now you're saying Super Bowl.
And now you're saying Super Bowl. And he wasn't afraid to call out other things before he got here. And that's part of it with Sean where I go, he talks a lot of talk.
He does.
That's obvious.
He does.
Right? But I really feel like you got to give the guy at least a handful of credit that he's walked a lot of the walk after that. He came in and said Nathaniel Hackett was maybe the worst head coaching job in the history of the NFL.
That was correct. We knew that to be true ourselves.
Already.
Yeah.
And given what we saw in 2024, and even in his first season with Russ, it didn't really leave a lot of doubt that he was more right in that than wrong.
I mean, think about within him 2 years of him saying that Hackett's working on the defense, right. Which is unbelievable.
Right. He came out and said, I don't care if Russell Wilson's a former Super Bowl winning quarterback, and you guys just handed him a massive, massive extension that could have been bigger, as we've learned this past offseason.
Sure.
I can't work with this guy, and he can't run my office. And I'm willing to take the largest dead cap hit in NFL history to prove that point.
That's probably the boldest thing that he's done. It's no words. It's the action of that sequence that you're describing.
Yep. He drafts the 6th quarterback taken off the board that as it's come out in the past, him and George were in love with and all that stuff. And they go to the playoffs, breaking a streak of losing seasons and postseason appearances that go back virtually a decade.
Yeah.
So he's kind of gone out over his skis verbally on a lot of stuff, but he has walked up.
He has.
A decent amount of that.
He has.
So I look at Sean and say, okay, do we love, if you want to say, I don't like my head coach to say that, and that's, over the top and
Super Bowl. Unique. It is unique. No one else is talking like that right now. Even Andy Reid or John Harbaugh or Sean McDermott.
The Commanders with Jaden Daniels, who are in the NFC title game.
Yeah. This is unique to Sean.
Mm-hmm. But and it is. And that's why I acknowledge, I understand the discourse around it. But given what we've seen through 2 years going into year 3, I think I'm ready and willing to let Sean walk this walk, and I feel like he's going to come out closer to being right than being wrong.
So let me ask you. It sounds like well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Let me just put it in the form of a question. Has Sean's comments changed your expectation in any way for 2025?
I want to say no, because I felt like I had them winning when I was going through it in my head on the schedule release day. I said 11-6, right? So an improvement from last year, not drastic, but at 11-6.
I mean, 11's a lot of wins,
It's
man.
a lot of wins. It's only one more than 10.
It's one more than 10. Look at you. Look at you.
Hey, it's one more than 10. And that comes with the expectation that they're going to have a better record against teams above 500, that they're going to be more competitive in the division than they've been in previous years. And 11-6 gets you into the playoffs with an opportunity to do the things that Sean says that they think they can do.
Yeah. And honestly, 11-6, that may be enough to win the division.
It could be.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, no matter where you come down on Sean's comments, because I know it can divide a room. Some people absolutely love it, fires them up, and sometimes I can feel that way. Now, I will say that the comment about the Super Bowl and then the comment about putting a timestamp on Bo, I do think those are two different things. One fires me up more. That's a Super Bowl one. One's like, why would you do that to Bo?
Setting up your boy.
And by the way, you hear Pat Surtain sit down with Chase Daniel and Diana Rossini, and he's like, Bo is going to be a problem. And
where do you think he got that phrase?
Well, right, but he also says, he goes, I'm going to actually stop talking because I know Bo doesn't want me talking like that. But I'm like, whoa. If Bo doesn't want you talking like that, what about the head coach saying he's going to be one of the 4 or 5 best in the next 2 years? That's why I'm just like, that one felt unnecessary. It comes from a good place,
yes,
but I just don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's helpful in any meaningful way.
He loves his cue.
He loves his cue. Oh my God, he loves his cue. So what the voicemail said.
With no other context.
There's no one else in football doing that. It's just Sean. All right, I have a question as it relates to one Denver Bronco and the San Francisco 49ers, and I'll ask it coming up next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
I have a question as it relates to Courtland Sutton and the San Francisco 49ers. And I'm being serious. Is Courtland Sutton the best wide receiver out there in Santa Clara?
He might be, right? I mean, the 49ers have had, no team has arguably had more injuries strike a position group like the wide receiver position than the 49ers. And then you got guys who are just coming off an injury and other guys who are demanding to get paid. And it's a little bit of a mess over there in Santa Clara from the wide receiver perspective.
Yeah, and Ricky Pearsall.
Dog.
I mean, guy is a dog. But he hasn't done much of anything in the NFL to be a part of a same conversation with Courtland Sutton.
He hadn't had much of a chance to, frankly.
Right. You know, by no fault of his own, obviously. Took a bullet. So, no. Brandon Ayuk, is he available right now?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Nope.
So he's on the sideline. But even if he wasn't, I'm not so sure. And, we could talk about it. Brandon Ayuk is a good player, okay? But he is not, let's not act like he's in some sort of different class than Courtland Sutton. I don't think that he is. I just flat out do not think that he is. And let me be more definitive. I believe Courtland Sutton is a better player, better football player than Brandon Ayuk, who's got 2,000-yard seasons, just like Sutton. In 7 games last year, 374 yards in 7 games.
It was clearly a disconnect last year.
0 touchdowns. But go back to the previous year. He's got the 1 year where he went crazy. 1,300 yards, 1,342 with 7 touchdowns. But even if you combine Brandon Ayuk's best 2 years of touchdowns, and you just cherry-picked whatever best 2-year sequence and touchdown catches, you get to, 15 touchdown catches. That's not what Sutton's done here in the last 2 years in Denver. And so I think as much as we talk about Sutton, who apparently had himself a really nice day out there in Santa Clara, we'll talk to Mike Kliss here in the following segment. But I think like we when we talk about Courtland Sutton being a number 1 here, sometimes we get so pigeonholed that he'd only be a number 1 here. And I don't think that's true. I think he'd be the number 1 in San Francisco as well.
He would certainly have a shot, right? And Brandon Ayuk, a little bit younger, obviously, than Sutton, maybe presents a little bit more upside or flashy play ability athletically or with his skill set and speed. But Courtland Sutton checks a significantly larger box than Brandon Ayuk, in my opinion, when it comes to what he means to his offense. And what Courtland Sutton means to the Broncos, he's the possession receiver.
Yes.
He's 3rd and 7 on a game-winning drive, got to have it play, and it's going to Sutton.
There's not too many, and I know he had a drop in the game against Buffalo, but in general, there are not too many receivers who I would rather have on 3rd down, arguably the most important down in professional football, than Courtland Sutton. And I went over these numbers about 10 days ago, but I want to hit them again because they haven't been echoed enough here in this market. When you talk about on 3rd downs from a season ago, 30 receptions from Sutton just on 3rd down, that ranked 3rd in the entire NFL. 452 receiving yards on just 3rd down. Guys, that was the number 1 mark in the National Football League. 27 first down catches on 3rd down, the number 1 mark in professional football. And last year on 3rd down, not a single drop in the regular season. 0. Tied for 1st in the NFL. So if you're 3rd in the league in receptions on 3rd down, 1st in the league on receiving yards on 3rd down, 1st in the league in first down catches on 3rd down, and 0 drops on 3rd down, we get so caught up in the numbers and receiving totals, and that's how we define things. But that guy has been as reliable as anyone in professional football on 3rd down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he had a 2023 season where he caught 10 touchdown passes from Russell Wilson, and I think 3 of them ended in like the top 10
3.
in all of the NFL
3
at the end of a season.
3. The league's top 10 catches of the year, top 10 touchdown catches of the year, Sutton had 3 of the 10.
Decided on by the league, not some Broncos YouTube account. This was officially posted by them. So, yes, your initial question being, we get caught up in Sutton maybe isn't a bona fide elite top tier wide receiver 1, and maybe he wouldn't be a wide receiver 1 anywhere else in the league. That's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true. And it doesn't really matter because he's the Broncos wide receiver 1, and he has proven to do something that not many wide receivers, in my opinion, can say, partially because of force of circumstance. But he's been the bona fide wide receiver 1 and reliable target no matter who's playing quarterback. He found a way to have a 1,000-yard season with 3 different starting quarterbacks over the course of a year, none of which were any good.
And at the time, I remember saying, he's quarterback proof. He's quarterback proof, at that time. And that was before the major injury. That was 2019, where he was, I think, maybe around 1,100 yards, I want to say. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and again, saying I like Sutton, but he's not a legit number 1 because of the lack of productivity after the catch. Throw your name on it. Love to give you a shout out. 564. No, that's a legitimate point. He is not perfect. He is not Justin Jefferson. He is not Jamar Chase. But guys, those guys are going to the Hall of Fame. Those guys are on Hall of Fame tracks.
Right.
All right. Sutton's not going to the Hall of Fame, but he might be going to the Ring of Fame. And when you look at Super Bowl odds and you see San Francisco at 20-1 and Broncos at 28-1, there are teams with better Super Bowl odds than the Denver Broncos that Courtland Sutton would be their number 1. And I think San Francisco is one of them. And you know who might be another? The Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills do not have a bona fide number 1 receiver. I mean, who's their number 1 receiver? Khalil Shakir?
Keon Coleman?
Maybe Keon Coleman?
Their tight ends get a lot of love.
Their tight ends get love, but they're not. I mean, you're talking about Khalil Shakir leading the Bills in receiving with 821 yards. If Sutton walked into that situation, he would be their number 1 receiver. And the Bills, along with the Ravens, have the best Super Bowl odds in the entire league. By the way, who is the number 1 receiver in Baltimore?
Zay Flowers?
Probably Zay Flowers, right? Rashad Bateman. It's not DeAndre Hopkins anymore, but those are their starting 3 wide receivers. I think Courtland Sutton would be the number 1 in Baltimore.
And I bet you on both of those teams where you have MVP caliber quarterbacks, one of which is the winner, obviously we have to acknowledge that. Courtland Sutton got 135 targets from Bo Nix last year. He would get close to that number from those MVP level quarterbacks too. They would gravitate and target him the way that Bo Nix has.
Yes.
In completely different offenses with more weapons and quarterbacks who are more apt to run.
Yeah. I mean, think about that. So the two Super Bowl favorites, as much as he's not a number one anywhere else, the two Super Bowl favorites are Baltimore and Buffalo at 6-1. And Cortland Sutton would be the best receiver on either of those teams. Cortland Sutton had more touchdowns in 2 years ago in one season than Zay Flowers has had in his career. And he's the number one in Baltimore. So let's check ourselves with the narrative. I'm not telling you he's God's gift. He's not going to the Hall of Fame, but he's damn good. And I think he's the best receiver out there in Santa Clara.
Phil is smiling somewhere.
We're going to check in. We're going to check in with Mike Kliss here in just a couple minutes. Bo Nix had a great rookie season. So what does the next step look like according to Sean Payton? And what was really accomplished during that visit with Drew Brees? All that's coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or WindishRV.com.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
All right, 1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with Richie Carney for the first time. He's filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. Great to look across the table. I still like surreal. Like look across like Rich.
Yes.
Rich, it's Richie.
It has been.
Richie
This is not a vantage point I have shared with you ever before.
It's so strange. And I said at the top, but Richie was Stokley and Zach's producer for a couple years once upon a time, and he deserves to be sitting in the seat. He's there today. We're going to check in with Mike Kliss here in this segment and get as many details as we can gather from Broncos joint practice with San Francisco. Early returns are Broncos had a good day. Not necessarily maybe a dominant day of 2019 when San Francisco was here, but maybe akin to a day of like the Green Bay Packers from a year ago where, Packers started to counterpunch maybe on they had 2 days last year, right?
They did.
So the Packers had a better day too, but after the 2 days, it was like, Packers did some stuff, but the Broncos just won that joint practice.
They clearly frustrated Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur during that period. Defensively especially, they won their days.
Yes. So it feels like, from the information that we have gathered, that it's been a day like that today. But we will confirm it with Mike Kliss here very shortly. Okay. So, what does the next step look like for someone like Bo Nix? All right, and Sean Payton sat down with the Scoop City podcast. Diana Rossini, Chase Daniels, and he was asked, what is the next step for Bo? And this is what Sean Payton said.
The first thing I look at is, all right, how do we help that player? And I think the two greatest allies are good defense and a running game. And so we played good defense a year ago. We didn't run the ball as effectively as we had hoped. So focusing on that, people will say, get him a weapon. Well, the running game is a weapon for that position. You know that. Yep. And so we've signed some running backs this offseason. We spent a ton of time on our run install scheme. And meanwhile, he's working on all the cut-ups and looking back at the season, the third downs, getting more comfortable at the line of scrimmage.
All right, so he covered a lot of ground there. But he said, people talk about adding a weapon. And I think that in his mind's eye, he's referring to an outside wide receiver.
Yep.
Like a Keenan Allen coming in here who signs with the Chargers for pretty affordable. I mean, we can maybe circle back to that and have a conversation about that. And should the Broncos have done a deal like that because it made so much financial sense. And now you're going to be going up against them in the division again. But he's saying like people talk about adding a weapon. Dude, if we just can get the ball moving on the ground, that's going to take all the pressure in the world, in addition to who we have defensively. And his job's going to become infinitely easier. And, of course, I think we all agree with that, right?
You can say, Zach, that they had a hole at the wide receiver 2 spot. You can say that they had nothing of even remote measure at the tight end position, all of which were holes on the offensive side of the ball. But the lack of balance that they had as an offense, and Sean Payton just not being able to squeeze any juice out of the lemon that was the running back room, whether it was Javonte or Estime or Jaleel, and no guy. You're talking about a 3-horse race where they were all slow. Nobody won. Somehow.
No. If those were horses racing, those guys got put down.
Blue.
Yeah, they got put down after.
if they just are able to be, they don't need to be the top rushing team in the NFL. This doesn't have to be Derrick Henry going to the Baltimore Ravens. If they can just be competent, if they can just provide some semblance of balance that prevents a defense from slacking back and basically saying, if Bo Nix doesn't beat us on his legs, all we got to do is worry about stopping him through the air, this offense is going to take on an entirely new dynamic.
Totally. And I think it's going to happen. I believe it's going to happen. I think that, there has been a sentiment, I don't know where you fall on this, that, hey, even if Sean has running backs, he's still going to shy away from running the football. And I can't bring myself there. Sean is a brilliant football mind. Now, it doesn't mean I'm in love with every single thing that he does, right? I'm not, praying at the altar of Payton, right? He's a man, but he is a brilliant football mind. And that dude knows if he wants to get where he believes in his gut that the Broncos are going, you're going to have to be multiple. You're going to have to run the football in the wintertime. You're going to have to run the football when the defense knows that you're running the football and you know that they know and you're going to run it anyway. You're going to have to run the football in the red zone. That's what Baltimore does. That's what Buffalo does. That's what Philly does. And so he knows all this stuff. I just believe that he did not have the weaponry a year ago. Did he stay as committed to it certain games? Yep, those were micro conversations. But in general, I thought the play calling reflected the dynamic of the offense. Bo Nix was the best playmaker that they had, and they leaned into it. I think it's that simple, and I think the dynamic will change this season.
Yeah, Sean Payton went out and bought a Ferrari in Bo Nix, and he wanted to drive it. So he did.
And the other car was a jalopy.
Yes, 100%. And I am fully okay with the run game improvement this season. Now, listen, however high the ceiling is, the higher the better. That's great. But if at a minimum, kind of like I said, in just terms of competency, if the run game for Sean Payton is good enough that he can use it as a tool to set up the play action and further flex his passing game with Bo,
yes,
that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Here is a little bit more from Sean Payton on that Scoop City podcast on more of what that next step for Bo Nix looks like.
A lot was talked about when he went to visit Drew, and more of that was schedule. And how did you handle your work week in season? What was Monday like? What was Tuesdays like? You've been in those.
Yeah,
and,
exact room.
And so to actually look at that schedule and understand how much time was in there. And he's both someone that spends a ton of time.
Has he talked to you about that? Does
Absolutely.
he want to incorporate
Just
that?
how to organize the time and how to challenge himself with all of the offensive formations by the week's end.
Yeah.
So that the plays coming in now are coming in a little bit cleaner and easier. And you can just see it when when he steps into the huddle and out of the huddle.
No doubt.
So that part is what you'd expect in the second year.
Yeah. So again, covered a lot of ground, and we heard about this visit with Drew. And
I love how he's like, a lot was made about that. Oh, you mean the thing that you dropped on everybody?
Right. That is classic too.
Well, you guys really ran with that. I wonder where that came from.
and then
These internet shows.
And then when it was proposed and it was reported, I mean, he was so quick. That was one of the funniest moments so far of the summer. A couple Saturdays ago, right. It was reported. I told you. Oh my gosh, Sean is a trip, but. I think that there's something to be said, and we'll hear from Bo a little bit later in today's show about some of the specifics with Drew Brees and what Drew was trying to instill. But one of the things that Bo ended up saying, and I'm paraphrasing, he's like, "Look, it's not like we were out there for 3 days just passing. It's like there's only so much throwing you could do, but it's like, hey, how do you approach this situation? Here's how I approached the Sean dynamic. Here's how I approached Tuesdays off. Here's how I did." And I'm thinking of, someone who I'm regularly sitting across from, Phil, and jumping into this job for the first time, 2 years ago, almost exactly. The first year he's swimming, right? And he would tell you this, like he is trying to accomplish 10 different things at once, and you're just, if I could use the John Elway, phraseology, like drinking from a fire hose.
Yep.
But at a certain point, like, You start to get into a little bit of a groove and understand. And I would tell him, hey, the rundown's going to be done at 11 o'clock. You can sit down at 11 o'clock, review the show, and you start building a process. And he initially, is just sort of figuring it out on the fly. But then when you start to actually get comfortable, build a process. What's your process like? What's your process? And it may have took him a year or so, and then he started to figure it out, and then you get this jump from Phil in year 2 where I'm looking at a guy across from me coming in with 6 pages of notes. And it's just that he wasn't there in year number 1. And I know sometimes I localize it to our job, with these analogies, but you can see, Bo's been playing quarterback his whole life. But what's your NFL process like? This was your first time ever doing it, and it sounded like Drew walked him through of like, hey, man, this is how to navigate all the underbelly beyond game day type of deal.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Drew is able to sit there with Bo and say, hey, Sean's going to be reading you a phone book through that microphone in your helmet. Here's how I dissected it. Here is how, now that you're not drinking through the fire hose as much, which we saw him being maybe one of the worst starts for a rookie quarterback in recent NFL history.
Ever. It's all-timer, yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you go from that start and that Jets game to weeks 11 through 18. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL statistically, not just among rookie class.
No.
He is statistically one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, from touchdown to interceptions to yards per game, yada, yada, yada. So he's shown himself and Sean that he has the capability to be that processor. It's not about, hey, I'm not plugging into dial-up internet anymore like I kind of was now. Now, with Drew Brees' help, I'm plugging into this supercomputer.
Yeah.
Not to use the Cecil Lammyism.
Sure.
But now it's like, okay, I've shown myself and Sean that I can drink through that fire hose and we're good. Now, my next step is, how can I absorb that information and process that data faster so that I can make more adjustments at the line of scrimmage? I can make more motions. I can dissect things and maybe check out of plays and into plays. That really is the next step for Bo.
And we're starting to see that at camp on a day-to-day basis in a way that we simply did not, and probably was impossible to believe that you could even a year ago. Live from Santa Clara, our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Okay, Mike, you're talking to a bunch of people in the Centennial State who did not see practice. If you were to summarize it for us, how would you start summarizing?
Well, first of all, it was long. It was 2.5 hours, 2:40 almost.
Wow.
One of the longer practices. And these joint practices, I kind of forgot this, was reminded today. I mean, they take a ton of reps. It's not, 3 periods of 4 reps each. This is, between the two of them, they probably got 40 to 50 team reps today.
Wow.
Almost, 2.5, 3/4 of a game's worth. And, I thought there were periods, and this is really how it was. I thought early on the Broncos had the better of it. And I thought at the end, the last couple periods, the 49ers had the better of it. So Sean Payton afterwards, and listening to what he thought, he said he was pleased with the work. He didn't say pleased with how they performed. Said he was pleased to get in the work, and they've got to look at the film, and they got a lot to clean up. So that tells me that he wasn't necessarily pleased with the offense, and he spent the whole day, the whole practice on the offense. I mostly watched the offense, and it was just uneven. Uneven by Bo, uneven by the offense. They had some nice runs. One guy who stood out was Tyler Bennett, guys. The final 2-minute drill, they're down 24-21, 1:10 to go. Tyler Bennett was out there for every rep with Bo Nix. Don't count him out with beating out Jaleel McLaughlin. I thought Jaleel had number 3 wrapped up, but, Bidet is right there. So Franklin looked good again. But that was Surtain looked good. The front looked good. Henningsen looks like he got a serious injury. Don't know the extent, but that was the day. It was long, hot. It was good work. I don't know how the Broncos are going to be, the starters are going to be able to play their preseason game in 2 days.
Mike, we've seen kind of a stacking of days from a guy like Troy Franklin, who has put together a string of pretty decent practices of late. How did he look out there to you today, and where is his standing right now in this kind of crowded grouping vying for that number 2 spot opposite Cortland Sutton?
Yeah, he plays with in the 3 receiver set. If they open up there, he's going to be one of them. It looks like Sutton. You got Mims. I think Franklin's been in the slot a little bit. I guess Vele, those 4 anyway. Bryant would definitely be 5th, rookie 5th, but they're going to use him at some point. But Franklin had a couple more route tree catches today. The across the middle, the button hooks. Both on the outside and inside, sideline patterns. He's more of a route tree receiver this year. Last year it was deep, or it was the screen to the side behind the line of scrimmage. Just to kind of give him the ball and see if he can break one. Now, he's running all the routes. He must have in team periods. He must be approaching 20 catches in team periods during this camp, where last year I think we counted 1 or 2 in team periods. So he's really come on.
Mike, when we were talking about, yesterday, we sort of used yesterday as like a take a breath day. Let's look at camp in an all-encompassing fashion of 2 weeks in total, in aggregate, not just reacting day by day. And when we were talking about the offense for the Broncos, for fans who hadn't been out there, the way that we described it, it was just kind of okay. It was competent. It had moments. They hadn't really won the day yet, but the Broncos' defense is so good, we say, well, we don't really know. It sounded like when you were describing the offense, it was more of sort of how we described camp going. Is that is that right?
I would say I do. I would say that is right, and it did look like so many other days. The one thing about Bo, when Bo sets up, he's so mechanically sound. And when he puts his rump behind a throw, he can really hum it. He can fire that ball. He's got all the arm strength that you want. But Bo throws on the run a lot, right? He's constantly moving. It seems like he makes many more throws running on the move than he does set up in the pocket. And sometimes, he can still throw on the move, but sometimes, he gets caught at an angle where it's just his arm. There's no body behind it. He's just whipping it with his arm. And sometimes the ball will, like today, or 2 or 3 times the ball was sinking on him. He was throwing it real low. And so, I guess that's, maybe that's who he is. And, we saw that from time to time last year during games too. But that's when I think, when Bo looks good, he's got everything synced up. And there was one period he had his rhythm, and he was really throwing the ball well. And another period, he missed. He had some open receivers, and he didn't get it to him. On the hooks or the sidelines. So that's kind of what happened today. And yeah, the whole thing about measuring the offense is you still can't really tell on the running game without tackling. Are they 3-yard gains? Are they 8-yard gains? That's one thing that's hard to measure when you're trying to evaluate the offense in total.
Chatting with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss live from Santa Clara. Mike, last one for me. I am already wrapping my head around probably some decent contributions from current non-starters in the inside linebacker room, given what we've seen with Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw. I'm just factoring in that the presence of Lavelle Bailey and Justin Sternad and those guys is going to be something we're talking about in the regular season. So how did those two in the inside linebacker core as a whole today look against the 49ers?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know. I didn't watch that particular when I glanced over on defense. Just so people understand, there's 2 scrimmages going on at the same time on separate fields. And defense, the Broncos' defense is on one side and their offense is on the other. And 49ers, with the corresponding units they got. So I didn't watch much of the defense and didn't pay attention to the linebackers. But from what I've seen, we're talking real physical linebackers with Singleton and Greenlaw especially, and not quite as physical, not nearly as physical with Bailey and Sternad. So they need that's still the biggest question coming into camp was the healthy inside linebackers, and so far that's still the big question. Singleton and Greenlaw are really good if they're healthy. Apparently they'll be back full go on Monday, but they got to stay healthy for this defense to be what everybody thinks it's going to be.
Real quick, on the way out here, and maybe 1 or 2 more, and appreciate you joining us, Mike. Kyrie's Rowan.
Yeah, I know. I know.
This guy, and he's on no one's radar, right? He's on no one's radar, and camp starts, and at the start of camp, you kind of have to look down at the roster, and you say, who is that number 39? Okay, Kyrie's Rowan.
Yeah.
And then you look down the next day. Oh, that's Kyrie's Rowan again. Yeah, he was there yesterday. And then it's another day. And then it's another day. And then it's another day. And from what I understand, he had a 40-yard completion from Jarrett Stidham. I mean, someone like that, all he does is make plays, but he may not have a chance to make the team. How do you view how do you view the dynamic for someone like Kyrie's Rowan?
Yeah, it's a good question. He's undrafted. He's small. He's really fast. That's the thing. He's got speed. And I'm sure they're going to want him on the practice squad. Right now it is, but you're right. He and Troy Franklin are the ones that have really popped in this training camp. I thought Stidham probably was sacked on that one play that you were talking about.
Okay.
On the 40-yarder down, but still he made that play. And then to end practice, Sam Ehlinger, we had the Mad Bomber, chucks it deep again on the last snap of the joint practice, and Rowan's wide open down the middle. I mean, wide open. There's no one anywhere close to him. I don't know how that happens. And he catches it for a touchdown, and the loud horn sounds, and that's the end of practice. So, yeah, he's his Kyrie's White, I think, at one point on the roster this offseason, and Rowan, and I know there's he explained that it's just a tip to his stepfather and that kind of thing. So, but he deserves something. I don't know. If he makes this team, it's by pure earning it.
Yeah.
Because he's been really good.
Really good. Really good. That is definitely a name for Broncos country to keep an eye on. Mike, appreciate your time from Santa Clara, filling in some of the gaps here on the drive. Appreciate you very much. And I believe we'll chat with you again tomorrow.
You got it. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, there he goes, our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Yeah, this Kyrie's Rowan kid, we keep on coming in here and saying this kid can play.
He pops.
Rookie out of Utah State. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. He didn't have some great career at Utah State.
Right.
He didn't. 534 total receiving yards for his career.
Wow.
He basically played one season, his senior year. He was on the team as a sophomore and junior, and he didn't produce much of anything. 8 yards receiving in 2 years, then goes for 526 his senior year. But it's one of these things. It's like, and this can happen, where you'll see a guy have more success in the NBA than he had in college. And sometimes it's inexplicable. You can't explain it. And I don't know what this is, but to not have a college, a bona fide career at Utah State that would land you at a camp, and now you're making plays every single day for the Denver Broncos offense, this is going to be a tricky question. I want to ask Sean this at a certain point in time. And by the way, I watched that presser with Sean Payton. He did not look happy after today's practice. He did not. And that sort of syncs up with what Mike was saying. And we need to circle back to that, and we will, talking about like sort of the disjointed nature that we've been telling you guys on a day-to-day basis about this Broncos offense. And now they're going up against someone non-Broncos defense, and it looks similar. But for this Kyrie's Rowan situation, it's like, how do you balance your vision, talking about Sean's vision for the wide receiver room with what your eyes are telling you on a day-to-day basis? Because those things are conflicting right now.
Yeah, and it makes it more interesting that, you got a guy like Trent Sherfield who was
brought in,
one. Who was going to be, really, he was labeled by a lot of people as, he's your core special teamer. He's going to replace Traymon Smith as the gunner, and he's don't look too much into he's not the answer at wide receiver. He's a special teamer. Well, number 5 makes a lot of plays out there.
He does.
In practice, okay? And he seems to me like a similar vibe to a guy like Kyrie's Rowan. And that is actually a bad thing for him because you've got a guy who you're pretty confident in Trent Sherfield is going to make the team because of the reasons he was brought in free agency, and he's doing a lot of the same things that makes it harder for you to separate yourself.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday, Phil was holding my feet to the fire saying if it was just about the 2-week valuation and nothing else came into play, not a vision, not last year, past performance, draft status, who would be the best 5 wide receivers? And it was Sutton, followed by Troy Franklin, followed by Trent Sherfield.
Yeah.
And that's just the real. It's just the real. So we'll see, again, how the vision is balanced with the actual productivity on a day-to-day basis. Because you get told all the time by these coaches, it's the sum of the evaluation. It's the sum of it. It's in aggregate, in total, everything matters. Well, if that's true, then those guys are making their way into the vision. If that's true. I just don't know if that's true in reality. So we'll see how it all plays out. We'll circle back to a little bit more of sound from Bo Nix and Sean Payton live. Well, I guess not live, but just from moments ago from Santa Clara out there at the joint practice. Okay, shifting gears here very temporarily. ESPN ranked every college football team into tiers. Where did they put CU and CSU? That's next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Aren't you tired of not having that special moment where you feel deeply connected to the one you love because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction? Get it treated because you deserve to have great sex. Not mediocre sex, not just okay kind of sex, but great sex that you can consistently have all the time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you, and their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some of them can have you lasting an hour or even more. Guys, an hour or even more of great sex? Sign me up. All you need to do is schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99, which a lot of us have, and it includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, so there are no excuses. Don't give me, it's too far, or I don't know where to go. If you're in Fort Collins, they have one. North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Summer's not done yet, Rockies fans, and neither is the fun at Coors Field. The Dodgers are here for 4 big games August 18th through the 21st. The Chicago Cubs roll in for the last weekend in August, the 29th through the 31st. And we close out summer over Labor Day with the Giants, September 1st through the 3rd. Think promo giveaways, stunning sunsets, and all your ballpark favorites. Don't miss your last chance to soak up summer baseball. Grab your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
I'm the happiest man in Colorado today. Yep, that's an actual quote from Alan, a 303 Law 4040 client, when he picked up a settlement check after we settled his case for $125,000. You know, the funny part is, at our first meeting, Alan actually said, Dan, I don't even know if this case is worth your time. Now, Alan's like a lot of people who call us at 303 Law 4040. He wasn't looking to get rich, but he was in pain, and he didn't know where to turn. You might be like Alan, not looking for $1 million, but you were hurt and it wasn't your fault and you have no idea what to do. Heck, the insurance company may already be throwing a lowball offer at you so they can get off the hook. When you call 303 Law 4040, my lovely wife Kimberly and I will meet with you in person free of charge. We'll come up with a plan where you get to focus on getting better while our team fights to get you a fair settlement. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auction.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is linebacker. LINEBACKER. Text linebacker to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's linebacker to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Want to partake in our contest? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1! All righty. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. We'll get to the CU-CSU stuff in just a second. But first here, you know, we were just talking about this young man, Kyrie's Rowan. And we were checking in with Mike Kliss live from Santa Clara. And again, this kid, this rookie from Utah State, had another big day. And this is becoming like a situation that's unavoidable. And he just shows up and makes plays, but he's not a part of the vision. So how does Sean balance those two things? This is a name to keep an eye on in preseason games. Because if he continues to do what he's doing in practice and it translates to preseason games, you may have to shuffle some chairs around.
Change the vision.
Change the vision. And we were talking about how this young man did not have a great career at Utah State. 534 receiving yards for his career, okay? and really only played 1 year, where he was out there playing, in a non-special teams role. But we're talking here during the break. There are numerous NFL players, literal Hall of Fame players, who did not have successful college careers. And it was a text that got us thinking. From 267, OG Louis D in Denver. OG Louis D.
Hashtag OG Louis D.
It is hashtag OG Louis D. So let's not forget, Terrell Davis didn't have a great career at Georgia. And sometimes college coaches get it wrong. And that's so true. You look at, arguably the greatest quarterback in NFL history didn't have a great college career. TD never ran for 1,000 yards at Georgia, but yet he's one of 8 or 9 2,000-yard rushers in the NFL. I mean, sometimes it just happens that way,
and
Richie.
what was it that changed the trajectory of Terrell Davis's career?
A special teams play in Japan.
A preseason game.
Yeah.
So for Kyrese Rowan, there always exists that capability, or any of these guys, because there's a lot of under-the-radar guys who have made. Michael Bandy makes plays every year in training camp, right? It just takes one pop, spark moment, an opportunity like that, and you can never know what could happen on the other side.
That's right. Do you remember where Terrell Davis started his college career?
I don't, but this sounds like a great trivia question.
Yes. Probably should have saved it. Got fellas behind the glass. Drew, Dante, remember where Terrell Davis started his college career?
Was it either San Diego or San Diego State?
You're right with the state part, and you're on it. You're flirting, rather.
Long Beach State.
Long Beach State.
Yep.
Yes. And something happened there, and I forget what happened. It might even been the football program.
They don't have the program.
Yeah, I think they closed their program when he was there.
Yeah.
I used to have a shirt. It was my dad's old shirt. And it was Long Beach State football, undefeated since 1976 or whatever.
Never lost.
Yes. So, yeah, but no, it's a good point. That's why, Sean, you have to mean what you say. When you say into a microphone, hey, our goal is to avoid someone doing well in our camp, us moving on from them, and them ending up somewhere else. And you're saying, man, why didn't we obey our eyes? But this kid, Kyrese Rowan, keep your name on him. Put it in your back pocket for Saturday against the Niners.
1, 2.
All right, so ESPN ranked every college football team into tiers, okay? And they had these labels, next to the tiers. CU was not, obviously not in the first, second, or third tier. But they weren't in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th tier either. They were in tier 11, labeled sleepers, along with the Cincinnati Bearcats, Houston, Bill Belichick's North Carolina Tar Heels,
powerhouse,
Pittsburgh, Rutgers, and Virginia. What are you expecting from CU football here in literally just a couple weeks? We're a couple Fridays away.
What I am expecting is probably a step back and some regression as they try to navigate a quarterback battle, and Coach Prime doing something he's never had to do as a head coach in college football, which is coach a team that's not quarterbacked by his son. So I expect that to probably be the case, which is tough because I don't know how much room there is for regressions or step backs given the stop on the path we're already on here with Coach Prime going into year 3. I feel like at some point there's got to be a Big 12 title appearance. There's got to be a respectable bowl win and a college football playoff at least chance, like the runway lights were on last season before things fell apart.
Are you thinking of that like that this year or in the next couple years?
I think it has to come in the next couple of years. But I don't know how many more years of Coach Prime we got left.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I think they're probably looking closer to a 6-win than a 9-win team, like we kind of talked about.
I think so, too.
I just don't know how much that's going to do toward how we look back on this Coach Prime tenure if it's just we never really broke through. We got close and we never really broke through.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. This year, I am fascinated to watch CU. But I've already been fascinated. But it's a different type of fascination, right? It's like, and I often use this analogy, like I love my mom and my wife. I love two women, but in completely different ways. I was fascinated utterly by the Shador, by the Travis, by all the hype. And now I'm fascinated just in a different category of like, how is this actually going to go without Shador and without Travis for the first time ever, like you mentioned? And, you know, Deion's got the health stuff, so that adds another layer of, could there be, you know, some not hiccups, but just like adjustments throughout the season to his condition. He's been through a lot.
Yeah.
He's been through a lot. And so it's just, I'm deeply curious on the season. We're a few Fridays away from Georgia Tech on a Friday night on ESPN. CSU, on the other hand, in this exercise from ESPN.com, CSU was ranked in tier 17, and the label that they had was, quote, they're fine, solid, decent, okay, along with 9 other schools. I'm also curious about CSU because they put together, and maybe next week we will take a little bit of a deeper dive into CSU because they actually, and this hasn't been talked about a lot here, they actually did a pretty good job on the recruiting trail. Now, they're never going to be top 10 nationally, right? They're CSU. But at the same time, they have the 69th, I believe, best recruiting class in the country. Future Pac-12 opponents.
Yeah, one more season after this.
They had the 5th best from those set of teams that they'll be in with the Pac-12. I mean, and you got to remember last year, CSU, they get drilled by Texas to start the season. They get drilled by CU. And then they lose a double overtime game to Oregon State. So they were 2-3 after 5. But then they beat San Jose State. They beat Air Force. They beat New Mexico. They beat Nevada. They beat Wyoming in a rivalry game. And I think that was Jay Norvell's first rivalry game. They won 5 games in a row. And then you looked up and they were 7-3. They lose to Fresno. They beat Utah State. So they closed their season winning 6 of their last 7 regular season games. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. And I think that there's enough evidence, given the way that they finished a season ago and some of the talent that they brought in, that program is moving in the right direction under Jay Norvell.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go. I think they've got a competent coach in Jay Norvell who knows what he wants and where he's going, which is not something you can always say for schools in CSU's position. And if you're getting Braden Fowler-Nicolosi back and you can have continuity there in a conference like the Mountain West before you jump to the Pac-12, I mean, listen, a Mountain West team made the college football playoff. So as an at-large bid. So I don't think that's in the cards for CSU, but it just goes to show you that there's paths that they can explore that are more exciting than one might think.
Totally. And I'll just say this in closing. CSU under Jay Norvell goes from 3-9 to 5-7 to 8-5. 3, 5, 8. That's a real arc there over a 3-year period. We'll see what it looks like here in year number 4 under Jay Norvell. Okay, shifting gears here a little bit. There has been a storied tradition for over 2 decades in Broncos country, but it may be skipping a year, and that could be a good thing. We'll talk about it next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his 2nd year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
So, how'd you manage to buy that investment property? If you're anything like me, your CPA made most of your taxable income magically disappear.
Yeah, legally, of course. But yeah, like you, I run everything through my business.
Right? I know you have the cash for the down payment, and your credit's solid, but no W-2?
Look, I went with CakeHome.com's Business Purpose DSCR loan. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which means they got me approved based on the property's cash flow, not my tax return.
CakeHome.com, and they didn't need income docs?
Nope, not a single one. They just looked at the rental income. And get this, in my case, it didn't even need to cover the whole mortgage.
Okay, Cake was definitely built for investors like us. I need that number.
Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Or visit CakeHome.com for details and 5-star reviews.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Business banking that feels like smoothly scratching your signature out on your first commercial loan as you realize with that final exhilarating swoosh that this is only the beginning. That's feel-good banking, where smart solutions and people-first customer service make running your business a little smoother. Experience it today when you call, visit a branch, or go to efirstbank.com. First Bank. Business banking for good. Member FDIC. Subject to approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Man, it is hot out there. Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner or full HVAC system? Throw the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air does free second opinions. Don't forget about the insane heat pump rebates. Up to $12,000 off a new heating and cooling system only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's the drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne. Those days are gone, now the memories on the wall.
Well, the days may be gone, maybe, of an undrafted free agent making the Denver Broncos. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. You know, it's been a really remarkable, storied tradition here in Denver, Colorado. Maybe as much, if not more, than any other NFL franchise when it comes to finding diamonds in the rough. These gems of undrafted players. And it goes along with what we were just talking about with Kyrese Rowan here. But, Richie, you've lived in Colorado for a very long time. How long have you lived in Colorado?
We moved here when I was 4.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you're that's native status.
I think so, but it can be a sensitive subject. So
my gosh,
I walk that tightrope.
If you go to kindergarten in Colorado, I'm okay. I'm not the arbiter of that, so I'm pretty sure I'll get shouted down by. But
right, I was going to say the text
native.
line might be in 30 seconds. It might be.
But You know as well as I do the tradition of finding these undrafted players. All right, it's real. I mean, Chris Harris Jr., think about that. That guy got passed over by every single team in the NFL.
7 times.
Phillip Lindsay, the last 1,000-yard rusher, back-to-back, NFL record, never had a fumble in his career. Like, everyone passed over him, despite even, being one of the top rushers in the nation.
The Broncos drafted a running back in the 7th round ahead of him.
Literally. David Williams.
Yeah.
You think of Shaq Barrett. Once upon a time is leading the entire NFL in sacks.
That was crazy. The Bucs.
Every single team said, no thanks. Rod Smith. I do not believe Rod Smith was drafted either.
I don't think so.
Dante, can you look that up for me real quick, Rod Smith? I do not believe he was drafted. So it's just a long legacy here. But this year, and I believe the stat is 20 of the last 21 years an undrafted free agent has made this roster. And he was undrafted. Thank you, DG. I just don't know who this could be because, and I said going into the last break, it could be a good thing because of the retention of the roster is so real. This year could be one of the harder years in the last 21 seasons, along with some other really good teams, obviously, over the course of that time. But I don't know, Richie. I think it could skip a year here.
It may, and even if it doesn't, it just doesn't seem like – because when you listed those names before, Chris Harris Jr., Phil, Shaq Barrett, Rod Smith, those aren't just guys that made the roster. They're significant, all-time memorable Broncos players.
Yeah.
And some vary more than others. So even if one does, it just doesn't feel like we've got one of those that's emerged thus far.
Yeah. And someone like Kyrie's Rowan, okay, he may have a shot. He may have a shot. We'll see what it looks like in the preseason game starting on Saturday. I mean, there's someone like, and please jump in if you can think of somebody else, but I'm thinking of like Joaquin Davis.
Love. That was the name I was going to bring up. Love the way that he looks.
Well, if it was like just about looks.
Right. If you're just doing it off of photos.
Eye test or even just raw athleticism, and I've been saying this for a couple weeks here, Joaquin Davis may literally be the best single athlete on the Denver Broncos. They have these new just raw athletic scores, all right, where it's not about productivity, it's just about who you are as a raw athlete. His numbers are actually similar to Megatron.
Which is crazy.
And I'm not kidding. The kid jumps out of the gym like a basketball player. He looks like a basketball player. His nickname is Legs. He played at North Carolina Central. He was productive more than someone like Kyrie's Rowan, but not like breaking records. Okay, he is a real project, and if he shows out with his athleticism in preseason games, that's a name to keep an eye on. By the way, real quick, and I put this video out there on Twitter and Instagram at ZBy23. Courtland Sutton has officially took that young man under his wing.
Yeah.
Joaquin Davis. I've seen it 4 or 5 times now. And there was a sequence in the most recent Broncos practice that I just happened to be trying to catch something else in the end zone as wide receivers were catching passes for, I was just trying to get a clip for social media or whatever. And I'm watching Courtland Sutton, and this is the video I put out there. I'm watching Courtland Sutton take his time with this young man, number 80, you'll see this weekend, Joaquin Davis out of North Carolina Central. Take his time on I think they were talking about fade routes and, 3 or 4 different times going through the nuance of the route and how to turn his body. And Davis is just sitting there listening to him. Really cool video because you have this established veteran who just signed a $92 million extension. And he's putting his arm around and taking his time with this undrafted rookie, but he's not doing it by accident. He sees something.
Game recognizes game.
He sees something in there in the upside. That's another name to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think that the wide receiver room probably has the best athletes to make a chance, but it's crowded. And that you look at undrafted free agents, they've got some undrafted free agents in the interior defensive line and the pass rusher department that maybe under other years or other circumstances could. But the guys you got in front of you, there just might not be enough skin.
Yeah, and it's that simple. But it's a healthy thing. It's a testament to where your roster is at.
Depth-wise.
That, like, it's a 6th round, and you choose to not draft a positional player, draft a punter. That is a luxury that your roster is in that shape. So for the same reason you can draft a punter in the 6th round and a basketball player in the 7th round is the same reason why a lot of these undrafted rookies may not make this football team. And in other years, maybe they would have, as recent as 2 years ago. And we didn't even talk about someone who also is out there making plays every single day. Michael Bandy. Michael Bandy. Hella bands, killer bands.
It's not even like a cute joke either. Like, he really does, in practice,
every day,
move really well, catches balls, and the team hypes him up. Like, he'll make a grab over the room. Like, here we go, Bandy.
Yes.
You know?
It's hilarious. But so that's another name to keep an eye on here this coming weekend in the preseason game against San Francisco. We're switching it up, guys. It's football season. Fridays are mainly going to be for previewing games. Tomorrow, a preseason game. So we're doing trivia a day early, and it's coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Looking to upgrade your kitchen, laundry room, or outdoor cooking area? Look no further than Mountain High Appliance. Family owned and operated for the past 31 years. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. We have hundreds of appliances hooked up live for a true try-before-you-buy experience, plus professional delivery and installation. Our price match guarantee ensures you receive the best deal, and special financing options make your purchase affordable. When it's time for new appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Savor the DQ chicken strip basket with 4-season chicken strips, fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Somebody's got to keep this train on the tracks, I guess. Zach By, he's somewhere. He may be with you because he is not with me currently. We will find out, I guess, where he's going to be. I mean, he is kind of like he's Mr. Trivia, so it feels rude to start trivia without him. But why don't we just do it? Dante Gomez, hit the music.
Of all the Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks, which one has thrown for the most NFL passing yards?
Of all the Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks, which one has thrown for the most NFL yards?
I really don't appreciate what just happened, and it starts with Dante Gomez. It starts with Dante Gomez. As I'm walking in, I saw him saying, go, 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 before Zach gets in here. Really don't appreciate that dissension before we even start. Unbelievable.
Hey, Zach, you're a college athlete. Does the bus wait for you?
Does the bus wait for
It just depends who you were. For me, it ain't waiting. It ain't waiting for me.
Clearly.
Dude, when I was doing play-by-play for Albany, NCAA tournament, they tell you to be down at a certain time. I was down there at a certain time. But because everyone else is already there and the coach was there, it was like, dude, we're not waiting for the radio guy. Go. I had to Uber to the facility down in Orlando. It's like the Amway Center or something like that. Goodness gracious. You're talking about your heart being in your stomach? Goodness gracious.
Wait, Zach By was running late for something. That's shocking.
Hold on, Drew.
Hey, Apple Maps says that I should be there 2 minutes early, but I just want to call ahead and put it on the radar. Can you park my car if I...
Yeah.
So what Heisman Trophy winner threw for the most
NFL yards?
NFL yards.
So the first name that comes to mind for me is Carson Palmer.
That was mine as well.
Ooh,
Played in the league for
I like that
answer.
Played in the
Really
league
good
for
one.
like 14 years.
Yeah, I was going
right?
to say, and he is, I think he's just outside top 10 passer in NFL history. Once upon a time, I think he was like 11 or 10 or something like that. That's a really good one.
Yep, that was...
And a lot of quarterbacks that win the Heisman haven't gone on to be very successful in the NFL.
You've had recent ones be very prolific. I just don't know that they've had Lamar and Hurts and Kyler, right? Kyler won a Heisman.
Yeah.
So you've had guys be prolific. They just don't know that they have the length of career and time.
And Baker hasn't accumulated enough yet, right?
I don't think he's been around long
He went
enough.
through the spin cycle,
He's
too.
put up big numbers here recently, but not enough to even pass someone like Carson Palmer.
I would take Palmer over Mayfield.
I would.
Let's just workshop it here just another minute or two.
Drew, do you know any 80s quarterbacks?
Yeah, we're going. Is Carson Palmer back far enough?
Was that an age shot? See, this is Dante's sneaky, hey, Drew, specifically. Do you remember from the 80s?
Yeah. As if I was really paying that much shit to the 80s when I was, 7 years old.
Oh, my gosh.
did Flutie win the...
No, Flutie didn't win the Heisman.
Huge moment, but...
Gino Toretta, but he didn't do anything in the NFL.
No.
Testaverde.
Did Steve
What
Young...
about Vinny Testaverde? He accumulated a ton of stats.
Did Steve Young win a Heisman?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think he did either.
What about, if we went back to someone like No, because I was going to say, like, even someone like Roger Staubach. I think Staubach won a Heisman, but
he did.
But I don't think that he would have accumulated touchdown or yardage numbers like that in
Not
that era.
No. I think it's got to be like late 80s or, newer.
Carson Palmer had prolific seasons with multiple different teams over a span of, 10, 15 years.
I think it was closer to 15 than 10. Yeah. You guys feel comfortable with Carson Palmer?
I do.
I'm good.
I like it.
Let's go with Carson Palmer. Send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
Final answer.
Answer, Carson
Wow,
Palmer.
let's go. Hey, shout out. Shout out. Great job. Great job, team. Next question.
Who is currently the winningest team in Major League Baseball?
Who is currently the winningest team in Major League Baseball?
Not all time. I'm guessing it's just
I think
this
he's
season.
like right now
in the standings.
Oh, Toronto's having a nice year.
Tigers
right?
are pretty good.
Tigers are really good. Milwaukee.
Milwaukee Brewers.
I believe it is Milwaukee.
This has got to be based on win percentage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're all pretty similar, but yeah.
Although, is this time, a time thing because Toronto just did what they did to the Rockies, and he's kind of thinking of
and
that.
aren't they first in the AL
They're
East?
first in the AL East. They're up there. I think they're like 66, 68 wins, somewhere in that range.
Well, I think every team we've mentioned thus far has broken 60 wins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
I would
think
go
it's between those
Milwaukee
three.
or Toronto. I don't think it's the Tigers because they've been kind of rough out of the.
I was going Tigers until Milwaukee came up, and I feel like I saw this on TV. They were going through the standings because Drew puts MLB TV on a lot.
What a
out
psycho.
there.
Yeah.
What a psycho.
And I feel like this is going to be one of those moments where this pays off. My first gut was Detroit, but I agree. I think there's something, and like
It's
the
not-
Dodgers.
yeah.
The Dodgers have won a lot of games, but they've sucked lately.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's either Toronto or Milwaukee.
Yeah, no, I think it's between those two. But is it the time sensitive nature of Toronto just beat up on the Rockies? This popped up somewhere on their radar.
That feels like, if I'm trying to get inside the scary place that's Mike Evans' head, that feels like something I would want you to think to throw you off the scent.
I know.
Yeah.
I think it's Milwaukee.
Yeah?
Because Milwaukee's been really good all year. Toronto's come on late.
Okay.
I think it's Milwaukee as well.
I like that.
Okay, let's go Milwaukee. Send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
Answer, the Milwaukee Brewers.
Let's go. Do we know how they did earlier today?
I listened. They went
2-2.
2-2.
Okay.
With a they called it 2-1 because they took a protest with another one of Dante's questions.
Which, by the way, I texted Stokley. He said, he was like, do you guys notice the trend of every time Dante asks a question, it's not a good one?
He actually went out by name.
Yeah, he did. First of all,
what was the question?
It was who led the NBA playoffs in points per game last?
Yes.
This most recent playoffs.
I mean, this question right here is very similar. Who's the current leader in wins in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
So they had a problem with that. And then I had to tell Stokley the first three questions were actually all my questions. And they didn't have a problem with those, but I didn't voice them. So I think they might be.
What were the first three questions?
The Heisman of.
Yes.
That was
won
a
a
good one.
Heisman and MVP.
Did they get that one?
They
They
did.
did.
Okay. And what was the other one?
What was the other one? Playoff wins for quarterbacks.
Playoff wins for quarterbacks. Yes, and they did not get that.
They didn't. I think they went with Russ.
Okay, that's what we were hoping they do. Ha! Got him. All right. Next question.
Who has thrown the most NFL touchdown passes over the last 10 seasons?
The most touchdown passes over the last 10 seasons. Okay, so, Rodgers comes to mind.
Yep.
Stafford
He missed a whole year, though.
Comes to mind. True. But you're talking like there was like 2-3 MVP seasons in there. So Rodgers, Russ, Stafford all immediately jump out.
What about, I know he's been retired a couple years, Tom Brady.
Brady. I was trying to figure out Tom Brady.
And he put up gaudy numbers in Tampa
Yes, he
as
did.
well.
I think anyone that's not played the whole 10 years isn't going to be the answer.
I would assume so, but man, his numbers were so good for so long.
How long has Josh been in the league?
Since 2000 and let me check my tattoo. 18.
Okay, so I don't think it'll be him either.
No, and he started slow too.
Yeah.
What about like a Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott's a solid guess.
But I don't think he's done it long
because
enough,
he
though.
was right out of the gate, was instantly good right out of the gate.
He was.
What? Okay.
Has he been in the league for 10 years?
I don't think so.
So I saw him at Mile High in 2017, and that was not his first year.
I think he was 2016 was his first year in the NFL.
So close. And he's put up a lot, but he's missed some time.
He's been hurt a lot the last couple of years.
I also don't want to muddy the water with another name, but Jared Goff was good with LA, and then he's been good in Detroit.
Yeah.
I don't want to muddy the water with another name, and I wouldn't have thought of it except for you just brought up something that the morning show said, but what about Russ?
I mentioned Russ at the top.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, along with Rodgers and Stafford. I mean, he's been available. And even when he was sucking here in Denver, he somehow put up touchdown numbers.
Yeah.
Russ might be the answer.
Well, what jogged my brain was when you were like, oh, no, they got your question wrong. I think they went with Russ and were wrong. And so now I could see
them being
vindictive and picking a Russell Wilson answer to a good question.
And I remember the stat that only Peyton Manning threw more touchdowns in the first 10 years of a career. Now, his tenure started before this 10-year timeline, but he was putting up huge numbers. Man, oh man.
I'm down to two, literally. I'm down to either Russ or I still think Brady's in the conversation.
I agree with Dante. I don't think somebody that hasn't played all the seasons.
And this would be 2 years without Brady?
2 years without Brady now.
That's a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, I don't think he's...
Yeah.
But even if they throw 25 a year, that's 50 you're trying to make up.
No, that's a good
But
point.
didn't he have like a 50 touchdown season? Didn't Brady have like a 50 touchdown
with
season?
Randy Moss. That was
08.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But even that first year in Tampa.
But doesn't that still fall under the... Oh, no. Excuse me.
It was the last 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Do we want to go with Russ?
It feels dirty.
I like Russ or Stafford.
I love
Stafford hasn't missed time either.
No,
he's an Iron Man.
Stafford or Russ? Is there a third for us?
I mean, I didn't hate Jared Goff, but
I don't think it's been gaudy
he hasn't
enough.
been in the league long enough, I don't think, either.
He was drafted 2016.
Was he 16? Okay.
Let's go with Russ.
Let's do it.
You okay with that?
It feels gross, but I'd rather go with the gut and be wrong than feel like we missed an opportunity to be 3-0.
I would prefer Stafford, but I'll go with the
Dante always
the group.
separating himself from the group.
That's how you
But then
become-
finishing it with,
Yeah.
but I got to stick with the group.
Yeah, I'm a team player.
Right. That's how he fuels his I'm more right than you campaign.
All right. Let's go freaking Russell Cornball Wilson. Send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
Answer, Russell Wilson.
Yes! 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 We got him again! Yes! All right, we'll finish up. We have a curveball left. But also, what was, after we get through that, what was the number one most important thing Bo Nix says he took from his meeting with Drew Brees? We'll tackle all that next.
Is RJ Harvey ready to hit the ground running in 2025?
RJ Harvey is just like a rolling ball of knives when he runs. The person that comes to mind when I watch him run, little old school, Maurice Jones-Drew. Just a block.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch, and they treated me just like family the moment I walked through those doors. And they didn't pressure me at all. Gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself, and I'm here to tell you guys, I made the right decision. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. And I assure you that they are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Phillip Lindsay sent you.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. This August, transform your home and get more than just great curb appeal. Get free gutters when you replace your entire siding with premium James Hardie products. Don't let budgets hold you back. Choose no payment and no interest for 24 months or 0 interest for 5 full years. Flexible financing made for homeowners like you. At 5280 Exteriors, they install Pella windows, James Hardie siding, and full roof replacements, all with expert craftsmanship from a President's Club elite contractor. Call now or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free consultation today.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is motion. MOTION. Text motion to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's motion to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
It's going down.
All right, rolling along here on a Thursday. Hanging out with you, Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. We just went 3-0 in trivia. There is one more question to go. It's a curveball question, and then we'll get into what Bo Nix said his biggest takeaway was with Drew Brees earlier this summer. But DG, hit that music. Fire away.
Here's your curveball question. The Broncos have had 4 players with 99 Madden ratings since Madden 99. Champ Bailey and Von Miller are 2 of them. Who are the other 2?
All right, so he said four Madden 99s since 1999. Is that what he says? Von Miller is one, and Champ Bailey was the other?
Is the other.
All right, so you got to think that after Peyton Manning's 2013 season, when he broke every single record possible, touchdowns, yards, all that stuff, most successful offense in NFL history, he would have had to have been a 99, I would think.
He's certainly in the conversation, yeah, because he led the NFL in touchdowns. Like you said, 2,000-yard season. He was MVP, I think.
It was more than 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
He threw for 5,000-something yards.
I was talking about Terrell Davis as well.
Oh no, because this is since 1999.
Since Madden 99 or since 1999? Because Madden 99 would factor in the 1998 season.
And that's the season where TD ran for.
I think it was his 98 season. He had 2,000 yards.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Because you're right. It would be reflective of the 98 season.
I can tell you with almost virtual certainty that I know one of them. And it's Mark Schlereth.
So I remember he was a part of the 99.
Mark Schlereth was a part of the 99 club.
He was.
I believe it was in Madden 99.
Following the 2,000-yard season.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
I am 99.9% sure he's one of them, but I don't know the other one.
No, but I remember that Stink was a part of the 99 club.
Yep.
I just don't
it's
remember
one of my favorite
year.
Mark Schlereth quirky facts.
And I'm with you, Zach. I don't remember the year, but I know he was as well.
He definitely was.
Did they have Madden before Madden 99, or was that
did.
the first iteration?
Yeah.
I think it started like 92 or 93.
Yeah, yes. And Madden used to be on the cover.
On the cover of all of them, yeah.
He was on the cover for years before they started putting players on there. I like the Stink one, and you would think Sly Ty, would try to squeeze that in.
Yeah.
And if there was ever a year where Mark was going to be a 99, it would be after blocking for a 2,000-yard rusher, you would think.
Yep.
So Mark's on the list. So Peyton Manning, Terrell Davis, Mark Schlereth, I think those are 3 really good options.
You would have had options for
Shannon
Sharp.
Yeah, no, I don't
think Shannon would have ever been on that list.
Not a 99.
Trying to think of other
PS2's not a 99. Remember that
was a big.
Out?
He was like 97 or 98.
So basically, if we
those
accept
are all
that,
offensive players, right?
Yep.
Because they gave us Von Miller and Champ.
Yep. So if we accept that Mark is on this list, which is part of the genesis of them asking us this question.
Yes.
So let's put him in there. Who would be in the 99 club? TD after being the 8th rusher, or really at the time, because CJ2K did it. People did it after him. So TD was maybe like the 5th guy to ever do it, to be a 2,000-yard rusher, or is it Peyton Manning who had the most successful quarterbacking? Quarterback, the most successful offense of all time.
This is a weird gamer nerd thing, and I'm not that, but I would think maybe Peyton wouldn't have got to 99 because of his arm strength. would literally be the only
You have
reason.
to max out a lot of stats.
You have to max out a lot of things. Payton was a lot of things, but his arm strength wasn't 99 level.
Taking shots at Payton.
I know. I feel bad doing it.
Feels
but
weird to do.
No.
It didn't feel like you felt that bad.
No, it's a really good. No, Drew, that is a really good.
Because with TD,
point.
you got awareness, you got tackle breaking, all those individual.
Yeah.
You know.
Ooh. All right. Let's go with Mark Schlereth and Terrell Davis. You guys feel comfortable with that?
Hold on. Would they have had 2 99ers in basically that same year? Would they have 2 99s
After you had just won the Super Bowl?
I know.
Yeah.
And they went. Well, that was the first one. I was going to say following it back to back, but that was the first one, 32.
But then he could have been after that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like your point about the arm strength because Madden guys would ding him for that.
Yeah.
Let's go with Mark Schlereth and Terrell Davis. Send it in.
Send it in, Jerome!
The answers are Neil Smith in Madden 99 and Mark Schlereth in Madden 99.
Wow,
Neil Smith?
Not even on my radar.
That wasn't even.
No.
Neil Smith wasn't even that good then. Still, his best years were in Kansas City.
No, yes, for sure. But I mean, he's like a borderline Hall of Fame
Totally,
player.
yeah.
He was still really good. He was to those Broncos teams as DeMarcus Ware was years later.
Yeah, that's fair. I just didn't think talent-wise he would be up to the 99.
Was he like a Pro Bowler in those seasons?
He had to have been.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we'll go back and look at it in the break. We'll hear from Bo Nix. What was his biggest takeaway from 3-1? Hey, don't get bored with success. Another victory over our morning show. And we're playing a man down because they play with 5. So they play a man up.
They didn't have Schlereth today.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Okay.
And you could argue we're playing a man up because we have Richie instead of Phil. Wow. Although he has been contributing much better lately.
Wow.
I'll give him props.
# save that audio. What was Drew Brees, what was Bo Nix's biggest takeaway when he met with Drew Brees? You'll hear from the young signal caller coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or windishrv.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, we'll get to Bo Nix here in just a second. But first, it's time to send the kids back to school and get ready for football season. No matter what you need, Denver Sports is here to help. Enter our keyword contest for your chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. and text it in to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit www.denversports.com/keyword. Real quick, just to wrap this up, man, it is really hard to understand why Neil Smith was in the 99 club.
Wouldn't have been my 15th guess.
In Madden 99. I mean, he made he was a first-team All-Pro one time, but that was back in 93. He made 6 Pro Bowls, but the most recent one was in 97, so why would he be in 99 and 99? That is a really, really interesting one, and we have launched an investigation.
Yeah, I would say Y2K is probably what spurred the Madden industry to have more ratings adjusters and things like that. There were maybe some wonky ratings that threw things out of whack.
All right, you hear Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. We got 3-1 in trivia, head held high. Here is Bo Nix talking about his visit with Drew Brees while on the podcast Scoop City.
Well, he's been in this system. He knows how to handle Coach Payton. He knows how to.
Yes, he does.
He knows how to navigate the system and navigate what you can kind of, the checks and stuff that you can get with. And I mean, there's just a lot. But he played so much longer than what I've played so far, so he knows a lot. Like, there's so many layers that he learned each year. I'm just kind of get sped up, just trying to get down the road faster. But it's not really as much about scheme or system with him, because scheme and it's going to change. But it's more about how to operate, what helped him, what his routine was on a Monday through Saturday, getting ready for a Sunday game, how he took care of his body, what kind of arm care he did. He played for a long time with some injuries and he battled through it. So how can he, how do you keep his shoulder strong through a lot of those things?
You know what I like is that, and he just covered a lot of ground there with what Drew was helping him with. But what I'm a fan of is the fact that Bo Nix goes out and has the rookie season that he had, which is statistically the second best rookie season in NFL history, only next to Justin Herbert. Like, Bo Nix throws more touchdown passes as a rookie than John Elway ever threw in a single season. It's insane. But the self-awareness to say, I have not arrived. I need to go search for more knowledge. And I love that, like I said, level of awareness from a young man.
Yeah, he has checked so many boxes for me, Zach. I mean, obviously, you just look at him from the eye test standpoint. He looks physically like an NFL quarterback. He has great athletic mobility within the pocket, outside the pocket. And after that first month of the season, I think he showed a significant ability and aptitude to be what you need to be cerebrally at the quarterback position. And it sounds like that was a huge focal point of the conversations with Drew Brees, whose hallmark as one of the best passers the NFL's ever seen was what he was able to do from the neck up, more so than the neck down.
Totally. We had this conversation the other day. Like, just a raw talent. I think Bo Nix has more raw talent than Drew Brees had.
I agree.
He's bigger, faster, stronger. Like, he just is. But Drew Brees, like Payton, was just so cerebral. A cerebral assassin within the pocket. Drew Brees was. Here's a little bit more from Bo Nix talking about the most important thing he took from Drew Brees.
He was so intentional. Like, okay, a guy like that, if I go and hang out with him for a couple hours, a few days, you don't have to usually, I would understand if you didn't take time and you wanted to just get through it, get over it. I get it. You got a family, you got a lot, but he had lists of things that hey, this is what I want to do.
Notebooks, bro.
This is what I think we should do. This is let's talk about this. Let's go through this operation. Let's talk about your routine. This is what worked for me. And
Dude, that's amazing.
It was great, and just sitting down and having a few meals with him was the best part. And because you go out there and throw at some point. We all throw. It's not that's not why you go and hang out with a guy like that. It's just the mental side of the game that just you can make strides in, and that's what speeds your growth up. To me, everybody can do the physical things. It's all about what goes on in the mind and how you handle adversity, how you handle good things, bad things, how you handle a locker room, how you handle a huddle. There's just so many layers to it that I just want to get ahead of.
You think about all those layers that are specific to a quarterback. Like, that is like, you remember in science they used to look at the year, almost like the rings on a tree, but like a mountainside, a piece, something would come apart from a mountainside. And you get to see the layers of sedimentation and stuff, and through the years of wow, this era of Earth, this is what this was, and then you see the layer on top, and then there's another layer and another layer. It's like the quarterback position is, but this is why we say it's the most difficult position in sports to play, quarterback. We refer to that because the stuff on the field. A lot of these positions, and there's nuance to every position, but like the nuance and layers to the quarterback position that Drew is walking him through, it almost had very little to do with the actual scheme.
Right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, he acknowledged that too. You know, like, hey, schemes change. Yeah, it's Sean Payton's offense, but it has evolved year to year, system to system, team to team, you know, and era to era as the NFL has evolved. But yeah, when you look at Bo Nix and what the next steps are for him, being able to more quickly and efficiently process the play coming in so that he can then play the conductor of the offense and move things where he wants, adjust things how he wants, more so than just this is the play, go run it, which is kind of, and Sean Payton's alluded to that over the course of this offseason as well, about the plays coming in quicker now and it's coming in better. And that, along with the other things we've seen the Broncos do, bringing in some skill position help, a tight end, a joker, and Evan Ingram, hopefully a more balanced run game, giving Bo that to bring balance and then allowing him to progress more mentally should be the next step and probably what's driving Sean Payton to be so confident about both his team and his quarterback.
This was a really cool thing that happened this offseason, and I think it's meaningful. And you got to give a ton of respect for Drew Brees that it wasn't just like, all right, dude, what do you want to know? It was, okay, you come here, I'm prepared. Like, I'm going to walk you through what I think is important. And the fact that you have someone like Drew Brees put that level of thought into a meeting with a young player who's been in the league for a single season, that will leave an imprint on Bo.
Yep.
That will leave an imprint on Bo. And there'll be 2, 3, 5 things that he will take with him. Or maybe it's just one that lasts with him for the rest of his career. There's some sort of brand on him from that 3 or 4 day trip with Drew Brees that'll be there for a very, very long time.
It's such a good point that you made there about the way that Drew Brees, the underrated way that he approached this, because I'm sure you have. I know I've experienced it in my life and in my career, where sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
So for Drew Brees, if he were to have that approach of like, okay, well, what do you want to know? Well, how's Bo Nix supposed to know some of the stuff that Drew Brees went through with Sean Payton 15 years ago? You know what I mean? And to be able to have, from Drew Brees' perspective, the ability to draw back from all of that and then help Bo localize it to Sean Payton now in 2025 with the Denver Broncos, not the New Orleans Saints, and the way that they've worked together is pretty special. And it just, again, it's another thing that just points to me, if we're talking about checking boxes, this guy Bo Nix, man, he really does just seem to pass almost every test with flying colors.
Yes.
And I find myself, because of the revolving door and that haunting carousel at quarterback since Peyton Manning walked out the door, there's a lot of hesitancy, and I even feel it sometimes to jump in too quickly or too deeply.
Yeah, head first. But man, everything that Bo Nix does and says just makes me want to. Totally. And I would ask, like, what's he missing? For the folks out there that it's not good enough, I would say, what is Bo missing? He came in the league, played every single game. He's tough as nails. He played with broken bones in his body, back and foot. Mm-hmm. He completed over 66% of his passes. He threw the second most touchdowns for a rookie in NFL history. He doesn't take sacks. That's a superpower. He didn't turn the ball over really after the fourth game of the year, where he was, swimming, and he was the latest named starter, in the entire league. So, wasn't necessarily ready to play. But he got over that hump, didn't turn the ball over. So he throws touchdowns, doesn't throw interceptions, doesn't take sacks, tough, mobile, huge arm, one of the league leaders in passes of over 20 yards, the longest pass through the air in the entire NFL in that game against Cleveland. Super mature, CEO energy, discipline, hyper-focus. So my question is like to Bomani Jones, who goes, I'm not a Bo Nix guy. Okay, so what kind of guy are you looking for? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. This feels like, I swear to God, it feels like the Jokic conversation from 4 or 5 years ago.
Zach, and he did all of that laundry list of things that you mentioned without a strong supporting cast at the wide receiver room, with no one of merit in the tight end room, without a running back that was worth any level of salt. Javonte Williams, the leader in that backfield, goes to the Dallas Cowboys and is already forecasted to be the worst starting running back in the NFL now that everyone's had a chance to reload and regroup. So he had to take on Sean Payton's complex offense and drink through that fire hose and have a more change at a coaching coordinator level that he experienced all through college and now into the NFL, and supplement and be a driving force in the run game, and have to be an elevator already to anyone on offense not named Cortland Sutton playing wide receiver. And yeah, he had a good defense, but you can't do it alone, and I think he's done more and shouldered more burden than a lot of rookie quarterbacks before him in this class and previous classes have.
Yeah, and I'm pretty convinced that if you did the Men in Black neuralizer to everyone that had an opinion about Bo Nix coming out of Oregon, and you wiped that clean and you just watched the season, the narrative around Bo would be much different than it currently is, because people still don't believe what their eyes already told them. But this goes back to people are people. They have opinions. They want to be right? They have their own agendas in their head, whether it's conscious or subconscious, about what their initial evaluation from Bo was, and then the departure that was as a rookie season, and them trying to reconcile how they could have been as wrong about Bo as they were. So we'll see if a second year of this, sometimes people need time. I remember Nick Wright with Jokic, I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. And then eventually he breaks and he's like, crap, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, and then goes forward with it,
Yeah. Okay. When Sean Payton started talking Super Bowl earlier this week, did he also draw a line for what's no longer acceptable in 2025? That's coming up next.
After making the playoffs last season, is Sean Payton trying to shine a spotlight on the Denver Broncos?
Man, what happened to the anonymous donors? That was the mantra from Sean. Less noise, more work. Here's the only thing I know for pretty sure. Man, it got noisy around here pretty quick.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I didn't just lose 82 pounds in 16 weeks. I lost fear. I lost shame. I lost that nagging voice in my head that told me I couldn't do it. I thought weight loss meant being hungry or miserable. Soda showed me something different. I wasn't starving. I wasn't white-knuckling it throughout the day. I was learning. I was eating real food, texting my nutritionist when I had a question or hit a wall. People asked if I do it again, and I tell them I do it twice. Because what I got back, my energy, my focus, my sense of control. This isn't about fitting into skinny jeans. It's about showing up for life. Go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request Your Nutritionist callback. SOTA, it stands for State of the Art. SodaWeightLoss.com. You can do this. You know how I know you can do it? Man, I did it. And I like to eat. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/styleupgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/styleupgrade.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you. If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. Rolling downhill here on a Thursday. Been a fun show. It's gone by pretty quick. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here and talking a lot of Broncos football as we are here on the doorstep of the 2025 season. The first joint practice of the season, one of 2 that'll take place today out in Santa Clara against the Niners. We'll get into the details here in just about 9 minutes or so of what we have learned that went out there today. We are on the doorstep of going 35 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk, so keep it here. So, Richie, you know, Sean Payton obviously made headlines, okay? Like the definition of headlines with his not 1 but 2 sort of shot calls about this is a Super Bowl caliber team. I felt this way 6 other times. This is the 7th time. That has been talked about on ESPN and all this stuff coast to coast. He was asked about it as recent as today out in Santa Clara from people that cover the Niners. He didn't really want to go into too much of the details of that quote. And we'll play that response for you here shortly. But then there's the separate, Bo Nix stuff. And Bo Nix was asked about that quote. And we'll play that response for you here during this segment. You're not going to want to miss it. But before we get into that stuff in today's practice, for me personally, okay, and there's a little bit of nuance here, okay, so follow me. For me personally, I'd be going back and forth with Phil, and Phil's like, you got to win a playoff game to show growth, and if not, because we're trying to figure out what quantifies as a successful season. And I would say that there is a scenario that the Broncos could be 10-7 again, but instead of 1-8 against winning teams, maybe you're 5-4. And maybe instead of losing in the playoffs 31-7, maybe you lose 27-24. And it's not that I'm lowering the bar or have a loser's mentality. I'm acknowledging that, 1, just how hard it is to win at the highest level in the National Football League. Right.
2,
Also acknowledging that I thought the Broncos were a little bit ahead of schedule a year ago. 3, the AFC landscape is psychotic. This could be a different tenor of conversation if they played in the NFC, But in the AFC against Lamar and the Ravens, Josh and the Bills, Mahomes and the Chiefs, Burrow and the Bengals, just to name a few. So all that being said, like, I thought there was a scenario where the Broncos could show growth year over year, but on paper have it look a little bit similar to a year ago. 10-7 again, but more believable, and more believable on the biggest stage that maybe we're going into the following season saying, you know what, the Broncos are ready to make this leap. But then Sean goes out and says this. And I think for me personally, and I'm curious where you're at with this, I think for me personally, when the head coach says with so much conviction to not just, this wasn't like a one-off interview. He said this a few times to a few different people. I think it changes it for me a little bit. And I don't know if, say the Broncos go 10-7, don't win the division, lose in the first round again, based on his own belief and his knowing the intricacies of this football team far more than I do, I think I'm actually changing my expectation a little bit to what's acceptable and what's not in 2025.
I am not changing my expectation of what's acceptable. I do agree with the nuance that you laid out, which is if they go 10-7, sneak into the wild card round again, which, remember, took some tiebreakers and things, right?
Yeah.
With the Bengals, who were just knocking on that door.
And don't forget they were in a win-or-go-home Week 18 game against Kansas City.
Yep.
So, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, with the backup squad that definitely helped them.
Yeah.
You know, if that's a full-strength Kansas City with something left to play for, we may be having a different conversation.
Maybe so.
About how this season goes, and maybe Sean's tenor sounds a little different. But I agree with the nuance that it could be 10-7 again, better record against teams above 500. They're more balanced as an offense. The defense maybe doesn't have some of the leaks that sprung at points throughout the middle of that season when injuries to Riley Moss and all that. I agree with all that. But I don't think Sean Payton's comments have changed my expectation of what's acceptable, because ultimately, I think this is who Sean Payton just is, and this is how he talks about it. One of the greater poets of a generation went by the name of Dwayne Michael Carter Jr., okay? Known professionally as Lil Wayne, right? Drop that D. And within the school of Wheezy, there's basically two paths you can take. There's real G's move in silence like lasagna. Sean's definitely not that guy.
Definitely not.
But there's also, I do what I do, and you do what you can do about it. That, to me, is Sean Payton. And I like that. And I think that he's talked a lot of talk, whether it's to Charles Robinson or Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel or Jarrett Bell of the USA Today from the OG double latte conversation.
Don't forget Jeff Duncan.
Down
in New Orleans.
That's right. He talks a lot of talk.
He does.
But up to this point, as we're 2 years and change into the Sean Payton experience, he's walked a lot of walk behind that talk.
Well, can I give you baby pushback on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, yes, I agree with a lot of what you said there, because I think a lot of it's true. And, of course, this is just Sean. He's boombastic. He is, I mean, as much as a look at me coach can get, like, in that league, that's who Sean is. But again, when you have a pelt on the wall and you hang a banner in New Orleans, I got it. But when you say he talks a lot of talk, but then he also backs it up with the walking, he did say he has felt like this 6 times, and it's resulted in a Super Bowl. So in 5 of the 6 times that he has felt this way, he's failed, you know, to execute on what that gut was telling him. And in most cases, outside of the one, you never made it back to the game, let alone win it. So you're a game away from being a game away most of the time when you have felt like this. Again, Sean is a great coach. Sean has been a great coach here in Denver, and I believe is going to win a Super Bowl here. But I don't want to act like it's, Andy Reid's resume or Bill Belichick's resume or even, maybe to a lesser degree, John Harbaugh or something like that. Like, he did have Drew Brees for nearly his entire career, and you felt like that 6 times and got there once. I don't know if that is the walking the walk to support all the talking in terms of the final goal, which is what he's talking about.
There's nuance to how he didn't get there in some of those times, what I'm sure, because I'm sure one of the 5 failures that you mentioned was the Minneapolis Miracle team.
Yeah.
I bet you another
But
one
that's
of the
football. I mean, stuff
got
happens.
I got it, but that doesn't mean that his team didn't have the vision and the capability to win a Super Bowl and that he was necessarily wrong about that. The missed pass interference call against the Rams is another one.
I mean, it's football.
You can say it's
though.
football, but it doesn't mean that those teams that Sean was talking about, because I guarantee you those are two of the six.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't mean that those teams that Sean was talking about didn't have the talent and the capability to win a Super Bowl. It doesn't mean it's always going to happen. And just like it probably isn't going to happen for the Broncos in 2025, even if he sees it.
Yes.
But the point is that when he looks into the crystal ball and the smoke separates in the middle, there's a world and a vision where this team could, and those teams in the past could. So he didn't come out and say, we're going to win the Super Bowl.
No.
He did come out and say, my quarterback's going to be top 4 or 5.
He did do that. And I again, I was far less of a fan of that quote than I was the Super Bowl one. The Super Bowl one, in a lot of ways, just it excites me. Like Sean knows his teams. Like this guy knows his teams. So if you feel that way, man, that's a great sign. I just don't know at the very end of the day, and especially with the Bo one, I just don't know what it accomplishes. I just don't know. Like I'm watching Pat Surtain sit down with the same Scoop City podcast and say, Bo's going to be a problem, and I want to say more about Bo, but Bo doesn't really like that. Like he said that. Pat Surtain said that. But then you have his coach writing not just a check, but it's one of those big checks that you win after the lottery or something.
Yeah, the clearinghouse.
like you're in a league. You're in a league with Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar and Jalen Hurts and Stafford, and those guys have done really amazing things in this league. Do I think Bo's on his way to that? Yes, but I don't think he needs more wind in his sails by bloviating to get there.
I do think there is a separator between I think my team has the bones and could win a Super Bowl, and I felt that way X amount of times. And my guy is going to be, if he just said he's going to be a top 5 QB, one, that's already putting a big stamp on this upcoming season. But then to say in his sophomore season, before he graduates from his rookie deal, that he's going to be a top 5, that puts a little bit of undue pressure, I think, on Bo. And I wonder, do you think Bo, when he tells Pat Surtain he doesn't like it, is it because he just doesn't want to be bragged about and he doesn't want that to be kind of a narrative people talk about him? Or do you think he's maybe thinking, hey, I don't want somebody to set a bar like that for me, that all of a sudden if I'm a top 7 or 8 QB in the NFL, but I'm not top 4 or 5, suddenly I look like a failure?
No, yeah. See, if I told you at the end of next season, not this season, next season, that Bo would be universally looked at as a top 10 quarterback, I think most people would be like, yeah, I'd sign up for that. I'd sign up for him being a top 10 after year 3, but when Sean raises that bar, and it just is what it is. I'm like, again, this is just Sean. There is no other coach in the NFL like him. From a self-promotion standpoint, I can promise you, John Harbaugh didn't do 4 national interviews this past week.
No.
Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin,
and that's just this is just,
Sean McDermott.
We get the Sean Payton on the air stuff. This is like not even the behind the scenes stuff that he gives to Colin Cowherd, who then spins it on his show, and all that stuff.
So, okay. Again, it's all part of the 2025 story here. It's all part of the 2025 story. They did have joint practice out in Santa Clara. We'll go over the details from that. Bo Nix was asked about Sean Payton's claims, top 4 or 5 quarterback in the next 2 years. He answered that question. We're going to get to it all here in the next 10 seconds or so. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it. We are coming for it. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. Zach By hanging out with you per usual. Already into our number 4. All right, we have a lot of ground to cover here, and we will do exactly that. Richie, what do you want to do first? You want to talk about joint practice, or you want to hear Bo Nix answer the question about top 5 shot calling from his head coach?
I want to hear everything Bo Nix has to say, no matter where he says it.
All right, so here is Bo Nix on Sean Payton saying he's going to be a top 5 quarterback in the league here very soon.
Well, first, it's good to have a coach that believes in you, but it's also, if he believes that, and I know I got a lot of work to do to get there. I don't want to let that word go void. I want to, give my best, my best shot at going out there and doing that. Not just, obviously for him, for our team, for this organization, but for myself. We've put a lot of hard work into this. Each and every day, it's a battle, it's a grind. And we just want to see the fruits of our labor. And so I think that's obviously our goal. And, we talk about Super Bowls, talking about winning culture. That helps a lot in being the best I can be.
So, Bo really didn't want to get in the weeds of that question.
Nope, that was very politically sliced and diced.
Yes. But again, that if you gave me like a multiple choice how Bo would answer the question, whatever that was, whether that was, that's what I would have picked. Because I don't think Bo naturally is a worker. He is a lower profile guy. He is not bombastic, gregarious. He's very actually, like when you talk to him, like very like understated. Mellow. And he navigated his way through the question, and now he did say, he believes in me that much. Which is, what I said when the quotes came out. I'm like, find you a boss who believes in you the way that Sean Payton believes in Bo. But I think you can have the belief without saying it in such a way with a ranking and a timestamp. That is so unusual for a head coach to do.
Yep, because on one hand, I want to say, and this probably applies more to the other Sean Payton quote where he talks about this team being able to win a Super Bowl. It's like, well, in essence, that's what Sean Payton was brought here to do. That was clearly, he was one of the final cogs in that wheel that was supposed to bring the Broncos back to the success and the standing within the NFL that they'd experienced for so long under Pat Bowlen. So I don't have a problem that much with Sean Payton having the liberty to or the freedom to talk confidently about that when that's literally what he was brought here to do and he feels good about the direction they're going. But that doesn't necessarily apply when you have to put the specifics of it at the quarterback position like you did. He's going to be a top 4 or 5 guy in the next 2 years. Like, okay, Sean, if he's now a top 10 guy 2 or 3 years from now, did you not do your job right? Did he not do his job right? Do we have to split those hairs? It just didn't feel. I feel good about the fact that Bo's going to have a shot at it. It lives within the realm of possibility.
I agree with that.
I think those conversations are in the cards for Bo. But again, it almost just feels like, Jaden Daniels just took his team to the NFC Championship game as a rookie. Justin Herbert is the only rookie who's ever thrown more touchdowns for a rookie quarterback than Bo Nix did. And I don't remember either of their head coaches going out and being like, this is a top 5 guy after 1 year.
I'm going to be honest. I don't remember a coach ever saying what Sean said earlier this week. Can you think of a head coach talking about a 1-year quarterback ascending to a top 4, top 5 status and put a timestamp on it?
Did Andy Reid say honestly, something after Patrick Mahomes' first year as a starter when he just went bananas? Maybe. That's the only one I can think of, and that would be more warranted. Like he just...
Well, I don't see, again, even in that situation, I don't think Andy Reid would say that, and he doesn't need to say that because the proof is in the pudding. It's the actions. Like it became abundantly clear when you break through. This is why we say it's Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, and Mahomes, because it's understood.
They've shown it.
When you reach that level, it's just understood. So, and again, on the RamosLaw.com text line, watch Sean fall short of all of his talking and leave town, and then you hosts will change your opinion of Sean in this love affair to saying what you really think. That dude is arrogant.
This is so frustrating to me, by the way, that people do this, because I just feel like whether it's on social media and the discourse that goes on, or we hear it here from the text line, or even, when you're just talking to people out and about, do people not act like or operate under the assumption that you can't change your opinions and thoughts with new information?
And here's the thing. Yeah, there is a bit of a love fest with Sean these past couple years because the Denver Broncos were in the worst shape they have ever been. And Sean showed up and flirted with an over 500 record out of the gate. And they finished 8-9 in his first season with Russ.
Yeah, they won like 5 straight to get there.
They were playing for a chance at the playoffs around Christmas against New England in his first year after he inherited a 5-win team. And then that jumped to a 10-win team while absorbing the largest dead cap in NFL history. So you have the worst Broncos operation in their NFL history, absorbing the largest dead cap in NFL history times 2, don't forget, times 2. The largest was Matt Ryan, about $40 million. They took on $80 million and spread it over 2 years, $82 million, whatever it was. Mm-hmm. So if there wasn't a Sean Love Fest around here for right now, something would be wrong. The actions and the results speak for themselves, but that also does not mean that will carry him for the rest of his time in Denver. Because if you do fall short and you set these expectations verbally and writing these checks and they continue to fall short and you are the guy, the perfect guy to bring the Broncos back to relevancy, but are not the guy to bring the Broncos over the final, end zone line, like we will be there will be time, but that time is not really right now. Even though we can be critical about him because he's not perfect and we're not going to worship the guy, but in general, if you're not acknowledging what Sean Payton has done here in a very short time, I don't think that you're taking the whole picture in for what it is and what it was before he was here.
Zach, I don't remember if it was ESPN or Bleacher Report or whatever national outlet it was that ranked the worst coaching hires in NFL history.
Yeah.
And the Broncos had 2 in the top 5,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, with Hackett and McDaniels. And neither one of them were 1, but I don't think either one of them were 5 either. So the fact that Sean Payton did what you just illustrated and did, that's 90-day fiancé love for me. I don't need, just because of how bad it's been, from Hackett to Fangio to, honestly, frankly, VJ's first time around and all that stuff. Just everybody that's come through that door since Kubiak and Payton left, both at quarterback and head coach, has been so disappointing in so many different ways. So the fact that Sean comes in and does what he did in 1 or 2 years now, and Bo does in 1 year,
it's impressive.
It's impressive, and we've seen how hard it is to do.
Right.
So I actually think it's okay if you got a little goo-goo-eyed a little bit after 1 year. Doesn't mean that you have to go overboard and keep piling it on, but we have seen so much bad football and bad coaching and bad ownership and bad front office structure here in Denver over the better part of the last decade or so. What we have now is such a stark contrast of that I think it's okay if we just lean a little bit over the skis.
Yeah, and I think that's okay. Sequencing into joint practice today, all right, out in Santa Clara, Mike Kliss joined us a little bit earlier in the show, and we talked about this yesterday in our preview of camp practice, of what would the Denver Broncos offense look like. So just to recap the last 2 weeks of training camp, which we did yesterday, but to summarize it, Broncos defense is incredible. Broncos offense has been competent and has had moments, but in general, I used the word yesterday, a little bit disjointed and sometimes just a little bit unremarkable. But it's hard to evaluate when you're going against what we think is going to be a top 3 defense in the league. So today was a really incredible opportunity for the Broncos offense to not look at those guys in orange and blue across from them and look at the San Francisco 49ers defense. We asked Mike Kliss how the offense performed today out in Santa Clara. This is what he said.
Sean Payton afterwards, and listening to what he thought, he said he was pleased with the work. He didn't say pleased with how they performed, said he was pleased to get in the work, and they've got to look at the film, and they got a lot to clean up. So that tells me that he wasn't necessarily pleased with the offense, and he spent the whole day, the whole practice on the offense. I mostly watched the offense, and it was just uneven, uneven by Bo, uneven by the offense.
And so yesterday when I say disjointed, uneven is kind of a different way of saying the same thing, kind of clunky. And he made sure he said uneven from Bo and uneven from the offense. It's not time to start, having ants in your pants or getting angry, because there's still a lot of runway ahead of the Broncos. But we are expecting this offense to be vastly improved. But I think we also have to take into consideration just how new some of this is going to be, from wide receiver number 2 to 2 new running backs to a new tight end, it's not an add water and stir thing that's been happening here this summer. It has taken some time, and you just heard that from Kliss again here today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they added a lot. They added to their car that they're driving in 2025. They added spinners. They added fuzzy dice with Evan Ingram. They added all these different parts and all that stuff. And the car drives differently now than it did the year before. It doesn't mean that it's better or worse, and we will see that play out over the course of the postseason. But at a minimum, Bo, who's sitting in the driver's seat, he's got to get used to the grip of the wheel again with these different components. And Sean Payton's offense, the way it's going to change, because I do think from the transition toward more of an outside zone running scheme, which we didn't see as much last year, that we're going to see this year.
Yeah, we're seeing it a lot.
This is going to be different. So it's not for Bo, hey, we're just running the same thing back with better pieces around me. We are now adapting and molding and changing based on the moves that they made offensively to maximize what we now have compared to what we had before.
So not saying that this is going to be a slow start, because shoot, Richie, if they go out on Saturday, and the game is, I think 5:30 here. Is it 4:30 here? It looks like it's 5:30 start West Coast time. Okay, so it is starting 6:30 here. Okay, so 6:30 on Saturday night. If they come out and they march down the field and they score on their first drive, that will put a lot of this to bed.
Yep.
But if they don't, I think it's reasonable to maybe start saying, you want to know what? Maybe this isn't going to be some high-flying offense in September. Maybe that comes a little bit later, the way that it did in 2024. Just, again, I think there's an assumption, and Sean always says this. It's like, dude, you don't pick up where you left off. You have to pour the puzzle back on the table and start over.
The game board shakes up.
I just think we should keep that in mind here over the next month and change.
I do think, because we talked about this when we're talking about Bo and the concept of a sophomore slump, right? And I've heard you and Phil talk about, like, hey, if you've got two eyes and a working brain, what are you drawing from of substance that says that Bo Nix is not going to improve upon what we saw? And that logically would lend one to believe that, hey, he's not going to have the worst start for a rookie quarterback like in NFL history from weeks 1 through 3 and even bleeding into week 4. But given the things that we've seen thus far, the gap between how much more is it going to be from last year, which was the worst of the worst, to what we see now, I don't know. But I will say, if there was ever a season where you really didn't want to have the slowest start, especially offensively,
oh yeah,
it's this season, Zach, because
you have to win those first two.
You got Cam Ward and the Titans, and the Titans are not a good football team. They're not. Cam Ward called his own team mid in a press conference.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And he's the number 1 overall pick in charge of fixing that, and he's just giving you kind of a real assessment.
That's going to be a very long day for Tennessee, and I can already tell you I am already locked in Broncos -7.
Biggest spread in the NFL week 1, right?
Biggest spread in the NFL week 1.
You got the Colts, who are probably better than the Titans, but not somebody that you think strikes fear into you, on a week-to-week basis.
Who's that? Who's there with Richardson? Is it Daniel Jones there?
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious. Again, if you want to get to where Sean is talking about going, you have to win that game. I don't care where it's being played.
And even if you say, hey, okay, it takes a couple of weeks for this offense to get going, that's all you got. Because once you hit September 21st and you go Chargers, Bengals, at the Super Bowl champion Eagles.
Toughest 3-game stretch on the schedule for me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's not like you almost want to say in a landslide because of the teams that you mentioned, but they've got tough stretches. I mean, Washington, what I think could be a much improved Vegas team, back-to-back on the road, plus Green Bay. You've got Dallas and Houston back-to-back with Vegas there as well, and then Kansas City. So they've got tough stretches, but that weeks 3 through 5 is going to be a dogfight stretch for this team. And if the offense is kind of limping into week 3 offensively and putting that strain on the defense, they could find themselves behind the 8 ball early in a season where there's a lot of hype and expectation.
Totally. And it'll be met with bristles from Bronco country. They will bristle at a slow start. And by the way, in the 2 years that Sean has been here, slow starts in each year. Mm-hmm. Now they've been able to correct course, but and he talked about it last week. They have got to get off to a better start, and the schedule makers literally gave you that on a platter. You're facing Cam Ward in his first game and either Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones.
Legit might be Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Yeah, and I'm almost expecting it to be Daniel Jones. So it's relevant, in terms of the speed in which the offense can catch up. Here is a little bit from Bo Nix earlier today, talking about going up against another defense in a joint practice.
I thought it was great. A respectful defense. They've been really good for a long time now. New DC, but they didn't really change much, and they go back with a lot of good players. It was good to see a different pace, different speed, different scheme, and I think it was good for us. It was always nice to play against another team besides yourself in this time of year.
And from what we were hearing from Kliss and others is that, there was a handful of times where the play broke down and Bo Nix was able to play and thrive off schedule in those spontaneous moments. And this is what Nix said about those moments.
It's something that's, happens naturally, but it's definitely something you got to work at and, take time working at it. It can be a strength if you allow it to be. So those plays are always, can be good, can be bad, and I just want to go out there and make the best play in that time, whether it's running, whether it's finding a person to throw it to. And so we've been practicing that really this offseason, this training camp. It's hard to kind of really do them because they're so abrupt. They just, they're out of nowhere. And so you just go out there and try to make a play and don't make, something bad worse.
And I think what Bo was trying to say there near the end, those breakdowns are hard to replicate. Because they're so, when that happens, it's so
situational.
Yeah, it's situational, and they're one of ones. So you can practice scramble drill and stuff like that. But I will say this to Sean's assertion that Bo could be a top 4 or 5 quarterback. I do think it actually lives within the realm of reality because of that element of his game that people just simply did not see coming. We know he plays with rhythm within the offense. We know he's got good timing. We know he's accurate. We know he's got a big arm. But the level of athlete he is when the play breaks down, it's closer to young Russell Wilson than it is to Peyton Manning in the pocket.
You can tell, Zach, both the way he talks about it, the way he looks out in camp, the way he looked last season, and frankly, the way they focused on it in his YouTube episode. He likes throwing on the move and on the run. That's like a happy place for him. There was that sequence in the YouTube series where he rolled out to the same side and whipped the ball down the field, and you could tell he was looking at the placement of where the ball would land and he didn't like it. And he kept redoing it 3-4 times until he found and made these micro tweaks and adjustment to his body. He likes getting out in space because I think he knows he's athletic and can move. And I think he probably fed into some of that underestimation, from opposing defenses to lean into that. And I think that is a good thing, but that also can sometimes, I think, contribute to maybe a little bit of a disjointed nature offensively because you put more strain on your offensive linemen to block.
Sure.
And it forces the wide receivers to now have to play backyard football, and you're moving around. Something that Kansas City and Mahomes do like the back of their hand. They're the best at it.
Yep.
I would imagine Josh Allen and the Bills are pretty good at that too.
Pretty good. Lamar, pretty good.
Yeah. So I think that it's a good thing, and I think that's something that helped spark some life into that offense after the first month. But it is interesting, and I do think that the conversation with Drew Brees, who was a master manipulator within the pocket, is something that's good for Bo to be able to strengthen both sides of that game.
Here is a little bit more from Bo Nix earlier today in Santa Clara, talking about the goal coming back to the Bay Area for Super Bowl 60.
Well, it should be your goal too. We should all be wanting to go win a Super Bowl. If we're not trying to win a Super Bowl, why are we here? If you're not trying to be the best of the best in your particular area, ours is the NFL, the National Football League. I believe that's why you go out there and play the game. You go out there to play the game to be the best, beat the best, and I feel good about our team. But that is not just thrown around. That's it's not easy to do, obviously, and we got a lot of work to go get that goal.
So it's so funny. You have Sean, is the one leading the charge for that, and it's certainly Bo at the start of the response saying, "Hey, you guys," because he's being asked. If you guys can't tell, he's being asked by a San Francisco reporter. So I said, "Well, that should be your guys' goal too," which of course it is over there in the Bay. But he's like, you can't just throw that around. It's like really hard to do.
Right.
And so Bo gets it. I mean, at the very end of the day, Bo Nix gets it. And it doesn't mean he's perfect. All right? Doesn't mean he's perfect. Doesn't mean it's not going to come with struggles. He could struggle the first game. This could be a one-possession game on September 7th. It could. But in total, I just believe, in general, that if you work as hard as Bo Nix works, and I don't care what you're doing, football or otherwise, if you work as hard as he works and are obsessive and are serious about your craft and lean into everything that is required, you may not achieve your ultimate goal, but chances are you're going to get pretty freaking close, and that goes way beyond football.
Yeah, he literally said in that YouTube series, I don't want to be here, but I'm here. I have to be here. And he went down the choice is an illusion path.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's just like, this is what we do, and this is what it takes. You got to get it to have it because you need it, and this is what is laid out in front of him, and this is the challenge and the task that he's accepted.
Wait till you hear what Adam Troutman said about Bo Nix, who has the experience of playing with Drew Brees. We'll play that for you coming up next.
Is Bo Nix ready to take a big step forward in year 2?
Have we seen the best from Bo Nix? No, not even close. It's his second year, and we didn't even really see Bo Nix last year because he only had one weapon in Cortland Sutton, and he had no ground game for support.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is tackle. TACKLE. Text tackle to 303-713-1043 right now. And you could win a $50 Amazon gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's tackle to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Stash in a dash, hold 2 heaters, block eye, put holes through beaters, ghetto fast, throw through cheaters, ballin', Brooklyn Dawn.
All right, you're going to hear from Adam Troutman here in just a second, who has played with both Drew Brees and Bo Nix. All right, we'll play that audio for you here in just about maybe 17 seconds. Guys, it's time to send the kids back to school and get ready for football season. No matter what you need, we have you covered, all right? Enter our keyword contest for your chance to win a daily $50 Amazon gift card and a possible prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit www.denversports.com/keyword. Richie Carney filling in for Phillip Lindsay today. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Here is Adam Troutman. See, this is pretty cool. Like, we've heard a lot of people do the Drew Brees Bo Nix thing, okay, really since the time that he was drafted.
Yeah, I think some of us were doing it.
Sure. It's different when one of us is doing it or some national media member or whatever. It's another when you actually have a human being, and there's only one of them on this football team, to my understanding, that played with both Drew Brees and Bo Nix. Is there anyone else that you can think of that played with?
No.
Little Jordan Humphrey?
Yeah, he's not here anymore. He was the first name I thought, but I don't know when he started in New Orleans.
Yeah, there's not many. Maybe Will Lutz.
I guess, yeah, in a backwards kind of way. He's playing on the same team as, but not really intimately involved with either guy.
Right. Anybody else? I can't think of anybody else that played with Drew Brees that's on this football team. If you can think of someone, by all means, hit us up, RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. So here's Adam Troutman, within the last 48 hours, call it, talking about Bo Nix and drawing a Drew Brees comparison.
It's like a external pressure he puts on other guys, right? And in a very good way, that's exactly what Drew Brees was in New Orleans as well. Like, it was an expectation. Like, Drew would never get on guys. It would kind of be like, hey, like, you got that? You good? It's kind of a little bit like Bo too. That's, he's not going to get on you and disrespect you or anything. But it's like, hey, like, you better know your stuff. Like, and it creates this culture that Sean's already instilled, obviously, and we've been working towards the last 3 years, and now it's set, and now you follow it.
And now you follow it. It's set, and now you follow it. And it's so cool that after 1 year, we're hearing this stuff about Bo. but I think that is the best kind of leadership. I don't think anyone likes working for a boss that is, constantly, on them. The expectation should just be there. And with your actions as the leader, and if you're putting in the sweat equity and you're detail oriented and you are always prepared for any situation, and that's how the leader is, he doesn't really have to tell you what to do. You should organically understand what the expectation is, because I'm actually setting the expectation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it was when Peyton Manning came to town, right? Everybody just fell in line. There was a standard, there was an expectation. You knew what it was, and you certainly knew when you didn't meet it, and you did what you had to do in order to rise to that level. And with Bo Nix, we talked about him being kind of cucumber cool and more mellow and reserved and measured with his interactions with the media, especially at the podium. And it's not that we've never seen him kind of get on guys and get after guys, because we have, but even then, it's not like explosions on the sideline and really ripping into a guy. It's more just like, hey, kind of like, let's go. You know what I mean? And you got to be here, you're there, and whatever it was. But it does feel like after just 1 year that this offense around Bo Nix is melding to that Drew Brees kind of mentality where we go as Bo goes, what he says, we follow.
And I think there's something else to that when you say it's melding to Bo. I think that goes in the playbook as well. That's about the playbook as well. It's not, there's this thought out there, and I don't think it's true. And I'll point to a couple pieces of evidence here. In that there's a thought out there that Bo is just simply running Sean's system. But when I read Seth Wickersham from ESPN.com, and who Sean, by the way, let into the locker room before the Bills game. I mean, just no one allows more access.
We're just living in it. Sean's
to
world.
Sean than Sean Payton. So you have Seth Wickersham, who's watching Sean in his office in the belly of the Bills stadium there in Western New York, Highmark Stadium, and Sean is checking through the plays that Bo has said he wants to run, and Bo would put blue dots next to the plays that he wants, and Sean really wants to run ace open, whatever play that is. And Sean is talking to himself, according to Seth Wickersham. He's talking to himself saying, how does he not like ace open? But we're not doing it. And Sean is taking a play that he wants out of the game plan for Bo. And he also talked about that hey, we do a lot of RPO stuff because that's what Bo wants to do. And then on top of that information, Sean is sitting down with that Scoop City podcast, and Chase Daniels asks him, hey, have you fully opened up the playbook for Bo? And listen closely to the way that Sean answers that question about his own playbook.
Well, it's ours. And when I say that, it evolves. So part of the playbook evolves with the quarterback who's playing. We have more RPOs, things that he's done really well. At one point last year, we asked all three quarterbacks, I said, I want your most favorite play you've ever run. And then I'm going to evaluate, we're going to put all three of them in. And then I'm going to evaluate how successful these plays are. So all three contributed, and sure enough, all three are plays that are in our staple install now. And each one had a conviction why this was a good play. And so that doesn't change. And there is a little custom fitting here. Yeah. Relative to for sure. What these guys have done since high school and in college, maybe that I'm not as familiar with, or we're not as familiar with, but we're gonna figure it out. And it existed when we signed Drew back in 2006. Fortunately, we hadn't installed any offense, so we quickly grabbed a lot of the terminology he was familiar with. And so I would say, look, he's got a lot of it, and he's comfortable with it. And I think the number one thing is it begins to slow down for him a little bit, the defensive looks.
All right, and again, Sean covered a lot of ground there. But this idea that Bo is just bending over backwards to learn Sean's system, it's not true. Sean is actually, and you heard it in the Seth Wickersham article, and you heard it now right there in really the first words of that opening up the playbook.
Well, it's ours.
Well, it's ours.
Yep.
And he actually used the word custom fitting for Bo. Well, what has this guy done? What's your favorite play you've ever run? Okay, now that's a part of our install. So, again, I think the narrative is, hey, Bo Nix is a system quarterback. But the reality is, Richie, that Bo Nix
is helping create the system.
Literally, in the literal sense. In his first playoff game, Sean is taking plays that he wants out of the playbook because Bo doesn't want to run it.
And there's also, we're talking about narratives, there's also a narrative that Sean Payton is so partial to and married to and tied to his system and all the fetishing that he has with the swapping personnel groups in and out like we saw so much last year. And there are many who believe that Sean Payton's offense is antiquated and maybe the NFL has passed him by. Well, it certainly doesn't sound like it if he's sitting down with his young rookie quarterback and giving the reins over to say, hey, what are these plays that you like? What do you want to do here? Hey, I called this play. You want to check out of it? Okay. You know what I mean? We have this freedom and flexibility and trust within each other to make that work. That, to me, certainly helps push back some of those narratives.
Totally. And on top of all this, which I already think we have enough evidence to have this conversation, we have someone like Devon Vele who talked with Benny Fowler earlier in the week, and Fowler says, hey, tell me something about Bo that I don't know. And he goes, Bo is he is getting the call from Sean Payton in his headset and then running something different in the huddle. I mean, there is, I'm not saying Bo has hands at 10 and 2 of the entire offense, but that dude has more autonomy.
He can reach the wheel.
Yeah, he had some semblance of that in year one, according to Seth Wickersham. So it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. I think this is ever evolving. I think it's super healthy. Dave and Loveland on the RamosLaw.com text line, love the show, but I'm tired of the Drew Brees talk. I want better than Drew Brees. Since when did we aspire to be like the Saints? Let's aim higher. Man, I really appreciate you listening to the show. Appreciate you texting in. But Drew Brees, you're talking about a Super Bowl champion, a Super Bowl MVP, a two-time NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, first-team All-Pro, 13-time Pro Bowler, 7 different times he led the NFL in passing yards, 4 times he led the NFL in touchdowns, passing rating leader multiple times, led the league in completion percentage 6 different times. He's one of the greatest of all time. There's a very reasonable reason we are having this conversation.
If Bo Nix lives up to 70% of Drew Brees' career, we have a franchise guy here in Denver, the likes of which we haven't seen. It'll be he already is on path because of the low sample size to be one of the better quarterbacks the Broncos have ever drafted.
Agreed.
Truly drafted.
Agreed.
In their franchise history. And if Drew Brees, even slightly less than Drew Brees, is Bo Nix's ultimate ceiling 10, 15 years from now, the Broncos are a winning franchise once again.
Hell yeah. And probably a decade plus of winning. Now, if they're going to win this year, they got to get the run game figured out. And there is something happened there in Santa Clara at that position that you need to know, and we'll fill you in coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Powered by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you fellas out there about how you're feeling. How's your energy level as you inch closer to the weekend? All right, are you fired up for it, or are you just done with this week here on a Thursday because you have low energy? Maybe you're just feeling sluggish, sleep patterns are off, not working out the way that you used to, and when you do drag yourself to the gym, not feeling that same level of production, and maybe because of all that, you're putting on weight. Maybe you're even feeling sad or depressed. Guys, these could be symptoms of low testosterone. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz. Yes or no answers. Literally takes you 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Fellas, you got one life to live. Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Haven't filed taxes in years? The IRS may have filed for you, and you might not even know it. Join Todd's free masterclass August 27th at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan. Get answers, get back on track.
Samantha Flanagan here. Been in a car accident? At Flanagan Law, you're not just a case number. We're a female-owned firm that puts your health and healing first. Flanagan Law, where you're heard, helped, and never alone. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Not every victory has fireworks. Sometimes it's a quiet win, like tying your shoes without gasping, walking upstairs without pausing, or being able to sit cross-legged on the floor and play with your kids. That's what soda gave me. I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. And with it went the weight, the aches, the excuses. But what I gained, confident, energy, time, and a version of myself I thought was long gone. Soda didn't overwhelm me with rules or leave me starving. I ate real food. I learned what my body needed. And the personal nutritionist, game changer. They were there with answers, encouragement, and real solutions. If you're looking for your own quiet win, this is your moment. If it worked for me, it will work for you. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com, click the Request a Nutritionist callback. It's time. You can do it. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery. We sell the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment here on a Thursday. Friend of the show stopping by, the scrappy one, the scrapster, Scrap Peterson. What up, Will? What up, boys? How we feeling?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. We've had a fun day, moved it right along. Real quick, before we get into the Bronco running back clip from Mike Kliss, he joined us a little bit earlier today and gave us a piece of information that we need to watch for the weekend, okay? Before we get to that, big-time news today in the NFL. Rashawn Slater of the Chargers, done for the year. I mean, what a massive blow to that football team. Rashawn Slater, not good.
You want to talk about a piece and a guy who is like integral to the identity of that team, the way Jim Harbaugh wants to run it, running the football, pounding the rock, and supporting Justin Herbert. That is a massive blow to their offensive line.
Yeah, and really, you could say, like, if you were drafting the Chargers after Justin Herbert, he might be your top pick.
Yeah.
He might be your top pick.
Yeah, you're never rooting for injuries, but, I mean, week 3, all of a sudden, what are Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Jonah Ellis going to do, right? They may be in Herbert's kitchen all day, every day in that game out in SoFi.
Yeah, and so they drafted Joe Alt, remember the tackle out of Notre Dame, top 5 pick. But that was a year ago. They had one of the best pair of tackles in the National Football League. No more. Also, another piece of news. We just saw in the Ravens game, LeJontay Wester take a 90-yard kick to the house. And they are rolling over the Colts right now in their first preseason game, and Anthony Richardson was knocked out of the game in the first quarter.
Yep.
So think about this, fellas. They're having an open competition, Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. Richardson gets the start.
Yep.
Okay? He gets knocked out of the game. That's who the Broncos play week 2. Rashawn Slater, done for the season. That's who the Broncos play in week 3. You don't, like you just said, you don't want to see some of this stuff happen, but at the same time, the Broncos just organically caught a green light, if not 2.
Yeah,
so
3-0. 3-0 maybe is going to be the expectation, because I don't care if people say, hey, the Colts are sneaky good, Jonathan Taylor dropped the ball. If it's Daniel Jones, you need to be 2-0. And I'm gifting them the Titans win. And then if you go to L.A. and you can wreak havoc in a stadium that's half orange, you should be coming back here Monday Night Football against Cincinnati with an undefeated record.
All right, out in Santa Clara today, joint practice. We were joined by Mike Kliss a little bit earlier today. If you want to hear the entire scope of the conversation, you can hit up hour 2 of the Drive podcast, DenverSports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. But when talking about the running back order of operations, Mike Kliss said this.
They had some nice runs. One guy who stood out was Tyler Badie, guys. The final 2-minute drill, they're down 24-21, a minute 10 to go. Tyler Badie was out there for every rep with Bo Nix. Don't count him out with beating out Jaleel McLaughlin. I thought Jaleel had number 3 wrapped up, but, Badie is right there. So
actions over words, right? So you're trying to get real work in a serious part of practice with your starters, and it's Tyler Badie in that football game.
This is the first time you're playing somebody that's not wearing your opposing color jersey, and that's a direction that you take. And we've kind of floated that thought and that possibility out there because there's so much caught up into the Jaleel versus Audric kind of battle. But it slowly but surely started to pick up even before training camp, and certainly now into this point of joint practices, that Tyler Badie could just play spoiler for both guys.
He could, and it was during OTAs where Sean Payton, unprompted, brought up Tyler Badie as a pass protector, and he brought him up unprompted in training camp. And I mean, this is something to watch here. We talked about a personal protector factor,
special teams role
with Tyler Badie. This is a real storyline to watch.
Yeah, and Sean Payton had a quote today that I thought was telling. He said, quote, Badie is right in the thick of it as we start evaluating that group of runners that are all competing for a spot or 2. So he just announced it. Yeah, I've got 4 guys competing for 1 or 2 spots. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out, but he's letting you know in a 2-sentence answer, don't just say it's Jaleel versus Audric. They both might be gone. Might be Badie.
And you will said it as many times as anyone when we're talking about the discussion of who got the jersey in the playoff game against Buffalo.
Actions over words. Actions over words. When you were in the biggest game of the season, Audric Estime was sat down, and Tyler Badie, who we hadn't seen since like week 5, was promoted to the active roster in a playoff game. The next most serious sequence year over year in your first joint practice, it's Tyler Badie who's out there in 2 minutes.
You look at Audric Estime, man, and just what a complete reversal, fall from grace, however you want to put it, where Audric Estime goes from being a draft pick that Sean Payton had clearly hopes for and a vision for. He's the one getting the critical carries in a potential game-winning drive in Arrowhead against Kansas City, being trusted in that position to potentially hand the Chiefs their first loss. He finishes the season not getting a playoff jersey against the Buffalo Bills. And now Tyler Bidet, who was kind of like the buddy cop with Blake Watson on the practice squad of just guys that you always figured were going to maybe get a call up here or there, but that was it. And now it just feels like they flipped.
Well, I think Phillip Lindsay's been onto something. There's something's happened with Audric Estime that we're not aware of. And Phil's been very open into the microphone.
He has.
Some of the concerns